In Los Angeles, a sudden surge of enormous pythons has engulfed the city, transforming the streets into a sea of blood and plunging humanity into chaos. Satellite imagery reveals that similar serpent disasters have erupted across the globe, with the hidden orchestrators pointing towards the resurgence of ancient beasts. The protagonist, originally an A-level fugitive, was pursued for avenging his enemies. After his demise, he is reborn as an ordinary python, awakening an evolutionary bloodline system and embarking on a path of devouring evolution. Chapter 1. The A-level fugitive. A military helicopter hovered before the gates of one of China's most secure prisons, Xinjiang Prison, as its rotor blades whirred. A gust of wind swept through, sending the scattered leaves spiraling as if caught in a tornado. To understand Xinjiang Prison, one must delve into its origins. Established in 1958, it was a product of Soviet Big Brother assistance for the nascent People's Republic of China's economic and defense construction. At that time, the Sino-Soviet collaboration included a total of 157 aid projects, one of which was Xinjiang Prison. However, due to its classification as a secret project, the public only recognized 156 projects funded by the Soviets. The prison is fortified by imposing walls adorned with electric fencing, and within every 10 meters lies a guard tower, each equipped with a 7.62mm heavy machine gun. If the prison guards are adequately trained, they can effectively engage targets up to 800 meters away, establishing a control radius of a full 800-meter CR. For anyone contemplating escape from such a prison, it would be a fool's errand. As the gates of Xinjiang Prison creaked open, a gaunt figure clad in prison garb emerged, escorted by 10 armed guards. As I approached, I discovered an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. This man, named Wang Budhao, was aptly named, possessing a domineering and extreme personality. Wang Budhao's rather lean physique made it hard to believe that he required the escort of 10 armed guards. The handover process proceeded smoothly. Wang Budhao entered the military helicopter without the slightest hint of resistance. Finally, we have sent this killing machine away, one guard exclaimed. Indeed, my palms are still sweating, replied another. Thankfully, he didn't make any sudden moves otherwise. Among the 10 guards escorting Wang Budhao, 3 seasoned veterans sighed in relief. Although the escort was swift, their bodies remained tense, and their palms were clammy with sweat. Observing the 3 experienced guards, visibly shaken and grateful to have survived, Wang Tung secretly scoffed. Despite being a rookie, he was undaunted. Isn't it just escorting a prisoner? Look at how anxious they are last week. I escorted an international terrorist. The veterans, noticing Wang Tung's expression, understood his thoughts. They could only silently lament. A novice is unafraid of tigers. They were aware of Wang Budhao's true nature despite his slender appearance. He could unleash a ferocity akin to a human weapon, capable of tearing apart even a tiger. During that brief handover, their muscles were taut with tension. Despite Wang Budhao being shackled with heavy chains and wielding a rifle, a profound sense of insecurity enveloped them. If Wang Budhao chose to resist, would they, 10 in number, fall victim to his wrath, or would 10 rifles transform him into a mere hive of bullets? Naturally, they harbored no desire to uncover the answer to such an uncertain fate. Reflecting upon the legendary journey of Wang Budhao evokes a sense of melancholy. Gazing at his receding figure, still resilient, one cannot help but ponder the impending execution of a master of national martial arts. This is indeed a significant loss for the realm of martial arts. The martial arts community, akin to yesterday's wilted flowers, considers practitioners of the essence refinement realm as skilled individuals, warriors of Wang Budhao's caliber, who have achieved great perfection of chi refinement, are exceedingly rare, each one a precious loss. Moreover, Wang Budhao is relatively young, with the potential to ascend into the spirit refinement realm. The progression of martial arts training ascends from low to high, essence refinement, chi refinement, and spirit refinement. Each realm is further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfect stages. Wang Budhao, designated as a Class A wanted criminal, is the heir to the Wang family's internal martial arts. He infamously perpetrated the massacre of 33 members of the Li clan in County S on June 11, 20XX. Captured on December 14, 20XX, he was detained for 3 days without trial, ultimately facing execution on the same day. Indeed, at the age of 48, Achieving the pinnacle of qi cultivation is considered relatively young. The number of formidable practitioners in the realm of spiritual cultivation can be counted on one hand, and most of them are aged between 80 to 100 years, with few except Ians, individuals like Wang Ba Dao, who are likely to reach the realm of spiritual cultivation before 60, are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Once aboard the aircraft, Wang Ba Dao surveyed his surroundings within the cabin. 7 men, each wielding a rifle, were positioned strategically, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 directly opposite him. Together with the pilot, they formed a total of 9 individuals. Wang Ba Dao had no desire for death, nor does anyone. To avoid demise, one must resist. However, the 7 elite soldiers remained exceptionally vigilant. Any hint of rebellion from Wang Ba Dao would result in immediate execution. The middle-aged man seated opposite Wang Ba Dao appeared to be the leader of this unit. Noticing Wang Ba Dao's restless gaze, he coldly admonished, "It would be wise for you to refrain from any reckless actions, otherwise I would not hesitate to execute you on the spot." The younger team members displayed visible discontent, unable to restrain themselves as one remarked to the captain, "Captain, our 3rd Special Brigade is reputed as one of the M.O.S.D. elite special forces in the military, consistently tasked with confronting the most dangerous terrorists and undertaking the most arduous missions. This individual may be formidable, but with his hands and feet shackled by heavy fetters weighing 60 pounds, I find it hard to believe he could pose any real threat. Yuan's son has issued orders, and we must ensure that not a single mishap occurs. Furthermore, do not underestimate him." He gestured towards Wang Ba Dao. "This criminal is no mere pawn. He is the one who murdered Minister Li's entire family within the confines of the minister's residence, all while under the protection of over 30 elite commandos, who are our EQ. Yules in strength. Among these protectors was a man known as the Tiger, whom you all should recognize that he once trained us in combat techniques and is acknowledged as one of the top 10 masters of internal martial arts among special forces. Yet, even he fell victim to this criminal, his heart severed by a single, devastating blow in less than 3 seconds. The Li family had no chance to escape, sealing their own fate." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. One exclaimed, "The Tiger instructor also perished at his hands. I now understand who he is, Wang Ba Dao. So does him. Although he slaughtered the Li family, their actions certainly warranted such a fate. Indeed, the Li family members were all beasts, especially those 2nd-generation heirs of the Li clan, idling about and wreaking havoc on countless women. Their actions have skewed the generatio in China. I still haven't found a wife." Silence. The middle-aged man's face turned cold, his piercing gaze fixed on his subordinates. "Keep a close watch on him. The plane is about to take off." "Understood." Wang Ba Dao possesses an unremarkable appearance, with a physique that appears somewhat slender. Yet, the muscles that are faintly visible beneath his prison garb exude a latent, explosive power akin to steel. His gaze, seemingly devoid of vitality, possesses an eerie quality upon locking eyes with him. One instinctively feels compelled to avert their gaze, as if fleeing from the penetra. Ting's stare of death itself, the heart racing uncontrollably. 2 hefty and robust shackles, which might befit the confinement of an elephant or a polar bear, are secured around Wang Ba Dao's wrists and ankles. Merely from their outward appearance, these shackles seem to weigh no less than 60 pounds, and it is remarkable that Wang Ba Dao can still stand so upright and walk with such easiness under their burden. Such a close range, with 7 rifles aimed at me. The prospect of escaping is exceedingly daunting, Wang Ba Dao contemplates, despite being a formidable master of qi its pin. Nakul, one of the elite in all of China, save for those ancient recluses in their 80s or 90s. I must prevent the aircraft from taking off, otherwise we shall have no opportunity whatsoever. Wang Ba Dao muses. Once airborne, even if he were to eliminate them all, leaping from such heights would be impossible, for no parachutes are provided for prisoners aboard this tra. In sport, of course, seizing the pilot is a possibility, yet that endeavor is fraught with greater difficulty than annihilating everyone else. The middle-aged captain, observing Wang Ba Dao's somewhat gaunt figure, felt a pang of sympathy, his tones softening considerably. "Wang Ba Dao, though you have taken many lives, I do not wish to make things difficult for you, but..." Wang Ba Dao offered a faint smile and replied softly, "Thank you." No need for gratitude, for I am unable to assist you either. I've always wondered, what deep-seated enmity do you have with the Leaf family that drives you to seek the annihilation of? F them all? The vengeance for my father's death, the resentment of a wife taken. Is that sufficient? That is indeed sufficient. However, I must express my reluctance to sacrifice my life for a wretched individual. I desire to live, hence you must perish. You wish to escape? Even if you manage to elude our grasp, this aircraft has already commenced its ascent. Where do you intend to flee? What are you doing? Everyone be cautious. With a resounding clang, Wang Ba Dao sprang into action, his movements as swift as lightning. In the confined space, he maneuvered with remarkable speed, using the shackles as weapons, swiftly disarming most of the armaments. Before anyone could react, Wang Ba Dao had already seized the middle-aged captain. The shackles clamped tightly around the captain's neck, causing him some difficulty in breathing. In a muted voice he inquired, Wang Ba Dao, what are you attempting to accomplish? Ush? Wang Ba Dao replied with a faint smile. At this juncture, shouldn't you be articulating something of substance? You must be aware of my prowess in this scenario. I could end your life in a mere 0.3 of a second. Although your comrades would transform me into a beehive thereafter, I am a condemned prisoner. Do you truly believe it is worth it? The aircraft has taken off. You must realize there is no escape. I merely wish to survive. Wang Ba Dao exhibited no sign of anxiety regarding the plane's ascent, his voice remaining composed. You are indeed a formidable adversary. The middle-aged captain conceded, recognizing that his usual tactics were ineffective against Wang Ba Dao. Suddenly, a series of alarm bells rang out, startling Wang Ba Dao. With a fierce expression, exclaimed, Yuan, you are truly ruthless. That it is regrettable that I could not eliminate you. Only your dog. Boom. The following day, Xinhua News reported, an inmate transport aircraft encountered a malfunction, resulting in an explosion midair. Fortunately, it descended upon an uninhabited area, claiming the lives of 8 law enforcement officers aboard, alongside 1 solitary inmate. Chapter 2. Rebirth as a snake. When Wang Ba Dao regained consciousness, his head felt heavy and his vision was somewhat blurred. The first thought that crossed his mind was the relief of not being dead. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. His entire body felt limp and devoid of strength. A chilling realization struck him. Had he become a vegetable? He attempted to force his eyes open, but it proved futile. It was night, and the surroundings were silent, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of car horns. Wang Ba Dao lay there quietly, and strangely, although his body felt cold, he did not experience any sensation of chill. After approximately 3 hours, he finally sensed a flicker of strength returning, which brought him a measure of comfort. At least he was not a vegetable. Vegetables lack sensation. Whereas he could still feel his body. Finally able to move, Wang Ba Dao strained to open his eyes, only to be met with a sight of blood red, reminiscent of night vision. No, that couldn't be right. A gasp escaped his lips as he realized with a jolt of terror a horrifying truth. He had transformed into a snake, approximately 1 meter long, with a triangular-shaped head and a body cloaked in an inky blackness. The scales, dark as pitch, glimmered under the moonlight. Yet, this snake bore injuries. A long gash marred its abdomen, the scales stained a vivid crimson with blood. Fortunately, the wound had ceased bleeding, indicating that Wang Ba Dao was not in immediate danger of losing his life. Otherwise, having just received a new lease on life, it would have been snuffed out once more. Wang Ba Dao gradually calmed himself. Though he had become a snake, it was still preferable to death. Every sentient being harbors a fear of mortality, and Wang Ba Dao is no exception. Surveying the surroundings, there lies a spacious river, its waters as dark as ink. Emblematic of the city. In a bustling metropolis, discovering a clear and pristine river would indeed be a rarity. The river measures approximately 5 meters in width, its waters shallow, flanked by mud and stones along the banks. Wang Ba Dao reclines upon the sandy stones by the river, gazing upward. A mere 10 meters ahead stands an arched bridge. He arches his body and awkwardly wriggles towards the bridge's underside, moving like a serpent, an exceedingly awkward endeavor. It is around 5 o'clock in the morning, and dawn is imminent. Wang Ba Dao understands that should he be discovered, given his severely injured condition, should an unscrupulous individual approach, a mere strike with a stick could seal his fate. After all, the relationship between humans and serpents has never been particularly amicable. Guided by the tale of the farmer and the snake, it is certain that no one would come to the aid of this wandering serpent. The most probable outcome would be a fatal blow or being skinned for consumption, whether in death or being devoured. Neither fate is one that Wang Badao wishes to embrace. Though he has transformed into a small black snake, he remains, out of respect for life, quite reluctant to meet his end. A miserable existence is preferable to a noble death. Furthermore, how could Wang Badao easily contemplate death when he has yet to avenge his great grievance? How could he endure the betrayal of his woman? After 11 years of marriage, it would be impossible for him to claim he is unscathed by his wife as treachery, despite devoting his life to martial pursuits. The bond of 11 years cannot be so easily erased. Wang Badao, having married in his 30s, has spent 11 years without child. And though his wife is not particularly beautiful, merely a modest flower of the household, she betrayed him for the sake of 50 million, all over a map. The map in question is a treasured heirloom of the Wang family, reputedly a cartographic depiction of an imperial tomb. The origins of this map and the identity of the emperor it pertains to remain shrouded in mystery. It is unclear how the Wang family's possession of such a map was divulged. Perhaps it was revealed by Lu Yu, the wife of the domineering Wang Badu. Upon learning of this, Yuan Kai, the son of a powerful figure in H province, resorted to bribing Lu Yu with 50 million, conspiring in an unseemly alliance. Yuan Kai's lackey, the young master of the Li family, abused his authority to capture the daughter of Wang Badu's only sister, using his niece as leverage. Following his sister's demise, Wang Badu had showered affection upon his sole niece and was willing to exchange the seemingly worthless map for her safety. The map, which had puzzled the Wang family for generations, had long been dismissed as a forgery, with research ceasing during the era of Wang Badu's grandfather. As Wang Badu approached the Li residence, intent on rescuing his niece, he was met with a heart-wrenching scene. The young Master Li, a debauched individual, could not resist the allure of Wang Badu's niece, known for her striking beauty. In a moment of depravity, he made his advances, leading to a tragic turn of events. Wang Badu's niece, already frail of heart, succumbed to a cardiac episode, tragically passing away from the shock. Upon his arrival at the Li household, Wang Badu witnessed, with his own eyes, the young master's henchman disposing of her body. His volatile temperament ignited by rage, he unleashed his fury upon the Li family. Although the Li family had prepared for Wang Badu's wrath, underestimating the might of a fully realized practitioner of martial arts proved to be their downfall. In a fit of vengeance, Wang Badu exacted a brutal retribution upon the Li clan. Accompanied by his subordinates and the personnel he had prepared, the total number reached 33. The following day, the nation was shaken as special forces were deployed. After Wang Badao eliminated a dozen masters of internal martial arts, he was apprehended. Thus unfolded the current scene of his reincarnation as a serpent. Yet, how could Wang Badao resign himself to the fate of not having avenged the treacherous couple? Moreover, the elusive map to the imperial tomb, whose authenticity remained in question, was not hidden within his abode. Even if Yuan Kai were to turn the Wang residence upside down, he would undoubtedly fail to uncover the map. And indeed, Yuan Kai pursued this endeavor with fervor. Presently, Wang Badao found himself devoid of the means to exact revenge. His paramount desire was merely to swiftly reach the space beneath the arch bridge. Cautious of exacerbating his injury, he treaded lightly, as if walking on thin ice. An inch forward, a mere 10 meters felt insurmountable to him. It took him nearly 8 minutes to crawl beneath the bridge, averaging 50 seconds per meter. Indeed, even ants would surpass his pace. Upon reaching the shelter beneath the bridge, Wang Badao bent his neck into an arc resembling the numeral 2 and discovered a crevice in the stone. Sensing that no small creatures resided within the fissure, he slipped inside. Snakes perceive their surroundings through thermal energy. This ability extends to aquatic environments as well, where they discern objects by detecting variations in temperature. Through their tongues, they sense the scent molecules wafting through the air, effectively allowing them to taste the aromas of potential prey. Thus, day and night held no distinction for Wang Badao. He was quite content with this near-night vision skill. Regardless of how late his return was, he feared not the risk of losing his way. Entering the crevice, which extended over 3 meters deep, he found it a perfect sanctuary. Wang Badao coiled his form and rested in tranquil silence. The essence of cultivating internal martial arts lies in the synchronization of mind and breath, executing movements with measured grace, channeling intention into vital energy, and achieving effortless fluidity between motion and stillness. The principle of yielding to overcome force is paramount, emphasizing agility, flexibility, and unpredictability in technique. Internal martial arts, by definition, seek to conquer strength through suppleness. Mastery of this art allows one to overcome any force, even unarmed. An opponent, regardless of their might, will invariably succumb. Wang Badao, originally a chi refining expert at the great perfection stage, retained his spiritual essence despite his serpentine transformation. He stilled his mind and harmonized his breath, allowing a gentle warmth to circulate within his body. This warmth flowed through the wound on his abdomen, accelerating its healing rate 4 to 5-fold, promising a full recovery within a few days. He diligently nurtured the injury with this energy throughout the day, although he preferred to remain inactive until fully healed. Hunger compelled Wang Badao to hunt despite his severe injuries. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, Wang Badao emerged from his burrow. In the distance, he spotted a meter-long black snake slowly moving along the riverbank, searching for prey. After a day of nurturing with the warm energy, the wound had scabbed over, and it would remain stable as long as he avoided strenuous activity. However, after searching for nearly an hour, Wang Badao found nothing edible. In rural areas, frogs and toads would have been plentiful, but in a polluted urban river, such creatures were scarce. Left with no other option, Wang Badao turned to his rodent neighbors. As the saying goes, snakes and rats are kindred spirits. While the city lacked many things, it certainly had an abundance of large, plump rats. Such a large rat that even Wang Badao fears he might not be able to consume it. Some of these hefty rodents are almost comparable in size to a small cat. When encountering such a creature, Wang Badao must yield. Chapter 3. Snakes and rats do not share the same den in the city. A casual stroll along the streets often reveals rats scurrying past one's feet. This reality is not unfamiliar to many. Wang Badao wandered along the riverbank, and indeed, he spotted numerous rats. It was nighttime, the peak period of rat activity. However, upon detecting Wang Badao's scent, the rats quickly fled, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. Snakes are considered the natural enemies of rats and can be regarded as their kin, as both are burrowing creatures. Wherever rats can venture, snakes can typically follow. Hiding in burrows offers little refuge. Countless rats have perished at the jaws of snakes, making them acutely aware of the latter's scent. Thus, the moment they catch a whiff of snake, they scamper away in haste. In this era, it is no easy task to be either a snake or a human. Wang Badao felt a sense of helplessness. Due to an injury, he could not move swiftly, and when he saw the rats fleeing, he dared not pursue them. Otherwise, the wound, which had begun to heal, would surely reopen. With no other options left, he resolved to wait patiently for an opportunity. As he contemplated this, a sense of pride swelled within him. Intelligent beings are indeed distinct from mere beasts. Before long, after half an hour, a plump and large rat, with shifty eyes and a cautious demeanor, ventured into a burrow. At that moment, Wang Badao disregarded his injury and swiftly moved to block the entrance. The fate of the rat was all but certain. Wang Badao feasted heartily, and as he gazed at his bulging belly, he genuinely feared it might burst. To speak candidly, Wang Badao had indeed steeled himself to consume that repugnant rodent. The mouse was foul-smelling and unprocessed, its taste far from palatable, were it not for his overwhelming hunger. Wang Badao would have certainly refrained from such a meal. The night passed in utter silence. After a night of cultivation, Wang Badao had successfully digested the sizable mouse. While an ordinary serpent might require a week to process a rodent of such magnitude, Wang Badao, having honed his internal martial arts, possessed a digestive system far superior to that of typical snakes, allowing him to assimilate the large mouse within a single night. The essence derived from the mouse's blood had amplified his vitality slightly. What was once the size of a mere hair had now grown to that of an ordinary strand. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through his body, Wang Badao's spirits were considerably lifted. The lengthy wound had also healed a bit more, and he believed that within 2 days he would be nearly fully recovered. Once he regained his complete health, hunting would become far less arduous. 2 days elapsed. Wang Badao, as before, remained vigilant in his ambush. On the second day, he consumed another mouse. By the third day, with his wound nearly healed and his strength replenished, he devoured 2 mice. His essence had now burgeoned to the size of 2 strands of hair. Remarkably, Wang Badao's serpentine form had also grown, now measuring 1.2 meters in length. In the realm of ordinary serpents, such a length was considered medium. Yet, at 1.2 meters, Wang Badao was still uncertain of his specific species. What he could ascertain, however, was that he was indeed a venomous snake. possessing a toxicity that was extraordinarily potent. While an elephant might withstand his venom, a cow would succumb within 10 minutes, and a human would be incapacitated in no more than 5 minutes. With his wound now healed, Wang Bad was finally able to unleash his speed. Upon reflection, I realized that I can traverse 5 meters per second, a speed that is quite commendable among serpents. The fastest snake in the world is the African green mamba, which inhabits the forests of East and Southern Africa. Although it is not as venomous as the black mamba, its rapid movement renders it even more formidable. The green mamba can slither at a pace of up to 11 kilometers per hour, translating to over 3 meters per second, thus earning its reputation as the swiftest snake globally. In contrast, I, Wang Bad, can proudly achieve a speed of 5 meters per second. As a snake, I have diligently fulfilled my role, having consumed approximately 50 to 60 mice within a span of 10 days, leading to the near extinction of rodents within a 10-mile radius. Despite the severe pollution of the river, I still ventured into its depths, where local mice have largely perished. I am left with no choice but to hunt in the river, albeit with grave doubts about the existence of fish within it. Nevertheless, I secretly rejoice in the fact that my serpentine form is well suited for aquatic environments, thankful that I am not a terrestrial snake. At times, I entertain the notion that I might be a water snake, yet I have never encountered a species of such a deep black hue, and my head shape distinctly differs from that of aquatic snakes. The sight before me remains a vivid crimson, as if the screen of the world has been stained with blood. The murky waters do not hinder my vision. Employing thermal detection proves far more reliable than mere sight. I searched the river thoroughly, yet not a single fish or shrimp graced my view, leading to an exasperated curse. It seems I must relocate. Though I find it difficult to part with this territory, not only because it is my first lair, but also due to the fact that it has remained largely undisturbed. Certainly, if someone finds themselves well-fed and ventures to swim in such a heavily polluted river, even Wang Bad would be powerless and willingly relocate. Wang Bad does not traverse the land. Instead, he plunges into the river, flowing downstream, conserving energy wherever possible. Although the area beneath the bridge is pleasant, the incessant cacophony of honking cars fills the air day and night. While snakes possess poor hearing, the noise becomes unbearably disruptive. Wang Bad has but one purpose: survival. To endure, he remains indifferent to where the river may carry him. Moreover, he dares not roam recklessly, although he wishes to inquire about his surroundings. He is uncertain whether he is still within the borders of Huaxia. Previously hindered by an injury, now healed, Wang Bad intends to gather information under the cover of night. After swimming along the river for an entire day, navigating several bends, he has lost track of the distance traveled. Famished from the day's exertion, his belly has grown flat from hunger. Emerging from the water, his serpent head rises above the surface, with his forked tongue flicking out to sense any potential prey nearby. Now that night has fallen, Wang Bad confidently ascends the bank, unafraid of being discovered. Even if an ordinary person were to spot him, they would typically refrain from provoking him, as they would instinctively yield the path. Snakes evoke fear in 80% of the population, and many are blind to the distinction between venomous and non-venomous species. As he traverses the grassy banks of the river, he notes the absence of car horns, indicating this area is relatively secluded with minimal vehicular traffic. In this desolate realm, Wang Bad reigns supreme. Upon scanning his surroundings, he indeed uncovers signs of a mouse and follows the trail, soon discovering a rather plump rodent not far ahead. Before the rodent could react, Wang Bad's neck arched, and with a swiftness akin to lightning, he seized the rat. His body coiled and constricted. The rat, enervated by the venom, was twisted into a pretzel, a testament to Wang Badeo's immense constricting power. After his repast, Wang Badeo ascended along the path, emerging from the undergrowth. It was a road, devoid of pedestrians, with the occasional automobile traversing it. Across the road stood towering edifices, ablaze with light. Gazing at the familiar structures, Wang Badeo felt as though an age had passed. After existing as a serpent for a fortnight, it felt as if years had elapsed. Suddenly, he experienced a sense of deliverance. Composing himself, a vehicle whizzed past. Wang Badeo, with lightning alacrity, darted across the road. His length of just over a meter, coupled with his exceptional speed, made him difficult to discern in the darkness. Abruptly, he detected the sound of footsteps. Not wishing to startle any passers-by, Wang Badeo swiftly dove into a refuse receptacle. The moment he entered the bin, he was assailed by an overwhelming stench. far more offensive than the polluted river. It was utterly unbearable. Before he could endure even a second within, Wang Badeo executed a nimble turn and catapulted out of the trash can. Wang Badeo heard a woman's piercing shriek, a sound of remarkable resonance. It was evident that she possessed the vocal prowess to excel as a soprano. As it happened, as Wang Badeo leaped from the bin, the unfortunate woman was passing by, and he inadvertently found himself clinging to her handbag. The woman was instantly terrified, her face blanching, her lips quivering, and her teeth chattering audibly. The terrified woman, as if jolted back to reality, let out another scream. Once again, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The handbag was flung aside, and without knowing where she had procured it, she seized a stick and struck fiercely at Wang Badao. Fortunately, Wang Badao reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have met a dire fate. "I will kill you. Don't come any closer." The woman, utterly terrified, was rendered incoherent. Wang Badao, filled with an unspoken apology, felt remorse for having frightened her to such an extent that she might lose her sanity. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and she began to collapse slowly. Could it be that she had succumbed to fear so soon after emerging? Wang Badao climbed atop the summit of the woman's chest and listened intently, relieved to discern a heartbeat. This at least indicated she had not perished from fright, but had merely fainted. Surely, she did not suffer from a phobia of snakes? Choosing not to linger on her plight, Wang Badao recognized that they were now on divergent paths, and he was in no position to assist her. Could he possibly perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as a snake? Delving into the woman's handbag, he rummaged around until he finally unearthed her identification. XXX Factory, employee number 584247, name XXX. XXX Factory, a renowned foreign enterprise in S City of H Province. So, I am still in S City? With the information he sought now in hand, Wang Badao turned and blended into the shadows. Chapter 4. Infiltrating the cold storage S City was vast, and Wang Badao spent the daylight hours resting and honing his internal martial arts, while at night he hunted. After 3 days, he had traversed dozens of miles to arrive at the Wang residence. However, the estate now lay in ruins. It appeared that the treacherous duo was in pursuit of a map. Yet, this unscrupulous pair would soon find themselves disappointed. With a cold smirk, Wang Badao contemplated the situation, aware that the map was not in the Wang family's possession. Even if they turned the family estate upside down, it would yield no results. As a lineage with a history spanning centuries, the family naturally harbored secret underground chambers. Such chambers were known only to the current head of the family, and as the sole male heir of his generation, Wang Badao naturally assumed the role of the family patriarch. He was exceedingly confident that the hidden chamber of the Wang family would remain undiscovered by anyone. Although Wang Badao had contemplated vengeance, he was acutely aware of the formidable members of the Yuan family. Yuan Kai, in particular, was an early-stage practitioner of qi. Attempting to exact revenge now would be tantamount to courting death. While he could not compare his current abilities to his past mastery of qi, a full-force strike from an early-stage practitioner could still lethally fell a fierce steed. In his prime, Wang Badao possessed the prowess to rend leopards and tigers asunder, illustrating the formidable power of practitioners at the qi stage. The essence of qi is cultivated through the harmonious coordination of the body's cells, concentrating their strength at a single point in the shortest time possible, akin to the phenomenon of shivering. Qi is generated within the human body by refining excess thermal energy, gradually enhancing one's capabilities. Practitioners at the qi stage are already considered powerful. With the refinement of thermal energy, qi permeates through the skeletal structure, unblocking the meridians and effecting a qualitative transformation, crystallizing into inner energy. This inner energy can be projected outward, allowing for unseen attacks with tremendous offensive power and destructive capability. There are no more than 10 practitioners at the spirit cultivation stage in the world, and the specifics of their strength remain beyond Wang Badao's comprehension. I've merely heard that the cultivation of the spirit is divided into 4 levels, from the lowest to the highest, solidifying qi into metal, the realm of intricacy, imperishable divinity, and shattering the void. It's said that those who shatter the void can overcome terrestrial gravitation, soar through the firmament, and are akin to terrestrial deities, capable of overturning rivers and seas with a mere gesture. Of course, such a state undoubtedly does not exist in this world. It is but a legend. Perhaps it once appeared in ancient times. Wang Badao is currently contemplating a matter. He desires strength, he yearns for vengeance. Therefore, he must cultivate, yet cultivation necessitates sustenance. The time spent hunting each day is excessively protracted, Were he to dedicate that time to cultivation, his progress would assuredly be expedited considerably. The digestive capabilities of animals inherently surpass those of humans. For instance, tigers, lions, or cheetahs can swiftly devour a massive wild boar, leaving not a trace behind. Eagles can spot their prey from afar in the sky, then swoop down to consume it entirely. Snakes can even swallow objects several times their own size, slowly digesting them within their bellies. Wongbadeo is uncertain of his serpentine species, but his digestive system is far more potent than that of ordinary snakes, exceeding that of humans by more than 20-fold. Given ample sustenance, Wongbadeo has reason to believe that he could reach the great perfection of chi refining within 2 to 3 years, without question. A cultivation speed 20 times that of humans is a truly terrifying prospect. Near the Wong family lies a cold storage facility, the largest in S City. This cold storage facility has the capacity to house 7,000 tons of meat. If one could infiltrate it, the problem of sustenance would be resolved. Although Wongbadeo harbored doubts about his ability to survive in such frigid temperatures, as snakes are cold-blooded creatures that enter hibernation when the temperature drops to a mere dozen degrees, he could not guarantee his survival in sub-zero conditions. Nevertheless, he yearned to attempt it. Such an opportunity was not one he wished to squander. As the sole practitioner of internal energy cultivation among serpents, he believed he could endure within the cold storage. Under the veil of night, Wongbadeo swiftly navigated his way forward. Familiar with the route, he soon arrived at the location of the cold storage. Although it was in proximity to his home, he had never stepped inside. Being a martial arts enthusiast whose sole interest for over 40 years had been the pursuit of mastery, leading to poor social connections. With his remarkable skills, many influential figures had extended invitations to him, all of which he had declined, dedicating himself entirely to his practice. It was no wonder he had achieved the pinnacle of chi cultivation in such a relatively short span. The Wong family had once operated 3 martial arts schools, now unfortunately reduced to the property of that wretched Liu Yu. His animosity towards that pair of dogs was profound, wishing nothing more than to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. Climbing up the pillars, he reached the roof of the cold storage, which was securely sealed. Wongbadeo had no means to unlock the door and could only wait for someone to open it in order to slip inside. He waited until dawn began to break. Around 6 in the morning, 5 staff members arrived at the entrance of the cold storage. One of them produced a key and, with a decisive click, unlocked the door, allowing the others to enter. Observing that all 5 had ventured inside, Wongbadeo leapt into action, his form darting like lightning as he glided down the wall and slipped through the doorway. Upon entering the cold storage, a chilling breeze enveloped Wongbadeo, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, it was not long before the vital energy within him began to circulate, raising his body temperature. Although still quite frigid, he could endure the discomfort. Wongbadeo possessed a remarkably limited amount of vital energy, barely qualifying as an initial practitioner, and he had a considerable journey ahead before reaching that stage. As he stepped into the cold storage, he scanned his surroundings and found a relatively concealed spot to coil up, making it less likely for others to detect him. An hour passed before 5 individuals finally exited. It was only then that Wongbadeo emerged from his hiding place. Having not eaten for an entire day, he was naturally ravenous. However, compared to his current predicament, possessing an abundance of meat made this minor inconvenience worthwhile. Of course, dining also requires a certain finesse, although the cold storage was replete with meat. It was evident that he could not access the more conspicuous cuts. He had to be resourceful, targeting less noticeable areas. Eager to feast, Wongbadeo quickly realized that the pork was simply too large for him to consume in its entirety, even if he exerted himself. He could not swallow a whole pig. Moreover, his small fangs were insufficient to tear off a chunk of meat. Nevertheless, he discovered chicken and eggs within the storage. Although he could not devour an entire chicken, he could certainly manage some eggs, which were rich in nutrients. He thoroughly relished a dozen or so eggs, leaving him quite satisfied. With tens of thousands of eggs available, the loss of a few would go unnoticed. After all, no one would be bored enough to count them. The cold storage was expansive, and Wongbadeo noted several surveillance cameras. Skillfully evading their gaze, he settled into a more obscure corner, temporarily transforming it into his lair. Days swiftly passed, and by the time Wongbadeo digested the meat of a chicken, 6 hours had elapsed. For several days, the activities of the cold storage personnel had been meticulously observed by Wongbadeo, who, upon the appointed hour, would discreetly conceal himself, making his discovery a formidable challenge. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the cold storage staff entered the premises punctually. Wang Badeo lay in wait, remaining utterly silent. There were a total of 15 employees, with Wang Badeo noting that every 3 days, 5 individuals rotated, and they comprised only 3 distinct groups. Initially, he presumed the routine would mirror previous patterns, where 5 would complete their shift and depart, but their conversation sent a chill down his spine. Why do I feel like we're missing a chicken? Surely not. Could you be mistaken? Absolutely not. I personally hung that chicken yesterday, and today it has vanished. I remember it vividly. Aside from us, only the boss possesses a key. Perhaps he took it himself. But if that's the case, there is no reason for him to inform us, right? True enough. Yet, I can't shake the thought that our supervisor, Wang Wei, who, relying on his status as the boss's nephew, idles away his time, might be the one pilfering the missing meat. Just the other day, I witnessed him transporting 300 pounds of pork without signing the ledger. He could easily be taking it for personal gain. Moreover, meat in this cold storage occasionally spoils, and every month, some of it must be discarded. Therefore, detecting discrepancies is quite challenging. As long as Wang Wei reports more spoilage, the boss is unlikely to notice. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. If overheard, it would be quite troublesome. I was merely sharing my thoughts, and naturally, I am mindful of the delicacy of the situation, considering that we are but mere employees in the presence of our employer. As the voices faded, Wang Badao finally exhaled in relief after the 5 departed. He narrowly escaped detection. In the future, he resolved to choose more discreet locations for his consumption of chicken. With this in mind, he selected another inconspicuous corner to devour the poultry, continuing his arduous path of cultivation. The cold storage room's meat supply underwent daily fluctuations, and as long as Wang Badao did not indulge excessively at once, the likelihood of being discovered remained rather slim. Chapter 5. The venomous python. 2 months had elapsed. During this time, Wang Badao's serpentine form had grown considerably. Glancing upward, one could see a massive black serpent, approximately 3 meters in length, coiled within the corner of the cold storage. Its cold, glimmering eyes exuded a chilling aura that deterred direct gazes. The serpent's head was disproportionately larger than its body, shaped like an inverted triangle, adorned with scales that were neither fine nor ordinary. The black scales were intricately defined, rugged, and fierce. A dark brown, spear-like pattern graced the back of its neck, while a vertical stripe traversed its head, slanting from the eye towards the corner of its mouth. Beneath its eyes, another black stripe angled back towards its lips. As it shifted slightly, its underside revealed a pale yellow hue, with dark spots adorning its sides. Its tail was short yet robust, exhibiting formidable constriction and aggression. The serpent's tongue flicked in and out, and as its mouth slightly opened, the menacing, hooked fangs glistened, with droplets of venom swirling ominously, rendering it even more fearsome. A glance at this creature sent shivers down one's spine, as a chilling aura surged from within, compelling an involuntary tremor. Even without resorting to aggression, its mere appearance is enough to paralyze a person with fear. Having voraciously consumed blood for 2 months, Wang Badeo has now reached the apex of the initial stage of essence refinement. His vital essence has grown from the size of a hair to that of a small finger. As the essence flows through his body, Wang Badeo's strength has increased dramatically. He could now strangle a cheetah if he managed to coil around it. His speed allows him to cover at least 3 meters in a second. With a length of 3 meters, it can no longer be simply called a snake. It is a venomous black python. Among the 3,000 species of snakes in the world, the largest are pythons. Pythons are non-venomous snakes, of which there are about 70 species, distributed all over the world. Pythons are often active in forests, like to climb trees and swim, and feed on rabbits, birds, and reptiles. They can even eat small sheep, deer, and fawns. From the perspective of snake evolution, venomous snakes evolved from non-venomous snakes, while pythons are a primitive and ancient species. However, Wang Badeo is a venomous python. Due to the cultivation of internal energy, his potential is limitless, and he cannot be compared to ordinary pythons. Now, Wang Badeo is once again at the point of shedding his skin. Since becoming a snake 3 months ago, he has shed his skin twice. And this is the 3rd time, averaging once a month. Ordinary snakes generally shed their skin 2 to 3 times a year, with some shedding as many as 5 or 6 times. The more frequent the shedding, the faster the growth and development, and vice versa. Wang Badeo sheds his skin on average once a month, more than 10 times a year, which is extremely rare. If this were to be discovered by relevant research departments, Wang Badeo would definitely be captured for study. Coiled in a corner, Wang Badeo suddenly felt an unbearable itching all over his body, a sign that he was about to shed his skin. The sensation of incessant itching was utterly unbearable, rendering existence a torment. In a fit of desperation, Wang Badao rubbed the crown of his head against the corner of the wall. Gradually, the skin around his jaw began to peel away, for the skin on the head of a serpent is prone to shedding. By leveraging the wall for friction, Wang not only alleviated his itch, but also hastened the molting process. As he rubbed against the surface, the serpent's skin loosened, and he maneuvered along the wall, gradually shedding a layer of old skin. The newly revealed scales shimmered with clarity and vibrancy. He carefully grasped the discarded skin in his mouth and concealed it within his lair, ensuring it would remain undetected. The python is the largest species of snake in the world, reaching lengths of up to 14 meters and weighing as much as 16 kilograms. Classified as a non-venomous serpent. At this moment, Wang Badao measured only 3 meters, a somewhat tenuous claim to being a python, yet following this growth spurt, he was nearing that distinction. Pythons are typically arboreal or aquatic, while Wang exhibited a unique amphibious nature, serving as a navy in water and an army on land. Though regrettably lacking an aerial component, days turned into weeks, and in this span, Wang Badao's serpentine form expanded rapidly, now measuring 4 meters and albeit barely qualifying as a python. His vitality had also surged, marking his advancement to the mid-stage of energy cultivation. The path of internal cultivation encompasses 3 realms: refining essence, refining energy, and refining spirit. In merely 3 months, Wang had attained the mid-stage of essence refinement, a pace that could only be deemed extraordinary, exponentially faster than his human existence. While not every large snake qualifies as a python, Wang Badao indeed bore the genetic markers of one, characterized by a robust and elongated physique, featuring vestiges of a waist and hind limbs. Notably, there were distinct keratinous remnants indicating the regression of hind limbs near his serpentine body, possessing smooth scales, a diminutive black head, distinctive dark markings above and below the eyes, a yellowish-white throat, and a short, stout tail. These are all hallmarks of a python, which Wang Badao undeniably exhibits. Over the course of 3 months, Wang Badao has consumed a considerable amount of meat. Initially, his small size meant minimal consumption, making him less likely to be detected. However, now having grown to a length of 4 meters with a serpentine body as thick as an arm, his food requirements have increased significantly. Having digested an entire chicken in a mere 2 hours, Wang Badao pondered quietly. Now that I have reached a length of 4 meters, it seems the time has come to depart, lest I be discovered. Moreover, the cold storage personnel have been discussing the dwindling meat supply. Should they conduct a thorough search, my immense serpentine form would leave me with nowhere to conceal myself, greatly increasing the likelihood of detection. The cold storage, being a confined space, presents challenges. Although its vastness initially made detection difficult, the daily comings and goings of personnel have forced Wang Badao into a constant game of cat and mouse. Nevertheless, the thought of his ingenious decision to seek refuge in the cold storage, which facilitated his remarkable growth, filled him with a sense of pride. Wang Badao arched his neck, observing his serpentine form. At 4 meters in length, his body possessed a fluid grace. While still diminutive compared to the world's largest pythons, he could certainly reign supreme among ordinary snakes. Speaking of the world's largest pythons, Wang Badao recalled a news story from his first 3 days as a snake. It reported the capture of a reticulated python in Indonesia, measuring an astounding 85 meters in length and weighing 642 kilograms. This specimen, native to Southeast Asia, is considered the largest python ever recorded. According to reports from British media, this colossal serpent was discovered in the primordial forests of Borneo, straddling the border between Indonesia and Malaysia. Borneo is undoubtedly a sanctuary for pythons, and one should seize the opportunity to witness its wonders, albeit only after having grown into a formidable entity. The pythons there can reach lengths exceeding 10 meters. With my modest stature, venturing there would be tantamount to courting peril. However, while pythons are non-venomous, I possess venom of my own. Although my toxin may not rival the most lethal snakes in the world, it certainly ranks within the top 20. Contemplating the situation, Wang Badao pondered the ferocity of the formidable green tree python, one of the top 10 venomous snakes globally. whose bite can lead to death within a mere 15 seconds, rendering survival chances almost non-existent. The potency of the green tree python's venom surpasses that of a rattlesnake by 300 times, approximately equivalent to 20 times that of the king cobra. Each bite releases enough venom to lethally incapacitate 20 tons of prey within 24 hours, which is comparable to the weight of 250,000 white mice, 100 adults, or 2 African elephants. In just 15 seconds, the venom can completely terminate an adult's life. The mere thought of the green tree python filled Wang Badao with envy. Its venom is exceedingly potent. Yet, he mused, as I evolve, so too does my venom. And it is conceivable that I could eventually match its strength. Lost in thought, his contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a sharp sound. Following the noise, Wang Badao's gaze turned icy. Initially, he anticipated the arrival of the cold storage personnel as before. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself confronted by several individuals clad in police uniforms. Chapter 6, A Fatal Bite. Is this the place? A middle-aged man entered, his square face radiating an aura of righteousness, embodying the very essence of a police officer. Clutching a baton in one hand and with a firearm secured at his waist, he appeared as a quintessential model of law enforcement, reminiscent of those depicted in films and television. However, the pronounced protrusion of his beer belly rather undermined his otherwise imposing presence. Glimpsing the weapon at the officer's side, Wang Badao was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of danger. Even the pinnacle of martial prowess could not withstand a bullet, save for a transcendent master of the divine realm. Though reborn as a serpent, endowed with formidable offensive capabilities, Wang Badao, in his current state of mid-level cultivation, could indeed vanquish human warriors at the peak of their training, yet bullets remained an insurmountable threat. This is the place. In recent months, there's been a mysterious disappearance of meat products from my cold storage, yet no sign of any wrongdoing has surfaced. Moreover, surveillance cameras installed at the entrance have failed to capture anyone entering through the main door. This location offers no other exits. There are absolutely no alternate routes into the cold storage. Breathless from his hurried speech, the stout middle-aged man, known as Boss Fong, expressed his escalating concern over the inexplicable depletion of his meat supplies, which had been occurring increasingly frequently. The cold storage was, after all, the lifeblood of his business. Having found no evidence upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he felt compelled to alert the authorities. Search the cold storage thoroughly. See if there is anything you can uncover, the model police officer instructed his fellow officers. Understood. The officers nodded in acknowledgement and commenced their search. It seemed concealment was no longer an option. A less thorough search might have allowed him to remain hidden. The space was reasonably vast, yet devoid of true blind spots. With 4 or 5 individuals searching in unison, each occupying a corner, the entirety of the cold storage unit would soon be within their purview. Wang Badao mused inwardly. Were firearms not a factor, he would scarcely regard these men as a threat. However, the velocity of bullets was a concern, and he doubted his ability to evade them. Since evasion was improbable, Wang Badao resolved to take the initiative. He had taken numerous lives and would not hesitate to add to the tally. In a situation of mutual annihilation, he would not scruple to dispatch a few innocents. Wang Badao's body surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, traversing 3 meters in a single second. He flashed past an officer who was advancing in his direction before the man could even react. What was that? It's a python. Everyone, be cautious. Quick, move aside. The python is coming. Some were even more affected, their legs trembling and teeth chattering. The proprietor, Mr. Fong, near the entrance, seemed to have been struck by a legendary petrifying spell. Upon seeing the python rushing towards him, he emitted a piercing shriek. He attempted to flee, but his terror was overwhelming and his body refused to obey. It was his misfortune to be standing precisely at the entrance, the very point Wang Badao intended to breach. The police officers, being better trained than ordinary citizens, though pale with fright, were still capable. The exemplary officer was seen drawing his weapon. A cold glint flickered in Wang Badao's serpentine eyes, and in a swift motion, he sank his teeth into the officer's wrist. As the exemplary police officer let out a cry of despair, his handgun clattered to the ground. With the threat of the firearm neutralized, Wang Badao finally loosened his grip. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, he swiftly made his escape, bursting through the door. That man was doomed, seeking his own demise. A cold smirk spread across Wang Badao's face. Had he not drawn his weapon, Wang Badao would have no intention of ending his life. But why tempt fate by brandishing a gun? If you wish for my death, I shall ensure yours comes first. Upon stepping outside, Wang Badu was immediately met with a wave of warmth. It was midday, the sun blazing high in the sky, and the temperature was naturally elevated. Having just emerged from a cold storage facility where he had endured sub-zero conditions for over 3 months, he found the outside heat quite unbearable. He swiftly ascended the nearby beam, vanishing from sight in an instant. Once Wang Baidu had departed, the onlookers finally regained their senses, only to witness the once proud officer frothing at the mouth, clearly succumbing to poison. In such a brief span, the exemplary police officer was evidently on the brink of death. The venom was undeniably lethal. Wang Baidu's toxin had undergone several evolutions, rendering it at least 10 times more potent than that of a cobra. While it still paled in comparison to the ferocity of the 20-fold toxicity of the fierce taipan, it ranked among the top 15 in the serpentine hierarchy. Death was imminent within a minute. Quickly, call an ambulance. Hurry, dial the number. The distant cries from the direction of the cold storage reached Wang Baidu's ears, but they were of no concern to him. The daylight and oppressive heat left him feeling uncomfortable. All he desired was a place to hide and take a brief slumber. Then, come nightfall, he would set out to hunt. The mere thought of hunting brought him a twinge of headache. Having grown accustomed to a life of ease for over 3 months, where everything was provided without effort, the sudden need for self-sufficiency felt quite daunting. It has only been 4 months since Wang Baidu transformed into a serpent, spending 3 of those in a cold storage facility. There truly are few places to conceal oneself in the city. Wang Baidu slithered into a thicket by the roadside, curling his body to take temporary refuge. Fortunately, the foliage was ample, offering adequate cover. As the day unfolded, the crowds were numerous. It was far more prudent to remain active at night when detection was less likely. Should he be discovered, the authorities would surely dispatch individuals to capture him. The sheer size of such a python, not to mention its potential danger, poses a significant threat. Should he lash out and harm someone, the city government would find itself in serious trouble, an occurrence they would never permit. As nightfall approached, Wang Baidu remained hidden in the thicket until 8 o'clock. Although the city was still illuminated, there were plenty of shadowy areas where he could navigate without being seen. Despite having eaten at noon, his hunger had grown unbearable after a day of fasting. Reluctantly, he resorted to his old ways, seeking trouble with the neighboring rodents. The taste of mice pales in comparison to prepared chicken. After devouring 3 mice, he found his appetite still unsatisfied. Yet, he had no choice but to persist in his pursuit of more prey. A sound caught his attention. Was that a cat? With renewed hope, Wang Baidu followed the noise, soon discovering a playful gray cat near the roadside. He stealthily approached, but animals possess an unparalleled sensitivity to danger. Just 4 meters away, the gray cat sensed Wang Baidu's presence. The feline, sensing imminent danger, arched its back, its fur bristling, poised for flight. However, Wang Baidu was not about to relinquish his prey. With a sinuous undulation of his body, he propelled himself forward with the velocity of an arrow released from a bow, seizing the gray cat with a swift, decisive bite. Coiling his body around the hapless creature, he constricted, then opened his cavernous maw, slowly engulfing the feline until a sense of satiation washed over him. He had narrowly averted the cat's escape. Even a snake will lash out when cornered. Wang Baidu mused internally, reflecting on his exceptional burst of speed that had allowed him to traverse the 4-meter distance in a single bound. With the clock reading 8:30, Wang Baidu felt a desire to explore. He resolved to visit the plaza, a place he had frequented in his former human existence, often engaging in morning exercises there. Now, as a serpent, he had yet to return, and the opportunity was too tempting to resist. However, given the time, the plaza would be teeming with people, necessitating a cautious approach, restricting himself to the periphery within the flower beds. He reasoned that few would venture into the verdant foliage surrounding the plaza, providing a degree of concealment. Navigating the throngs of people, Wang Baidu exercised extreme caution, darting across the road under the cover of anonymity and disappearing into the floral sanctuary. He meandered through the vegetation, revisiting familiar haunts, observing the bustling crowds from a safe distance. A colossal screen dominated the plaza's center, displaying a performance of Priscilla Chan's YJ, a song that resonated deeply with Wang Baidu, who had once attended her concert. From this day forward, though the stars may shimmer with brilliance each night, a profound despondency pervades my spirit, rendering the path of love even more obscure and circuitous. Henceforth, endeavor to cherish each passing moment, refraining from lamenting the vicissitudes of fate. For destiny may yet orchestrate a future reunion. Forgive me this night as I bid adieu, my once vivacious heart now sinking into the depths of despair. In dreams, his presence lingers, ethereal and exquisite, yet the capricious nature of love remains an enigma. This ballad by Wang Badao is endlessly captivating. Merely hearing this single melody makes the entire experience worthwhile. Wang Badao was absorbed in the music, knowing such opportunities might be forever lost now that he had become a serpent. Abruptly, the large screen flickered, interrupting Wang Badao's reverie. Uttering a silent curse, Wang Badao glanced up to behold a news report. He found it peculiar, as news broadcasts were rare at this hour unless a momentous event had transpired. Chapter 7. Assault on the Chicken Farm. Greetings, esteemed viewers. We interrupt our regular programming to bring you an urgent bulletin. Authorities from the Municipal Committee have just informed us of a grievous incident that occurred earlier today in the XX district. This tragedy resulted in the heroic sacrifice of a police officer and left 3 civilians paralyzed by severe trauma. At approximately 10 o'clock this morning, the local precinct received a report from Mr. Fong of the XX district alleging the theft of meat products from his cold storage facility. Officer Liu, the officer who perished, promptly assembled a team of officers and hastened to the scene. Subsequently, Officer Liu directed his colleagues to search the premises, whereupon a colossal python emerged from the cold storage unit. According to eyewitness accounts, Officer Liu was in the process of drawing his firearm, intending to neutralize the serpent and prevent potential harm to the public. However, before he could unholster his weapon, he was fatally bitten by the python. Officer Liu succumbed to his injuries during the ensuing rescue attempt. At this moment, 3 terrified individuals are receiving medical attention. According to the accounts of those involved, the gigantic python measures approximately 5 meters in length and is an unidentified species of a pitch-black hue. Expert analysis of Liu's remains has revealed that he succumbed to a deadly venom. This indicates that the python is the only known species of its kind in the world possessing such lethal toxicity. Its venom is extraordinarily potent, capable of incapacitating an Arctic elephant within 10 minutes. A mere 30 seconds of a bite could prove fatal for an adult human. Following the python's escape, relevant authorities are diligently engaged in its capture, yet no further updates have emerged. Residents of XX District and S City are urged to exercise caution. Should they encounter the python, they are advised to report it immediately. Subsequent to this announcement, several images of the python, known as Wang Badao, appeared on the large screen, presumably captured by surveillance cameras in a refrigerated storage facility. To think he is being sought after, Wang Badao felt a pang of discomfort. At this moment, he measured just over 4 meters, still shy of the 5-meter mark. However, due to his swiftness, bystanders failed to gain a clear view of him, only estimating his size. Wow, a python, and a venomous one at that. I've heard tales of pythons swallowing a person whole. Are we in a horror film, where someone can be devoured entirely? A 5-meter python might manage to swallow a chicken, but the notion of it consuming a human whole seems far-fetched. Nevertheless, the presence of a venomous python warrants caution. If ensnared, survival would be impossible. After the news segment concluded, a multitude gathered to discuss the topic of the python. Wang Badao, uninterested in overhearing their speculations about him, seized an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. He found an open sewer and swiftly disappeared into its depths. Snakes are fond of dimly lit places. Although the sewers may lack fresh air, they offer a certain comfort, far superior to the anxiety of lingering among flowers. Moreover, the sewers are teeming with rats, ensuring that hunger is not a concern for the time being. However, in comparison to devouring rodents, Wang Badao has a greater penchant for chickens. A poultry farm lies 3 miles away, and Wang Badao resolved to venture there the following day. Once small in stature, he has now grown into a formidable creature exceeding 4 meters in length, making the capture of chickens an effortless task. As for the authorities mentioned in the news who are searching for him, Wang Badao pays them little mind. Whenever difficulties arise, he merely dives into the sewers, confident that no one can pursue him. The next day, Wang Badao immediately set his plan into motion, spending several hours to reach the vicinity of the poultry farm under the cover of night. To him, the poultry farm presented an excellent opportunity. It is relatively large, housing over 30,000 free-range chickens. With an abundance of eggs, indulging himself could very well lead to his own demise. Having already wreaked havoc in the cold storage, he now aimed to target the poultry farm. If the owner were to discover this, he would surely be devastated. This year, Merely breaking even would be a blessing, as he may very well incur losses, especially for having raised a giant python that possesses a terrifying appetite. The poultry farm is not a closed facility. It resembles a courtyard equipped with automated systems. The ground of the chicken coops is elevated by 20 to 30 centimeters compared to the outside, indicating a solid and sturdy foundation. The fences are woven with wire mesh to deter rodents. However, they are no match for a python intent on stealing chickens. Wang Badayo acted decisively, taking action without hesitation. He climbed onto the eaves, descended the wall, and with a swift leap, entered the chicken coop. Suddenly, chaos ensued as Wang Badayo pounced upon a petite feathered chicken, spiraling and swiftly dispatching it with practiced precision. He did not linger to feast on his prize. Instead, he grasped the lifeless bird in his mouth and leapt over the netting, disappearing into the night. Moments later, he was startled by a cacophony of barking. How could I have forgotten that accursed wolf dog? He mused. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to eliminate the canine by tomorrow. Otherwise, its incessant barking would thwart his attempts at thievery. After Wang Badayo departed, the poultry farm illuminated as the raucous barking roused the owner from his slumber. That wretched dog had a penchant for howling at night. Groggy, the owner rose, surveying the modest farm from his second-floor dwelling. Noticing the stillness of the chicken coop, he dismissed any concerns, reasoning, perhaps it was merely someone passing by. Although the location was somewhat secluded, it was not uncommon for a few souls to wander through at night. After Wang Badayo's exit, he sought refuge in a nearby thicket and consumed the deceased chicken. The weight of one chicken was sufficient to satiate his hunger. With a contented burp, he contemplated. It is only midnight. Tonight, I shall find a way to deal with that wolf dog. After 2 hours, Wang Badayo had fully digested his meal. Returning to the poultry farm, he observed a chain securing the wolf dog at the entrance. This breed, resembling a wolf, was known for its ferocity and keen sense of smell. In truth, the term wolf dog does not refer to a specific breed. Originally, it was employed to distinguish the clumsy canines of rural areas, namely the Chinese rural dog, which garnered its name due to its wolf-like appearance. This category encompasses a variety of breeds, including the German Shepherd, the Blackback, and the Wolf Grey, among others, with even larger clumsy dogs being classified as wolf dogs. Biologically, dogs and wolves belong to the same species, scientifically designated as Canis lupus. The wolf dog from the poultry farm is merely an ordinary breed, boasting a coat of yellow fur, appearing slightly larger than the typical local dog, yet exhibiting no other notable differences. Wang Badayo moved with utmost stealth, quietly advancing. This moment represented a significant test. The wolf dog had to be dispatched with a single strike. Moreover, it was imperative that the creature remained silent, for any sound could awaken the poultry farm's inhabitants. Animals possess an instinctual awareness of danger that humans cannot rival. As Wang closed the distance, just 4 meters away, the wolf dog's hackles rose, betraying its unease. This reaction was purely instinctual. For Wang Badayo, this distance was sufficient. Every muscle tensed, his body coiled like a serpent, and with a sudden burst of energy, he sprang forth with lightning speed, intercepting the wolf dog just as it prepared to howl. The python's most lethal maneuver, constriction. Any animal ensnared by the serpent is virtually doomed, even a tiger, as documented by factual records. In his memoir, an American colonel recounted an encounter between a tiger and a python in 1984. A roar erupted, and a vibrant tiger lunged at an unseen entity, only to be ensnared by a colossal, speckled form. The ensuing struggle was marked by the distinct sound of fracturing bones, punctuated by the tiger's fading growls, until silence descended, save for the occasional convulsive twitch, as the interminable night yielded to the blessed dawn, heralded by the chorus of jungle birds. The colonel ventured forth to unravel the mystery of the preceding hours. He beheld an astonishing tableau. A massive python, approximately 21 feet in length, lay entwined around a tiger, its fangs embedded in the serpent's occiput. Having constricted the tiger, the python had anchored its tail to a sapling, leveraging its immense power to crush the life from its adversary. In this fateful clash, both tiger and python met their demise. While Wang Badayo felt a tinge of sympathy for the unfortunate python, he was unwilling to share its fate. Thus, he consistently seized the initiative in every confrontation. Adhering to the ancient Chinese maxim, strike first to gain the upper hand, hesitate and suffer the consequences. In battle, victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting moment. The dire wolf, succumbing to Wang Badayo's potent venom and ensnared in his coils, perished in under a minute. The carcass of this wolf cannot remain here, Wang Badeo mused. Lest observers deduce the involvement of a giant serpent tomorrow. After all, the only serpent capable of strangling a wolf dog is undoubtedly the python, and among pythons, there exists one uniquely venomous specimen known as Wang Badao. If one were to draw associations with him, it could lead to troublesome implications. Upon close observation, it was noted that the iron chain was bound to a wooden post. Wang Badao was unable to contend with the chain, yet the wooden post could be severed. After breaking the post, he seized the lifeless wolf dog, freeing both the iron chain and the wooden structure, and subsequently concealed himself in a secluded spot 3 miles away. However, the wolf dog was too large for Wang Badao to consume. His teeth lacked sharpness, rendering him incapable of tearing into the flesh. In resignation, he had no choice but to abandon the carcass. Chapter 8. Relocating territory. Time passed, and another fortnight slipped by. During this period, since vanquishing the wolf dog, Wang Badao had enjoyed remarkable success in pilfering chickens, remaining undetected throughout. The thoughts of the chicken farm owner were of no concern to him. Undoubtedly, the owner must have felt considerable frustration, having lost at least 50 or 60 chickens over the past 2 weeks. Although the farm was expansive, housing over 30,000 birds, the loss of 50 or 60 was not insignificant. If it were due to avian influenza, it might be more easily rationalized. But the unexplained disappearance was certainly alarming for the farm owner. As for how he would address this predicament, Wang Badao remained oblivious. The most likely course of action would be to alert the authorities. Determined, Wang Badao resolved to relocate the following day. It was unwise to linger in this vicinity. Should the farm owner involve the police, the consequences would be dire. Over the past fortnight, Wang Badao had grown considerably, now measuring over 5 meters in length. His vitality remained at the mid-stage of refinement, but he was undeniably stronger than before. With plans to depart tomorrow, he intended to indulge in a grand feast tonight. In S City, there exist several other breeding farms, where vigilance is notably lacking, making thievery and hunting considerably easier. Wang Badao had resolutely adopted a broken axe and sunken boat mentality, having made the decision to proceed. He would no longer exercise restraint and prepared to indulge in a lavish feast that very night. Even if the poultry farm owner were to summon the authorities, he would have long since departed. As night fell, the sheer number of missing chickens prompted the establishment of guards at the entrance of the farm. There, a middle-aged man reclined in a rocking chair, fanning himself languidly. It was already April, yet the weather remained quite cool. Eschewing conventional routes, Wang Badao circumvented the main entrance and scaled the outer wall. The poultry farm was brightly illuminated, likely due to the heightened security stemming from the recent losses. On his initial visit, merely 2 streetlights had cast their glow. Despite the stringent precautions, the farm's personnel were unprepared for the true thief, not a human, but a python. Slipping into the henhouse, chaos ensued as chickens fluttered and squawked in alarm. The python voraciously devoured 3 free-range chickens before Wang Badao left, utterly satisfied. The farm was vast. Although the commotion could be heard from the entrance, he chose to strike in the farthest henhouse, deliberately suppressing any noise, thus evading detection by the guards who remained oblivious to the serpent's clandestine activities. Once outside the poultry farm, Wang Badao pressed on without pause, only halting after traveling 10 miles. He then sought refuge in a more concealed location to process the 3 free-range chickens. This area was on the outskirts, largely uninhabited, allowing him to feel at ease, unconcerned about discovery. A serpent devoid of intellect would undoubtedly lack such prudence. However, Wang Badao, having formerly been human, possessed an innate understanding of mankind and an awareness of the formidable nature of their weaponry. Humans, in their physical form, are frail, yet their advanced weaponry is more than a match for a mere serpent. For 3 days, Wang Badao roamed the outskirts, enduring hunger for 2 of those days. The scarcity of small animals in the suburban area, even rats, was palpable, as these rodents predominantly thrived in urban centers where sustenance, in the form of refuse, was abundant, allowing them to grow plump and large. The city was a veritable haven for rats. Nevertheless, Wang Badao's rapid growth rendered him unsuitable for urban excursions. The city teemed with people, and the risk of discovery was ever present. Such an eventuality would inevitably lead to firearms being deployed against him or, worse, capture for research as the world's only known venomous giant serpent. Wang Badao yearned for the company of his former neighbors, the rats. Though their flavor was less than desirable, they at least provided a means of sustenance. Of course, the rat colony would hardly welcome Wang Badeo as a neighbor. Wang Badeo envied the common snake, which could feast heartily and remain sated for a week. In contrast, he, a serpent with a voracious appetite requiring 3 meals a day, found the pursuit of food a constant source of vexation. Moreover, his appetite was insatiable. Fear not, for the city boasted not 1, but 3 farms. Wang Badeo resolved to target one of them. After deliberation, he selected Kuei Farm, a chicken-raising establishment situated relatively nearby. Without delay, he set forth. Although it was daytime, the suburbs were sparsely populated, and by traveling now, he could reach his destination by nightfall. Unbeknownst to Wang Badeo, he was walking into a trap. 2 days prior, the poultry farm from which Wang Badeo had pilfered several dozen chickens had finally filed a police report. Upon receiving the report, the local police station dispatched officers to the scene. After investigation, the detectives identified Wang Badeo as the prime suspect, based on 3 key pieces of evidence. Firstly, the wooden stake used to tether the dog was not broken, but rather twisted apart. This would be imperceptible to the average person, but a trained eye could tell that it had been constricted with immense force. Only an animal with the crushing power of a constrictor snake could have accomplished this. Secondly, a fragment of what appeared to be snake scale was discovered in the chicken coop. During his repeated forays into the farm, it was plausible that Wang Badeo had inadvertently shed a small scale. Thirdly, the cadaver of a wolfhound was found a few miles away. Biological experts determined that the canine had been poisoned with the same toxin that had previously claimed the life of a police officer. These findings left no room for doubt that Wang Badeo was responsible. The biological experts were very interested in Wang Badeo. They requested that the police attempt to capture the snake alive, but if that proved impossible, they demanded that the serpent's remains be turned over to the Research Institute for study. After identifying Wang Badeo as their target, the police mobilized a large task force, equipped with automatic rifles and even hand grenades, due to the venomous snake's dangerous nature. A canine unit of 8 police dogs was also deployed. With Wang Badeo's scale in their possession, tracking the serpent was no longer a problem. The police dogs undergo adaptability training when they reach 1.5 years of age, followed by a rigorous 16-week basic patrol training program. Upon successful completion, the canine unit selects dogs based on their temperament and physical capabilities, pairing them with suitable handlers. After completing basic patrol training, the dogs receive advanced training tailored to their roles, encompassing rescue missions, narcotics detection, static drug enforcement, search operations, tracking, and apprehension techniques. Thus, police dogs are formidable adversaries. Should Wang Badeo find himself pursued by a pack of these dogs, he would indeed be in grave trouble. The police personnel stationed at the poultry farm remained vigilant for 2 days, yet no trace of the giant python was found. Through an analysis of the python's historical movements, the authorities discovered that its chosen locations consistently provided abundant food sources, whether it be the poultry farm or cold storage facilities. Significant quantities of meat or free-range chickens had gone missing. Consequently, the police swiftly reached out to other cold storage units and farms, alerting them to remain vigilant. They relayed the python's circumstances, instructing that any reports of missing meat or livestock be immediately communicated to the authorities. Under this expansive net, Wang Badeo remained blissfully unaware. Unbeknownst to him, the police had cast a wide net in anticipation of his actions. Upon arriving at the Kuei farm, he adeptly pilfered 4 chickens, indulging in a hearty feast. He then concealed himself in the fields, 5 miles from the farm. After 3 days, the farm workers finally recognized the situation and promptly reported it to the police station. "Oldley, I have just received a report from Kuei Breeding Farm. That enormous python may be lurking there. The threat it poses to the urban area is substantial, and no one knows when it might strike. A strict order has been issued from above to capture the python, even if it means eliminating it on the spot. Chief, I will lead my team there immediately. Rest assured, I will accomplish this mission no matter what." "Very well, Oldley. If you can manage to complete this task, it would be excellent. By the way, Old Wang is nearing retirement. All right, let us proceed with determination." Upon hearing the chief's words, a spark of excitement ignited in Old Lee's eyes. This was his golden opportunity, especially with such a pressing directive from above putting pressure on the chief. His moment had arrived. Though he had several rivals, if he could manage this situation adeptly, the position that would soon be vacated by Old Wang would undoubtedly be his. For the sake of his future, he would give it his all. Old Lee immediately assembled 3 teams, including a police dog unit with 8 trained dogs, confident that they would locate the python without issue. He contemplated whether to capture it alive or to eliminate it on the spot. After all, the python was exceedingly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to casualties, and he would bear the responsibility. However, he had heard that a significant figure from above was quite interested in this python, and currying favor with such an individual might make the risk worthwhile. Chapter 9. The pursuit of the police dogs. Wang Badao leisurely made his way to the breeding farm once more. Suddenly, an inexplicable jolt coursed through his heart. A foreboding sense of danger suddenly enveloped Wang Badao, as if he could foresee an imminent threat to his very existence, akin to having a gun pointed at his forehead. Could someone be plotting against him? It seemed implausible, for he had been exceedingly cautious, utterly convinced that he had evaded detection. Numerous creatures exhibit peculiar behaviors prior to natural phenomena such as storms, demonstrating an ability to sense events far beyond the scope of human perception. This phenomenon has long been acknowledged, leading to the belief that these animals possess a unique form of intuition, a faculty lacking in humankind. In particular, their capacity to detect peril surpasses human capability. For instance, ants relocate their nests to higher ground before rainfall. The acute sensitivity of animals prior to the Tangshan earthquake was widely noted. Fishermen in the Beidai area recounted how, before the quake, fish behaved erratically, surfacing and turning on their sides. Witnesses reported a multitude of deep green dragonflies, vividly colored butterflies, earthy-hued locusts, dark cicadas, and numerous sparrows and unidentified small birds, all seemingly fleeing in a frantic exodus. Moreover, rats scurried in a state of panic, with larger ones leading their young, while the little ones bit each other's tails, forming a chain. Such strange behaviors were indicative of their instinctive response to the impending earthquake. Wang Badao sensed a palpable aura of danger within the breeding grounds, as if a ferocious beast lay in wait, gaping for his arrival. Stealthily, he concealed himself, observing the periphery of the breeding grounds. This observation indeed revealed some unusual aspects. Discovering that there were also many more cameras, Wang Badao sneered inwardly, certain that someone from the farm had reported it. Knowing that countless firearms awaited him inside, Wang Badao would not foolishly barge in. The power of firearms was temporarily beyond his ability to withstand. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Wang Badao was preparing to quietly leave, he suddenly heard a series of dog barks. Not good. Police dogs. Reacting swiftly, Wang Badao leaped, rapidly dashing away at a speed of 3 meters per second. Woof, woof. The police dogs have discovered the giant python. It's over there. Quickly pursue. Everyone, bring your firearms and hurry after it. Do not drive. The giant python is running into the fields, and cars cannot enter. Everyone, take your firearms and quickly follow me. Seeing the giant python quickly disappear from sight, Oldley was extremely anxious. When he saw that there were still ignorant subordinates actually preparing to drive after it, he wished he could slap them a few times. His future prospects were all riding on this. If the giant python escaped, demotion would be certain, not to mention promotion. He had toiled for more than 10 years to become a captain, and with opportunity right before his eyes, promotion was hopeful. If he didn't catch the giant python, he would at least face the fate of being cast into the cold palace. Fortunately, he had brought the K-9 unit. Otherwise, this matter would have been over. Oldley secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He just wondered why this giant python came and then ran away. This matter was truly strange. The feast we prepared for the giant python was not even used. Of course, Oldley would not know that the giant python possessed intelligence. Now a predicament has arisen, as several police dogs are in pursuit, proving difficult to shake off. Wang Badao felt a sense of urgency. However, the hound's pace in the fields was no match for Wang Badao's, so there was no immediate fear of being overtaken. Yet, their keen sense of smell made it nearly impossible to evade them. If only there were a river nearby, submerging into its waters would render the dogs helpless. Alas, there were hardly any rivers in the vicinity, with the closest ones being 30 to 40 miles away. Wang Badao pondered while running for his life. Woof, woof, woof. Judging by the sound, there were at least 7 or 8 police dogs. With the river being too distant, the only option seemed to be venturing into the woodlands. Wang Badao felt a glimmer of relief, as fortunately, there was a forest about 10 miles ahead. This forest was encircled by mountains, crisscrossed by rivers and streams. It was a subtropical primeval forest, rumored to be inhabited by numerous wild animals, only slightly inferior to a true primeval forest. It was even said to harbor creatures like tigers, leopards, and crocodiles. This mountainous forest was a national-level protected area, bordering the national boundary. Knowing that the police dogs were hot on his trail, Wang Badeo exerted himself even more. A 5-meter-long, jet-black python could be seen swiftly moving through the undergrowth, with the vegetation being flattened as it passed. Behind the python, a pack of police dogs barked wildly, accompanied by the shouts of police officers. Hurry! In about 10 miles, we'll enter the primeval forest, which falls within the national boundary. We cannot cross the border to pursue it. You all need to put in extra effort. If we let the python escape, you'll face dire consequences. Oldley exclaimed anxiously. Chief, the python is moving at an incredible pace. Far too swift for us to keep up. Furthermore, the dense undergrowth renders motorcycle traversal impossible. How are we to give chase? Indeed, Chief. Rest assured, Captain. The canine unit is in pursuit. The python will be unable to elude them. Oldley ignited a cigarette, his brow furrowed in concern. This mission originates from higher authorities, and its completion is paramount, regardless of the cost. Let us proceed with the chase. Furthermore, alert the precinct to dispatch an additional team. Our current numbers are insufficient for navigating the forest depths. Several hours later, Wang had finally shaken off the pursuing canines. Plunging into the mountainous terrain, he deliberately sought out the most desolate and inaccessible regions. Traversing a chaotic path, Wang lost all sense of his whereabouts, having distanced himself considerably from the pursuing hounds. Recapturing him was virtually impossible, as Wang had navigated a mountain stream for over 3 hours, covering a distance of at least 7 or 8 miles upstream. Subsequently, he emerged from the stream and meandered through the forest for the better part of the day, rendering any attempt at pursuit futile. The aquatic environment effectively masked Wang's scent from the canine's olfactory senses. Once submerged, the hounds were essentially deprived of Wang's scent trail. While canines are capable swimmers, their aquatic agility pales in comparison to that of a python. Despite having evaded the police hounds, Wang Badeo found himself disoriented. He was lost in an untouched forest, the ground covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, which felt like treading upon a plush carpet. The dense foliage overhead created an almost impenetrable canopy, allowing scant sunlight to filter through. Towering trees soared skyward, some rivaling the height of 10-story buildings, reaching approximately 30 to 40 meters. The massive trunks required the embrace of at least 5 or 6 people to encircle them, while others were so immense that they necessitated the combined reach of 10 individuals. Intertwined among the trees were countless unknown vines. Remarkably, some of these vines, as thick as arms, ascended diagonally from the ground to the towering trees, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters. Some of the thicker vines hung from the lofty canopies, while others coiled around themselves, forming suspended loops of varying sizes. Certain trees displayed a unique characteristic, their trunks tightly enveloped by a dense network of roots, as if these roots were suffocating the inner tree. This was a prime example of the strangler plants typical of tropical rainforests, which secure their survival by constricting other trees. How can there be tropical plants in this place? Wang Badeo pondered, furrowing his brow. This place is peculiar. However, as a 5-meter-long python, he was the undisputed sovereign of this primeval forest, perfectly at home in his surroundings. Meanwhile, Lao Li and his companions were trekking through the woods, their progress hampered by the dense vegetation. Xiao Wang, cease clearing the path. Let us retreat. Understood, Captain. Xiao Wang exhaled in relief, eager to leave this eerie place behind. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. This place was overgrown with vegetation, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate, and ahead, someone needed to forge a path. If they could capture the gigantic python at such a tortoise-like pace, it would indeed be a miracle. However, Oldley was adamant about crossing the river to pursue them, leaving no alternative. After traversing the mountain stream, the path became even more treacherous, nearly impassable, resembling a true primeval forest, and requiring someone to clear the way. Thus, they relentlessly pursued for 2 hours, only to find the terrain increasingly difficult, with the police dogs detecting no trace of the python. Naturally, they realized they were pursuing in the wrong direction. In the end, Oldley, with a grim countenance, led everyone in a gradual retreat. Chapter 10. The leopard hunt. Beneath the trees in the forest lay an assortment of unknown plants, so densely packed that not even a narrow path for walking could be found. At this moment, a long figure stealthily moved through the dim forest. A black python, approximately 6.5 meters in length, concealed itself among the branches. Below, a wild rabbit hopped by, oblivious to the lurking predator. With a sudden lunge, the python slid down from the branch, capturing the rabbit with deadly precision. The constricted rabbit was then devoured whole by the python's gaping maw. After satisfying its hunger, the python concealed itself once more beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves, lying in wait for the next unfortunate soul to wander by. In this forest, even during the day, a shroud of darkness prevailed. Although it was not as impenetrable as the night, visibility remained severely limited. This formidable black python was none other than Wongbadeo. Having survived in this forest for 2 months, Wongbadeo had shed its skin twice, growing to an impressive length of 6.5 meters. Having transcended to the late stage of chi condensation, albeit recently, his combat prowess had increased substantially. Even a formidable striped tiger king would not inspire fear in him. Such power qualified him as a veritable sovereign within this forest, though not without rival. Just last month, Wongbadeo encountered a striped tiger, but animals possess an innate sense of danger. The tiger, perhaps sensing Wongbadeo's immensely perilous aura, refrained from provoking him. Wongbadeo, in turn, saw no reason to antagonize the tiger, and so they mutually avoided each other. In the southern reaches of the forest lay a vast swamp, home to a 5-meter-long crocodile. During a previous visit to bathe in the swamp, Wongbadeo was ambushed by the behemoth, nearly succumbing to its attack. The crocodile proved invulnerable to Wongbadeo's assaults, leaving him no choice but to swallow his pride and bide his time for retribution. Thus, the eastern region was inhabited by a striped tiger, the southern domain belonged to Wongbadeo's nemesis, the giant crocodile, and the western expanse was dominated by Wongbadeo himself, earning him the title of King of the West. Having ventured into the forests to the east, south, and west, Wongbadeo hesitated to explore the northern region. An intensely terrifying and perilous aura emanated from that direction, suggesting the presence of a colossal creature against which Wongbadeo stood no chance. While he might not prevail against the 5-meter crocodile, the reptile was equally incapable of defeating him. Only in the west did Wongbadeo sense such a deadly presence. In the event of a confrontation with that colossal creature, it is undoubtedly the enormous python that would meet its demise. Even though Wongbadeo is a venomous python, possessing an offensive capability far superior to that of ordinary pythons, the outcome would remain unchanged. The emphasis on terrestrial creatures, as opposed to the vast expanse of life within the ocean, is significant. When one considers the largest python ever discovered on Earth, it becomes evident that it would stand no chance against the myriad of formidable beings thriving in the depths of the sea. Imagine, for instance, a 20-meter-long python encountering a swarm of 2-meter-long electric eels in the water. What resistance could the python possibly muster? Under the onslaught of the electric eel's formidable electrical attacks, the python would likely meet its end at the ocean's depths. Consequently, when compared to terrestrial life, the denizens of the ocean are indeed far more powerful. The so-called kings of beasts, such as tigers or lions, would seem utterly insignificant when faced with the world's largest creature, the blue whale. From a purely biological standpoint, the diverse life forms residing in the ocean represent the true apex of strength on Earth. Given that the ocean encompasses 71 of our planet's surface, the mere 29 occupied by land appears remarkably diminutive, and terrestrial beings are fundamentally incapable of encroaching upon the marine realm, humans included. The 6-meter-long venomous python already occupies the pinnacle of the food chain among animals. Even the tiger, revered as the king of beasts, would find itself doomed should it succumb to Wongbadeo's venom and become ensnared. While the 5-meter-long crocodile, King Badao, cannot be easily vanquished, it too is powerless against Wongbadeo. Only the faint, lethal aura from the north unsettled Wongbadeo's mind, concealed beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. He lay in wait for his prey. Suddenly, a squirrel leapt down from the tree, panicked and carelessly scurrying past Wongbadeo's hiding place. Wongbadeo, of course, did not hesitate. He sprang forth, opening his jaws wide to seize the squirrel in a swift, fatal bite. The poisoned squirrel trembled and fell lifeless to the ground. As Wongbadeo prepared to feast, he caught sight of a leopard descending from the tree, its vigilant gaze fixed upon him. Observing the leopard's gaunt belly and recalling how the squirrel had frantically dashed past him, he realized that the leopard must have been pursuing the very same squirrel, only to have it snatched away by him. Nonetheless, Wongbadeo had no intention of relinquishing his hard-won meal. With a hiss, he flicked his forked tongue in warning, his cold eyes glinting with menace. The leopard recoiled in alarm, stepping back a few paces. Yet, the immutable truth remained. Creatures perish for their hunger. The leopard, having gone days without food, roared with rage at the sight of its prey being usurped. This audacious leopard, oblivious to the peril it had entered into on Wang Badao's territory, ignited a spark of fury within him. Determined to vanquish this intruder, Wang Badao knew he could not eat while the leopard was present. For serpents, after consuming a meal, experience a decline in combat efficacy and speed. Releasing the squirrel from his grasp, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Seizing the initiative, strike first or suffer the consequences, he coiled like a spring. Launching himself toward the leopard, his massive jaws agape and fangs laced with venom, ready to bite. The cheetah, inherently vigilant, evaded Wang Badeo's assault with an agile leap. Landing gracefully, it fixed its gaze upon Wang Badeo, emitting a furious roar. Wang Badeo, upon touching down, swiftly coiled his body. In that moment, the cheetah launched a ferocious pounce, aiming to strike Wang Badeo. However, Wang Badeo, reacting with remarkable speed, channeled his vital energy, lashing out with his tail to send the cheetah hurtling through the air. As the cheetah crashed to the ground, Wang Badeo surged forward with lightning-like velocity, encircling the feline in a constricting embrace. He then sank his fangs into the cheetah, injecting venom into its bloodstream. Instantly, the forest echoed with the sound of cracking bones and the cheetah's mournful cries. The venom rapidly sapped the cheetah's strength, and within a minute, Wang Badeo had constricted the life out of it. A self-inflicted demise. Wang Badeo mused with a cold smirk. While most serpents rely solely on constriction to subdue larger prey, Wang Badeo had ingeniously harnessed the full potential of his serpentine form. Venom, bite, constriction, lash, and ram, all were lethal weapons in Wang Badeo's arsenal. Empowered by his refined vital energy, a single lash of his tail could generate hundreds of pounds of force, making the cheetah's expulsion a mere trifle. Venom constituted one of Wang Badeo's deadliest assets. As a result of his recent evolution, the potency of his venom had surged, now surpassing that of a cobra by a factor of 15. Although it still fell short of the taipan's venom, which boasted 20 times the toxicity of a cobra, he undoubtedly ranked among the world's top 10 venomous snakes, albeit, perhaps, as an unassuming contender. Furthermore, his breakthrough to the late stage of Jing refinement had dramatically enhanced his speed, enabling him to cover 3.5 meters per second. This velocity rivaled that of the world's fastest snake, the black mamba, positioning him as one of the swiftest serpents on the planet. The cheetah's size rendered it impossible for Wang Badeo to consume it whole. Instead, having poisoned the carcass, Wang Badeo dragged the cheetah to a conspicuous open area before retreating into the shadows, patiently awaiting an unsuspecting scavenger. As long as any creature consumes the flesh of the cheetah, it is certain to meet a fatal end, paving the way for Wang Badao to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chapter 11. The giant crocodile in the depths of the darkened forest. Wang Badao dragged the cheetah's carcass to a small clearing on the outskirts, measuring about 3 miles. The area was overgrown with weeds, towering at least 1 or 2 meters high, rendering a solitary figure nearly invisible amidst the foliage. He found a relatively open spot to lay the cheetah's remains, then concealed himself within the underbrush, patiently awaiting the arrival of his prey. Before long, several vultures began to circle overhead, yet they hesitated to descend. Animals, driven by instinct, exercise caution even in the pursuit of their next meal. Nevertheless, Wang Badao was confident that these vultures would succumb to their hunger and land to feast within the hour. For wild creatures, every morsel is a hard-won treasure, and Wang Badao himself never squandered even a fragment of food. True to his expectations, an hour later, 3 vultures plunged downwards with astonishing speed, resembling dark streaks descending from the heavens. The sheer velocity of their descent brought forth immense power. Even Wang Badao would not emerge unscathed if struck by their talons, suffering at the very least from lacerations. Having consumed the flesh of the cheetah, the vultures soon became disoriented and succumbed to the poison. For Wang Badao's venom could fell even the mightiest of beasts, let alone these mere vultures. It was now his turn to take center stage. As he swiftly devoured the 3 vultures and once again concealed himself, awaiting the next unfortunate souls. Over the course of 3 days, Wang Badao, relying on the cheetah's carcass, ensnared 7 vultures, 6 rats, 1 small lizard, and 2 wild wolves. By all accounts, this venture proved profitable. Regrettably, it is already June, and the sweltering heat has begun to take its toll. Within 3 days, the carcass of the cheetah has started to decay. This is not the first time Wang Badayo has engaged in such activities. Previously, after he had killed a wild boar and found it too large to consume, he resorted to a similar course of action. At that time, Wang Badayo measured only 5 meters in length, whereas now he has grown to an impressive 6.5 meters, with a girth exceeding that of an adult's arm. If it were a smaller piglet, he could still manage to swallow it. It is well known that pythons can consume prey 3 to 4 times their size, and Wang Badayo can even devour creatures 5 or 6 times larger than himself, having lived in the forest for over half a month. Today he experiences a familiar itch throughout his body, a sign that he is about to shed his skin. The last time he molted, he was unprepared and nearly fell victim to a pack of hyenas. Although he ultimately managed to eliminate 4 out of the 7 hyenas, causing 3 to flee, he was fortunate to have had a hearty meal. However, what if this time he faced a dozen or even 20 hyenas? Wang Badayo is not inclined to take such risks. The matters of life and death are paramount. Once one is dead, what else matters? He is confident that once he breaks through to the Qi training realm, condensing his essence into internal energy and achieving external manifestation of that energy, combined with his naturally formidable scales that are resistant to blades, even ordinary bullets would find it difficult to inflict harm upon him. Only high-caliber sniper rifles, such as the Barrett XM-109 armor-piercing sniper rifle or the South African NTW 20mm caliber sniper rifle, could penetrate his defenses, boasting a length of 6.5 meters. Its sable python scales were meticulously distinct, each scale the size of 2 fingers, reflecting a metallic sheen, while not yet comparable to steel in hardness. They were not far off, reaching a point where blades and swords would find it difficult to penetrate. Incredibly, this serpent's body, adorned with such resilient scales, could still contort with ease. Observing his scales, Wang Badayo couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. These were truly impervious to conventional weaponry. Had he been in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been a formidable weapon, easily earning the title of a 100-man or even a 1,000-man slayer. However, in modern times, these scales were still insufficient to withstand the power of high-caliber firearms, let alone the terrifying destructive force of missiles and nuclear warheads. Wang Badayo was confident that one day he would reach a level where he could disregard missiles. Perhaps that day was far off. As the cavern plunged into inky blackness, Wang Badayo hesitated to venture deeper, unsure of the unknown perils that might lurk within. After some contemplation, Wang Badayo decided to seek out a secluded burrow and conceal himself deep beneath the earth. After surveying his domain, he discovered a den at the base of a mountain. It was a rat's nest, but the entrance was large enough for Wang Badayo to enter without difficulty. The rats within naturally became Wang Badayo's supper. After devouring a nest of over a dozen rats, Wang Badayo, though only half full, decided against venturing out to hunt. He resolved to shed his skin here. With each molting, Wang Badayo's scales grew more resilient, so he eagerly anticipated the arrival of molting. Thus, Wang Badayo remained in the rat's nest for 2 days, completely replacing his old skin with a new one. The new skin appeared even more lustrous and sable, capable of reflecting light brilliantly in the sun. Having successfully shed its skin, the formidable Wang Badayo is in dire need of sustenance, determined to devour an entire wolf, regardless of the discomfort it may cause. In the 2 days following its molting, not only has Wang Badayo replaced its outer layer, but its body has also grown to an impressive length of 6 meters and 7 centimeters. If it can engage in substantial hunting and refine the essence of its prey over the next fortnight, it is plausible that it will exceed 7 meters. The growth rate in the half-month preceding each shedding is nothing short of explosive. As 2 weeks have elapsed, Wang Badayo has captured a plethora of prey and refined an abundance of their vital essence, resulting in a remarkable increase in size, now measuring approximately 7 meters and 56 centimeters. Following this initial surge of growth, the latter half of the month, despite the continued refinement of blood essence, does not match the rapidity of the earlier growth phase. Unlike the skin of other animals, which can expand, a snake must shed its original skin to grow, rapidly developing a new layer afterward. Each shedding results in a slight increase in size, with the most significant growth occurring during the early stages post-molt. Wang Badayo, being a serpent, albeit a venomous and unnamed species, experiences considerable growth after each shedding. With a hiss, it flicks its tongue, surveying its territory. Each time it passes, creatures of all sizes flee at a distance. The presence of the colossal python is overwhelmingly fearsome, a sensation no creature can withstand. save for the likes of tigers and lions, the sovereigns of the land. Yet, even these regal beasts dare not confront Wang Dao directly in the face of its immense aura. Now, it seems I am capable of vanquishing that gigantic crocodile. Yes, it is time to seek vengeance. That wretch ambushed me last time and nearly brought about my demise. It is difficult to swallow this indignation without taking action. Moreover, there are no nearby mountains. The only place to bathe is in that primordial jungle, where the soul swamp must be claimed. Wang Dao has gone over 3 months without a bath, and the stench of his body has become unbearable. However, the swamp is the territory of the giant crocodile, and should Wang Dao venture there, he would undoubtedly be attacked. Only by eliminating the giant crocodile can he seize control of the swamp. Having made his decision, he hesitates not. With determination, Wang Dao journeys south along the mountain peaks, arriving at the domain of the giant crocodile after several hours of travel. Before him lies a swamp, where several fierce young crocodiles frolic in the water, rolling about playfully. A few long-legged water birds busily search for small fish in the shallow waters, ever vigilant of their surroundings, exhibiting a keen awareness of potential threats. Along the edge of the swamp, several squirrels cautiously sip water, their senses attuned to any danger. Among them lurks the hyena that had attacked Wang Dao during his last visit, greedily drooling while eyeing the other creatures. Those young crocodiles are the offspring of the giant crocodile. During Wang Dao's previous encounter, he had managed to slay one, only to nearly meet his own demise in a subsequent ambush by the giant. Glaring at the young crocodiles, a fierce glint ignites in Wang Dao's eyes. He quietly emerges from the thicket by the swamp, preparing to capture one of the young crocodiles as a gift for the giant crocodile. Although the giant crocodile lacks intelligence, the instinct to protect its young is inherent in all creatures. Even the most ferocious beasts refrain from harming their offspring. To slay a juvenile crocodilian would undoubtedly enrage the behemoth. Subsequently, the behemoth itself would meet its demise. In his hubris, Wang Dao conveniently disregarded the unknown, formidable entity dwelling in the north, primarily because he was presently incapable of contending with it. Although this enigmatic creature merely occupied the northern expanse, it constituted half of the entire forest. Wang Dao's self-proclaimed divisions of east, south, west, and north were, in essence, irregular and illegitimate. Chapter 12. A perilous crocodilian assassination. Wang Dao's immediate objective was singularly focused, to eliminate a juvenile crocodilian. He stealthily advanced, mindful of alerting his quarry. After a thorough reconnaissance, he discerned that none of the juvenile crocodilians were easily within his reach. They were situated too far away, beyond his grasp. The foliage was a considerable distance from the swamp's edge, approximately 4 to 5 meters, while the juvenile crocodilians themselves were positioned 7 to 8 meters from the swamp's perimeter. Submerging himself in the water would undoubtedly startle them. Alas, Wang Dao was compelled to bide his time amidst the verdant thicket fringing the swamp, lying in wait. Opportunity favors the prepared mind. Indeed, after an hour's duration, a juvenile crocodilian, in pursuit of a long-legged egret, ventured towards the swamp's edge. The crocodilian's 3 to 4 meter form thrashed in the water, relentlessly chasing the egret towards the swamp's periphery, fatefully drawing nearer to Wang Dao's location. 15 meters, 14 meters, 13 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. At this precise moment, Wang Dao inwardly roared. His serpentine form, akin to an arrow released from its bow, surged forth towards the juvenile crocodilian. In midair, Wang Dao's gaze was frigid, his intent murderous. His cavernous maw agape, fangs glinted menacingly, venom swirling about them. His ghastly visage was enough to terrify any mortal being to death. Startled, the young crocodile hesitated for a moment before emitting a bizarre shriek and attempting to flee into the water. Wang Dao, inwardly sneering, was not about to allow it the opportunity. Before the crocodile could submerge itself, he had already plunged into the water. Subsequently, things became straightforward. The python's ultimate weapon, constriction. He swiftly coiled around the crocodile, and once secured, he sank his fangs into its underbelly, injecting venom. The crocodile's back was too tough. Wang Dao doubted he could penetrate it, so he targeted the abdomen. Once the venom was injected, the crocodile was doomed. Wang Dao had great faith in his venom, and the venom did not disappoint. Within a minute, the crocodile's struggles began to wane, ceasing entirely after 3 minutes. Having dispatched the young crocodile, Wang Dao swiftly returned to shore, awaiting the arrival of the behemoth. Although Wang Badeo's combat prowess remained undiminished in the water, he did not fear the giant crocodile. However, the giant crocodile's combat effectiveness diminished considerably on land due to its cumbersome physique and sluggish speed. Furthermore, the giant crocodile spent its days in the water, whereas Wang Badeo did not spend much time in the water. While this would not diminish his combat capabilities, it would not enhance them. The giant crocodile's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly increase in the water. Therefore, Wang Badeo opted to fight on land, and having killed the young crocodile, he was confident that the giant crocodile would come ashore. Crocodiles have limited attack methods, but they are still highly aggressive on land. Their most formidable weapon is their incredibly powerful bite. If Wang Badeo's body were to be caught in the giant crocodile's jaws, even his blade-resistant form could not guarantee that it would not be severed. The crocodile's primary offensive capability emanates from its formidable jaws, complemented by its remarkable speed, allowing it to successfully ambush its prey, whether animal or human. However, it is the king python's swiftness that truly distinguishes it. At a length of 6.5 meters, it can achieve a velocity of 25 miles per hour. In short bursts, particularly during a hunt, it can elevate its forebody into an S shape and strike with astonishing rapidity, so much so that the naked eye can scarcely perceive its movements. Often, the prey is caught unawares, falling victim to the serpent's venomous fangs in a rapid succession of bites before it has time to react. King Python has tested its own speed and can strike once every third of a second during a burst of activity. This extraordinary rate of attack is beyond the reflex capabilities of most creatures, leaving them in a state of shock only to realize they have already been envenomed. As its body grows to over 7.5 meters, its speed further enhances, rendering it the fastest snake on the planet. Moreover, there exists a technique for vanquishing the giant crocodile. The creature's strength is primarily concentrated in the instantaneous moment of its jaw's closure. However, its power when opening its mouth is considerably diminished. Therefore, should one manage to ensnare it with their pythonic form before it can unhinge its jaw, the threat posed by the crocodile diminishes significantly. Coupled with the king python's evolved venom, now 18 times more potent than that of a cobra, it stands in comparison to the ferocity of the world's most venomous snake, the inland taipan, with a toxicity roughly 20 times that of a cobra. Thus, King Python possesses a profound confidence in its ability to execute a successful crocodilian hunt. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the swamp, sending waves of river water surging forth like tumultuous ocean tides, startling the surrounding wildlife into a frantic retreat. From that vocalization, Wang Badeo discerned a sense of fury, a peculiar resonance between creatures. Though the colossal crocodilian lacked sapience, it instinctively emitted a wrathful roar from the depths of its being towards the entity that had extinguished its offspring. Hiss! Hiss! Wang Badeo retorted, issuing a serpentine challenge, unwilling to yield. How else would he project his authority as the sovereign of the West? Such is the way of the animal kingdom. Vulnerability invites predation, while might and audacity deter aggression, compelling subservience and precluding defiance. This is the law of the jungle. Guttural bellow. The crocodilian recognized the python from their prior encounter, the one that had slain its progeny, and its ire intensified. Animals harbor profound grudges, possessing an indelible memory, unerringly identifying the scent of their adversaries. Each creature exudes a unique and immutable essence. The python and the crocodilian were, in essence, archenemies, their animosity palpable. Wang Badeo had not forgotten the crocodilian's ambush. Sentient beings often attribute blame to others, particularly in situations of unequal status. A person of prominence rarely offers an apology to a pauper, and if they do, it is merely a facade. Upon sighting Wang Badeo, the crocodilian was consumed by rage, even though its instincts warned of the mortal peril emanating from the python. Under normal circumstances, it would not have acted so recklessly, but the death of its offspring had driven it to desperation. Seeing the crocodilian emerge from the swamp, Wang Badeo felt a sense of relief. He had feared that the crocodilian would remain submerged, rendering him vulnerable in an aquatic confrontation. In the stillness of the swamp, two colossal beasts stood their ground, each wary of the other, locked in a tense standoff from a distance of approximately 5 meters. The giant crocodile, seizing the moment, launched the first strike, its massive form causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight. Though the crocodile's assault was swift, Wang Badeo was well prepared, deftly evading the attack. As he sidestepped, his tail lashed out, striking the side of the crocodile with a resounding crack. A jolt of pain radiated through Wang Badu's tail, prompting a silent curse. The crocodile's hide was indeed formidable. The crocodile let out a pained roar. The agony of being struck was far more profound than that of delivering an attack. And despite its thick skin and robust flesh, it felt the sting of the blow. The anger that surged within the crocodile quickly dissipated as it sensed the imminent threat posed by the giant python, an unmistakable, lethal danger. In its domain, the swamp, it had long considered itself the unchallenged sovereign, and it had not felt such a dire risk since its youth. The instinct to survive is inherent in all creatures, and the more intelligent they are, the more acutely they fear death. Thus, the crocodile, driven by this primal instinct, turned to flee. To Wang Badu's dismay, the crocodile's hardened back thwarted his attempt to bite down, leaving his fangs dislodged and aching. With the crocodile poised to plunge into the murky depths, a sense of urgency gripped Wang Badu, compelling him to disregard the pain in his fangs and pursue the retreating beast. At that moment, the crocodile reached the swamp's edge, half of its massive body already submerged in the water, while Wang Badu swiftly coiled around it in hot pursuit. With a resounding thud, both the python and the crocodile plummeted into the mire, sending forth a cascade of water. The smaller crocodiles, startled by the commotion, swiftly vanished into the murky depths. Meanwhile, the other denizens of the swamp had long since fled in terror during Wang Badu's confrontation with the behemoth. Chapter 13. Grievous wounds having plunged into the swamp. Wang Badu swiftly coiled around the crocodile. However, within the water, the crocodile's once cumbersome form gained a newfound agility. With a deft twist, it evaded Wang Badu's grasp, lunging with its formidable jaws poised to inflict a potentially mortal wound. A successful bite would undoubtedly cost Wang Badu dearly, displaying remarkable aquatic dexterity. Wang Badu's serpentine form executed a swift revolution around the crocodile, causing the reptile to miss its mark. The crocodile's dorsal armor, comparable in resilience to steel, necessitated a strategic assault on its vulnerable underbelly. As Wang Badu contemplated his approach, the crocodile renewed its attack. Employing a similar tactic, Wang Badu capitalized on the crocodile's cumbersome size and limited maneuverability. Circling behind the behemoth, he launched an offensive aimed at its abdomen. With fangs bared and venom glands primed, Wang Badu stood ready to deliver a lethal dose of poison into the crocodile's bloodstream, ensuring its demise within a mere 10 minutes. Wang Badu unleashed a substantial portion of his venom reserves, an amount sufficient to fell even a woolly mammoth in short order. After all, Wang Badu was no mere viper, but a formidable serpent of 7.5 meters in length. The venom coursing through his veins surpassed that of a 1 to 2 meter long poisonous snake by at least a tenfold margin. With 2/3 of that lethal dosage, he could easily vanquish 5 mighty elephants or eliminate 500 to 600 adults without the slightest difficulty. With remarkable swiftness, Wang Badu moved. Yet the enormous crocodile was swifter still. Just as Wang Badu reached its rear, the creature lashed out with its powerful tail, striking him with tremendous force. The sound echoed through the water with a dull thud, which would have been far more resounding had it occurred on land. But that was not all. The crocodile, sensing vulnerability, seized the opportunity to launch a bite at Wang Badu's body. Quick to react, he managed to evade the terrifying jaws. Yet he could not escape the forceful impact of the creature's body. A sharp crack echoed in his ears, reminiscent of bones fracturing. He had underestimated the beast's instinctual combat prowess. While he suspected a fracture, he was relieved it had not resulted in a complete break. Engaging in combat underwater was certainly not his forte. Had it been on land, he was confident he could dispatch the creature in mere moments. As a human, he had been a poor swimmer, and even after being reborn as a serpent, he had only navigated the river a few times. While gliding through the water presented no challenge, combat posed a significant deficiency. Enduring the pain coursing through him, Wang Badu engaged in self-reflection. The essence of combat awareness lies in observing, seizing, and utilizing opportunities. These 3 elements combined constitute true combat consciousness. This awareness is the ability to integrate various skills. In a contest where 2 combatants possess similar fighting capabilities, the one with superior combat awareness would prevail decisively. As a being endowed with intelligence, Wang Badu had instinctively underestimated this colossal crocodile. However, it was forgotten that many human martial arts emulate animal instincts, such as tiger form, snake form, monkey fist, and so on. These martial arts were created by humans imitating animals, but humans' conscious execution will never be as powerful as the animal's unconscious display. After being struck by the giant crocodile, Wang Badao dared not underestimate these unintelligent creatures again. Seeing the giant crocodile attacking again with lightning speed, Wang Badao no longer cared about the pain in his body, and with a flick and a turn of his body, he dodged the attack. Evasion is not a solution. In battle, the brave prevail when they meet on a narrow road. Evasion will only lead to a loss of vigor, and the injured Wang Badao is already at a disadvantage. If he loses his vigor again, he might really end up defeated here today. Once, twice, and then a third time, several attacks were unsuccessful, and the giant crocodile's emotions were obviously a little agitated, which is the disadvantage of lacking intelligence. The giant crocodile attacked several more times, but Wang Badao dodged them. However, these attacks were clearly not as orderly as the previous ones, and Wang Badao easily avoided them. Seeing the giant crocodile pass by him again, Wang Badao advanced instead of retreating. In an instant, his energy surged, and he unleashed his extreme speed, passing under the giant crocodile and quickly encircling its body. In an instant, he entangled the giant crocodile. Wang Badao used all his energy and strength, with only one goal, to tightly entangle the giant crocodile, and then use his terrifying strangulation force to kill the giant crocodile. Gurgle, gurgle. The giant crocodile instantly wailed in agony. Because the position with the giant crocodile was relative just now, Wang Badao is now facing a very embarrassing problem. The giant crocodile is entangled, but such a big guy, Wang Badao could have guaranteed to strangle it to death before he was injured. However, being severely wounded at this juncture, with fractured bones, I dare not exert excessive force. At most, I can only ensnare the Leviathan, yet not suffocate it. Thus, I must rely on venom. The predicament lies in the fact that I am currently confronting the behemoth's vulnerable underbelly. Surely, the soft tissue there cannot withstand the assault of my fangs. Yet, to bite or not to bite, a moral quandary arises within me. Damn it, come what may. With a surge of resolve, I sink my fangs into the Leviathan's tender flesh with unrestrained force, uttering internally, at least the agony is not mine. A piercing shriek emanates from the Leviathan, its posterior violated, causing the river to churn violently. Infusing 2/3 of my venom, I constrict the behemoth, leaving it to silently endure its fate. Had the Leviathan possessed sentience, it would have lamented its plight, teetering on the verge of tears, its voice caught in its throat. To die and have one's posterior violated. What a wretched world. The Leviathan's struggles wane with each passing moment. In approximately 10 minutes, the behemoth succumbs to its demise at my hands. Though the Leviathan's sentiments may be somber, my own are quite the opposite. With the Leviathan vanquished, its territory now belongs to me, for territory equates to living space and sustenance. However, my elation is short-lived, as the throbbing pain coursing through my body jolts me back to reality. This was a grave oversight, one that must never be repeated. Furthermore, snakes are vertebrates. They can execute caterpillar-like locomotion with the aid of their bones. Lacking a sternum, a snake's ribs possess the ability to move freely in both directions, connected to the ventral scales via costocutaneous muscles. As the rib muscles contract, the ribs move forward, prompting the broad abdominal scales to rise sequentially, slightly tilting upwards. The elevated scales resemble feet pressing against the ground. However, at this moment, only the abdominal scales are in motion while the serpent's body remains still. Subsequently, as the rib muscles relax, the rear edges of the abdominal scales exert force upon the rugged terrain, propelling the serpent's body forward through the reaction force. This mode of locomotion results in the serpent gliding in a straight line, akin to a tank. Thus, even if Wang Badao finds himself on land, he can still navigate despite his severe injuries, which, while significant, do not impede his mobility. Nevertheless, his combat capability has diminished several tiers, rendering him temporarily unable to engage in battle. It appears that he must first seek a refuge to recuperate. Fortunately, the vital energy enhances the healing process, or else it would indeed be troublesome, potentially prolonging his recovery. With this thought, Wang Badao swam toward the shore, and upon emerging from the marsh, he took a deep breath. Land truly feels solid. Yet, just as he entered the forest, a striped tiger suddenly charged out from the side, startling Wang Badao. There exists a peculiar sense among animals. The striped tiger, drawn by the battle between Wang Badao and the giant crocodile from over 10 miles away, had come to investigate. Observing the striped tiger's current demeanor, Wang Badao surmised that it might be seeking to take advantage of his weakened state, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. Now, not only was he injured, but his combat prowess had significantly waned after exhausting himself in the struggle with the giant crocodile. Remaining upright was a feat in itself. Entangling was the most energy-draining form of attack, and at this moment, he was hardly a match for the striped tiger. In the prime of his strength, Wang Badao would have been absolutely confident in his ability to vanquish the striped tiger. However, at this moment, he found himself completely at the mercy of the beast, with a desperate cry echoing in his mind. He did not even spare a glance at the tiger and took flight. The striped tiger, relentless and fierce, would not allow Wang Badao to escape so easily. Swiftly pursuing him, with a powerful leap, it closed the distance with alarming speed, far surpassing the already injured Wang Badao. If one were to witness the scene, they would see a colossal serpent charging ahead, the surrounding grass flattened in its wake. Following closely behind was the ferocious striped tiger, its menacing demeanor unmistakably intent on bringing down the enormous creature. Wang Badao forged ahead, albeit at a pace slightly slower than that of the tiger. He dared not seek refuge in the trees, for the risk of having his tail caught by the beast was too great. The very thought of such a fate filled him with dread. A brutal demise at the jaws of the tiger was a far more harrowing prospect than a swift end by his own hand. Realizing the dire nature of his situation, Wang Badao felt his energy waning, panic rising within him. Being torn apart by a tiger was a fate he deemed worse than a self-inflicted death. Chapter 14. The pursuit of the striped tiger. Though urgency coursed through his veins, Wang Badao found himself devoid of a viable escape plan. The relentless chase continued for an entire hour, with Wang teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, in the face of mortal peril, his body seemed to transcend its limits. An inexplicable surge of strength propelling him onward, enabling him to persist thus far. The striped tiger roared, its voice laced with a potent fury, echoing the ferocity of the hunt. The tiger's formidable burst of power was undermined by its limited endurance. After more than an hour, the striped tiger was nearing the end of its explosive capabilities. Ordinarily, it would have abandoned the pursuit. However, driven by an instinct that only one tiger could reign supreme, it seemed to recognize a golden opportunity. Failure to eliminate this powerful rival now would preclude future chances. Moreover, with the unforgiving nature of animals, failing to vanquish its foe now could mean its own demise later. Damn it, a four-legged feline has been chasing me for half a day. The first thing I'll do when I recover is to take you down. Wang Badao seethed inwardly. An hour of relentless sprinting had exacerbated his injuries. The wounds that had not yet healed were now further aggravated. Injuries that penetrate to the bone are difficult to mend, and this additional trauma meant that he did not know when he would recover. After wandering aimlessly through the forest for an hour, Wang Badao was unsure of his whereabouts. However, he was certain that he was no longer in his own territory. He was intimately familiar with his own domain. During his rapid movement, Wang Badao caught sight of a direction where an unidentified tree grew at a 45-degree angle. This tree is perfect for me to climb, he thought with elation, quickening his pace. Reaching the tree, Wang Badao effortlessly ascended the inclined trunk. Haha, he exulted inwardly. Four-legged feline, just watch from below. Once I'm healed, I'll seek revenge. After you're dead, I'll desecrate your corpse. Wang Badao circled the trunk a few times before turning his gaze back to the striped tiger. This glance proved to be a grave mistake, prompting Wang Badao to leap down from the trunk immediately. Silently fuming, he cursed. Who in tarnation said tigers can't climb trees? I'd bite him to death. The striped behemoth's sharp claws gripped the tree trunk, holding firm with each descent, then leaping and grasping again with unwavering stability. A sheer, vertical tree might prove insurmountable for the hefty tiger, but a 45-degree incline allowed it to navigate with strained agility. Thud! Wang Badao landed heavily on the ground. Ignoring the excruciating pain, his only thought was to escape the jaws of the tiger. He fled without regard for direction. Roar! The striped tiger, enraged by its first arduous climb ending in the snake's escape, leaped from the tree and pursued. After another half-hour of flight, Wang Badao heard the sound of a mountain stream nearby and headed straight for it, figuring the tiger couldn't swim. Minutes later, he reached the stream, only to be disheartened. It was a mere 2 meters wide, and the water was shallow, barely half a meter deep. Clear as glass, it offered no refuge from the tiger. Resigned, he crossed the stream and plunged into the dense undergrowth, where his speed surpassed that of the tiger. In this desperate chase, Wang Badeo's vision began to blur, and his bones ached, signs of severe exhaustion. At this juncture, Wang Badeo vaguely sensed that the striped tiger was no longer in pursuit. Presumably, the tiger had also reached its limit. A tiger's stamina is inherently weak, and its continuous chase of Wang Badeo for 2 hours was already beyond its capabilities. Wang Badeo knew he couldn't succumb to unconsciousness, or he might never awaken. Noticing a cave not far ahead, he ventured inside without regard for potential dangers. He sought out a corner, coiled up, and began to circulate his life essence to mend his wounded body. Of paramount importance was the restoration of Wang Badeo's skeletal structure, which was on the verge of collapse. As a serpent possesses only a single spinal column, Wang Badeo's spine was in a severely fractured state, with the potential for imminent breakage. Despite the fog in his mind and the waves of drowsiness washing over him, Wang Badeo clenched his teeth, straining to keep his eyes open, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. While resisting the urge to sleep, Wang Badeo painstakingly circulated his life essence, gently nurturing his bones and gradually restoring his injured muscles. After half a day, the damage to his spine finally stabilized. Although stabilized, any major movements were still out of the question. Only now did Wang Badeo have the opportunity to survey the cave's environment. The cave was 3 meters wide and approximately 5 meters high, its length unknown. The stone walls were covered in weeds and entwined with vines. Wang Badeo had no intention of venturing deeper, as who knew what dangers lurked within. To recklessly wander around in his severely injured state would be a death wish. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he could only rely on hunting and refining large quantities of vital essence to quickly repair the damage. Wang Badeo had no choice but to venture out and capture small animals to consume. Emerging from the cave, Wang Badeo treaded cautiously, capturing a few wild rabbits and a solitary squirrel nearby before returning to the cave. After refining the essence of the rabbits and the squirrel, a significant amount of vital blood infused his bones, alleviating some of the injuries to his skeletal structure. Once he had digested his meal, Wang Badeo ventured out once more to hunt, repeating this cycle for over 10 days. This relentless pursuit of food and the refinement of vital blood gradually healed his injuries, restoring a portion of his combat prowess. Typically, Wang Badeo would shed his skin once a month, but due to the severity of his injuries, it would be at least a month before he could even consider that process. Contemplating this, he felt an intense resentment towards the four-clawed cat. A mere collision with the giant crocodile had initially resulted in a fracture, but the relentless pursuit by the patterned tiger had exacerbated a minor fracture into a severe one, teetering on the brink of complete rupture. What could have been a few days of recovery had been stretched to an arduous month, thanks to the tiger's relentless chase. With some improvement in his condition, Wang Badeo finally had the opportunity to survey the terrain. For nearly half a month, he had remained in the vicinity to hunt, wary of venturing too far. As the forest was rife with peril, a moment's carelessness could lead to a dire fate. Ascending to a vantage point, Wang Badeo climbed the highest peak in the area and made his way up a towering tree. The serpentine ascent was slow, for had he been swifter, he would have scaled the tree long before being pursued by the patterned tiger. After several minutes of effort, he finally reached the treetop, overlooking the forest terrain that lay beneath him. In this vast terrain, the mountains loomed like colossal dragons, varying in size and form. Gazing at this unfamiliar landscape, Wang Badeo's heart raced. He realized he was in the northern forest, the territory of those unknown, terrifying creatures. He needed to leave swiftly. Encountering such a fearsome entity would spell disaster. Wang Badeo silently counted his blessings. Having roamed the domain of those dreadful beings for over 10 days without incident was nothing short of miraculous. This was no jest. A mere hyena had nearly claimed his life when he was gravely injured just days prior. If he were to cross paths with those unknown horrors, survival would be nearly impossible. After approximately half a month of recuperation, Wang Badeo now felt capable of dispatching a wild wolf, though he still lacked the strength to contend with more formidable predators such as jackals, tigers, or leopards. Fortunately, this area lay not in the heart of the Northern Territory, but rather near its edge, where the unknown monstrosities were unlikely to meander out of sheer boredom. However, doubt crept into his thoughts, as he often roamed the edges of his domain. a habit he indulged in under the pretext of scouting for other animals that might encroach upon his territory. These creatures were those of considerable strength, capable of contesting him for resources and prey. He discovered 3 paths ahead, one leading over 4 towering mountains. Yet, the peaks were dauntingly high, and with his injured body, the ascent would prove arduous. Although the likelihood of encountering humans was significant, not every individual was armed, and generally, he harbored little fear of conventional firearms. If worst comes to worst, one can always resort to eliminating witnesses. It's better for others to perish than oneself. While giant pythons are abundant globally, a jet black one like wombatdeo is exceedingly rare, perhaps the only one of its kind. Moreover, wombatdeo bears the burden of several lives. Exposure would undoubtedly shatter any semblance of peace. As the only known venomous serpent of its type, numerous research institutions would undoubtedly be intensely interested, potentially offering substantial rewards for its capture. Chapter 15. Scent of kin. Having thoroughly surveyed the terrain, wombatdeo cautiously descended from the tree. His ability to quickly learn to climb trees stems from his human intellect. Terrestrial snakes rarely exhibit such behavior unless they have honed their arboreal skills over time to hunt birds or their eggs. Having lingered in this area for half a month, one would hope not to be so unfortunate as to encounter an unknown, terrifying creature on the final day. Wombatdeo is reluctant to believe he would be so unlucky. After spending half a month unscathed, would he truly stumble upon the unknown terror on the very last day? Yet, reality often defies expectations. Sometimes misfortune strikes when one least expects it. After resting for several hours in the cave, wombatdeo resolved to hunt one last time in these woods. With his injuries somewhat healed, he decided to venture further afield to capture more prey, ensuring he would be well fed for tomorrow's journey. In recent days, wombatdeo had limited his hunts to within a mile of the cave, but today he decided to forage within a 5-mile radius. Venturing too far risked an encounter with that unknown, terrifying creature. The reason it is referred to as an unknown terrifying creature is that wombatdeo has no inkling of what this being, exuding an aura of dread, actually is. Or rather, what kind of beast it might be. However, one thing is certain. This creature is undoubtedly exceedingly fearsome, and wombatdeo is unequivocally no match for it. He finds it utterly inconceivable that any terrestrial animal could emanate such an appalling presence. The aura it projects is far more formidable than that of a combined 10 striped tigers. In his prime, wombatdeo could handle at most 2 of those tigers, which gives rise to the imagination of what kind of beast could surpass him by 5 or 6 times, or even a dozen times in strength. Consider a 7.5-meter-long python, possessing potent venom, scales impervious to blades, and an abundance of refined energy. When these advantages are combined, they could augment wombatdeo's prowess by 2 to 3 times. Even a 15-meter python would not instill the same terror as this creature, nor would it stand a chance against him. The constriction power of a 7.5-meter python is staggering, though many might not grasp its magnitude. For context, the constriction power of a 2-meter python has been calculated to be 4,000 kilograms. Indeed, 4,000 kilograms. This figure, of course, is relative, as a 2-meter python's intended target is typically a small chick. The reason this constriction power seems so terrifying is due to the diminutive size of the prey, which is completely ensnared without a single gap for escape. Power is relative. Yet a python measuring over 10 meters would pose a genuine threat to humans. Being ensnared would surely be a death sentence, with no chance of survival whatsoever. Alternatively, one could conceptualize it as a constriction force of 90 pounds per square inch. 1 inch is equivalent to 3 centimeters. Thus, when considering a wrapping force of 90 pounds per square inch multiplied by the surface area of 3 multiplied by 30, which equals 90 inches, the wrapping force amounts to 8,100 pounds, roughly translating to around 4,000 kilograms or 4 tons. When combined with the advantages possessed by wombatdeo, his strength could potentially be amplified by 2 to 3 times, evoking a sense of dread regarding his formidable capabilities. However, when faced with an unknown, terrifying creature, wombatdeo might find himself devoid of any opportunity for resistance. What terrestrial creature could possibly possess such terrifying attributes? If this were to occur in the ocean, it would be more plausible, given the myriad of unknown organisms residing within it. Humanity has only explored a minuscule portion of the ocean, less than 10%, leaving the 90% of undiscovered life forms shrouded in mystery. Who can say what lurks within? Perhaps one day, a colossal dragon or a mythical sea monster will suddenly emerge. Do not be astonished, for such beings could merely be commonplace organisms inhabiting the depths of the sea. Upon exiting the cave, Wang Bad-o descended along the mountain's edge and discovered that the fauna in this northern forest far surpassed that of the other three regions. After all, this vast expanse of forest occupies more than half of the northern territory, with only that unknown fearsome creature reigning supreme, thus allowing the smaller animals to thrive. The abundance of prey in the north is truly remarkable. Wang Bad-o yearns to eliminate that terrifying entity and claim the resources for himself. In his own territory, capturing a single wild rabbit in an hour would be considered commendable. Yet here, in just 1 hour, Wang Bad-o managed to catch 2 wild rabbits, a long-haired mouse, and a mountain chicken. Such resources indeed provoke envy within him. Certainly, Wang Bad-o does not intend to remain in this forest for eternity. Although vast, this woodland pales in comparison to the grandeur of the Amazon rainforest. Wang Bad-o's immediate desire is to swiftly cultivate his skills to the chi refining stage and seek vengeance. After avenging himself, he plans to explore the tropical rainforest along the banks of the Amazon River, which constitutes half of the world's rainforest area and 20% of forested land, making it the largest and most biodiverse tropical rainforest globally. This region is a veritable kingdom of flora and fauna and a sanctuary for pythons. The biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest is remarkable, hosting 2.5 million insect species, tens of thousands of plants, and approximately 2,000 species of birds and mammals, which together represent 1/5 of the world's avian population. All of these constitute resources, potential prey for Wang Bad-o. Moreover, the Amazon is home to numerous pythons, with specimens exceeding 10 meters in length being commonplace. The longest python ever recorded was captured in this very locale. Yet who can assert that it is indeed the longest? Given that the Amazon rainforest spans 7 million square kilometers, the true extent of its inhabitants remains a mystery. The Amazon is Wang Bad-o's most coveted destination, though not his ultimate ambition. The vast oceans, with their boundless expanse, are the realms he ultimately seeks to conquer. Yet, what formidable creatures lurk within these waters? Perhaps among them lie beings that Wang Bad-o cannot yet hope to contend with. Wang Bad-o often contemplated that once he transcended to the realm of divine cultivation or beyond, he would undoubtedly venture into the ocean. Perhaps by then, he would have grown to several dozen meters in length, or even more. A mere handful of small creatures could only satiate him partially. As he prepared to depart from this bountiful land the following day, Wang Bad-o resolved to thoroughly assist in the eradication of some unknown, terrifying beings. Unbeknownst to him, he had already surpassed his self-imposed boundary of 5 miles, gradually delving deeper into the heart of the forest. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a potent serpentine scent, unmistakably strong. Animals possess a unique sensitivity towards their kin, able to sense their presence from several miles away. Of course, this snake referred to a python. While the forest teemed with serpents, Wang Bad-o had never encountered a python before. This was distinctly the scent of a python. Could it be that there were kindred spirits nearby? However, this aroma was peculiar, stirring both confusion and curiosity within him. Driven by his innate inquisitiveness, a characteristic of sentient beings, he felt an irresistible urge to discover the nature of this serpent. A curiosity, part of desire, only intensifies when left unfulfilled. Following the scent for an hour, he finally arrived at his destination. Wang Bad-o was astounded. Before him lay a vast basin, measuring a kilometer across, and he now stood before its steep rocky precipice. The basin was profound, with sloping walls at least 50 to 60 meters high. A gentle slip forward would send one tumbling into the depths below. Naturally, should a human attempt such a maneuver, it could prove fatal. Only a creature like Wang Bad-o, a python exceeding 7 meters in length, could navigate such a descent. What astonished Wang Bad-o was not merely the basin itself, but rather the astonishing discovery of a pit, approximately 5 to 6 meters in diameter, nestled within its depths. Fortunately, this pit was relatively small, otherwise, it would have been uncovered long ago. The surrounding trees concealed it from aerial view, yet from Wang Bad-o's vantage point, he was able to catch a glimpse. The aura of a similar being emanated from the pit, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying presence. Could this unknown and fearsome creature possibly be a python? Yet, why did its aura feel so dreadfully ominous? Wang Bad-o contemplated descending into the pit to investigate, but the oppressive aura of the python instilled a sense of trepidation, making him hesitant to take the risk. Although it was a creature of the same kind, one could only wonder whether a python would dare to consume another of its kind. With remarkable swiftness, despite his injuries, he remained one of the swiftest among serpents. If he could not overcome it, he could always flee. What was there to fear? After a moment's reflection, he resolved to descend and explore further. Having made his decision, he descended without hesitation. Once at the basin's floor, his vision expanded dramatically. The sight before him was no longer restricted to mere branches as seen from above. It was only upon standing beneath the trees that he could truly appreciate the grandeur of the towering giants. Such colossal trees were a rarity. Even in genuine tropical rainforests, how could this place possibly harbor them? Chapter 16. The terrifying giant python. The ground of the basin was a labyrinth of intertwining tree roots, countless in number and intricately tangled. The roots exposed above the surface measured half a meter in thickness, coiling and twisting like monstrous serpents. One could only imagine the surreal scene that unfolded here. This place was undeniably eerie. The oddity stemmed not only from the tree's immense size and age, but also from the apparent lack of sustenance in the small basin to support such colossal growth. Wang Badeo pondered how these trees managed to thrive, especially with such dense proximity. Suddenly, a sharp, fetid odor assaulted Wang Badeo's nostrils, a potent mix of blood and a scent akin to his own, though far more concentrated. Following the scent, Wang Badeo's blood ran cold. Coiled around the trunk of a tree was a creature, its frigid gaze fixed upon him. A gargantuan serpent, the massive snake, thicker than a water bucket, hung suspended in the air, its crimson tongue flicking as it fixed Wang Badeo with an icy stare. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with murderous intent, sending a chill even through Wang Badeo, a serpent himself. A wave of dread washed over him. The sight of the immense serpent brought Wang Badeo's thoughts to a standstill. He could scarcely believe such a creature existed, and even less that he had blithely wandered into its domain. How large was the serpent? Immense, truly immense. Gazing at the verdant behemoth, Wang Badeo couldn't help but feel a sense of self-deprecating irony. Am I even a serpent compared to this? He mused. Beholding the colossal entity stretching over 30 meters before him, Wang Badeo was overcome with awe. Its immensity defied imagination. The serpent's girth dwarfed even a water bucket, capable of swallowing a horse whole. Moreover, Wang Badeo discerned that the verdant python's body was adorned not with ordinary scales, but rather with expansive, armor-like draconic scales, each at least the size of an adult's palm. Wang Badeo gazed upon the serpent's scales with profound envy, recognizing them as an impenetrable defense against all but the most formidable weaponry. He envisioned himself invulnerable, impervious to conventional firearms, and capable of withstanding even machine gun fire. A surge of elation coursed through Wang Badeo as he contemplated the python's immense size. He realized that he, too, possessed the potential to attain such grandeur, perhaps even surpassing it and evolving into a legendary dragon. With his unparalleled intellect and mastery of internal energy cultivation, Wang Badeo was confident in his ability to accelerate his growth exponentially. However, his immediate priority was survival, to escape the clutches of the gargantuan python. Besides the astonishing size and length of the giant python, there is another remarkable aspect: the foul stench it emanates. The pungent odor of blood and decay can be detected from a considerable distance, and one might surmise that an ordinary person, upon encountering it up close, would likely succumb to the repulsive smell. Although Wang Baidu carries a hint of this odor, it pales in comparison to that of the azure giant python. After all, Wang Baidu is a frequent bather, while this creature, undoubtedly a landlubber, has never known the luxury of cleansing itself. In his heart, Wang Baidu harbors a modicum of disdain for the serpent. Despite its transformation, he remains free of any unpleasant scent. The python's musky aroma does persist, albeit faintly. Generally speaking, carnivorous creatures, particularly snakes, which rely heavily on their sense of smell and the detection of vibrations to perceive their surroundings, are exceedingly sensitive to any disturbances in their territory. The giant python residing in the sinkhole has certainly sensed Wang Baidu's arrival. However, due to certain circumstances, the azure python has been unable to emerge, allowing Wang Baidu to linger unperturbed for a while. The serpent had only just begun to shed its skin the previous day. Given its immense size, the process was completed only this morning. Although it is currently in a weakened state and intends to avoid confrontation with Wang Baidu, The latter's intrusion into the python's lair is a significant affront. This transgression is far more profound than the grievances of humans, such as the vendetta of a son against a father or the jealousy of a husband towards a rival. For animals, territory represents their singular obsession. Although Wang Badayo has transformed into a python, he remains largely oblivious to the intricate relationships among animals, regardless of whether he is still contemplating. The enormous python continues to flick its blood-red tongue, its cold gaze fixed upon Wang Badayo. Though it feels prolonged, only a few seconds have elapsed. In this dire moment, Wang Badayo once again unleashes his latent potential, his movements unprecedentedly agile as he evades the roots beneath him. His speed can only be likened to a fierce gale, conservatively estimated at around 7 to 8 meters per second, significantly swifter than during his prime. Observing Wang Badayo's actions, the colossal python responds with surprising agility, weaving swiftly between trees in a manner unbefitting its massive form. Such speed defies description. It can only be said that given Wang Badayo's current velocity, he faces a singular fate, being rapidly overtaken by the python, culminating in a dramatic spectacle of python devouring python. It is estimated that the python can leap at least 13 to 14 meters per second. This velocity terrifies Wang Badayo, who had previously felt emboldened by his own speed. Yet in comparison to the python, he is woefully slow. In a moment of desperation, Wang Badayo's inner voice screams, and he once again taps into his potential, achieving a speed of 9 meters per second. However, this pace remains insufficient against the python. At this juncture, the galloping Wang Badayo is acutely aware that his unprecedented speed holds no advantage, ultimately leading to the inescapable outcome of being caught. Subsequently, Python felt the increasingly proximate thudding sounds behind him, the reverberations of the giant serpent's earth-shaking advance. These encroaching sounds signaled to Wang Badayo that the behemoth was closing in. After what felt like an eternity, he scaled the basin, that mere kilometer seemingly having drained every ounce of his strength. His diminutive size, however, proved advantageous. Wang Badayo darted towards the dense thickets, where the giant serpent's immense girth hindered its maneuverability. This advantage afforded Wang Badayo a brief respite. Although still considerably slower than the serpent, he had bought himself a minute to devise an escape, lest he be devoured alive. Thud! Thud! The giant serpent bypassed the larger trees, while its colossal form toppled or snapped the smaller ones. Each crash resonated within Wang Badayo's heart, inciting both terror and intense anxiety. This was a veritable race against death. What to do? What to do? I must think of something quickly. Suddenly, Wang Badayo's eyes lit up. Ahead lay a cavern. He would gamble, enter it, and hope for the best. Outside, certain death awaited. In his desperation, Wang Badayo spotted the cave and plunged inside without hesitation. The entrance was substantial, spanning 3 to 4 meters. Wang Badayo was now staking everything on the cave's nature. If it were shallow and wide, he was doomed. However, if it proved deep and narrowed further within, he might yet survive. The serpent's bulk would prevent it from entering a constricted space. By Jove, fate has finally taken pity on me. The cavern proved to be remarkably deep, gradually diminishing in size as it progressed. Eventually, the immense serpent found its path obstructed, unable to proceed further. A fortunate twist of fate indeed, a testament to my resilience. Having eluded the verdant python, Wang Badayo could finally assess the extent of his injuries. Frustratingly, the wounds that had been healing for over 10 days were aggravated during the chase. Confinement within the cave would impede his ability to hunt, and without a sufficient supply of vital essence to refine, the prospect of starvation loomed large. This presented a vexing predicament, and Wang Badayo was presently at a loss as to how to proceed. Casting a glance at the depths of the cavern behind him, he pondered its extent. With the serpent lurking outside, his only recourse was to venture deeper within, hoping to discover an alternate passage or perhaps an entirely different world. The cavern's configuration narrowed with each step, ultimately becoming barely wide enough to accommodate Wang Badayo's form, which was comparable to the girth of an adult's thigh. As he delved further, he noticed a gradual decrease in temperature. This diminutive opening appeared to have been excavated by an animal such as a pangolin. However, the reason for the decreasing temperature remained a mystery, now bordering on freezing. It was a grotto, an ancient grotto, to be precise. The murky, desolate atmosphere permeated the somber gray space. As Wang Badayo found himself within the confines of a small cavern, the topography of the larger rock cave remained indiscernible. I should venture down to investigate further, he mused. Emerging from the small aperture and descending into the rock cave, Wongbadeo was immediately assailed by a wave of frigidity. He shivered involuntarily, only managing to ward off the chill after channeling his life essence. The cold within this rock cave is truly formidable, easily plummeting to well below 10 degrees Celsius, he observed, far surpassing the temperature of a refrigerated storage facility. As he proceeded down the stone steps, Wongbadeo was captivated by the spectacle before him. Crystalline rocks, emitting a faint luminescence, adorned the cave's ceiling. Bathed in this soft light, a torrent of water gushed forth from an overhanging rock on the far wall, cascading down like a bolt of white silk more than 10 meters in length. With each step down the rocky stairs, the space gradually expanded. The deeper he ventured, the darker it became, yet as a serpent, Wongbadeo relied primarily on thermal detection, which mitigated the impact on his vision. Abruptly, Wongbadeo halted, for a vast chasm stretched before him, its length seemingly infinite. Peering down, he beheld an abyss shrouded in a dark, misty haze, its depths unfathomable. With a flick of his tail, he dislodged a palm-sized rock into the fissure. Wongbadeo listened intently. 10 seconds elapsed without a sound, then 30, and still nothing. It was not until a full 40 seconds had passed that Wongbadeo detected a barely audible echo within the silent rock cave. Wongbadeo was startled by the sound. The chasm was so deep that a careless misstep could lead to a perilous fall. The fissure was broad, measuring at least 15 meters, rendering it impossible for him to traverse directly. Thus, he could only navigate along the edge of the crevice. After half an hour of careful walking, he was suddenly awestruck by a colossal boulder not far ahead. However, it was not the stone itself that left him in astonishment, but rather the creature encapsulated within it. More accurately, a massive fossil. Was this a dinosaur fossil? What an extraordinary place this was. How could a dinosaur fossil be unearthed here? This cavern must have existed for at least millions of years. The Jurassic period marked the zenith of the dinosaurs, having emerged and evolved during the Triassic. They swiftly ascended to dominate the Earth. Numerous species of dinosaurs coexisted, painting a vivid tableau of a world ruled by these magnificent creatures. Among them were the colossal sauropods such as the Brachiosaurus and Apatosaurus on land, alongside the aquatic ichthyosaurs and the aerial pterosaurs. Had it been an ordinary dinosaur fossil, Wongbadeo would not have been as astounded, but the sheer size of the fossil before him was truly remarkable. He gazed upon a creature measuring over 70 meters in length, its species unknown to him, yet it appeared to be a previously undiscovered variety of dinosaur. To put it into perspective, the largest dinosaur fossil found to date is that of the Argentinosaurus, discovered in the region of Albuquerque, New Mexico, measuring 30 meters in length and weighing around 80 tons. What could the weight of this 70-meter-long fossil dinosaur possibly be? Wongbadeo found it impossible to estimate. As he passed the enigmatic dinosaur fossil, another fossil came into view. This one comprised the remains of a dinosaur intertwined with the remains of a prehistoric creature resembling a crocodile. Judging by its appearance, it seems this prehistoric crocodile perished while consuming the remains of a dinosaur. How could a crocodile possibly kill a dinosaur? Wongbadeo shook his head in resignation. Had Wongbadeo possessed more extensive knowledge, he would have recognized that this prehistoric crocodile was, in fact, a Cretaceous crocodile. However, these details were of no concern to Wongbadeo. His primary concern was the absence of any fauna, which posed a challenge to his ability to hunt. If he were human, he might have considered selling these fossils, as the dinosaur fossils were undoubtedly priceless treasures. However, as a python, these dinosaur fossils held only a modicum of appeal to his curiosity, an attraction that paled in comparison to the allure of a single wild hare appearing before him. After half a day, Wongbadeo finally reached the end of the fissure. To his delight, he discovered a vast colony of bats, numbering at least tens of thousands. These bats hung upside down from the cave's ceiling, forming a dense, dark mass resembling a storm cloud. He wondered about the taste of bats, as he had never consumed them before. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the bats within the cave were at least 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary bats, each one resembling a small chick, suspended high from the cave's ceiling. As he gazed at the bats, Wongbadeo encountered a significant obstacle. The cave was 5 to 6 meters high, making it difficult for him to capture the bats. Pythons, after all, cannot jump or fly. He scanned the surroundings, searching for anything that could provide assistance. A pillar of rock, approximately 1 meter in diameter, caught his attention. This rock pillar was firmly connected to the cave ceiling, offering Wang Badeo a potential means to ascend into the air and capture the bats. However, after several attempts, Wang Badeo was unsuccessful. Due to the rocks being covered in a slick layer of green algae, Wang Badeo found them exceedingly slippery. Before he could even manage to climb up, he had already slipped down. Indeed, he had descended rather than ascended. Occasionally, droplets of mineral water dripped from the cave ceiling, nourishing the algae on the rocks, rendering the column insurmountable for Wang Badeo. Ultimately, with no other options, he sought out other rock pillars, only to be greatly disappointed. Nearly all of them were similarly coated in algae. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated ways to dislodge the algae. Rubbing his body against it seemed far too torturous, while attempting to bite a stone to scrape it off appeared equally arduous. Observing his surroundings, Wang Badeo finally discovered a more feasible method, a peculiar rock formation resembling a gigantic hook, situated just 3 meters above the ground. If he could wrap his tail around the hook and straighten his body, he might at least allow the bats resting on the edge a chance to be captured. Having ascended the giant hook, he secured his tail around it and extended his body, feeling as though he were swaying on a swing. After numerous oscillations, he managed to position his head at the cave's apex. Seizing the opportunity, he took a decisive bite and captured 3 large bats. Tears streamed down Wang Badeo's face, overwhelmed by the sheer difficulty of the endeavor. Chapter 18. The Abyss. Wang Badeo stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. He realized that over the past fortnight, he had unknowingly grown to a height of 8 meters, his vital energy nearly reaching the pinnacle of the late-stage refinement. Why was this curious? Wasn't it a fortuitous development? Indeed, it was a blessing, yet the dilemma lay in the fact that Wang Badeo was currently gravely injured. In a state of grievous injury, the fact that it still reached a length of 8 meters left Wang Badeo in disbelief. Could it be that the feng shui of this place is truly so exceptional? Not only does it nurture a multitude of bats the size of chicks, but it has also fostered a colossal python stretching over 30 meters, with the immense physique of the serpent. Even a novice adept in the chi cultivation realm would find themselves no match for it. Coupled with its potent venom, any creature that suffers a wound would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such lethal toxicity. Even those at the pinnacle of chi cultivation would have less than a 30% chance of survival. The emergence of the giant bats and the azure python instilled in Wang Badeo a sense of the extraordinary nature of this locale, as if it harbored some profound secret. Over the course of half a month, aside from spending the majority of his time devising methods to capture the bats, Wang Badeo largely wandered aimlessly through the cavern. He scoured nearly 2/3 of the cave, during which he stumbled upon a dozen colossal dinosaur fossils and over 20 fossils of nameless prehistoric creatures. Although these fossils were merely skeletal remains, their immense sizes were still apparent. Notably, he encountered a dinosaur measuring over 100 meters in length, a staggering sight that defied belief. Should humanity ever discover such a wonder, it would undoubtedly incite great joy. However, for Wang Badeo, the incomprehensibly valuable dinosaur fossils paled in comparison to the delectable bats. As for the method he employed to polish them, it is difficult for Wang Badeo to articulate. To put it simply, he clamped a large stone in his mouth and painstakingly scrubbed the algae off the rock column. For Wang Badeo, this was an authentic tale of blood and tears. Yet, in the face of survival, he resolutely persevered. A man must persevere, even when faced with adversity. Wang Badeo prepared to indulge in a hearty meal. But the bats were elusive. Just as he managed to catch a few, the others would scatter into the distance, limiting his catch. However, the energy contained within these bats was remarkably high. The essence of a bat, no larger than a chick, possessed the energy equivalent to that of a hare, which astounded Wang Badeo. Based on his extensive hunting experience, it seemed improbable that a bat's essence could rival that of a hare. Ultimately, he attributed it to the favorable environment of the area and dismissed the matter. The 3 rocky pillars had been thoroughly cleaned. When the bats were startled during the hunt, Wang Badeo simply switched to another pillar. With the pillars spaced a dozen meters apart, he could continue hunting as long as the bats didn't fly too far. By rotating among the 3 pillars, Wang Badeo consumed over a dozen bats before finally feeling satiated. For the first time in half a month, he had eaten his fill, even feeling slightly stuffed. With leisure time on his hands, he decided to wander around. Although fossils held no practical value for him, he still appreciated their grandeur. One can never truly grasp the awe-inspiring nature of dinosaur fossils without witnessing them firsthand. Imagine the scene of a 100-meter-long skeleton. Even a toe bone from a dinosaur skeleton could dwarf an adult. Standing before these fossilized remains, one could only feel a sense of insignificance, utterly dwarfed by their immensity. Upon arriving at the place I wandered yesterday, I encountered a colossal Tyrannosaurus rex fossil measuring 90 meters in length, discovered by Wang Badayo just the day prior. Although this was not my first viewing, Wang Badayo was once again struck by the insignificance of his own existence. In comparison to this formidable dinosaur, what significance did the 30-meter giant python found in the pit hold? And his own 8-meter-long python seemed utterly trivial. Casting aside these impractical thoughts, he began to scrutinize the cavern with utmost care. This cavern was vast, conservatively estimated to span at least 20 to 30,000 square meters. At its very center lay a chasm resembling a divine dragon, its depth unknown to Wang Badayo. Yet, when stones were dropped from a height, they took a full 40 to 50 seconds to reach the ground, suggesting a depth of at least several hundred meters. After a day's exploration, Wang Badayo had thoroughly surveyed the cavern, uncovering an innumerable array of prehistoric fossils. He began to ponder whether, during the cataclysm that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs, these creatures had sought refuge in this very place. How else could there be such an abundance of fossils? There were at least 30 or 40 dinosaur fossils alone, with even more from other unknown prehistoric beings. This represented a tremendous treasure. If discovered by relevant research departments, it would surely incite a frenzy. The research value is incalculable. Another fortnight passed, and Wang Badayo had consumed hundreds of bats, his bodily injuries finally on the mend. Though he had yet to fully recover, he was nearing that point, and his physique had grown considerably. Standing before the chasm, he gazed into the impenetrable darkness below, its depths unfathomable. He felt an overwhelming urge to descend and explore. Yet the sheer profundity of the chasm rendered him hesitant. It was inconceivable to simply leap into the abyss. Over the past fortnight, Wang Badayo's vital essence had transcended the advanced stage of essence refinement, achieving the pinnacle of the essence refinement realm, poised to potentially break through into chi refinement at any moment. With nothing of particular interest to occupy his time, he primarily subsisted on consuming bats. He had explored the confines of the cavern countless times, leaving him with a sense of ennui. His curiosity was piqued most by the chasm below, wondering what wonders might lie beneath, considering the abundance of fossils above. Reaching the precipice of the chasm, the forefront bore a striking resemblance to the head of a divine dragon, particularly the two slender fissures, some 30-odd meters in length, evocative of dragon whiskers, a veritable masterstroke. What's this? It seems there's something within these narrow fissures. The two small chasms were already narrow and shrouded in darkness, making them difficult to discern without meticulous observation. Approaching the small chasms, Wang Badayo scrutinized them and discovered that the rock wall at the end of these fissures was inclined, with an uneven surface resembling a series of steps. Now I can descend. As long as I follow these dragon whisker fissures, I can essentially glide safely down into the abyss. Upon discovering the inclined wall, Wang Badayo erupted with jubilant laughter, convinced that he could descend along it. He had long harbored a desire to explore the depths of the chasm. The inclined wall sloped at approximately 45 degrees, and with caution, descending should pose no problem. Moreover, the uneven surface of the wall seemed as if it had been prepared in advance for Wang Badayo, making the descent remarkably smooth. Upon reaching the bottom of the chasm, Wang Badayo estimated the depth to be at least 1,004 meters. But wait, considering the incline of the wall, the true depth of the chasm should be around 700 or 800 meters. The chasm floor was pitch black, with almost no visibility. The darkness here surpasses that of the upper cave, where at least some luminescent fluorite offered a glimmer of light. While human vision would be utterly blind in this place, Wang Badayo's serpentine sight, though somewhat impaired, was not significantly hindered. Through thermal perception, the terrain was distinctly mapped in his mind. The ground beneath the crevice was inexplicably smooth and level. Such a condition defied reason, as if a road roller had flattened the earth, leaving no undulations. The rock walls on either side were abundant with vegetation, much of which was unfamiliar to Wang Badayo. Thick, arm-sized vines resembled grotesque pythons, inspiring awe and trepidation. Wang Badayo almost mistook them for his kin. The thought of his kind brought bitterness to Wang Badayo's heart. The only one he had encountered was the colossal azure python, which nearly cost him his life and forced him into this forsaken place. As for revenge, Wang Badeo dismissed the idea for now, knowing it would be a suicide mission. He would consider it later when he had the strength. Chapter 19. The Blood Pool. Awe. Wang Badeo was profoundly astounded by the sight before him. What could this be? Not far from where he descended, Wang Badeo stumbled upon a terrifying scene, a crimson pool of water. Wisps of bloody vapor rose from the pool, and even a slight inhalation invigorated the spirit with a subtle feeling of breakthrough. Approaching closer, the intense, unmistakable stench of blood became apparent. This was indeed blood, not water. How many lives were required to fill this pool? Wang Badeo swallowed hard. Standing before the sanguine pool, the temperature was intensely elevated, akin to being exposed to the sun's relentless glare. A surge of heat emanated, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Yet, presently, Wang Badeo found himself incapable of indulging in such sensations. It was a profoundly unsettling spectacle. Within the desolate abyss of a subterranean chasm, there existed a vast pool of blood, its surface churning as if on the precipice of a volcanic eruption. To stand at the mouth of a volcano, beholding the seething magma within, is an experience of unparalleled dread. This eerie tableau, even for one of Wang Badeo's considerable fortitude and composure, evoked a primal sense of unease, reminiscent of the blood caves depicted in the film The Legend of Zu. Prompted by this association, Wang Badeo dared linger no longer. With a swiftness that bordered on the transgressive, he ascended with unparalleled haste. What am I afraid of? He mused. I have come to terms with my transformation into a serpent. Surely, a mere pool of blood is no cause for alarm. As if by autosuggestion, Wang Badeo's composure gradually returned. His trepidation was not without cause. Had the blood pool been of artificial origin, he would have remained unfazed. However, the cavern had remained undisturbed for eons, yet this inexplicable anomaly had materialized. It was this enigma that stirred Wang Badeo's apprehension. Before the unknown, sentient beings often harbor profound reverence, and Wang Badeo was no exception. After a moment, Wang Badeo's thoughts returned to the present. He had experienced a latent sensation of breakthrough upon inhaling a mere wisp of the sanguine mist. Could the blood itself be a treasure? Or was the prodigious size of the azure serpent and the colossal bats attributable to the influence of this very pool? Thus, I find myself amidst a treasure, my heart fluttering with a blend of exhilaration and a tinge of fear. It is the extraordinary, the inexplicable by science, that evokes the deepest reverence. Simultaneously, a thread of anticipation weaves through my thoughts, leaving my heart in a state of tumultuous complexity. Having lingered in the cavern for nearly a month, I ponder whether the emerald giant serpent has finally ceased its vigil outside. This accursed place cannot be my prolonged abode. I must devise an escape. The sole route out lies through the narrow passageway by which I entered the cave. Approaching that constricted entrance, I am beset with doubt. If I were to grow larger, would I ever manage to leave? The notion sends a shiver down my spine. If I were to remain here for several more months and gain even a modicum of size, I might indeed find myself eternally ensnared within this cavern. To be trapped here indefinitely would be a fate worse than death, especially as the bats, my only source of sustenance, would eventually succumb to starvation. The cave offers no alternative food supplies. Though there may be tens of thousands of bats, there inevitably comes a time of depletion. The temperature within the cave hovers around a frigid -10 degrees, yet curiously, not a single spot is frozen. This anomaly perplexes me. As I delve into the passage, I proceed cautiously. The further I traverse, the wider the opening becomes, a stark contrast to the constriction I faced upon entering the cavern. Upon emerging from the cave, beams of sunlight embrace me, and my spirits suddenly uplift. Inside the cave, not only was there an absence of sunlight, but the biting cold was relentless. Now, stepping into the warmth, I find myself momentarily disoriented, yet soon enveloped in an exquisite softness that brings unparalleled comfort. It's no wonder serpents bask in the sun. It's such a delightful sensation. Gazing upon the familiar forest, a sense of kinship welled up within, akin to a wanderer returning home. For the serpent belongs to the jungle, harboring profound and inexpressible emotions for it. Aeon. Suddenly, a resonant, protracted roar echoed through the air. This soaring cry was certainly not the sound of a serpent, Wang Badeo affirmed. Yet, it was undeniable that it was the bellowing, having detected Wang Badeo's presence. Having just luxuriated in the sun's warmth, Wang Badeo was startled by the giant serpent's cry before his body had even warmed up. Damn it, that accursed beast has discovered me. Wang Badeo had anticipated being discovered by the upon emerging, but he had hoped to slip away unnoticed. Alas, he was detected mere seconds after venturing out. With no recourse, he could only retreat into the mountain cave, for remaining outside was tantamount to courting death. Wang Badeo now regretted his decision to enter this lair, for he would not have been driven to such straits otherwise. Upon entering the cave, Wang Badeo faintly heard the commotion outside, with birds taking flight and beasts fleeing in terror. This thunderous advance resembled a stampede of 10,000 horses, sending the forest's denizens scattering in all directions, creating utter chaos. Damn beast, you've ruined my outing. I couldn't even catch a hare to vary my diet. I've been eating bats for a whole month, and they're starting to make me nauseous. Though they tasted fine initially, a month of the same fare is enough to satiate anyone, isn't it? Returning to the cave, Wang Badeo couldn't help but shiver. This sudden change in temperature is unbearable. In a mere half hour, the bats were entirely refined. Overcome by ennui, his thoughts drifted to the blood pool beneath the crevice. A profound curiosity stirred within him regarding the blood pool. After all these years of cultivation, he possessed a certain level of equanimity. The initial trepidation had long since subsided, if not become commonplace, at least no longer inspiring terror. Now, Wang Badeo felt compelled to descend once more, to scrutinize and ascertain the purpose of the blood pool. He was convinced it held significant benefits for cultivation. If he could cultivate at the edge of the blood pool, Wang Badeo was confident he could attain the Qi training stage in short order. No further justification was needed. This reason alone sufficed. At present, Wang Badeo was at the great perfection of essence refinement, a breakthrough achieved while recuperating within the cavern. Without hesitation, he acted upon his thoughts, descending along the sloping wall. Once again, he stood before the blood pool, the churning blood plasma, as awe-inspiring as ever. Having failed to observe closely on the previous occasion, he now scrutinized it with meticulous care. The blood pool was approximately 7 meters in diameter, circular in form. The rocks at the edge of the blood pool were as smooth and lustrous as diamonds, even emitting a faint radiance. It appeared to be a massive piece of luminous jade, with the blood pool nestled in its center. The entire rock formation resembling a vessel designed to hold the blood plasma. This rock was a priceless treasure. Yet, in comparison to the blood plasma, it was merely a container. One could only imagine that the value of the blood plasma far surpassed that of the rock. The blood plasma was a deep, ink-like crimson, and Wang Badeo could sense the immense, surging energy within. He could not estimate the magnitude of this energy. At this moment, Wang Badeo knew that this blood plasma could not possibly belong to an ordinary creature, or perhaps even to any living being at all. Could it be that deities genuinely exist in this world, and this is divine ichor? Wang Badeo couldn't help but harbor doubts, for if it weren't divine ichor, there would be no explanation. A subtle, sanguine scent informed Wang Badeo that it was genuine blood, not some other substance. Since he couldn't comprehend it, he didn't intend to try. In any case, cultivating in this blood pool yielded twice the results with half the effort, so why not indulge? Wang Badeo cast aside his wild thoughts, calmed his mind, and began to cultivate his essence and energy. Today marked the 28th day of Wang Badeo's sojourn in the cavern. In just 2 more days, a full month would have elapsed. Today was the 13th of July, and before he knew it, Wang Badeo had been a serpent for over half a year, growing from a small, 1-meter snake into the colossal behemoth of over 8 meters that he was now. From initial maladjustment to adaptation, and now to truly mastering the laws of the jungle, he had learned to be a genuine giant python. Only Wang Badeo himself knew the hardships and exhaustion involved. Chapter 20. The giant python's ambush. Slowly opening his serpentine eyes, a sharp glint flashed in his cold gaze. His coiled body unfurled, and he gently exhaled a breath, which carried wisps of milky white mist. He had already reached the pinnacle of the great perfection of essence refinement. Within 3 days, he should be able to break through to the Qi refining realm. Upon contemplating the Qi refining realm, Wang Badeo couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Essence refinement could only generate essence energy within the body, and the activation of essence energy greatly increased attack power. However, upon breaking through to the Qi refining realm, essence energy would sublimate and transform into inner Qi, which could be released externally, and the attack power would be incomparable. As for the divine refinement experts, their inner Qi had already condensed into Qi, which was virtually indestructible. If one were to draw a comparison, the quality of essence energy would be 1, while the quality of inner chi would be 10, and the quality of chi would be 100. As Wang Budheo, endowed with the form of a python, possesses a vitality far surpassing that of a mere human. It is not merely the quality of this vitality that is formidable, but rather its sheer quantity. Currently, Wang Budheo's energy is at least tenfold that of an ordinary human, rendering him invincible within the same realm. When one considers the disparity between an ordinary person and an 8-meter python, it becomes evident that the latter can effortlessly vanquish a human without breaking a sweat. Having devoted another day to cultivation, he has now spent 2 days at the edge of the blood pool. This brief period, equivalent to 20 days of training outside, represents a terrifying tenfold difference in cultivation efficiency. If one could cultivate at the edge of the blood pool for a century, would that not transform them into a serpent demon of a millennium? Now, Wang Budheo comprehends the reason behind the immense size of the azure giant python, which spans over 30 meters in length and is a third thicker than a barrel. This extraordinary growth is likely a result of the blood pool's influence, situated directly above the cavern. With such a miraculous blood pool, the birth of wonders would not astonish Wang Budheo in the least. Although he has always found it puzzling that this region, not truly a primordial tropical rainforest, could harbor such a colossal python. The remarkable efficacy of the blood pool has elucidated all his uncertainties. Inside the cavern, day and night blend indistinguishably, despite it being night. The 15th of the month brings a full moon, casting a luminous glow akin to flowing water, gently bathing the forest in its light. All seems to be at rest. The woods enveloped in tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. Suddenly, the earth begins to tremble slightly. Wang Budheo is alarmed. If this is an earthquake, will I be buried alive? This place has existed for over 100 million years. Surely it cannot meet such misfortune. For over 1 billion years, this place had remained untouched by earthquakes. Yet here I was, encountering one unexpectedly. It seemed inconceivable. If an earthquake had truly occurred here, this location might have long ceased to exist. Suddenly, the blood pool began to churn violently, as if the plasma yearned to ascend to the heavens. It erupted forth like a cataclysmic volcano, surging to heights of 3 or 4 meters. From a side view, it resembled a volcanic eruption, with torrents of plasma shooting skyward. At that moment, a beam of moonlight descended from the heavens, akin to Mercury cascading from the Milky Way, plunging directly into the blood pool. Wang Budheo was taken aback, lifting his gaze to behold a fissure approximately 3 to 4 meters in size, slowly opening above the cavern. His mind momentarily froze in disbelief. What on earth was happening? This defied all scientific explanation. In his astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words, staring at the fissure that appeared like a monstrous beast gaping wide, ready to devour the void. Such phenomena could not possibly be rationalized by science. Wang Budheo began to question whether he was living in a mythological era. Perhaps there truly existed deities in this world, lost for reasons unknown. Just as Wang Budheo was grappling with his shock, the fissure widened to 5 meters before finally stabilizing. Suddenly, a colossal tail emerged from the crevice. He recognized that tail all too well. It belonged to the azure giant python. The scales shimmered distinctly, as if meticulously carved, each gap between them clearly defined. Although the azure giant python was indeed a sight to behold, Wang Budheo would have preferred to never encounter it again. Beneath the fissure lies a rocky pillar, broad at the base and tapering upwards. A cerulean python, well acquainted with its surroundings, gracefully winds around the pillar, descending slowly. Its fluid movements attest to its familiarity with this descent, a culmination of countless prior experiences. Wang Budheo gasped in trepidation. Within this cavern, there was no refuge to be found. Confronted by the azure serpent, he faced an inescapable demise. Wang Budheo struggled to comprehend the nature of this cave. It was already peculiar enough to be strewn with fossils of prehistoric creatures. Now, a mysterious blood pool had emerged, alongside this bewildering phenomenon. Deep within this chasm, the cerulean python might remain oblivious to his presence, yet he was certain that the serpent had come for the blood pool. As evidenced by its confident demeanor, this chasm was clearly familiar to it. In this abyss, there was truly nowhere to hide. Indeed, after descending the rocky pillar, the cerulean python navigated directly down a sloped passage. Its movements indicated this was not its first venture here. The narrow passage, scarcely more than 1 meter wide, was nearly consumed by the python's massive form, over 30 meters in length, with a girth nearing a meter. Such a creature would be utterly terrifying in the outside world. It could easily devour a cow, and even an elephant would succumb to its constricting embrace without a struggle. On land, this serpent might well be deemed invincible. Wang Badheo could hear the rapid beat of his own heart. At this moment, he stood at the threshold of oblivion. Although the acrid scent of the blood pool masked his own odor, he knew that once the cerulean python descended, it would inevitably detect him. Subsequently, a small python, barely over 8 meters in length, dared to confront a colossal serpent measuring over 30 meters. The outcome was, as one might imagine, foregone. The tremors that had once shaken the ground had ceased, likely caused by the fissure above the cavern, approximately 5 meters in size, that had opened. Once the fissure stabilized, the ground stopped its quaking. The azure giant python had finally descended. Upon witnessing the azure serpent once more, Wang Badu felt a profound sense of awe. One can scarcely fathom the enormity of a creature exceeding 30 meters in length, nor the terror evoked by its nearly 1 meter diameter. The immense body of the python made contact with the ground, causing it to tremble slightly, akin to a massive steamroller. Now, Wang Badu understood why the ground here was so smooth. It was the result of the countless times this azure python had traversed this very terrain. This place, while not vast, measured a modest width of several meters. Yet, as long as Wang Badu remained within the confines of the blood pool, the azure python would undoubtedly detect his scent. Even if he did not stray far, the serpent would still be able to perceive his presence. It was a perilous predicament. However, time was no longer on Wang Badu's side to ponder or choose, for the azure python had arrived. Upon sensing Wang Badu, the python's icy gaze radiated a palpable aura of menace. Although it possessed no intelligence, it instinctively recognized the immense significance of the blood pool, declaring that all creatures approaching this domain must perish. This was its Achilles heel. Once a mere small python, it had stumbled upon the basin and sinkhole 50 years prior, subsequently claiming it as its territory. All beings that dared to encroach upon its realm met their end within its jaws. On the night of the full moon, while it rested in the sinkhole, the fissure unexpectedly appeared, and it plummeted into the cavern below. Within the cavern, the frigid temperatures rendered survival exceedingly challenging. The rocky column stood 3 meters from the fissure, making it impossible for the creature to ascend. By instinct, the blood pool radiated warmth, and fortuitously, it discovered a sloped wall, allowing it to descend. There, it found the blood pool, preserving its life. Subsequently, it resided in the blood pool for 3 decades, quenching its hunger by consuming the sanguine liquid within. The energy contained in the blood was exceptionally potent. Merely a few drops would sustain it for 10 days without the need for further sustenance. After 30 years, it had grown into a 30-meter-long colossal python, and the low temperatures of the cavern no longer posed a threat. However, the energy from the blood pool could no longer satiate its needs. Perhaps it had developed an immunity to the blood, rendering it ineffective for growth, merely alleviating hunger. Having spent 3 decades in the cavern, it resolved to venture forth. It discovered that on the night of the full moon each month, the fissure at the cavern's apex would open, alleviating any concerns about future access. Now a gargantuan figure at 30 meters, it stood atop the food chain, with all creatures in the forest serving as its prey. Yet, in the ensuing 20 years, its growth became increasingly arduous. Even with the blood pool's assistance, it only reached approximately 35 to 36 meters, and in the last decade, its size had scarcely increased. The vast expanse of the forest could hardly sustain its enormity. Fortunate was it that the blood pool existed, for indulging in its sanguine waters each month was essential for its survival. Without it, the creature would have perished from starvation long ago. At this moment, the creature felt an undeniable sense of vulnerability. Having touched upon its most sensitive spot, its connection to the blood pool was profound and ineffable. The blood pool was its very source of life. At this instant, being touched by its kin, the murderous intent in its eyes erupted, and the surrounding temperature plummeted strangely. Chapter 21. The demise of the azure serpent. Now, there was no escape, no evasion. It was a desperate struggle, victory or death. He roused the essence within his body, and a surge of power enveloped his meridians. Possessing terrifying venom, Wang Badeo might not be without a chance, though that chance was exceedingly slim. Yet, how could he resign himself without a fight? 2 serpents, one immense and one small, coiled and faced each other across the blood pool. their serpentine eyes flashing with cold light and their animosity palpable. Coiling was the optimal preparatory stance for snakes, enabling swift attacks and providing defense against unforeseen events. Wang Badeo had his venom primed, ready to strike at any moment. Should he manage to bite the azure serpent, even its colossal size would not easily withstand the poison. It might not be fatal, but its strength would certainly be diminished. However, observing the azure serpent's impenetrable scales, Wang Badeo abandoned the notion of biting it. Lest his fangs shatter, strike first, or suffer the consequences. Wang Badeo suddenly lunged forward, arching his serpentine neck, and unleashed a torrent of venom towards the gaping maw of the azure serpent, which was in the midst of flicking its tongue. The two streams of venom, no larger than a thumb, shot forth like lightning bolts. If the venom entered the azure serpent's mouth, it would be a significant advantage, even if it didn't die. It would certainly suffer. This venom was potent enough to kill two woolly mammoths, and if it hit its mark, the azure serpent would be in dire straits. However, to Wang Badeo's disappointment, the massive form of the azure python exhibited an unexpected swiftness, causing its venomous strikes to miss their mark. Though devoid of intelligence, the python's instinct recognized the peril of the two venomous projectiles. With a thunderous roar, the colossal serpent, too large to evade, surged forward towards Wang Badeo. Its body collided with the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, reverberating with a resounding boom. Wang Badeo stood in stunned silence. Not only would a direct assault from the azure python be catastrophic, even the slightest brush would leave him gravely injured. Indeed, it was a matter of sustaining wounds or facing death. The python's strength was overwhelming. Even a truck would be reduced to mere fragments under its terrifying constriction. In this confined space, however, Wang Badeo retained an advantage. His speed may not rival that of the azure python, yet he excelled in agility. As the python lunged, he deftly leapt aside, testing the waters by striking its side with his tail. Whether this caused the python any pain remained uncertain, yet Wang Badeo himself was in agony, suffering immensely. Faced with the azure python, he found himself at a loss. His attacks proved ineffective, and his only advantage, the venom, seemed elusive. Deeply wounded, he had no choice but to rely on his agility, leading the python in circles. Yet this strategy was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in a devastating strike from the azure python. It was akin to walking a tightrope. Now, the azure python was seething with rage. In its eyes, Wang Badeo was but a mere insect, yet he had toyed with it for far too long. A tail struck fiercely against the rocky wall, causing shards of stone to scatter, piercing into Wang Badeo like needles. A large and a small giant python danced around the blood pool, one recklessly fleeing while the other relentlessly pursued. Wang Badeo dared not descend into the pool, for the azure python had inhabited this place for 30 years without ever daring to venture down. The ominous aura emanating from the blood pool was lethally perilous. Falling into it was tantamount to certain death. The instinct of the animals warned them that the blood pool was not to be approached. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. With a resounding boom, the blood pool erupted as if a grenade had been tossed into it, splattering a deluge of blood upon Wang Badeo. A searing pain enveloped him, as though his body had been doused in sulfuric acid. The python emitted wisps of blue smoke, with several scales shedding from its midsection. Wang Badeo writhed in agony, the pain piercing deep into his heart, forsaking any thought of evading the azure python's pursuit. The azure python's thrashing was a far cry from Wang Badeo's childlike struggles. It was a veritable earthquake. A dramatic scene unfolded, transforming from a chase into a chaotic writhing on the ground. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Picture a blood pool measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, its crimson liquid churning violently as if a volcano had erupted. Meanwhile, the two giant pythons rolled about, particularly one that measured 35 to 36 meters in length. What a scene to behold! With a thunderous crash, the azure giant python collided violently against the rocky wall, creating a gaping hole from which stones tumbled down, some landing squarely in the blood pool below. To add insult to injury, blood splattered onto Wang Badeo, further aggravating his plight. Gritting his teeth in fury, he yearned to devour the azure python whole. Aware of the corrosive nature of the blood pool, he bore the excruciating pain, struggling to advance slowly towards the python. Wang Badeo understood that this was his singular chance to vanquish the azure beast. Only by forcing the frenzied python into the blood pool could he hope to slay it. He believed that the tumultuous blood within the pool would be more than sufficient to ensure the creature's demise. Though he had previously come into contact with the blood, he could not fathom why it had suddenly become corrosive. Unbeknownst to him, the change in the blood's nature was due to the peculiarities of the day. Had he not witnessed the moonlight's essence cascading into the blood pool moments ago? The azure python had inhabited this realm for 30 years, having initially suffered losses before learning its lesson. Each full moon, it would keep its distance from the blood pool, never daring to approach. At most, it would linger 20 meters away, observing, only daring to approach once the pool had calmed after 3 hours. Currently, the azure python was approximately 13 or 14 meters away from Wang Badao, yet traversing that distance took him a grueling 5 or 6 minutes. Enduring such intense pain while attempting to maneuver his body was no small feat for Wang Badao, having just endured the corrosive touch of blood. With scales sloughed off and raw flesh scraping against the ground, Wang Badao felt as though he were experiencing a fate worse than death, teetering on the brink of despair. Were it not for the looming menace of the cyan python, Wang Badao would never have summoned such fortitude. Halting 3 meters from the cyan python, Wang Badao observed the creature writhing in its death throes. To approach now, only to be struck or crushed, would be a fool's errand. After an arduous 5-minute wait, the cyan python finally showed signs of exhaustion, its movements gradually subsiding. In a stroke of uncanny fortune, the cyan python lingered at the edge of the blood pool. Overjoyed by this twist of fate, Wang Badao acted without hesitation, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. Vital energy surged through his body. Disregarding the excruciating pain that racked him, he coiled his body with sudden force, striking the cyan python with a speed akin to lightning, surpassing his utmost limits. His velocity reached a terrifying 1/5 of the speed of sound as he struck the cyan python's vulnerable spot. Clang! The moment their scales collided, a sound akin to the striking of metal reverberated through the air. Wang Badao's head crashed violently into the cyan python's vulnerable spot, plunging its entire head into the blood pool. Yet, due to the excessive force exerted, he too tumbled into the crimson depths. Overwhelmed by the exertion, he thought, "This is it, I'm doomed." With a soft splash, Wang Badao plunged into the blood pool, creating a momentary ripple before the surface settled once more. The cyan python, with its immense bulk, had only its head submerged, while Wang Badao's entire body was engulfed by the blood pool. Wang Badao underestimated his own strength. His body, resembling the thickness of a thigh and measuring 8 meters in length, coupled with the peak energy cultivated through rigorous training, could easily overturn a small vehicle upon impact. The azure giant python, already with a disproportionately small head and a stout body, had its head thrust into the blood pool by Wang Badao's forceful charge. With considerable momentum, he inevitably fell into the blood pool himself. Were he to perish here, it would be an egregious injustice. Meanwhile, the azure giant python, thoroughly exhausted from its struggles, was struck on the head by Wang Badao and plunged into the blood pool. The entire serpent convulsed violently, letting out a heart-wrenching cry that resonated through the blood pool, sending ripples across its surface. The scales on its head were drenched in blood, resembling wilted blossoms, shedding in a sorrowful display. If this were the extent of its misery, it might not have been fatal. However, fate had a cruel twist in store. Upon its descent into the blood pool, it inadvertently ingested a mouthful of the corrosive plasma, which began to erode its innards, rendering the azure giant python's existence a torment worse than death. The ensuing chaos was akin to a magnitude 5 earthquake, as the serpent collided with the rocky walls, causing boulders to tumble from above. The ground bore the scars of the struggle, marred and uneven. For a full hour, the azure giant python writhed in agony before finally coming to a halt, its condition seemingly on the brink of death. Chapter 22, Legacy Pain. Excruciating, soul-rending pain. It felt as if his very insides were being sliced apart, as though he were being subjected to a torturous execution. Wang Badao sank deeper into the blood pool, descending 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, until he finally reached the bottom at 100 meters. Having plummeted to the nadir of the sanguine pool, Wang Badao lapsed into a profound unconsciousness. The corrosive nature of the blood within the pool was several orders of magnitude greater than that of sulfuric acid, relentlessly assailing Wang Badao's corporeal form. In the throes of his insensibility, his body instinctively marshaled its vital essence to mend the ravages inflicted upon it. Albeit this endeavor was likely ineffectual, the innate self-preservation instincts of a living being were nevertheless triggered. The restorative capacity of this vital essence was far outstripped by the destructive velocity of the sanguinary liquid, and it was only a matter of minutes before Wang Badeo would succumb, dissolving into the bloody morass. Within the confines of the blood pool, everything was being subjected to a process of dissolution, while the surface of the pool remained eerily placid, the once tumultuous blood gradually subsiding into a state of serene tranquility. Just as it seemed that all was calm and Wang Badeo was destined to perish, his soul extinguished, the blood pool resumed its former state, persisting in its subterranean cavern, as if Wang Badeo had never existed in the terrestrial realm. Abruptly, the blood pool underwent another transformation, as the vital essence coursed through Wang Badeo's serpentine form. Submerged within the pool, it emanated an uncanny luminescence, a fusion of violet and crimson hues. The blood from the pool seeped into Wang Badeo's form through the interstices of his scales. His entire serpentine body metamorphosed into a bizarre shade of red, gradually coalescing with the blood within the pool, as if becoming an integral component of the sanguine liquid. Imperceptibly, Wang Badeo's bloodline, or rather his genetic code, was undergoing a transformation. Suddenly, the once placid blood surged anew, not merely with the turbulence of before, but with an intensity surpassing it tenfold. As if a volcano was on the cusp of eruption, or an earthquake of catastrophic magnitude was unfolding. As the sanguineous fluid seethed and churned with fervent intensity, the entire pool of blood began to emit wisps of ethereal vapor. Concurrently, the blood-soaked mirror underwent a transformative process, its crimson waters gradually receding, the initial level diminishing as if the sanguinary essence were evanescing or, perchance, seeping through a fissure in the pool's foundation. Thus, the ichorous fluid ebbed slowly, and as its volume dwindled to a certain extent, it became perceptible that the crimson liquid was incessantly contracting toward a colossal serpent nestled at the center of the pool's base. It was then revealed that the Ophidian behemoth had been the recipient of the pool's sanguineous bounty. As the serpent imbibed the blood, the surrounding fluid commenced a gyral motion, forming a scarlet vortex that spiraled around the creature's sinuous form. Ultimately, the entirety of the blood within the pool was assimilated by the gargantuan serpent, leaving the once brimming, 7 to 8 meter wide, 100-meter deep mere stark and desolate, save for the serpentine entity that had been the epicenter of its sanguinary consumption. Wang Badeo remained motionless, akin to an inanimate object, for he had long succumbed to a profound unconsciousness, oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Time elapsed at an unhurried pace. A month had passed since Wang Badeo's descent into the blood-soaked pool. During this interval, the forest canopy above the cavern had undergone a cataclysmic metamorphosis. With the disappearance of the blood pool, the primeval arboreal giants, whose age was immeasurable, exhibited signs of desiccation and waning vitality, their life force ebbing away in the wake of the pool's absence. Without the blood pool providing sustenance, the diminutive basin simply lacks the necessary nutrients to sustain them. Devoid of the blood pool, they can only wither, with no alternative path available to them. Perhaps it is due to the demise of the azure giant python that the natural ecology within a 10-mile radius of the basin has gradually begun to rejuvenate, as a multitude of diverse animals have started to migrate back into the surrounding forests. For instance, various monkeys, burrowing rodents, serpents, and squirrels have returned. With the disappearance of the blood pool, it is likely that the solitary group of bats still surviving within the cavern will soon meet their end. Perhaps within a few months, they too will perish, for the cave harbors no resources to sustain their existence. They have relied solely on the blood pool for their survival thus far. Outside of the blood pool, they face only a dead end. Since the once existent blood pool vanished, the colossal python, quietly positioned at its very center, has remained. Originally adorned in a crimson hue, after a month it has reverted to its former obsidian shade. Its scales now more lustrous and dark than ever, even inadvertently shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. Once measuring over 8 meters, the python has astonishingly grown to 13 meters, its girth exceeding that of a thigh. This is the true embodiment of a giant python. It beheld a figure, a man clad in a golden-yellow dragon robe, his golden hair billowing like a tempest. His golden eyes and eyebrows exuded an air of pride, while his facial features appeared chiseled, radiating a robust masculinity. He stood with arms crossed against the fierce winds, gazing upward, his presence commanding the earth and exuding a regal authority that seemed to overlook the world. The figure stood atop a towering cliff, beneath which lay an unfathomable abyss. As the angle shifted, Wang Badeo beheld another individual standing atop a distant peak before him. Clad in a black robe, this person exuded an aura of darkness, as if they had just emerged from the depths of hell. Their lips moved, yet Wang Badeo could not discern their words. Suddenly, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. The golden-hued man let out a resounding roar, transforming into a majestic golden dragon that spanned thousands of meters. With 5 claws, he embodied the essence of the most esteemed royal lineage of dragons, the 5-clawed golden dragon. In contrast, the black-robed figure's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he morphed into a 7,000-meter-long black dragon, engaging in fierce combat with the golden dragon. As the battle raged on, the 2 dragons descended to the ground, revealing a sight that left Wang Badeo utterly astonished. Countless prehistoric terrestrial vertebrates, predominantly dinosaurs, roamed the earth beneath them. From the likes of the Archaeopteryx to the Allosaurus, the Ceratosaurus, and the Therizinosaurus, the diversity was staggering. This legion of dinosaurs once reigned supreme over the earth. It was an era defined by their magnificence, a glorious epic of the dinosaurs. The outcome of the fierce duel between the 2 dragons was soon apparent. The black dragon was vanquished. In its defeat, countless dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures were also claimed, all of them sent to their graves by the 5-clawed golden dragon, who struck them deep into the earth with a single blow. Subsequently, the golden-hued man absorbed several drops of the black dragon's essence and infused them into the bodies of 3 colossal prehistoric serpents. Casting a frigid gaze upon the saurian throng, he metamorphosed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, surging into the void, piercing the atmosphere, and soaring towards the uncharted cosmos. Perchance, he was never meant for this realm, his sole mission being to vanquish the Dragonkin's betrayer. The infusion of the black dragon's 3 drops of essence blood into the primeval serpents was, in all likelihood, an endeavor to leave a draconic legacy on this minor planet, lest his journey be in vain. Subsequently, Wang Badeo's vision shifted. The black dragon, upon his demise, was thrust into the earth's depths by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Even the mightiest warrior cannot withstand the relentless passage of time. Over eons, the black dragon's cadaver decomposed, his essence blood coalescing into a blood pool, above which a dragon pearl, the size of a basketball, hovered serenely. Through numerous cataclysms, earthquakes, floods, tectonic shifts, the dragon pearl safeguarded the blood pool. The pearl's energy, after eons, dwindled to a mere fraction, shrinking from its original size to that of a thumb. It vanished during an earthquake some 2 millennia ago, its precise whereabouts now lost to the annals of time. Perhaps it is now unwittingly cherished as a luminous gem. Chapter 23. Consuming the serpent's gall. The advent of the 5-clawed golden dragon engendered unparalleled awe in Wang Badeo. He had not anticipated that such beings, or indeed deities, truly existed in this world, or perhaps in this universe. Having absorbed the essence blood of the blood pool, he had, in essence, inherited the black dragon's legacy. Alas, the dragon pearl was nowhere to be found. Were he to obtain the dragon pearl, Wang Badeo's evolution into a divine dragon would be imminent. In ancient myths and legends, dragons are depicted as mystical creatures embodying the essence of 9 different animals, forming a unique amalgamation that possesses the strengths of various species. The specific identities of these 9 animals remain a subject of debate. Legends often attribute to dragons the ability to appear and disappear, to change size from minute to immense, and to transform in length from short to long. They are said to ascend to the heavens during the vernal equinox and to plunge into the abyss during the autumnal equinox, capable of summoning winds and rains, rendering them omnipotent. During feudal times, dragons served as symbols of emperors, representing both the sovereign and imperial attributes: dragon lineage, dragon visage, dragon court, dragon robe, and dragon palace. Among others, the dragon holds an irrefutable position in the cultural heritage of the Huaxia civilization. To evolve into a divine dragon, one must first transform into a jiao. The jiao resembles a serpentine creature with 4 limbs and is classified within the dragon category. Though similar in appearance to dragons, jiao are characterized by their notably short or absent horns. They possess 4 limbs and a tail adorned with rigid spines, with a distinctive fleshy protuberance between the eyes, leading to their designation as jiao. There exists a significant distinction between dragons and jiao. The dragon's tail is fan-shaped, while the jiao's tail is slender and sharp, akin to a blade. Dragons are regarded as divine entities, whereas jiao are considered spiritual beings, also referred to as earthly hidden. The jiao's tail is devoid of filaments, bearing little resemblance to that of a snake. The jiao may lack horns entirely or possess a singular, straight horn that does not bifurcate, contrasting sharply with the dragon's two forked horns. The vast majority of people recognize the name dragon, and many can describe its various forms. However, such a creature has never existed in reality. It resides solely within the realm of human imagination. Some may inquire, if dragons do not inhabit the earth, why are dragon bones sold in traditional Chinese medicine shops? Research has revealed that these so-called dragon bones are, in fact, fossils of several unrelated animals' bones and teeth. Some may assert that the imagined dragon is perhaps a vestige of ancient memories left by prehistoric dinosaurs. However, the era in which dinosaurs thrived is immensely distant from humanity, making any direct encounter impossible, and thus eradicating the likelihood of such memories. Nonetheless, the realm of imagination does not emerge from sheer nothingness. It necessitates a foundation, albeit one that may be distorted, fabricated, or misinterpreted, resulting in a construct that does not correspond to reality. Yet, Wang Bad-Dao is resolute in his belief that dragons do indeed exist. In myth, dragons hold an equal status with the divine, possessing boundless capabilities akin to gods themselves. In ancient China, dragons were revered as divine beasts. Legends suggest that a serpent transforms into a dragon after a millennium, and a dragon evolves into a horned dragon after an additional 5 centuries. The authenticity of these tales remains uncertain. There are also myths claiming that dragons possess 2 pairs of claws, unlike the serpent which has but 1 pair. The veracity of these claims eludes Wang Bad-Dao, leaving him unable to discern their truth. For now, such matters are secondary. Perhaps only when Wang Bad-Dao reaches that pivotal moment will the truth reveal itself. The emergence of the divine dragon has fundamentally altered Wang Bad-Dao's understanding of reality. Concurrently, a wild ambition has begun to burgeon within him, prompting the possibility that he too might evolve into a divine dragon. After a month, Wang Bad-Dao finally awakens, experiencing the memories of the black dragon as though he had traversed through an extensive dream, living through the fragmented life of the black dragon whose memories have been largely lost. Millions of years can erase countless remnants, and even the corpse of the black dragon cannot withstand the ravages of time. Gazing into the depths of a blood pool 100 meters deep, Wang Bad-Dao ponders a significant question. Given that he has absorbed the blood, how can he ascend from this abyss? This is a grave concern. Failure to find a solution may result in eternal entrapment. The prospect of climbing out appears utterly unrealistic. Left with no other recourse, Wang Bad-Dao shifted his focus, observing the transformations within his own body. His scales were now a shade darker than ebony, gleaming with an intense luster. Their hardness rivaled even the ironclad hide of the azure python. It was likely that even a Gatling gun would only produce a cascade of sparks upon impact. Perhaps only heavy artillery such as mortars or missiles could pose a threat to Wang Bad-Dao's existence. He had advanced further on the path to invincibility. Even a hand grenade might only wound Wang Bad-Dao, failing to deliver a fatal blow, circulating his vital energy. Wang Bad-Dao was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had achieved a breakthrough. He had now reached the initial stage of qi training, capable of projecting his inner energy outward. Even stone could be cleaved in 2 by Wang Bad-Dao's outward projection of inner energy. If Wang Bad-Dao were to battle the azure python now, a single flick of his tail, imbued with outward projected inner energy, would undoubtedly breach the python's defenses. 13 meters in length, this was a true behemoth of a serpent. The potency of his venom had doubled. At this moment, Wang Bad-Dao's venom was, without a doubt, the most virulent among known biological toxins. A single mouthful could effortlessly dispatch 1,000 adults. Revenge, to slay that adulterous couple in S City. Subsequently, Wang Bad-Dao resolved to venture into the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest encompasses half of the world's rainforest area and 20 of the world's forest area. It is the largest and most biodiverse rainforest on the planet. There, he could achieve greater development. It was a paradise for serpents. If not for his insufficient strength, Wang Bad-Dao would have truly desired to explore the depths of the ocean, wondering what secrets they held. Perhaps the ocean is the true paradise for animals. The 13-meter-long python, though difficult to convey the awe it inspires through mere numbers, can be imagined as a colossal serpent rising upright, towering as high as 3 or 4 stories. Is this not terrifying enough? At this moment, it might be somewhat challenging for Wang Bad Dao to swallow a human. But devouring a dog is a trivial matter, unlike before, when it could barely consume a chicken. Remarkably, Wang Bad Dao has transformed into a serpent in just over 7 months, evolving from a 1-meter-long venomous snake into the current 13-meter-long poisonous python, a feat almost beyond belief. The most significant change in Wang Bad Dao's form is the appearance of a white line along its back, extending from its head to its tail. Upon breaking through to the Qi refinement realm, things became more manageable. Wang Bad Dao harnessed its internal energy, driving its tail into the rocky wall. The forceful impact scattered debris, creating a hole over a meter deep. Stabilizing its tail within the cavity, it lifted its head, channeling its energy outward, and with a resounding crash, struck the rocky wall again, withdrawing its tail to strike once more. Step by step, like ascending a ladder. It took Wang Bad Dao an entire day to finally emerge from the blood pool. Fortunately for Wang Bad Dao, it possesses intelligence, had it been another animal. Even with the legacy of the Black Dragon's blood, it might have remained trapped in the blood pool forever, perhaps succumbing to starvation before long. Having escaped the blood pool, it once again encountered the azure giant python. However, the azure giant python was now lifeless. More than a month had passed, and its corpse had begun to decay, a foul stench wafting through the air. Yet, rather than retreating, Wang Bad Dao swam towards the carcass and found a spot, striking fiercely with its tail. As the inner energy circulated, the tip of the tail transformed into a sharp blade, effortlessly slicing through the scales of the azure giant python, revealing the precious gallbladder within. The gallbladder, a reservoir of bile within the serpent, is a sought-after medicinal component, particularly that of the golden-ringed snake, the silver-ringed snake, the cobra, the king cobra, the 5-step snake, and the viper, all of which are esteemed for their therapeutic properties. For serpents, the gallbladder is indeed a treasure, embodying the essence of their being. The azure giant python, a rare creature that has consumed the essence of the black dragon over decades, possesses an exceptionally valuable gallbladder. If ingested by a practitioner of internal martial arts, it could easily grant an additional 50 years of cultivation, significantly reducing the arduous journey of self-discipline and offering an 80% chance of transcending into the realm of divine cultivation. Should humanity's warriors become aware of the azure giant python's existence, they would likely rush to slay it. However, the question remains whether they could indeed vanquish such a formidable creature. The most probable outcome would be a complete annihilation of their ranks at the hands of the azure giant python. Only a practitioner at the divine cultivation level stands a chance against it. The true power of this realm is unknown to Wang Bad Dao, yet he is aware of its formidable nature. Even if he were to encounter a practitioner of divine cultivation now, it might only lead to his demise. With a population of billions, the number of those who have reached the divine cultivation level can be counted on one's fingers, highlighting its rarity and strength. After consuming the gallbladder of the azure giant python, Wang Bad Dao awaited the unfolding of events. As today coincidentally marks the 15th day, the fissure above the cavern is about to open once more. Wang Bad Dao intends to ascend through this opening. The essence of the azure giant python's gallbladder will require at least a month for Wang Bad Dao to fully digest. During this month, he need not worry about sustenance, for the immense energy contained within the gallbladder will significantly contribute to his growth. It is anticipated that he will at least reach the pinnacle of the initial stage of Qi cultivation. Chapter 24. The 16-meter giant python. The magnitude of energy within the azure python's gallbladder will only be revealed upon its digestion. However, after waiting for an entire day, Wang Bad Dao discovered that there was no sign of activity from the fissure above the cavern. It was only then that he realized the essence of the black dragon's blood had been entirely absorbed by him, causing all anomalies in this place to dissipate. Now, aside from a number of dinosaur fossils and prehistoric biological remains, the cavern's low temperature has returned to normal, comparable to that of any ordinary cave. Wang Bad Dao harbored some concerns regarding whether he would be able to squeeze through the small opening after his growth to 13 meters in length. Previously, at 8 meters, his girth was only comparable to an adult's thigh. Now, having grown to 13 meters, his circumference has expanded to the size of a basin's bottom. It is evident that he could not fit through, and the thought of becoming stuck was even more troubling. What should he do? Surely, he cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. With no other options, Wang Bad Dao resolved to channel his internal energy to forge a path. If he can blast open the narrow entrance ahead, the passage will naturally widen behind him. While many believe that snakes enjoy burrowing, this is a misconception. Most snakes do not dig their own burrows, but rather occupy those created by others, creatures such as mice and other beings. Along with the natural formations or the cavities left by decaying tree roots, abound in the wilderness. The snake assumes the role of a usurper, often seizing the fruits of others' labor. Wang Badao, with great difficulty, diligently performs the arduous task of burrowing. After 5 hours of toil, he finally managed to clear the narrow entrance of the cave. Stepping out into the open, he inhaled deeply the fresh air of nature. Ah, the forest is truly splendid. He chuckled to himself, recalling the last encounter with that patterned tiger. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would hunt it down. Wang Badao smirked. Devoid of any regard for the protection of animals, those who provoke him must meet their demise. The near brush with death at the claws of the patterned tiger haunted him, igniting a desire for vengeance that lingered in his mind. Ever eager for the opportunity to eliminate the beast. In this forest, he felt invincible, capable of dispatching the tiger with ease. Subsequently, he intended to claim the forest as his own dominion. Unbeknownst to him, after absorbing the blood of the black dragon, his very genes, or bloodline, had undergone a transformation. What is a gene? A gene, the fundamental unit of heredity, serves as the material basis for inheritance. Through replication, genes transmit hereditary information to the next generation, resulting in offspring that exhibit traits similar to their progenitors. Genes encapsulate the entirety of information regarding the processes of life, encompassing gestation, growth, and decay, and facilitate vital physiological processes such as replication, expression, and repair, which are essential for the continuation of life. It is well understood that sowing melons yields melons, while sowing beans yields beans. This is the essence of hereditary power. The propagation of biological life and the process of individual growth hinge upon the accurate transmission and utilization of genetic information, with genes representing the basic units of this hereditary information. Originally, the genetic makeup of the Wang Badao python encompasses 37 distinct colors, signifying the presence of 37 unique genes that form a linkage group on the same chromosome. Within Wang Badao's constitution, the gene of the nameless venomous snake constitutes 20%, the python gene occupies 40%, the divine dragon gene accounts for 3%, and the crocodile gene represents a mere 0.3%. Beyond the known genes, there remain 16 unidentified genes. The existence of the divine dragon gene can be attributed, in part, to the five-clawed golden dragon man, who infused the essence of the black dragon's blood into 3 prehistoric giant serpents, thus giving rise to the divine dragon gene. Had it not been for Wang Badao's prior inheritance of the black dragon's genes, his descent into the blood pool would not have resulted in the absorption of the essence leading to the black dragon's legacy. Rather, he would have perished in the molten depths of the pool. Thus, one could say that Wang Badao is exceptionally fortunate. Following the absorption of the black dragon's essence, the genes within Wang Badao were reduced to a singular hue, the black divine dragon gene. All other genes were devoured by this black divine dragon gene. With the abundant essence from the blood pool, Wang Badao's entire genetic structure transformed into the divine dragon gene, signifying a considerable likelihood of his evolution into a divine dragon. While humans refer to this as genes, the fragmented memories of the black dragon denote it as bloodline. However, Wang Badao has yet to fully absorb a significant portion of the black dragon's memories, as the black dragon has existed for an exceedingly long time. To completely assimilate the black dragon's memories, Wang Badao will require several more years, if not longer. Possessing the divine dragon bloodline does not guarantee transformation into a divine dragon. It merely signifies that Wang Badao possesses the potential for such an evolution. Perhaps it can be said that Wang Badao has obtained a ticket to the path of evolution. He had not hunted for quite some time. Upon exiting his cave, his first intention was to capture some wild game to indulge in a change of flavor. Although the consumption of the emerald giant python's gallbladder rendered him free from the need for sustenance for a month, the monotony of feasting on bats for an entire month had begun to wear on him. It was nighttime, and while his vision remained unaffected, Wang Badao lacked the habit of nocturnal activity, despite the fact that the majority of serpents favored the cover of darkness. The digestion of the emerald giant python's gallbladder required a considerable amount of time, during which he would harness his inner energy to fully utilize its benefits. ensuring that not a single fragment went to waste. To squander such a rare treasure as the gallbladder of the emerald giant python would invite divine retribution. Wang Badao did not intend to seek trouble with the patterned tiger immediately. Instead, he resolved to completely digest the gallbladder within the confines of his cave before making any moves. After all, there was no rush. After all, the patterned tiger would not flee. And it was unnecessary to squander such a precious resource over trivial matters. Of course, the digestion of the gallbladder was not an instantaneous process, and Wang Badao estimated that it would take him at least a month to harness its energy. It is worth noting that he had not shed his skin for 2 months. Indeed, absorbing the blood of the black dragon in the blood pool had resulted in a complete transformation, a true metamorphosis from the inside out. Not only had he inherited the bloodline of the black dragon, henceforth, we shall refer to it as bloodline rather than gene, but he had also grown from over 8 meters to 13 meters in length, a remarkable increase of over 4 meters. Such rapid growth is astounding under normal circumstances. It would require 3 to 4 months of ample nourishment and the refinement of a significant amount of essence blood to achieve such a feat. Wang Badao's cephalic structure had also undergone a subtle transformation. Formerly triangular, it had morphed into an ellipsoidal shape following the inheritance of the black dragon bloodline. This new configuration, where his head was slightly larger in proportion to his body, exuded a more imposing aura and aesthetic appeal compared to his previous top-heavy appearance. While subjective tastes may differ, Wang Badao found himself appreciating his current form. The robust had not only enhanced his majesty, but also amplified his bite force. Ordinarily, pythons are not inclined to bite humans. However, Wang Badao reasoned that this common perception could be exploited to his advantage. Thus, Wang Badao dedicated a month to cultivation within the confines of the cavern, venturing out approximately every 5 days to hunt and diversify his diet. Given that it was August and the temperature would soar under clear skies, Wang Badao typically hunted during the early morning or late evening hours. Over the course of this month, the azure python's gallbladder was finally refined. Surprisingly, Wang Badao did not shed his skin during this period. He discovered that his skin had undergone a profound transformation since receiving the black dragon bloodline inheritance, rendering shedding unnecessary upon maturation. This was a direct consequence of the alteration in his bloodline. In a month's time, Wang Badao's body had elongated to 16 meters, an impressive growth of 3 meters. His inner energy had also achieved a breakthrough, elevating him to the middle stage of the Qi refining realm. It had taken Wang Badao half a year to cultivate the Jing refining realm to its zenith, and he might not have even broken through to the Qi refining realm were it not for the blood pool. However, thanks to the consumption of the azure python's gallbladder, he had advanced from the early to the middle stage of Qi refining in a mere month, a pace that could only be described as rapid. To comprehend that the entirety of the refinement realm is yet to surpass even a minor stage within the Qi cultivation realm is challenging. The overwhelming power of the king python, inherently superior to humans, possesses an internal energy tenfold that of a human being. If the serpent's gall of the azure giant python were to be consumed by a human, it might have already advanced to the latter stages of Qi cultivation. Should it be ingested by a fully realized master of Qi, there exists an 80% probability of transcending to the spirit refinement realm. The king python is exceedingly pleased with his own 16-meter-long form. Contemplating within, he muses, is it time to settle the score with that four-clawed feline? Chapter 25. Sovereign of the forest. At this moment, the forest is enveloped in profound silence. Ancient trees, which may have stood for decades or even centuries, tower skyward, their canopies forming a dense cover. Various wild grasses blanket the ground, and thorns proliferate. The withered leaves, strewn across the earth, crackle underfoot, while the surrounding vines and undergrowth intertwine in a thick embrace. In such an ancient forest, the dense foliage and vines make it nearly impossible for an observer to detect a wild beast lurking merely 10 meters away. Yet, animals possess a keen sense of perception. The silence that envelopes this woodland is attributed to the presence of a colossal creature traversing its domain. Every living being instinctively avoids it, wary of incurring its wrath. This forest rightfully belongs to him. He is the sole monarch of this realm. Behold, a serpent measuring 16 meters in length, with a girth comparable to the base of a wash basin, strikes fear into the hearts of all creatures. The mere scent of this gigantic python sends animals fleeing to the farthest reaches, desperate to escape any unwarranted calamity. Should he contemplate annihilating the offspring of the giant jaws? They pose no benefit to me. Rather, they present a certain threat. Of course, I must eliminate the striped tiger as well. However, Wang Badao does not intend to linger in this forest for long. Once he dispatches the striped tiger, he plans to venture out for vengeance, aiming to slay those treacherous individuals. Subsequently, he intends to journey to the Amazon rainforest, which he envisions as his ideal sanctuary for existence. Nevertheless, upon arrival, he must exercise caution and refrain from arrogance, for that territory is fraught with unknowns. Who can predict the consequences of hubris? One might even risk their very life. For now, Wang Badao's strategy is as such. After some contemplation, he has decided against the notion of exterminating the giant crocodile, as he does not plan to remain in this locale for long and is unperturbed by unforeseen circumstances. For instance, during his previous encounter with the crocodile, he sustained grave injuries. Even a small crocodile, measuring 3 to 4 meters, could have claimed his life. Generally, animals do not permit any creature that poses a threat to exist within their territory, regardless of how minimal that threat may be. Although Wang Badao aspires to vanquish the striped tiger, its explosive speed is formidable, despite its lack of endurance. Therefore, he plans to stealthily approach, ready to launch a surprise attack, convinced of his ability to defeat it. The striped tiger is a South China tiger, a subspecies unique to China, inhabiting the central and southern regions of the country, also known as the Chinese tiger. It has a round head, short ears, and robust limbs, with a relatively long tail. Its chest and abdomen are marked with a significant amount of creamy white, while its entire body is a vibrant orange adorned with black stripes. Among the subspecies of tigers, the South China tiger, characterized by its relatively small stature, ranks among China's top 10 endangered species. Presently, it is nearly extinct in the wild, surviving only in captivity in various zoos and breeding centers, with a population of just over 100. The striped tiger, however, boasts a distinct coat and is significantly larger, nearly the size of the Siberian tiger. The mere revelation of this solitary South China tiger surviving in the depths of the forest would undoubtedly incite frenzy. It is likely that poachers and researchers alike would converge to seek, capture, or hunt it down. Unbeknownst to Wang Badao, the whereabouts of this South China tiger have indeed been uncovered. A seasoned hunter, 2 weeks prior, ventured into the forest for a hunt, albeit only at the fringes, as he dared not penetrate deeper into the woods. On that day, the striped tiger happened to roam the forest's edge, where it was spotted by the old hunter. He promptly reported his sighting to the relevant government authorities, who dispatched personnel to conduct research on the striped tiger. They had no intention of capturing it. As the South China tiger is on the brink of extinction, capturing this tiger would render it devoid of value, akin to the South China tigers in captivity. Meanwhile, those who dared to venture into the forest remained oblivious to Wang Badao's presence and his schemes to eliminate the striped tiger. For Wang Badao, debts of gratitude and vengeance are clear-cut. The striped tiger nearly led him to his demise, and thus he resolved that it must face its own reckoning first. With a mere 5-meter distance, a sudden ambush would require no more than half a second. In a sudden eruption, a swift leap can annihilate the patterned great tiger in the blink of an eye. Wang Badao concealed himself in a location frequented by the patterned great tiger, camouflaging his form among the fallen leaves that blanketed the ground, quietly coiling like a serpent. He held his breath, suppressing it to the faintest whisper. Having cultivated his inner energy, his breath was naturally prolonged. After stifling his breath, he managed only 2 or 3 inhales in nearly a minute. Time flowed silently. The act of a python hunting requires patience, sometimes enduring for days. A sudden ambush, striking when one is least prepared, exacting the greatest cost from the enemy while expending minimal effort to secure the prey. This aptly encapsulates the process of a python's hunt. Not all pythons possess Wang Badao's swiftness, thus patience in hunting is paramount. There are instances where remaining motionless, akin to a lifeless entity, may last for days. Should Wang Badao encounter creatures swifter than himself, he would naturally pursue them without restraint. However, when faced with uncertainty and the fear of his prey evading capture, he would instinctively resort to the python's most prudent hunting strategy. While the patterned great tiger may lack endurance, its speed is remarkable. Had Wang Badao not been injured the last time, and if he had not initially traversed through dense thickets with the patterned great tiger, thereby hindering its speed, he might have met his demise. Even now, despite Wang Badao's increased velocity, he could not confidently close the distance in such an expansive space. If the imposing figure of Wang Bad were to strut boldly before the patterned tiger, it goes without saying that the terrifying aura emanating from him would compel the tiger to turn tail and flee. In this forest, no creature dares to confront a 16-meter-long giant python. Wang Bad is, without a doubt, the undisputed sovereign of this realm, the reigning monarch of the woods. While he could certainly lie in wait amidst the dense foliage, the patterned tiger typically avoids such locales. Even if Wang Bad were to bide his time for a month, it is unlikely that the tiger would venture there. Moreover, frequenting a particular area inevitably leaves traces of his presence, and the patterned tiger would undoubtedly detect the scent of Wang Bad. As he quietly raised his head, he observed a massive tiger, nearly 3 meters in length, approaching from 20 meters away. This 3-meter feline was slightly larger than the average Northeast tiger, while a 3-meter South China tiger is virtually unheard of. Yet, here it was, perhaps a testament to the influence of the black dragon's blood, which seems to have rendered the creatures of this forest somewhat larger than their counterparts outside. As the patterned tiger drew near, Wang Bad held his breath, suppressing both his heartbeat and murderous intent. When the urge to kill arises, it exudes an involuntary aura, and only those capable of concealing such intentions are anything but ordinary. At 15, 12, and finally 10 meters away, the patterned tiger began to cast wary glances around, sensing an imminent danger. Animals possess an innate perception, akin to the instinctive awareness of a human standing at the edge of a precipice, understanding that a single step forward could lead to a fatal outcome. This chilling sensation sent shivers down its spine, reminding it of the imminent peril ahead. Wang Bad had not anticipated the formidable perceptive abilities of the striped tiger. Seizing the moment was imperative. Thus, he resolutely launched his assault. Chapter 26. Prelude to Invincibility. With a thunderous roar, the striped tiger deftly evaded Wang Bad's strike. This evasion was well within Wang Bad's expectations. He leaped several meters, his feet barely touching the ground before he charged directly at the striped tiger. The nearly impenetrable scales rendered Wang Bad's defenses almost invincible. Even if he stood still, allowing the tiger to bite, it would struggle to breach his formidable defense. Yet, Wang Bad was not foolish enough to remain stationary, as pain could still be inflicted. The striped tiger felt a surge of dread, its fur bristling in response. The sight of this colossal serpent instilled a deep terror within it, provoking an instinctive urge to flee. However, as the sovereign of the forest, its innate pride compelled it to suppress such fear. Although it endeavored to quell the overwhelming trepidation within, the frantic movements betrayed its futile efforts. For it recognized the oppressive aura of the giant serpent. It was the very adversary it had previously pursued. With a resounding roar, perhaps intended to bolster its courage, the tiger's once dominant presence was now overshadowed by Wang Bad's sheer might. Hissing, Wang Bad flicked his tongue, his icy gaze fixated with keen interest upon the striped tiger. He was genuinely curious to observe its response, whether it would choose to fight or flee. With a mere 3 meters separating them, escape for the striped tiger seemed improbable. Moreover, Wang Bad's impervious scales rendered him virtually invincible. Bad flicked his tongue, causing the striped tiger to retreat in disarray. Keen to maintain proximity, Wang Bad advanced with each step the tiger took, ensuring the distance remained constant. Roar. Perhaps incensed, the striped tiger launched an assault on Wang Bad. With a cold smirk, Wang Bad retaliated with a swift tail strike, sending the tiger hurtling through the air. The tiger's anguished cries echoed as blood gushed from its maw like a fountain, indicating severe internal injuries. Wang Bad's tail possessed formidable power, capable of felling even an ox with ease. Cultivators at the chi refining stage could project their inner energy, effortlessly dispatching a bull. With inner energy tenfold that of a human, Wang Bad regarded such a feat as trivial. The striped tiger struggled to its feet, its gaze fixed on Wang Bad with terror. Trembling, it retreated, devoid of the courage to confront the colossal serpent. Severely wounded, the tiger's fate was sealed, its diminished speed precluding any chance of escape. Perhaps resigned to its fate, or perhaps driven by the pride of a forest king, the striped tiger mounted another attack on Wang Bad. However, fear and injury had compromised its fighting prowess. Wang Bad, confident in his scales and vulnerability, didn't even bother to evade the assault, choosing instead to test their defensive capabilities. Although aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of the scales, there is still a desire to ascertain their effectiveness through experience, for it is only through practice that truth is revealed. Clang. The claws of the patterned tiger clashed against the scales, producing a shower of sparks and a dull thud. Wang Budhao felt no pain. Instead, a sense of calm enveloped him. Moments earlier, he had harbored a degree of trepidation, as his previous considerations had merely been theoretical and he had yet to test the scales' defenses. However, now his confidence surged. The scales, having been tempered in the crucible of blood, bore a defense that was incomparable to those of the past. Even the immense, biting force of the giant crocodile no longer daunted him. It is noteworthy that the giant crocodile's bite can reach an astonishing 5 to 6 tons. Although this is slightly inferior to that of the megalodon, it is worth mentioning that the Tyrannosaurus rex possesses a mere 3-ton bite force. Furthermore, research indicates that the megalodon was one of the most powerful creatures in terms of bite force in history, being the largest shark ever recorded and one of the most formidable marine predators in Earth's history. The scales adorning Wang Budhao can be likened to an impenetrable armor. Aside from heavy artillery, missiles, and nuclear weapons, it is difficult to conceive of any armament capable of vanquishing him. After testing the resilience of his scales, Wang Budhao had no intention of prolonging the encounter with the patterned tiger. He resolved to dispatch it swiftly, granting it a merciful end. When the patterned tiger's claw made contact with Wang Budhao's body, and it observed that he remained unscathed, panic surged within it. This fear enveloped it like a tidal wave, washing away any semblance of arrogance, as instinct urged it to flee. Witnessing the patterned tiger's attempt to escape after merely grazing him, Wang Budhao felt a surge of displeasure. In this world, such inexpensive matters are indeed rare. As Wang Budhao pondered the intricacies of scale defense, the striped tiger had already fled a considerable distance of over 10 meters. With a swift movement, Wang Budhao crouched low and soared after it. Within mere seconds, he caught up to the striped tiger, sinking his fangs into its hind limb, allowing venom to surge into its body, likely sealing its fate within a mere 10 to 20 seconds. Habitually, Wang Budhao entwined himself around the striped tiger, a practice that had become second nature to him. With successive lethal strikes, binding, and poisoning, the creature was doomed regardless of its prowess. Once ensnared, Wang Budhao refrained from channeling his internal energy. The striped tiger, akin to a rice dumpling, was tightly wrapped, its struggles diminishing until, after a brief interval, it succumbed completely. Sensing the gradual chill of the striped tiger's body, Wang Budhao finally released his grip. Gazing upon the tiger's massive form, a twitch played at the corner of his mouth, leading him to ultimately decide against consuming it. It was not that he was incapable of doing so. While a human's mouth can only open to a 30-degree angle, a snake's jaws can expand to an astonishing 130 or even 180 degrees. With a body the size of a basin, Wang Budhao could easily devour prey 7 to 8 times or even 10 times its size, an undeniably terrifying prospect. However, he had never intended to undertake such a feat, for swallowing something so substantial would not only be uncomfortable but would also hinder mobility, drastically diminishing his combat aptitude. In the event of danger, he would be compelled to regurgitate his meal, a process that requires time that could very well lead to his demise if confronted by a formidable opponent. Thus, Wang Budhao resolutely refrained from consuming oversized prey, always maintaining his unparalleled combat effectiveness. Wang Budhao was not like those mindless pythons. Insatiable greed leads to self-destruction, like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant 10 times its size, only to become immobile and vulnerable. Moreover, prey of that magnitude cannot be regurgitated quickly. Therefore, Wang Budhao typically consumed prey around his own size, allowing him to expel it swiftly if faced with a formidable adversary. Against common foes such as wolves or leopards, he could prevail even with diminished combat prowess after consuming his meal. Casting a glance at the deceased striped tiger, Wang Budhao prepared to hunt. He had gone without food for 2 days to defeat the tiger and was now ready for a substantial feast. The tiger's carcass would likely remain untouched by carnivores for at least 2 days, as Wang Budhao's potent aura permeated the area, having unleashed his full power during the battle. The lingering, terrifying presence would deter any animal from approaching. Although imperceptible to humans, any creature entering the area would experience an instinctive sense of dread. Scientifically, this could be attributed to the influence of his aura on brainwaves. All sentient beings possess magnetic fields that alter during thought, creating a bioelectric current. The battle with the striped tiger left behind residual magnetic fields, which would affect any human entering the vicinity, subconsciously inducing fear. It is worth noting that the longest known python measured 14.85 meters and weighed 447 kilograms. At 16 meters, Wongbadeo was the longest python ever recorded. Certainly, this notion appears rather implausible to Wongbadeo. He does not genuinely believe himself to be the longest python in the world, undoubtedly. There exist serpents longer than he within the depths of the Amazon rainforest, a fact he can only confirm upon venturing there in the future, although it may be inconvenient. He must embark on this journey. At worst, he can engage in nocturnal activities. His current objective is to thoroughly solidify his cultivation within a month. Having slain the patterned tiger, Wongbadeo now reigns supreme in this forest. Chapter 27. The unexpected arrival of humans the following morning. Wongbadeo set out to hunt early. He preferred to avoid the sweltering midday heat, opting instead to hunt once in the morning and again in the evening. 2 hunts a day sufficed to replenish the energy his body required. After vanquishing the patterned tiger, he felt elated, completely unconcerned about the fact that he may have extinguished the last wild South China tiger. His appetite remained robust in the morning. After indulging in a hearty meal, he sought a cave to rest, occasionally basking in the sun when the mood struck. However, at noon, Wongbadeo suddenly detected an unfamiliar scent, one that belonged to humans. Could it be that humans have intruded upon my territory? Few dare to venture into the depths of this forest. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate. This mountainous region is classified as a national-level protected area, teeming with towering trees and nearly devoid of pathways. Naturally, Wongbadeo was intrigued by the presence of visitors. 3 miles away, he observed a group of a dozen individuals laboriously navigating through the dense thicket and overgrown foliage of the forest. In the lead of the group, an elderly gentleman in his 50s walked ahead, flanked by 2 young men wielding machetes. Following closely behind him were a dozen or so youths, both male and female. Among them was a girl named Li Yuan, her long, silky black hair cascading in waves over her shoulders, dressed in a fitted outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Strikingly alluring, she approached the elder with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Professor, allow me to assist you with your luggage." The old professor beamed with kindness, appreciating the thoughtfulness of this student, a rare quality among today's youth. Most individuals are preoccupied with their own gain, seldom contemplating the true meaning of selflessness. "Oh, my dearly, my old bones are still capable of moving about, and the luggage is not heavy. There is no need for your assistance," he replied. This young woman, known as Li Yuan, was 21 years old and a student at XX University. A fortnight prior, reports had emerged of a wild Siberian tiger sighting in this forest, prompting the school to organize an expedition, to which she eagerly enlisted. The university also invited the esteemed expert, Professor Wang Zhiming, from the Ji Province Wildlife Research Institute, who was the very elderly man leading the group. With over 20 years of extensive experience in the conservation of endangered species, his immediate response to the tiger's presence was to come and conduct an investigation. For this seasoned wildlife expert, the tiger held a particular allure that surpassed that of other wild animals. "Professor, is it true that a Siberian tiger has been sighted here?" Li Yuan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. Did we not just discover those tracks?" he replied. "It is undoubtedly left by a tiger, though it remains uncertain whether it belongs to the Siberian variety. However, according to the informant, the tiger measures nearly 3 meters in length, and aside from the Siberian tiger, it is difficult to conceive of any other subspecies that could attain such dimensions. Other species simply do not grow that large," asserted Wang Zhiming with firm conviction. At that moment, another man approached and remarked, "Professor, it could possibly be a Bengal tiger, given that it is the most populous species currently in existence." The venerable Professor Wang Zhiming smiled gently and responded, "Ah, Xiao Tian, while the Bengal tiger may indeed be the most numerous, it typically inhabits the forests of India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Though they can also be found in Huaxiao, it is nearly impossible for such a climate to support their presence in these mountains. Now, let us set aside this discussion. Once we locate the tiger, its species will reveal itself." Noting that the young man referred to as Xiao Tian was still inclined to debate, Wang Zhiming internally sighed, reflecting on the impetuosity of today's youth. Suddenly, a woman walking behind them called out, "Professor Wang, it appears there are signs of tiger activity here." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiming hastily made his way over. He had been so engrossed in conversation that he had neglected to observe his surroundings, thus failing to notice the signs of the tiger's presence. He felt a surge of relief, grateful that Xiao Zhu had made the discovery. Otherwise, they might have overlooked an opportunity and continued down the wrong path. "Where is it? Where is it?" he inquired eagerly. "Right here." Upon inspection, he confirmed that indeed, there were claw marks present. As a nocturnal creature, the tiger, despite its imposing stature and formidable strength, lives a life of solitude, wandering through the wilderness with hunger and satiety as its constant companions. Among the behaviors exhibited by tigers, one of the most crucial for the research team is the act of marking territory, akin to all felines, as they traverse their paths, leaving behind traces through urine or claw marks. Indeed, the presence of claw marks confirms their visit. These marks reveal that the wild tiger in question boasts a remarkable size of nearly 3 meters. Wang Zhiming is filled with exhilaration. For a tiger's territory typically spans dozens to hundreds of miles, yet it seldom lingers in one place, regardless of the presence of prey. Additionally, it prefers to hunt along established routes, favoring paths through forests, ridges, thickets, and grassy slopes. Upon spotting a potential meal, it stealthily approaches, poised to ambush from behind. Faced with the vast mountains, the modest research team of over 10 individuals appears insignificantly small. The team usually finalizes key areas and routes in advance, subsequently deploying infrared automatic cameras at critical intersections or necessary passageways frequented by tigers in order to enhance the likelihood of encountering these majestic creatures or other rare wildlife. However, due to the haste with which Wang Zhiming and his colleagues arrived, they are largely ill-equipped with such tools, rendering the task of locating a tiger nearly impossible. At this moment, the discovery of claw marks confirmed the existence of tigers, and it provided a direction for their pursuit. How could this not exhilarate Wang Zhiming? In an era where wild tigers are on the brink of extinction, the research value of a single wild tiger is immeasurable. After finding the claw marks, Wang Zhiming began to observe his surroundings and soon discovered signs of a tiger urinating not far away. Overwhelmed with excitement, he realized that the tiger had moved in that direction, and the scent of its urine was still potent, indicating that the tiger had been active in this area just the day before. "Let us head in that direction. I believe the tiger cannot have strayed far." Wang Zhiming eagerly instructed the 14 individuals accompanying him, which included 7 students and 5 armed guards, along with himself. Without firearms for protection, no one would dare venture deep into such a forest. Wang Ba-Dao preferred to avoid contact with them, wishing to remain concealed. Should he resort to violence to silence them? He dismissed the notion, pondering that he repays grudges with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. They had not provoked him. He was no murderer, so he decided to let them be, knowing he would not linger in this place for long. An hour later, Wang Zhiming and his companions finally arrived at the location of the patterned tiger's carcass. However, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. They were simply taken aback. This was a South China tiger. Wang Zhiming trembled internally, his heart bleeding as he processed the shocking revelation. Aside from a solitary incident in 1964 when a villager in Shaanxi's Fopping Mountain hunted a wild South China tiger, there have been no sightings of adult South China tigers since. This may very well indicate the existence of the last remaining South China tiger, which met its untimely demise. How can Wang Zhiming's heart not bleed for this loss? Chapter 28. The Trail of the Giant Python in the winter of 2007. The Endangered Species Research Institute initiated a field survey project for the wild South China tiger in northern Guangdong, in which Wang Zhiming participated. Regrettably, no evidence of the wild South China tiger was discovered. Today, the likelihood of the wild South China tiger's existence is exceedingly slim. Many experts contend that it has been extinguished in the wild. As of October 2010, the total number of South China tigers in captivity worldwide stands at approximately 110. Originating from the land of Huaxia 2 million years ago, the South China tiger is the progenitor of all tiger species in nature. The 9 recognized subspecies of tigers, including the 6 extant subspecies, are derived from it. The South China tiger plays an extraordinarily vital role within its ecosystem, and its origins, dispersion, and the evolution of its distribution carry irreplaceable scientific value for the study of tiger origins and evolution. The rarity of the wild South China tiger is thus profoundly evident. In an effort to alter the impending extinction of the South China tiger, unprecedented conservation measures have been enacted, releasing South China tigers from captivity, facilitating effective breeding. and fostering the dwindling population's return to the wild, ultimately reintroducing them into the natural habitats of Huaxia. Gradually, their numbers are expected to increase in safe and expansive habitats across their native land. To achieve the objective of rescuing the South China tiger, the Reintroduction Project has established two principal subprojects. The first is the wilding program for the South China tiger, and the second is the pilot reserve project for the South China tiger in Huaxia. However, the forest where Wang Baddao resides is not one of the designated pilot reserves for the Chinese tiger, yet it is here that the most authentic wild South China tiger has appeared. Wang Zhiming felt a mix of astonishment, joy, and the sorrow of the tiger's demise. Although the death of the South China tiger can attest to the existence of wild South China tigers in China, it pales in comparison to the value of a living specimen. Who can say if this is not the last wild South China tiger? Perhaps with its passing, the wild South China tiger may indeed face extinction. The death of this tiger signifies that the mountain can no longer support the presence of another. Wang Zhiming collected his thoughts. Although his long-cherished wish to find an authentic wild South China tiger had been fulfilled, the tiger's death left him with a sense of regret. He turned to the other astonished students and conservation personnel. Furthermore, this South China tiger, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, was almost certainly the largest known of its kind. How did it meet its end? It seems evident that it was killed by another animal. The identity of this unknown creature remains to be determined, yet caution must prevail. If even a 3-meter-long South China tiger, the undisputed monarch of the forest, could be slain, the prowess of this unknown being is formidable. A moment's carelessness could result in our permanent entrapment here. Therefore, we must exercise utmost vigilance. Professor, what kind of animal do you believe could have slain this South China tiger? Could it be that the South China tiger was killed by poachers? Wang Zhiming stated with certainty that it was definitely not the work of poachers. The tiger bore no gunshot wounds, and if poachers were responsible, the carcass would have been long gone, spirited away by them. Wang Zhiming was no stranger to dealing with poachers and possessed a familiarity with their methods. He harbored extreme animosity towards them, for it was their relentless hunting that decimated wildlife populations. Currently, there are approximately 1.5 million known animal species on Earth. Yet 75 species go extinct worldwide each day. Every hour, 3 species are marked with a death warrant. Many species vanish from the planet before scientists even have the chance to describe and name them. While the extinction of these animals is related to the degradation of the Earth's ecological environment, the poachers are also to blame. After a careful examination of the South China tiger's remains, Wang Zhiming was perplexed. The manner of its death suggested strangulation by a python. But this region was not a rainforest. How could a python survive here? Furthermore, even if it were a python, how could it possibly kill a nearly 3-meter-long South China tiger? It was simply inconceivable. Suddenly, Wang Zhiming seemed to have stumbled upon something. He was dumbfounded, as if he had discovered the most incredible thing in the world. Wang Zhiming said with a touch of urgency, "Gloves, please, and keep your distance from the tiger's remains. Also, bring me a chemical reagent." "Professor, what is it?" Approaching Wang Zhiming, Liu extended a pair of gloves. Observing Wang Zhiming's peculiar actions, Liu was somewhat perplexed. While donning gloves for corpse examination was standard procedure, the necessity for chemical reagents seemed unwarranted. The others, equally baffled, gazed at Wang Zhiming, unsure of the venerable professor's eccentric behavior. Oblivious to the bemused stares, Wang Zhiming, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation, was solely focused on confirming a single suspicion, whether the South China tiger had been poisoned. Upon observing the black blood trickling from the tiger's mouth, Wang Zhiming discerned characteristics indicative of toxicity. Should the tiger indeed be poisoned, there existed the possibility that the responsible agent originated from the python, thus elucidating why the tiger succumbed to the serpent's attack, or, more precisely, its venom. In Wang Zhiming's estimation, this non-tropical rainforest python would likely be no more than 5 or 6 meters in length. A python of such dimensions would be incapable of slaying a tiger nearing 3 meters in size. However, if the python possessed potent venom, the circumstances would be explicable. Perhaps, upon encountering Wang Baddao, Wang Zhiming would comprehend the disparity between his imagined 5 or 6 meter python and the reality. The sheer terror of a colossal serpent. Truly unrivaled in the animal kingdom. Wang Zhiming extracted blood from the striped tiger using a syringe, subsequently introducing it into a chemical reagent. The blood diffused rapidly. Wang Zhiming, his eyes widening, exclaimed with delight, indeed it is so. Haha, this trip has not been in vain. Professor, have you discovered something? Yes, Professor. Your relation suggests a significant breakthrough. Professor Wong, please hurry. We're all anxious. Haha, do not rush. Allow me to explain leisurely. Witnessing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Wang Zhiming burst into hearty laughter, evidently delighted, and inquired, "What do you suppose this is?" He extended the chemical reagent in his hand towards the group. Apart from the 5 guards armed with rifles, tasked with ensuring everyone's safety, the remaining students were all top performers at the school, particularly excelling in chemistry. As they gathered around to take a closer look, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The blood of the South China tiger was, astonishingly, highly toxic. Indeed, it's quite unimaginable. Could it be that the tiger was poisoned before being strangled by the python? One student speculated. I told you. How could a single python possibly kill a nearly 3-meter-long tiger? Li Yiran interjected, insisting that the tiger must have been poisoned before the python seized the opportunity to strike. This assertion sparked a counterargument from Li Yiran. Not necessarily. It's quite possible that the python itself was venomous, he retorted. Laughter erupted from the group upon hearing Li Yiran's remark. It was not derisive, as they understood he was merely being obstinate, and their laughter was one of camaraderie. Haha, Li Yiran, have you never studied biology? When did venomous pythons ever exist? Another student seized the moment to chide him, clearly indicating the tension between the two. Li Yu interjected, All right, enough of the bickering. Let us all listen to the professor. Li Yu's words carried considerable weight. Among the 7 students were 2 young women, and Li Yu herself was one of the school's most celebrated beauties, naturally attracting no shortage of admirers. It was plausible that some of the 5 male students had joined this expedition with the intention of getting closer to Li Yu. After all, with so many suitors at school, it was challenging to distinguish oneself and capture her attention, nor were there many opportunities for interaction. This trip presented a rare chance, as proximity often leads to advantage, and contact could pave the way for future developments. Wang Zhiming reiterated, While we cannot definitively ascertain whether that serpent is a previously undiscovered venomous species, or whether the South China tiger was already poisoned by another animal before being killed by the snake, this remains to be investigated. Nevertheless, we must seek out the serpent to uncover the answers. If it is indeed a venomous snake, its value would far exceed that of the South China tiger. Chapter 29. Mountains of skeletal remains. Is it plausible for a nearly 3-meter South China tiger to be poisoned by another animal? It is a difficult proposition, for animals possess a perception that is incomparable to our own, and their world holds mysteries that we cannot fathom. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that this serpent possesses venom unlike that of any other snake. This is a truly venomous serpent, and its research value is immeasurable. Wang Zhiming's expression was tinged with excitement, and his weathered hands trembled with fervor. Professor, what shall we do with the corpse of the South China tiger? Are we to simply abandon it here? Li Yuan inquired. Indeed, the carcass presents a considerable predicament. Very well, for now, this is the only course of action. Yes, let us proceed as the professor suggests. Everyone concurred, acknowledging it as the most viable course of action at present. However, merely leaving the tiger's remains unattended was insufficient. A sentinel was required to guard the site. Otherwise, despite the shelter of a tent, other predators could breach it and devour the carcass. Wang Zhiming approached one of the guards responsible for the group's safety and said, Xiao Zhang, I need you to remain here and watch over the South China tiger's body. Understood, Professor, Zhang Jie readily agreed. The air of the city and the air of the forest are disparate entities. For centuries, this mountain range, with its peaks and ravines, has served as a natural barrier against humankind, cradling within it the uninhibited existence of birds and beasts, largely untouched by human presence. Yet, at this moment, a group of people can be seen traversing this very terrain. It is none other than Wang Zhiming and his party, with the exception of Zhang Jie, who remained to safeguard the tiger's remains. The other 13 individuals journeyed across the mountains in search of the venomous serpent. Little did Wang Badeo, currently reclining idly within his cave, know that he was the object of their pursuit. Wang Zhiming and his companions had already surmounted 2 peaks and trekked for nearly 2 hours. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the sun beat down mercilessly from the sky, leaving them parched and weary. Despite his 50 years, Wang Zhiming remained remarkably vigorous. Though advanced in age, his frequent field expeditions had kept him in excellent physical condition, surpassing even the stamina of the younger students. Let's pause for a moment and replenish our fluids, Wang Zhiming announced, noticing the evident fatigue of the two female students. Although Li Yu and Li Yuan were nearing exhaustion, they uttered no complaints. In this regard, Wang Zhiming held a deep appreciation. It is indeed rare for children born in urban environments to possess such resilience against hardship. Li Yu and Li Yuan, sharing similar phonetics in their names yet differing in characters, were classmates residing in the same dormitory. Their close relationship led them to participate together in this expedition. After a brief respite of 20 minutes, Wang Zhiming shielded his eyes from the sun and glanced at the sky. Noticing the late hour, he prepared to resume their journey. Suddenly, he spotted a flock of vultures soaring and diving not far ahead in the sky. With his wealth of experience, Wang Zhiming intuitively understood the implications and stated, "Have we all rested sufficiently? Let us head in this direction to investigate." He gestured towards the area where the vultures were congregating. Although the others harbored a desire to linger, they had no choice but to follow Wang Zhiming, the leader of their expedition. If an old fellow could endure without complaint, it would be quite shameful for them to whine incessantly. Moreover, the campus bell was present, further motivating the young men to maintain their composure. Wang Zhiming led the group towards the location where the vultures were gathering, and in an instant, a gruesome and harrowing scene unfolded before their eyes. They beheld a collection of skeletal remains exposed on the ground, as if stripped of flesh and skin, with hollow eye sockets gazing mournfully towards the heavens. The avaricious vultures congregated in a frenzy, competing for the scant remnants of flesh upon the bones or the fragments of meat scattered on the ground. The accumulation of bones resembled a mountain, remnants of the years of predation by the striped tiger. Among the remains lay the carcasses of various animals, including wild boars and hyenas, numbering in the hundreds. Unlike its counterparts, the striped tiger eschews extensive roaming, preferring to dwell within the confines of this mountain range. We're retreating here to feast upon prey procured from afar. The radiation emanating from the blood pool bestows advantages upon fauna within a 100-mile radius, rendering them significantly larger than their conspecifics. While typical South China tigers, such as the striped tiger, seldom exceed 2 meters in stature, this particular specimen has burgeoned to an imposing 3 meters in length, a testament to the boon it has enjoyed over the past 7 years. Wang Zhiming and his cohort were profoundly awestruck, unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of the ossuary before them without having witnessed it firsthand. Only through direct experience and visual confirmation could they truly grasp the profound mental impact of such a sight. Li Yu's inquiry jolted the others from their reverie, prompting them to exchange glances of astonishment, each beholding the same shock reflected in the eyes of their companions. Wang Zhiming inhaled deeply, for this spectacle was also novel to him. Despite his extensive experience in field research, he was still unaccustomed to such a grand scene. After all, the striped tiger had resided in this location for 7 or 8 years, during which time countless animals had fallen prey to it. Unlike Wang Badeo, who favored devouring his quarry whole, the striped tiger consumed only flesh, leaving the bones to accumulate, naturally forming a veritable mountain of osseous remains over the years. "It's the South China tiger's lair," Wang exclaimed. "These are likely the skeletal remains of animals it has hunted over the years. However, it's quite peculiar, as tigers typically do not remain in one place for extended periods. Yet, judging by the sheer volume of bones, this South China tiger has resided here for at least 7 or 8 years, perhaps even longer." Wang Zhiming wore an expression of bewilderment. "Very well, let us seek out the South China tiger's den. Since this is the lair of the South China tiger, the area is undoubtedly secure, at least devoid of other wild beasts. After all, the South China tiger has only recently perished, and its lingering presence deters most creatures from approaching," Wang Zhiming asserted. "Yet, did we not come in search of a python?" One of the students remarked lightly. "What does it matter if we take a bit more time? We must have taken a wrong turn. If this is indeed the territory of the South China tiger, then the python's domain likely lies in another mountain range." The awareness of territory among animals is remarkably acute. They would never permit other formidable creatures to encroach upon their domain. Thus, after locating the tiger's den, we shall traverse this mountain range and investigate the others. Wang Zhiming possessed profound knowledge of animal behavior, a wisdom garnered from decades of experience. The group did not search for long before they soon discovered the den of the striped tiger. It was a cave, shrouded in darkness, however, armed with flashlights. The shadows could not hinder their exploration. Wang Zhiming led the way, his extensive experience allowing him to react promptly to any unforeseen incidents. Were it anyone else leading, he would harbor reservations, for they were all youthful, embarking on their inaugural venture into such a vast forest. Apart from theoretical knowledge gleaned from textbooks, they were woefully unprepared for the perils of the wilderness, and in the event of an emergency, their reactions would likely be sluggish. The cave was not particularly deep, and upon entering, they swiftly discerned signs of the tiger's activity, which unequivocally indicated that this was indeed the den of the South China tiger. Well, let us take away these items of some research value, and after a short respite, we shall traverse this mountain range to the southern peaks in search of the venomous python. Wang Zhiming gestured towards several artifacts that evidently bore the marks of the South China tiger. All right, Professor, Liu replied, preparing to stow the heavy stones and other items Wang Zhiming had indicated into her backpack. The other male students, who had been contemplating the situation, suddenly brightened at this opportunity. Yeah, allow me to assist. It would be unseemly for you, a young lady, to carry such burdens. Let me handle it. For I possess greater strength. He is right. It is not proper for you to take on such a load. We shall carry it instead. Yeah, Wang Zhiming mused inwardly. Youth certainly has its advantages. Perhaps, at this moment, Wang Zhiming was eager to locate Wang Badao, but he would soon find himself speechless upon their actual encounter. This was no mere 5 or 6 meter python. It was a colossal creature measuring 16 meters. What was worse, the immense serpent was impervious to blades and bullets, rendering even their rifles useless. When they finally confronted the beast, they might come to understand the true essence of regret, just as Wang Badao had. Chapter 30. The essence of regret. At this moment, Wang Badao remained blissfully unaware that a group was approaching his territory, intent on finding him. He was leisurely indulging in an afternoon nap. The sun blazed high in the sky, yet it did not affect the temperature within the cave at all. The cave maintained a pleasantly cool climate, generally ranging between 18 to 22 degrees Celsius. This temperature was Wang Badao's preferred comfort zone, allowing him to sleep soundly. Wang Badao was a light sleeper, awakened by the slightest disturbance. Approaching him unnoticed within 100 meters was virtually impossible. Abruptly, Wang Badao's frigid pupils snapped open. He sensed an approaching presence, a multitude of individuals. It was undoubtedly the same group he had encountered at midday. Wang Badao inwardly seethed with annoyance. He had not provoked them, yet they sought him out. Desiring to remain undiscovered and avoid unnecessary complications, Wang Badao was nonetheless unfazed by the encroaching trouble. Should they displease him, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly, leaving no survivors. Wang Badao was not averse to such measures. Those who sought his demise would find no mercy. Had not the giant crocodile and the striped tiger met their ends for attempting to kill him? Wang Zhimian's group was drenched in perspiration. Despite Wang Zhimian's robust constitution, he was now panting heavily. Save for the 4 armed guards securing the group's rear, the students, accustomed to urban life and vehicular transport, fared even worse. The arduous forest terrain left them drenched, disheveled, and exhausted. Professor Wang, is this truly the domain of the venomous serpent? One inquired. We have traversed a considerable distance without sighting a single trace. Could we have erred in our location once more? Indeed, Professor. Is it possible we have taken the wrong path? 2 students gasped, their breaths heavy with exhaustion. They were utterly disinclined to continue. That wretched poisonous python could go to the devil. Whoever sought it could do so at their leisure. Professor, would you care for a sip of water? Li Yuan offered a bottle of mineral water to Wang Zhiming. With a smile and a nod, Wang Zhiming accepted the bottle, taking a generous gulp before turning to the group and asserting, "We are certainly on the right track. This must be the territory of the poisonous python. The traces we discovered along the way clearly indicate its presence in this mountain range. Pythons typically seek refuge in caves and rock formations. If we search for caves in this range, we are likely to find the python." Despite their grumbling, the students had no choice but to follow as Wang Zhiming forged ahead. After more than 10 minutes of searching, they found themselves in close proximity to the cave where Wang Badong was hiding. Li Ran, one of the many students, led the way, wielding a machete to clear away the obstructing underbrush and branches. Where is it? Where is it? Wang Zhiming called out, racing forward with a speed that belied his age. For someone who had dedicated his life to studying wildlife, nothing captivated his attention more than the prospect of encountering this unknown, undiscovered poisonous python. As he approached, he indeed spotted a cave about 10 meters ahead. Its entrance measured 3 to 4 meters wide, choked with tall grass that nearly reached shoulder height. In front of the cave lay a clear space of approximately 5 meters, entirely devoid of any undergrowth. An unusual sight indeed. As the group approached the entrance of the cave, Wang Zhiming instructed, "Take out the flashlight and prepare the antivenom. Be ready for any unforeseen circumstances." The antivenom, containing specific antibodies, serves to neutralize the venom of corresponding snakes. In the event of a snake bite, it is imperative to administer the injection swiftly. The sooner, the better. After issuing his orders, Wang Zhiming turned to the 4 guards, saying, "Xiao Wang, you 4 must remain vigilant. The safety of everyone rests upon your shoulders. Do not discharge your firearms unless absolutely necessary, understood? Rest assured, Professor. This is not our first collaboration. We are well prepared." "Very well. Since we are all ready, I shall enter first. Xiao Wang, stay close behind me. Everyone must enter in an orderly fashion. This will facilitate a safer exit in case of any mishap." Having arranged everything, Wang Zhiming accepted the flashlight from Li Yu and the machete from Li Ran. He stepped forward to the cave entrance, clearing the underbrush and illuminating the darkness within. The others promptly followed, while the guards, rifles at the ready, remained alert for any potential threats. Observing the crowd before him, Wang Badu was devoid of any inclination towards levity. His cold gaze swept over them, and a murderous intent began to brew within. Wang Zhiming and his companions were truly taken aback. The scene before them was chilling, a harrowing tableau that relentlessly assaulted their minds. They could scarcely comprehend the existence of such a colossal python. Its eyes, glowing like lanterns, fixated on them, rendering them motionless with trepidation. A massive figure, akin to a basin in size, coiled ominously upon the ground. The gargantuan mouth of the python seemed more than capable of engulfing a human. Under the illumination of the flashlight, its black scales glistened distinctly, and a sinister white stripe along its back enhanced the serpent's menacing appearance. The colossal body sprawled across an expanse of 5 to 6 meters, estimated to measure at least 16 or 17 meters in length. Wang Zhiming gasped sharply, overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret. His current feelings mirrored those of Wang Badayo upon encountering the formidable azure python, a realization of the essence of remorse. Such a serpent was beyond their capacity to confront. Even 4 rifles might prove inadequate to vanquish it, and should they succeed, it was likely that many of them would perish in the attempt, including Wang Zhiming himself. If it were solely Wang Zhiming at stake, he might not have minded. After all, having lived a long life, witnessing such a marvel of nature in his twilight years would render him at peace, even in death. However, he was responsible for a large group of young individuals behind him. Having led them into the forest, he was duty-bound to ensure their safe return. Many of the students were trembling, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Their fear had reached its zenith, and they yearned to flee, none wishing to remain. Yet, Wang Zhiming's subsequent words quelled their urge to escape. "Do not move recklessly. The moment you stir, the python will strike. Stay absolutely still," he urged softly, halting the restless crowd. "Moreover, we possess 4 rifles, and thus, we are not entirely bereft of options. Everyone must heed my directives. Wang Badayo is presently contemplating a matter. It is evident that these individuals are students, and the elderly man may well be a teacher. Wang Badayo, who had initially harbored thoughts of annihilation towards them, is gradually restraining his murderous intent. It is not that he lacks the resolve to act, but rather that he has resolved to depart the forest in the near future, deeming further bloodshed unnecessary. Wang Badayo has firmly decided that as long as they refrain from firing first, he shall spare them. Should they choose to fire first, however, he will not be held accountable. After all, divine punishment may be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be survived. At this moment, Li Yuan feels not fear, but profound curiosity. She has been intently observing the serpent's eyes, and within those cold, unyielding orbs, she discerns a startling truth. The eyes are the windows to the soul, revealing the depths of one's psyche. They serve as the clearest and most accurate means of communication between individuals, for one cannot consciously control their pupils. Yet, Li Yuan perceives that the gaze of the serpent bears a semblance to the expression of a person deep in contemplation. Almost immediately, she dismisses this absurd notion, deeming it impossible. Wang Badayo casts a perplexed glance at the girl before him. She is strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze causes him discomfort. A practitioner of the arcane arts possesses heightened awareness, perceiving the world with acute sensitivity. Even from a distance, Wang Badayo can sense the scrutiny of another. Likewise, a common individual, when being pursued, is often alerted by sounds, shadows, scents, and other stimuli that signal an anomaly. This is an instinct inherent to humanity. and those who cultivate their abilities merely amplify this instinct. Reborn as the mighty python, Wang Badao's animal instincts are even more formidable. Chapter 31. Fury. Everyone gradually retreated, taking care to move slowly to avoid provoking the giant python. Wang Zhiming whispered a caution. As the crowd cautiously exited the cave, Wang Badao lowered his proud head and lay on the ground, signaling his lack of intent to attack, thus reassuring them to leave, should they choose to fire upon him. Wang Badao would undoubtedly retaliate, for in such a case, he would find no reason to spare them. Upon exiting the cave, Wang Zhiming and the others were drenched in cold sweat, exchanging glances that reflected their lingering fear. Perhaps this experience would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Well, now we are safe. Wang Zhiming sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Since the python did not strike at that moment, it is unlikely to pursue us. Dense forests like this can be perilous. This experience will undoubtedly benefit you in your future field studies. In his years of wilderness research, Wang Zhiming had encountered such perilous situations only a few times, each fraught with extreme danger and the ever-present threat of death. This encounter had been the most intense of all, as not only was his own life at stake, but he was also responsible for a large group of students behind him. After Wang Zhiming spoke, the others contemplated and concurred. Spending the night in such a place would be tantamount to inviting death. Some among them were resolute in their decision to never again venture into the forest, recognizing it as a perilous game with their very lives. However, Wang Zhiming might find himself disillusioned, for Wang Badao had already resolved to depart the forest in the near future. After reuniting with Zhang Jie, who was guarding the corpse of the striped tiger, Wang Zhiming and his companions hastily exited the forest that very night, restoring the tranquility that had once enveloped it. A gentle ray of sunlight penetrated the shadowy woods as dawn gradually approached. The serene morning was shrouded in a delicate mist, cloaking the mountains and valleys in frost-laden fog. Before the sun had fully risen, the sky was merely a dim glow, still adorned with a few scattered stars, while the ground remained cloaked in darkness. The white expanse above contrasted sharply with the inky earth, as the wild grass swayed gently, all bathed in an ethereal twilight. A cheetah leapt from one tree to another, silently poised and alert, its gaze fixed on a target hidden among the foliage. The prey, a wild boar, lay approximately 70 to 80 meters away, partially obscured by the underbrush. Such scenes are commonplace in the forest. Although animals lack the ability to articulate speech and possess limited intelligence, they engage in fundamental forms of communication. This exchange transcends conscious recognition and familiarity, resembling an instinctual conveyance of information through sound, movement, or gaze. For instance, it is not uncommon in a zoo for visitors to applaud a male peacock in its enclosure. Upon hearing the clapping, the peacock responds by displaying its magnificent plumage. Behold, the peacock unfurls its resplendent plumage, perhaps in ardent courtship of a female, or as a bold challenge to rival males, or even as a cautionary signal to onlookers. Its iridescent feathers serve as both a declaration of its prowess and a deterrent to adversaries. The peacock, in essence, disseminates visual cues through the display of its tail feathers. No creature exists in isolation within the natural world. They invariably form small communities, and though some may prefer solitude, they must at least interact with a mate. During these interactions, their calls, mutual touch, and even the release of chemical signals facilitate communication and coordinated action. Whether in the pursuit of prey or the competition for a mate, their behavior is remarkably orderly. Such harmony is inextricably linked to the communicative behaviors that exist among animals. The cheetah has marked its quarry, a wild boar, and the distance between them diminishes. 50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, the gap closes rapidly. At such proximity, merely 2 or 3 leaps would suffice for the cheetah to reach its target. Suddenly, the boar, engrossed in foraging through the fallen leaves, abruptly raises its head, casting a wary gaze about its surroundings, its bristles standing on end as it hones in on a specific direction, the very location where the cheetah lies concealed. The cheetah, poised upon a lofty tree branch, lunges forth with unwavering resolve. 2 bounds carry it to the boar, and as it prepares to engage in mortal combat, a volley of gunshots shatters the forest's tranquility. 3 sharp reports ring out, and with cries of anguish, both cheetah and boar collapse to the earth, their blood staining the ground crimson. It's quite fortuitous that we happened upon a cheetah preying on a wild boar, a stroke of luck for us. A burly man, brandishing a hunting rifle, emerged abruptly from the thicket, Following him were 6 other men of varying builds, each armed with firearms. The rugged leader, known as Boss, turned inquisitively. "Are you certain of your intelligence, second brother? This area hardly suggests the presence of Siberian tigers." The second man responded hastily. "Surely you trust me, boss? When have I ever provided false information? I invested a considerable sum to acquire this intel. The source is internal, undeniably genuine. Apparently, someone witnessed a Siberian tiger firsthand, and it has been verified. You must believe me." "Very well, I was merely inquiring. Even without a Siberian tiger, bagging an exceptionally rare South China leopard is reward enough. Its value alone justifies our expedition. Farmed leopard pelts are worthless, but wild ones command exorbitant prices. Given their scarcity, a complete pelt can fetch hundreds of thousands on the black market, and a South China leopard, nearing extinction due to limited population, isolated habitats, and genetic degradation, fetches even higher prices. At auction, it could command $1 million. Now, let's secure the leopard, disregard the boar. Having dealt with the South China leopard, they should promptly seek out the trail of the Siberian tiger. If they genuinely locate the Siberian tiger, each of us will receive at least 600,000 to 700,000 in dividends," the rugged man urged. He further instructed, "Old Fourth, you go and retrieve the pelt. Your skills are the most refined." "Understood, boss. Rest assured, I guarantee to procure a flawless leopard skin for you," the man known as Old Fourth affirmed, thumping his chest. Evidently a professional in such tasks. These individuals were not ordinary poachers. They specialized in hunting endangered animals for monetary gain, such as the giant panda, golden monkey, white ibis, baiji, and other exceedingly rare creatures. They possessed numerous affluent clients, ensuring their sales, and were among the most reputable teams in the circle. Over the past 5 to 6 years, each had amassed a net worth of several million, indicative of the multitude of animals they had hunted. At times, they proactively sought out and hunted valuable animals for profit. At others, they were simply commissioned. This instance, for example, involved a commission from a prominent client to hunt a Siberian tiger. Of course, they would verify the authenticity of the commission, lest they be betrayed and exploited. Unbeknownst to them, the instant their gunshots echoed, they attracted a harbinger of death, a grim reaper come to claim their lives. Following the series of gunshots, Wang Badeo, who was already preparing to venture out in search of prey, immediately heard them. Gunshots? Wang Badeo abruptly halted, swiftly ascending to a high point, climbing a tall tree to gaze in the direction of the sound. "It's from the southeast." Wang Badeo was certain that the bang sounds were indeed gunshots. Hearing gunshots in this jungle, coupled with the agonizing cries of a leopard and a wild boar, could it be those students? Or perhaps a new wave of humans has entered the forest. At this moment, Wang Badao was profoundly enraged. Recently, there had been a continuous influx of humans trespassing into his territory, and he would not tolerate such audacity. Everything within his domain belonged solely to him, including the resources for sustenance. Chapter 32. Annihilation. Just yesterday, a group of students had arrived. Noticing they did not attack him first, he restrained his murderous instincts. After all, Wang Badao had not yet reached the point of indiscriminate slaughter. It was not a matter of compassion but rather a decision to leave the forest soon, thus deeming further bloodshed unnecessary. Of course, this was contingent upon their restraint in his forest. Wang Badao was always mindful that this forest was his private domain, a sanctuary that he would not permit others to desecrate. With a fierce resolve, Wang Badao surged forward, his speed reaching its peak, creating a series of sonic booms as he raced towards the southeast, where the gunfire had erupted. Before long, he arrived at the scene of the incident, where a dead wild boar lay, having been struck by 2 bullets, one to the head, resulting in instant death. A significant portion of its lean meat had been severed, primarily from the thigh, likely due to the richness of that particular cut. Beside the boar lay a skinned leopard, its bloodied form still twitching grotesquely. Such audacity! To invade my territory and take advantage. These fools do not know the peril they face. Wang Badao seethed with anger, following the scent towards the east. The olfactory sense of animals far surpasses that of humans, exemplified by dogs. The acute sense of smell in dogs enables them to detect 2 million different scents, with a sensitivity 1 million times greater than that of humans. Consequently, this extraordinary olfactory ability of dogs can be harnessed for various human purposes. Hunters utilize dogs to track and capture wounded game. Police employ them to apprehend criminals. Customs officials rely on them to detect contraband. And geologists use dogs to explore deposits of pyrite, mercury, and arsenic. Additionally, engineers deploy dogs to locate landmines and identify traps, while coastal defense soldiers utilize them to uncover enemies infiltrating from the depths of the sea. While the sense of smell in pythons is not particularly remarkable, the infusion of the bloodline of the black dragon has significantly enhanced Wang Badao's sensory system. Though his olfactory acuity does not rival that of dogs, it is considerably superior to that of ordinary animals. Following the scent, Wang Badao pursued relentlessly and soon discovered the footprints of humans, stealthily moving through the jungle. He closed the distance between himself and the group of humans. Initially believing them to be mere students, he was prepared to eliminate these oblivious individuals. However, upon feeling a pang of compassion, he was taken aback to find that they lingered in the forest, audaciously slaughtering his prey and depleting his sources of sustenance. As he drew closer, Wang Badao realized that they were not the students he had anticipated. This group consisted of 6 individuals, each armed with automatic rifles. To his astonishment, their weapons were not the commonly seen double-barreled shotguns, but rather foreign-imported Winchester rifles. Each of the 6 humans carried a sizable pack, presumably containing essential supplies for survival in the wilderness. Of course, Wang Badao is indifferent to these matters. What he is concerned with is how to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Bang! Bang! Haha, there are actually pheasants. We're in for a treat tonight. The second-in-command laughed heartily, felling 3 pheasants with 4 shots, demonstrating commendable marksmanship. Conserve ammunition. The freshly butchered boar meat is sufficient for our sustenance for the day. Moreover, gunfire may attract unwanted attention. Refrain from discharging firearms unless necessary. The rugged man glared sternly at the second-in-command, his visage accentuated by a prominent scar, rendering him particularly menacing. Understood, boss. You're absolutely right. The second-in-command responded with a servile smile. The rugged man commanded absolute authority within the group, and no one dared to defy him, as those who had previously challenged him had met their demise. Indeed, with you, a seasoned expert of special forces origin, leading us, we could vanquish not only a single tiger but even a pride of them. The second-in-command continued to ingratiate himself. Cease the idle chatter and remain vigilant. The rugged man suddenly widened his eyes, barely managing to utter a warning before the second-in-command was seized by a massive python. The serpent swiftly constricted him, and the distinct sound of fracturing bones reverberated in the air, audible to everyone present. Wang Badao's velocity was simply too great. The poachers could only perceive a fleeting blur, as if a violent gust of wind had swept past them. Wang Badao's immense physique left the poachers utterly dumbfounded and astounded. Their expressions were a mixture of disbelief and bewilderment, their minds seemingly frozen in place. The rugged man, true to his special forces background, was the first to regain his composure. He exclaimed, "Attention, everyone! Secure advantageous positions and commence firing." Awakened with a start, each individual swiftly commandeered their familiar stations, some finding refuge behind towering trees, others concealing themselves behind colossal rocks. They disengaged the safety mechanisms and unleashed a torrent of gunfire. A cacophony of metallic impacts reverberated through the air as the bullets collided with Wang Badao's scales, igniting a shower of sparks. Experiencing a subtle yet discernible pain, he relinquished his grip on the human he had constricted. Wang Badao's gaze swept across the remaining 5 individuals. Constriction was merely Wang Badao's habitual method. Those already envenomed were invariably doomed, irrespective of strangulation. The potent venom guaranteed demise within mere seconds for the bitten. As Wang Badao's eyes scrutinized them, a chilling dread permeated the hearts of the 5, their hearts pounding erratically as if threatening to burst forth. Their palms were slick with perspiration, and they dared not even exhale audibly. Each was consumed by an overwhelming terror that transcended their comprehension. How could such a monstrosity exist in this world? The fear of the unknown is an innate response in sentient beings. Humans invariably experience trepidation when confronted with insurmountable challenges, for their inability to devise a solution naturally engenders a sense of helplessness, precipitating disarray and even dread. The sudden appearance of Wang Badao, a gargantuan serpent impervious to blades and bullets, akin to a mythical beast, amplified their terror exponentially. Wang Badao, however, exhibited no such reservations. He propelled his body forward, sinking his fangs into another hapless victim. With a sweep of its tail, another individual was hurled through the air, plummeting from a height of approximately 7 or 8 meters. The impact with the ground left him clinging precariously to life, his internal organs reduced to a pulpy mass by the sheer force of Wang Badeo's tail. Indeed, even a substantial slab of bluestone would have been pulverized by such a blow, with 3 of their comrades already deceased. The remaining trio teetered on the brink of emotional collapse, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon Wang Badeo. "I'll kill you," shrieked 2 of the poachers, their sanity seemingly shattered. "Attempting to flee, are we?" Wang Badeo thought, observing the burly man's attempt to escape amidst the chaos. Ignoring the 2 mentally fractured individuals, Wang Badeo advanced upon the fleeing man. The burly man's face contorted in a grimace as he unleashed a hail of bullets upon Wang Badeo, the rounds ricocheting off with a series of metallic clangs. Despair soon washed over him as he realized the futility of his efforts. The bullets were utterly ineffective against the monstrous creature before him, his rifle proving less useful than a mere stick. Click, click. The rifle's magazine was empty. "Stay back," he pleaded, casting aside the useless weapon and scrambling backward. Wang Badeo, intrigued, advanced slowly, gazing down upon the man as if studying a work of art. He seemed in no hurry to deliver the killing blow. As the serpent drew nearer, the man's terror reached a fever pitch, erupting in a torrent of hysterical screams. After a time, Wang Badeo, finding the spectacle tiresome, seized the man in his jaws, injecting him with venom. Turning his attention to the remaining 2, he swiftly dispatched them with a pair of strikes, conserving his venom. At this juncture, the 6 poachers had been utterly annihilated. Wang Badeo, in considerably high spirits, resumed his predation. He harbored no predilection for human flesh, nor did he intend to cultivate one. He would adhere to the more conventional mode of hunting. It was only then that it occurred to Wang Badeo that the boar and skin cheetah he had encountered en route would now serve to abbreviate his hunting endeavors. Upon returning to the site of the boar and cheetah carcasses, Wang Badeo immediately devoured them. The time had come for departure. Wang Badeo gazed southward, toward the direction of S City. Chapter 33. Return to the metropolis. Having slain 6 humans, and with the morning still young, Wang Badeo resolved to depart forthwith. Relocating to the periphery of the forest by day and infiltrating S City under the veil of night. Given his immense size, concealment within the city would prove arduous, populous. Bustling locales were entirely out of the question, as discovery would be inevitable. 16 meters in length, with a torso the size of a wash basin. Such a behemoth could scarcely hope to remain inconspicuous in a thriving urban center. By late afternoon, Wang Badeo had traversed over a dozen mountain ranges. Finally arriving at the forest's edge, he sought out a relatively secluded spot to lie in wait. While humans did occasionally venture into the forest's fringes, the probability of encountering them remained low. Wang Badeo's chosen hiding place was a pool along a mountain stream. A 6 or 7 meter deep pool, with its surface concealed by fallen leaves and withered branches, rendering the depths virtually imperceptible from above. Unless someone were to deliberately plunge into the pool, Wang Badeo's presence would remain undetected. In the serene waters of the stream, an abundance of aquatic life thrived. Much to Wang Badeo's astonishment, he had not anticipated the existence of fish in such a mountain brook. To his delight, the fish were substantial, some weighing as much as 7 or 8 pounds. Feeling a pang of hunger, Wang Badeo set about catching a few. The flavor of the wild freshwater fish was indeed exquisite. After successfully capturing 5 sizable fish, he was thoroughly satisfied and settled at the bottom of the pool to rest. As night fell, the tranquil waters of the pond suddenly erupted with waves, and a colossal python head emerged from the depths, its dark scales glistening ominously. Given its current size, the prospect of navigating through the urban landscape without being detected was exceedingly slim. The notion of traversing the city center was utterly fanciful. Thus, there remained 2 possible avenues. One could either traverse the sewer system that sprawled through the city to reach his destination, or follow the stream downstream and subsequently enter the sewage river in the city. However, the stream did not connect to the sewage river, necessitating passage through a small suburban area where the risk of detection still loomed. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Badeo resolved to follow the stream downstream, navigating through the suburb before entering the sewage river. After all, the sewer system was fraught with difficulties, and the environment within was insufferably foul. Resolute in his decision, Wang Badeo sprang into action. With a splash, he turned in the pool, sending water cascading around him, and dove into the stream, embarking on his journey towards the destination. The water was crystal clear, and had anyone been on the bank, they would have undoubtedly noticed the massive silhouette gliding beneath the surface. For the average person, The mere sight of a common serpent is enough to instill mortal fear. Therefore, to suddenly encounter a colossal creature of 16 meters in length would undoubtedly trigger a state of utter terror. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the suburban area, Wang Badeo noted that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, though he himself was not entirely certain of the precise time. At this hour, the majority of the suburban populace had retired for the night, leaving only a smattering of youthful individuals lingering in the streets. These diverse groups of men and women frolicked and jested, or strolled hand in hand in tranquil repose, savoring the serenity of the moment. After some contemplation, Wang Badeo resolved to postpone his passage through the suburban area until the early hours of the morning. For Wang Badeo, patience was never in short supply. On occasion, the pursuit of prey necessitated days of concealed waiting, during which even the slightest movement was forbidden. Serpents are natural-born ambush predators, remaining motionless until the opportune moment, when they strike with lethal precision. Seizing the rare opportunity, Wang Badeo began to survey the suburban scenery. The night was inky black, with boundless swathes of dark pigment daubed heavily across the firmament, obscuring even the faintest glimmer of starlight. The extravagant scale and caliber of the city's dazzling nightlife were luxuries he had not indulged in for quite some time. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the morning, and the throngs of people had dwindled to a mere handful. It was time to make his move. Emerging from the undergrowth, Wang Badeo swiftly darted across the road ahead. Concealed by the roadside foliage, he moved with alacrity, traversing the suburban landscape with rapid strides. As fate would have it, a couple was engaged in a clandestine rendezvous near the thicket. As to the reason for their choice of location, the answer was simple: its relative darkness. Rustle, rustle. The swaying of the bushes roused the attention of the amorous pair. What was that? Who's there? A man and a woman shrieked in unison, their hearts instantly overwhelmed by terror. What had they witnessed? An enormous serpent's head had suddenly emerged from the undergrowth, its verdant, lantern-like eyes fixed upon them with chilling indifference, its forked tongue hissing menacingly. In an instant, their bodies turned frigid, petrified by dread. The fervent passion that had consumed them moments before vanished, replaced by an all-encompassing fear. The specter of death loomed over them. In his terror, the man abandoned the woman and fled. How could Wang Badeo allow them to escape? Having discovered his presence, they could only blame their misfortune. After dispatching the two humans, Wang Badeo resumed his journey. An hour later, Wang Badeo arrived at a sewage-filled river on the outskirts of the city. He writhed his massive body and slowly submerged into the water. The river was heavily polluted, the water as black as ink, and the stench was unbearable. The sensation beneath the surface was far from pleasant. Lunchboxes, plastic bags, and other refuse floated over Wang Badeo's head. If it were not necessary, Wang Badeo would have turned back without hesitation. When he had first become a snake, he had no choice, and he had endured it for the sake of survival. Now, if it were not for the need to enter S City, he would have turned around immediately. Although snakes generally prefer dark and damp environments, Wang Badeo was no exception, but the environment had to be tolerable. At a little after 4 in the morning, Wang Badeo finally entered the urban area of S City. It was now 4:30, the time when people were scarce. However, in another hour or two, the streets would be bustling, so Wang Badeo needed to make haste. In metropolitan conurbations, the preponderance of the workforce is comprised of those employed in nocturnal shifts, resulting in a discernible augmentation of pedestrian traffic around the hours of 5 and 6. In the space of 30 minutes, Wang Badeo augmented his velocity to its utmost limit, thereby engendering a series of sonic booms as he traversed the atmosphere, ultimately culminating in his arrival at the intended locale. As he gazed upon the familiar edifice before him, Wang Badeo's frigid emotions were stirred. The structure before him was the very place where Wang Badeo had spent his formative years. Yet, at present, it was not but a dilapidated and ramshackle ruin, essentially leveled to the ground. The dilapidated bricks and tiles were an eyesore, the ancient tree in the courtyard had been uprooted, and the flora that had been cultivated for over a decade had been ravaged beyond recognition. The visage of his father had become somewhat nebulous in his memory. His father's stalwart figure, his perpetually gentle smile, his sagacious and luminous eyes. Wang Badeo distinctly recalled that the moon was particularly resplendent on that fateful evening. The limpid moonlight cascaded unreservedly upon the earth, illuminating the night as if it were daytime. In the ensuing years, he seemed never to have encountered such radiant moonlight again, nor to have possessed such a nocturnal experience that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Abruptly, Wang Badeo's heart was inundated with animosity. They had obliterated everything. The Wang family could be said to have been extinguished in his generation, and the family's ancestral residence of a century had been razed. Homicidal intent. Limitless homicidal intent pervaded his mind. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the ire within his breast. The perpetrators were to be slain, but it had to be executed with meticulous planning. Chapter 34. A divine cultivator. As the firmament gradually brightened, Wang Badao, bereft of any refuge, was left with no recourse but to conceal himself within the ruins of the Wang family residence, awaiting the re-emergence of the nocturnal veil. Concealed within the ruins, Wang Badao was compelled to coil tightly to maximize space, given the confined area and his immense size. Before him lay a fragmented stone pillar, severed into two sections. This pillar had once served as a support for the grand hall. Adorning the pillar was a cube-like design, though its features were indistinct and easily overlooked. Wang Badao's tail gently struck the raised cube pattern with a rhythmic cadence of 3 taps. Abruptly, the cube design stirred to life. After several taps, the original pattern underwent a complete transformation, morphing into a different configuration. Suddenly, the pillar shifted. It was, in fact, a mechanism. Fortunately, the mechanism remained functional, ensuring access to the underground chamber. The art of mechanical contraptions is a hallmark of ancient Chinese technological prowess. Its presence could be observed in manufacturing, daily life, military affairs, and virtually any domain where its application was warranted. Harnessing mechanical force to ingeniously manipulate objects and achieve astonishing results stands as a testament to the ingenuity of the ancients and their contribution to the world. As an integral facet of Chinese culture, some of the ancient Chinese mechanical arts have persisted to this day, forming the bedrock of modern technology. However, many have been lost to time, fading into the annals of history. This particular mechanism was discovered serendipitously by Wang Badao's ancestor in a fragmented copy of the Mozi, which detailed the arrangement for constructing secret chambers. The Mozi, obtained by Wang Badao's ancestor, was authored by Mozi, a philosopher, educator, scientist, military strategist, and social activist from the late Spring and early Warring States period, and the founder of the Mahist school of thought. It is a resplendent magnum opus, encapsulating the essence of Mahist doctrine. The intricate mechanisms recorded in the remnants are truly astonishing. Among them, a detailed account of a secret chamber stands out. 2 centuries ago, the ancestors of Wang Badao invested considerable resources to construct this hidden sanctuary. Situated 10 fathoms beneath the ground, it is filled with numerous traps. Any attempt to breach it, unless undertaken by an adept of formidable prowess, would be tantamount to certain death for the intruder. These mechanisms are nothing short of a masterwork of ingenuity. It remains uncertain whether contemporary technology could replicate such marvels. However, with cutting-edge advancements, it seems plausible. Yet, relying solely on ordinary gears, sequential levers, pulleys, and iron chains to create a meticulous contraption would be an endeavor as daunting as scaling the heavens. The passage to the secret chamber is laden with perilous traps. Among these are crossbows, swivel guns, and flammable oils. Any intruder would undoubtedly meet their demise. Only a practitioner of exceptional skill, shielded by vital energy, might withstand the onslaught of hundreds of lethal arrows that could transform them into a pincushion in an instant. Within the chamber lies a trove of gold, silver, and antique artifacts. But the most crucial treasures are the Wang family internal martial arts and an enigmatic map of dubious authenticity. This secret chamber could ensure the Wang family a chance at resurgence during their decline. As night descends once more, the arduous wait comes to an end. The sun gradually sinks beneath the horizon. The crimson hues of twilight have faded, and as I turn westward, I behold a faint line of lavender light where the earth meets the heavens, which slowly dissipates. In the once silent ruins, a colossal python emerges from the crevices, having gone 17 or 18 hours without sustenance. In the bustling city, there are no wild creatures to prey upon, and Wang Badao dares not wander too far, fearing discovery by humans. Was he to revert to his former vocation? There were, admittedly, numerous farms in the vicinity. Driven by necessity, he resolved to prey upon the livestock. His immense size rendered a mere handful of rodents woefully inadequate. Emerging from the ruins, Wang Badao stealthily navigated the inky void, making directly for a nearby farm. Upon reaching the farm, he meticulously surveyed the area, deftly circumventing the surveillance cameras, and positioned himself at the rear. After a thorough reconnaissance, he discovered a towering tree, easily several meters in height. Ascending the tree, He gained access to the rooftop, from which he discerned that it was, in fact, a pig farm. The farm itself was of modest proportions, housing approximately 5,000 swine. From his vantage point, Wang Badao employed his tail to disable several of the security cameras. Keen to avoid any sensationalized footage of his nocturnal activities circulating through the media, tales of a serpent scaling walls and purloining swine, or a monstrous python imbued with sentience. After all, a 16-meter serpent was already sufficiently extraordinary. To capture his adroit predation on film would undoubtedly incite widespread speculation. Suspended from the roof by his tail, Wang Badao descended the wall, executing a daring inverted maneuver. With jaws agape, he struck with lightning speed, seizing and devouring 3 piglets before the herd could react. He then made a swift departure. Shortly after his exit, the farm was ablaze with light, the cacophony of panicked squeals having roused the farmhands. Fleeing the scene, Wang Badao sought refuge in a nearby thicket, where he began the process of assimilating the 3 piglets. His recent meal rendered him somewhat unwieldy, and this refinement was necessary to maintain his peak performance. After refining 3 piglets, Wang Badao headed directly towards the urban area. Although Yuan Kai's residence was not located in S City, his father held a significant position, allowing Yuan Kai to possess a villa in S City, as well as several others in different districts. Wang Badao could only hope that Yuan Kai remained in S City, otherwise he would have to venture into other districts, which would require considerable time to inquire about the locations of the villas. The villa belonging to Yuan Kai was situated on the outskirts of the city, rather than in the opulent city center, as wealthy individuals often prefer tranquility. Upon arriving at Yuan Kai's villa, which spanned 3 stories and was built against the mountainside, Wang Badao was struck by the differing vistas from each level. Despite his enmity with Yuan Kai, he could not help but admire Yuan Kai's appreciation for life. This villa embodied the essence of traditional Chinese architecture, seamlessly blending the elegance of antiquity with simplicity and grandeur in a unique artistic style. Wang Badao halted a few hundred meters from the villa, having detected the scent of wolfhounds. Judging by the aroma, there were at least 3 wolfhounds, exuding an air of ferocity and brutality, suggesting their formidable combat capabilities. While they posed no direct threat to Wang Badao, he was wary of alerting them. Nonetheless, he was confident in his ability to remain undetected, provided he did not reveal any murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the burgeoning urge to strike. Channeling his internal energy to obscure his presence, Wang Badao was certain that as long as he maintained a distance of at least 10 meters from the wolfhounds, he would remain undiscovered. Wang Badao quietly lurked near the villa, awaiting the appearance of Yuan Kai for a decisive strike. This vigil lasted 5 days, during which Wang Badao only ventured out occasionally to hunt, spending the rest of the time in silent watchfulness, utterly still. On the 6th day at noon, the sharp sound of a car horn pierced the air, jolting Wang Badao into alertness. With narrowed eyes hidden among the grass, he observed a Mercedes-Benz approaching the villa from 20 meters away. The car door opened slowly, revealing a man in his 30s. This man possessed a face that seemed meticulously sculpted, with a strikingly handsome profile, a refined nose, and lips that bore the delicate hue of cherry blossoms. The curve of his lips was flawlessly perfect, as if perpetually graced by a smile. This smile had the power to scatter darkness and let sunlight burst through the clouds, radiating warmth and ease. He was tall and elegant, dressed in a well-tailored beige leisure suit, and a shimmering black gold ring on his hand signified extraordinary wealth, enveloping him in an aura of innate nobility. Wang Badao ground his teeth in fury, the hatred within him surging like a volcano ready to erupt. Yet suddenly, his expression shifted as if he had made a startling discovery, and he managed to suppress the overwhelming urge to kill. To his astonishment, Yuan Kai did not directly enter his villa upon exiting the car. Instead, he respectfully opened the door for an elderly man. This elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, unremarkable and devoid of any imposing presence, so ordinary that one could easily forget him, almost as if he possessed no sense of existence at all, as if becoming one with nature. Wang Badao was deeply shaken upon seeing the esteemed elder alight from the vehicle, striving to conceal his own presence. The elder, stepping out, wore a look of perplexity. I sensed a trace of murderous intent just now, yet upon closer inspection, there was no sign of it. Perhaps it's merely the weariness of old age, he mused with a chuckle. Yuan Kai, wearing a flattering expression, responded with a subtle smile. Such words from you, sir. You are in the prime of your vigor. How could you possibly be old? Under your watchful gaze, could anyone truly evade your discerning eye? Perhaps it was the fatigue of the journey that led to a misperception. Perhaps, the elder replied with a gentle smile, ceasing the conversation. Yuan Kai, showing no hint of offense, continued to offer obsequious smiles. Once the elder and Yuan Kai had entered the villa, Wang Badao was inwardly astounded. That was a close call. To think it was a powerhouse of the refined spirit realm. There are only a handful of refined spirit experts in all of China. I wonder which one this is. With my current strength, I am virtually invincible below the refined spirit level. However, against a refined spirit expert, I could be effortlessly slain. In the refined spirit realm, inner energy coalesces into formidable qi, an indomitable force against which inner energy is utterly defenseless. Even Wang Badao's formidable defenses would struggle to withstand the assault of qi. Moreover, each advancement within the 4 minor stages of the refined spirit realm is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Wang Badao remained uncertain as to the elder's specific stage within the refined spirit realm. Following Yuan Kai and the refined spirit elder's entry into the villa, all occupants were dismissed, including even the pack of wolfhounds. This aligns perfectly with Wang Badao's intentions. With the absence of the wolf dog, Wang Badao can approach the villa more closely. Relying on the enhanced senses bestowed by the blood pool, improved hearing, vision, and olfaction, he should be able to discern the conversation between the elderly practitioner and Yuan Kai if he concentrates and channels his internal energy. Although he harbors a strong desire to eliminate Yuan Kai, the presence of the elder beside him leaves Wang Badao with no glimmer of hope, compelling him to bide his time for a future opportunity. Curiosity has been piqued within him, and he is eager to uncover what could possibly attract a formidable practitioner of the spiritual realm. Silently, he lurks and gradually approaches the villa, hoping to overhear the dialogue between Yuan Kai and the elder. Chapter 35. The Fate of the Dragon Pearl. Yuan Kai and the elder sit quietly on the sofa, a glass table adorned with a tea set before them. Elder Ming, what is your perspective on this matter? Yuan Kai inquires, his voice low, the gravity of the situation evident. The authenticity of this map is indeed difficult to ascertain. They converse in hushed tones, the atmosphere charged with tension. Although the genuine map remains elusive, the residual information you provided is sufficient for confirmation. That is indeed the map passed down through generations of the Ming family. Elder Ming replies, his tone calm, yet authoritative, exuding a gentle yet undeniable presence. It turns out that while Yuan Kai has not obtained the legitimate tomb map, he has discovered some sketches and speculative research notes from Wang Badao's study, pertaining to the investigations conducted by Wang Badao's ancestors. The outcomes of these studies vary widely. Some suggest it may be an undiscovered royal tomb of the Western Xia dynasty, while others speculate it could belong to Zhou, one from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, or even other royal mausoleums. However, with the passage of time, even the existence of a map yields no tangible clues. In ancient times, it may have been a mountain, yet in the present, it has likely transformed into a lake. Thus, the Wang family has yet to glean any insights from their ancestral map studies. The matter of the map is of paramount importance to the Ming family. This information must not be disseminated, Elder Ming declared, his imposing demeanor momentarily waning. Yet in that fleeting instant, it left Yuan Kai drenched in perspiration, as if he had traversed the threshold of death itself. Elder Ming merely intended to issue a warning to Yuan Kai. Rest assured, young one, I am acutely aware of the gravity of this situation, and those privy to this information have been dealt with. Apart from myself, only you, Elder Ming, are aware of it. Yuan Kai trembled with trepidation, feeling a chill run down his spine. This ancient being was indeed a challenge to appease. With a temperament as elusive as it was unpredictable, were it not for the desire to cultivate a connection with the Ming family, he would find the endeavor insufferable. Meanwhile, Wang Badao, eavesdropping from the outside, was struck with a jolt. Have those privy to the information truly been eliminated? Was not Lu Yu also silenced by Yuan Kai? How fortunate she was, he lamented internally. The person he detested most in this world was not the principal perpetrator, Yuan Kai, but rather the treacherous Lu Yu. Wang Badao's suspicions were not unfounded. Lu Yu had met her demise at Yuan Kai's hands 6 months prior, accompanied by a handful of servants. Moments later, sounds from the villa reached Wang Badao's ears. What of the matter regarding the young one's apprenticeship? How is Elder Ming deliberating? Your aptitude is commendable. Considering your assistance to me, I shall accept you as a named disciple. Elder Ming's gaze swept over, causing Yuan Kai's heart to race. Yet at last, he awaited a satisfactory response, feeling that all his efforts and sacrifices had borne fruit. Disciple Yuan Kai, I pay my respects to my master. With profound reverence, Yuan Kai prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground thrice in resounding kowtows. His elation was inexpressible. How many cultivators of the divine refinement realm existed in the world? Surely no more than a handful. And now he had become a disciple of such an eminent figure. Setting aside the honor, the formidable patronage alone was enough to inspire envy. Though merely a nominal disciple, the title still held weight. At least within China, few would dare to provoke him. Yes, master, your disciple obeys. Observing Yuan Kai's hesitant demeanor, the venerable Meng felt a surge of vexation. What is this unseemly reticence? Speak your mind. Master, Yuan Kai stammered. Your disciple wishes to inquire about that map. Is it genuine? Meng's gaze turned piercing, as if stabbing daggers into Yuan Kai's heart. Master, forgive me, Yuan Kai implored, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, his words faltering in his extreme nervousness. He inwardly regretted his imprudence. Why had he broached the subject, knowing it was Meng's most sensitive spot? Like provoking a tiger, he had courted disaster. Are you aware that the Meng clan is the only millennial lineage extant in the world today? Your disciple is aware, Yuan Kai responded respectfully, a hint of admiration in his expression, though the sincerity of it was known only to himself. Within China, the Meng clan is the sole millennial lineage. Nay, in the entire world, it is the only one remaining. The Meng clan's legacy spans nearly 2 millennia, Meng declared casually, a statement that not only astonished Yuan Kai, but also reverberated with Wang Bidao, who was eavesdropping nearby. Have you heard of the great Qin dynasty general, Meng Tian? During the pre-Qin era, my lineage, the Meng clan, spanning 3 generations, demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the great Qin dynasty. However, the ascent of the second emperor, Hu Hai, was marred by conspiracy and usurpation. He seized the throne from Prince Fusu, who shared close ties with our ancestor Meng Tian, and subsequently orchestrated the prince's demise. Furthermore, Hu Hai intended to imprison our ancestor Meng Tian in Yangzhou, plotting his assassination. This was driven by Hu Hai's profound fear of Meng Tian, as he worried that the esteemed general, supported by the populace, might lead his 300,000 strong army to avenge Prince Fusu, thereby posing a grave threat to Hu Hai's reign. From this vantage point, the tragedy that befell our ancestor was an inevitable consequence of feudal rule. No emperor would suffer a general commanding significant forces and harboring grievances to live. Before his death, our ancestor could only lament, "What offense have I committed against heaven? That I should die without transgression?" However, prior to his imprisonment in Yangzhou, arrangements had been made, ensuring the preservation of our Meng lineage. Though deeply indebted to the first emperor's benevolence, our clan would not passively submit to annihilation at the hands of the second emperor, Hu Hai. Thus, under the guidance of an ancestor, the Meng clan not only evaded Hu Hai's pursuit, but also spent years in clandestine reconnaissance, eventually mapping out Hu Hai's imperial mausoleum. Why undertake such arduous efforts solely for a map of Hu Hai's tomb? The answer lies in a single object, the dragon pearl, passed down from the first emperor. What? Yuan Kai exclaimed, astonished by the revelation of the dragon pearl's existence. Could it be that the first emperor's appellation as the ancestral dragon was not merely symbolic, but indicative of his true nature as a black dragon? How could this be? What truly astonished Wang Bidao was whether that Dragon Ball was indeed left behind by the black dragon before its demise. Although the Dragon Ball's energy was nearly depleted from guarding the bloodline pool, its significance to Wang Bidao was paramount. Without the Dragon Ball, Wang Bidao might still evolve into a divine dragon, but it could take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If he encountered a bottleneck and his lifespan expired, he would face certain death. However, with the Dragon Ball's assistance, Wang Bidao could undoubtedly evolve into a within decades and a divine dragon within centuries. The disparity was immeasurable. Immortality. This was the dream of all sentient beings. Wang Bidao was no exception. Wang Bidao suppressed his emotional fluctuations, fearing detection by Elder Meng, and quietly lurked in the large tree outside the villa, listening intently. Do not be alarmed. When I first heard of this secret, I was just like you, questioning how there could be Dragon Balls in this world. Aren't Dragon Balls mythical objects? However, this is a secret passed down through generations of my Meng family. And it is absolutely true. Elder Meng affirmed. When our ancestor was alive, he said that the first emperor swallowed the Dragon Ball upon obtaining it. Before his death, he instructed that if the great Qin dynasty were ever in turmoil, they should enter his mausoleum, retrieve the Dragon Ball from his corpse, and have the reigning emperor ingest it to suppress the dynasty's fortune. However, after the first emperor's death, Qin heir Hu Hai immediately dispatched men to dissect the corpse, extract the Dragon Ball, and then consumed it himself. The concept of fortune has been around since ancient times. Perhaps modern people do not believe it, but it certainly exists. The reason why the first emperor was known as the ancestral dragon was because of the Dragon Ball's existence. Are you truly astonished? Master Ming chuckled. I was far more surprised when I first heard this secret. Indeed, Master, I am quite taken aback. I had thought that the tomb of Qin Hu Hai had long been discovered. Is it not located at the southern edge of the platform in Xiujiangpool Village, Yinta District, Xi'an, commonly referred to as the Hu Hai tomb? Could it be a false tomb? Yuan Kai inquired, perplexed. Is that really the case? How could it be possible? To this day, the actual tomb of the first emperor has yet to be uncovered, although a multitude of terracotta warriors has been found, and it has been established that the first emperor's mausoleum lies in Lishan. Who can truly locate the genuine site? The determination of its location has largely been attributed to historical records and the assistance of geomancers. As the first emperor's tomb was constructed atop the foremost dragon vein of Huaxia, the mausoleum is situated 5 kilometers east of Lingzhuang County, approximately 37 kilometers from Xi'an, with the southern side resting against Lishan and the northern side bordering the Wei River. Why was this particular location chosen? It is inextricably linked to the ancient belief in auspicious sites. In recent years, geologists have observed through satellite imagery that from Jiao Mountain to Huashan, it resembles the form of a dragon, with the tomb of Qin Shi Huang precisely located at the dragon's eye. It is widely acknowledged that the phrase to paint the dragon and the eyes has existed since ancient times. Chapter 36. The Secret Revelation Master. When shall you procure the Dragon Pearl? What extraordinary powers does it possess? Noticing Master Meng's heightened enthusiasm, Yuan Kai could not resist voicing his curiosity. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted asking. In ancient times, due to the abundance of primordial energy in the universe, cultivation was indeed challenging. But with steadfast perseverance, one could ultimately achieve great success. However, in contemporary times, due to the rapid advancement of technology, the vital energies of the earth have diminished significantly compared to the past. As a result, cultivation has become increasingly arduous, yielding minimal results. Therefore, the old man intends to retrieve the Dragon Pearl, which harbors immense energy, so vast that it could effortlessly create 10 formidable practitioners of the divine realm. Consequently, Old Meng cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Kai, who, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He thought to himself, if I could obtain the Dragon Pearl, the attainment of the divine realm would be within reach. However, seizing the Dragon Pearl from this ancient being would be an endeavor fraught with peril, far more dangerous than snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, one cannot ascertain the veracity of the old man's words. Perhaps he is merely testing me. Though Yuan Kai quickly masked his expression, how could he evade Old Meng's keen gaze? Old Meng smirked inwardly. Such secrets had been passed down through generations of the Meng family, and he would not casually divulge them to a mere disciple. As for the reason, it is that certain individuals are adept at keeping secrets forever. Nevertheless, Old Meng still had use for Yuan Kai, as the tomb of the second emperor of Qin, Hu Hai, lies in X City. Yuan Kai's father is not only a significant figure in Ji Province, but his uncle happens to be a member of the municipal committee in X City, making him quite valuable to Old Meng. Although the Meng family does not lack connections, after all, their mere stamp of foot could reverberate throughout the entirety of China. Old Meng must refrain from utilizing the family's influence to avoid drawing undue attention. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly arouse the curiosity of other venerable figures. Elder Meng has no desire to make the Dragon Ball affair common knowledge. For if cultivators of the refinement god stage were to gather, the fate of the Dragon Ball would become uncertain. However, though the Meng family knows the location of Qin heir Hu Hai's mausoleum, the tomb is fraught with intricate mechanisms. Without a detailed map of the mausoleum's layout, even a refinement god expert like myself would meet their end if they ventured inside. Elder Meng stated with a touch of regret. How can that be? Master, you are a cultivator at the refinement god stage. How could any mechanism possibly halt your progress? Yuan Kai asked in disbelief. Humph. Ignorance. Are you aware of how many refinement god experts there were during the Qin dynasty? Hundreds. And how could the construction of an emperor's mausoleum not include mechanisms to deter those at the refinement god level? Forget about one refinement god expert like myself. Even 100 would meet their demise, unless one were at the legendary realm. However, the legendary realm is merely a tale. No one has been known to reach it to this day. Even Xiangyu, the unparalleled overlord of Western Shu, only attained the great perfection of the refinement god stage. Legendary realm? This was the first time Yuan Kai had heard of such a realm. Previously, in Yuan Kai's eyes, refinement god experts were the most formidable martial artists in the world. Wang Badeo, eavesdropping outside the villa, had also never heard of the legendary realm and could not help but mock his own ignorance. The legendary realm can be considered akin to terrestrial deities, rumored to possess the power to overturn rivers and seas, with no equal in the world. Legend has it that only the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan attained it in ancient times. Because of the auspiciousness of the virtue of earth, he was called the Yellow Emperor, having comprehended the profound teachings of the Yellow Emperor's inner canon. The Yellow Emperor indulged in the company of 3,000 women, finding perpetual delight, and ultimately ascended to immortality in broad daylight, becoming an unparalleled paragon of legendary stature. However, while I, your mentor, may not be a peerless master of legendary caliber, with the cartographic intelligence you have furnished, coupled with the fragmentary ancient texts bequeathed through generations of the Meng family's research, I can reconstruct approximately 60 to 70% of the map. Furthermore, considering that nearly 2 millennia have elapsed, many of the mechanisms have deteriorated, making it feasible to venture into the mausoleum of Qin Er-Shi, Hu-Hai. Tomorrow, we shall embark for City X, lest delays invite complications and divulge our intentions, Elder Meng instructed. Yes, Master, your disciple shall make preparations forthwith. You may withdraw now. I must recuperate my spirit. Yes. As he watched Yuan Kai's departing figure, a sardonic smile crept across Elder Meng's face. Even if he were granted the audacity, a mere nobody would not dare to provoke the Meng family, as the foremost of the 10 great families of China and the sole millennial lineage. The Meng family's influence and strength are beyond the comprehension of others. To depose a nobody, it would require but a single utterance. If the Dragon Pearl is obtained, my Meng family shall reclaim its preeminence as the world's foremost family. The Rothschilds, the Morgans, and the Rockefellers will all be subjugated beneath the Ming family's heel. Elder Meng mused inwardly. In the United States before World War II, a quintessential saying described the nation's state. Democracy belonged to the Morgans, and the Republican Party to the Rockefellers. Yet, it should be added that both the Rockefellers and the Morgans were once under the dominion of the Rothschilds. These families were merely ancillary, akin to watchdogs, under the Rothschilds' control. A family's power lies not only in wealth, but also in military might. Should the Ming family acquire the Dragon Pearl, at least 3 of its members would ascend to the refinement of Spirit Realm. Overnight, the Ming family would become the preeminent family in the world. This title was once the Ming family's glory. However, 3 centuries ago, misfortune struck, resulting in significant losses and the dissipation of considerable wealth, including the disappearance of the tomb map. Old Ming stood by the window, bathed in moonlight, his expression filled with anticipation. If all goes according to plan, and they obtain the Dragon Pearl, the Ming family will once again subjugate the world. Chapter 37. Journey to the Imperial Tomb X City, an ancient land etched with countless glories by the annals of history. This city, brimming with wonder and vitality, captivates with its historical legacy and inspires with its modern dynamism. X City, formerly known as Chang'an, marks the starting point of the famed Silk Road described in the Travels of Marco Polo by the Italian explorer Marco Polo. The history of a city is the history of a nation. Chang'an, this eternal city, resembles a living chronicle, unfolding scenes and pages that document the profound transformations of the Huaxia nation. With a history of over 100 years, Chang'an has served as the capital for 12 dynasties, including the Zhou, Qin, Han, and Tang, spanning more than 100 years. It was here that Emperor Qin Shi Huang constructed the magnificent Ifang Palace, a masterpiece in the annals of Chinese architecture, and the Grand Mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang in Lishan, a treasure trove of history. During the Han and Tang dynasties, Chang'an emerged as the epicenter of politics, economy, culture, and foreign exchanges in Huaxia, becoming an international metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million. The phrase West is Rome, East is Chang'an aptly captures the city's esteemed position in world history. To this day, Chang'an stands alongside global cities such as Athens, Cairo, and Rome, celebrated as one of the four great ancient capitals of civilization. Today, City X is a modern metropolis primarily focused on machinery, electronics, electrical engineering, aerospace, and light industry. It boasts over 500 research institutions and more than 40 colleges and universities, thriving in economic prosperity, scenic beauty, and civilized cleanliness. Historically, it has always been a vital transportation hub, serving as the conduit from eastern Huaxia to the northwest, southwest, and various nations in West Asia. Presently, an intricate network of railways, highways, and air routes connects City X to the entirety of the nation. City X is home to numerous imperial tombs, including the mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor and the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, with the Han Dynasty featuring 11 notable tombs, such as the Maoling of Emperor Wu and the Yongling of Emperor Jing. The Tang Dynasty boasts 20 tombs, of which 18 are located in Shaanxi, including the Zhaoling of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, the Qianling of Empress Wu Zetian, and the tomb of Yang Guifei, among others. The destination of Mr. Ming and his companions. The tomb of Qin Ershi Hu Hai is located on the slopes southeast of the giant wild goose pagoda in City X, south of Zikajianki village. After a journey of several hours by car, Mr. Ming and Yuan Kai finally arrived in City X. Huangjing village, which lay before them, could indeed be considered a rather remote and impoverished location. In fact, in China, there are quite a number of such mountain villages. It may be hard to believe, but it is the truth, as some regions have indeed fallen behind. Presently, in Huangjing village, most of the houses are roofed with tiles, and it is indeed commendable if one can find a television, let alone electrical appliances like refrigerators or washing machines. However, the construction of new homes has gradually begun in the area. Young Master Yuan, greetings. I am Xiao Jia. We spoke yesterday, said a middle-aged man, whose peculiar appearance gave him a somewhat shifty demeanor. Hello, Xiao Jia. I am Yuan Kai, he replied. Yuan Kai and Xiao Jia engaged in polite conversation. Inside the luxury vehicle, Mr. Ming, Yuan Kai, and Xiao Jia took their respective seats. Mr. Ming wore a smile, remaining silent, merely observing the two men with a calm expression. Yuan Kai, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and addressed Xiao Jia. Mr. Xiao, you must be quite familiar with Huangjing village? Xiao Jia nodded and replied, I may not possess many skills, and I do not wish to embarrass myself. But I am indeed a tomb raider. You could say that you are archaeologists, right? Having cultivated a rapport with Professor Wang, I was predisposed to assist with his request. It was Professor Wang who entrusted me with this matter, and I, Xiao, would naturally not decline to help. In Xiao Jia's estimation, Professor Wang was affiliated with the realms of archaeology and smuggling. Given his familiarity with Professor Wang and the commission to serve as their guide, it was reasonable to infer that they were kindred spirits. Consequently, Xiao Jia saw little reason to conceal his true identity. Although it had been decades since Elder Ming last visited X City, he retained a general recollection of the area. While he could pinpoint the tomb's location with a few days' effort, he preferred to expedite the process by enlisting Xiao Jia's assistance. Upon learning of Xiao Jia's involvement in tomb raiding, Elder Ming nodded approvingly. The rapid development of the past decade had transformed the landscape considerably. Many mountains had been raised, and rivers, while not filled in, had been rerouted. Seeing Elder Ming's nod, Yuan Kai breathed a sigh of relief, his smile deepening. You must be familiar with Huangban Slope? Elder Ming inquired, adding, it has been over 2 decades since I last set foot in this place. The world changes so rapidly that locating Huangban Slope now will require considerable time. Xiao Jia chuckled, taking a sip of his beverage. Elder Ming, you've come to the right person. Few would know of it now, as Huangban Slope was leveled and redeveloped 15 years ago. The residents were relocated to other villages. I happened to live near Huangban Slope before moving to Huangjing village. Good, that's good, Elder Ming acknowledged with a nod. We shall depart for Huangban Slope at midnight tonight. Despite harboring some reservations about the late departure time, especially considering the treacherous mountain roads at night, Xiao Jia refrained from voicing his concerns. He would not inquire about matters beyond his purview, as his only responsibility was to receive payment and guide the way. Very well, Elder Ming. I shall defer to your judgment, Xiao Jia readily acquiesced. As night descended, a colossal serpentine head emerged from the thickets near the village. Wang Ba Dao had been trailing Yuan Kai and his companions, eventually arriving at Huangjing village under the cloak of darkness. This was truly a sprint of unparalleled endurance. While Wang Ba-dao possessed considerable speed, he was, after all, not a machine. Over a dozen hours and hundreds of miles. Even his exceptional stamina was pushed to its limits. Fortunately, he was able to follow the scent left by Yuan Kai and Elder Ming, preventing him from losing their trail. Moreover, Wang Ba-dao had to avoid drawing attention to himself on the roads, often concealing himself when encountering crowds. He even traversed mountainous paths, scaling peaks and fording rivers. Wang Ba-dao cautiously trailed behind, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection by Elder Ming. By closely following Elder Ming, he could track the movements of Yuan Kai and the others, ensuring he remained in pursuit. At midnight, the sky was a canvas of deep black, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon. Reaching Huangban Slope required traversing 3 mountain ranges. Seasoned individuals were well aware that venturing into the mountains at night posed dangers beyond venomous snakes and fierce beasts. The myriad of mosquitoes that emerged under the cover of darkness presented a significant nuisance. Elder Ming and Shao Jia, having cultivated their skills, were relatively unaffected, while Shao Jia, being an ordinary person, was more vulnerable. Nevertheless, Shao Jia was indeed well prepared, having applied mosquito repellent all over himself. Although the repellent was somewhat uncomfortable, it was a far more favorable alternative than suffering from mosquito bites. Additionally, he had sprayed realgar, which served as a formidable deterrent against the venomous snakes that might lurk nearby. Thus far, he had not encountered a single poisonous serpent. Even if one were to cross his path, the pungent scent of the realgar would drive it away, as this substance was known to be a fatal bane to snakes. Wang Ba-dao, trailing behind, found the odor of the realgar quite unpleasant. Shao Jia had considered sharing the mosquito repellent and realgar with Yuan Kai, but both men declined his offer. Upon realizing that they were martial artists, Shao Jia refrained from harboring any ulterior motives. As a tomb raider, he possessed a modicum of knowledge and was aware of the existence of the martial arts community. As they walked, Yuan Kai remarked, "Shao Jia, the purpose of our visit to Huangjing village is to access a tomb that has never been discovered by anyone before. As a tomb raider, you should be quite familiar with such places. We hope you will guide us into the tomb. What do you say? Consider it, and upon completion, I shall reward you with 1 million. Shao Jia hesitated, responding, "That might not be advisable. The dangers within the tomb are immense, and a moment's carelessness could result in never emerging again. Moreover, you are offering 3 million. Noticing Shao Jia's reluctance, Yuan Kai calmly reiterated, 5 million. Very well. I trust you will keep your promise, Mr. Yuan. Shao Jia appeared conflicted, as if he had steeled himself, yet inwardly he was elated. Of course, he was aware that this endeavor would not be uncomplicated, yet he found himself inextricably committed to the course ahead. In this locale, for 2 martial artists to dispatch him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yuan Kai, too, felt a sense of resignation. In the perilous depths of the mausoleum, there was often a need for someone to scout ahead, a role colloquially known as cannon fodder. Had it been just him and Elder Ming, there was no doubt he would have been the one to play this role. However, with Shao Jia's addition, the task of scouting naturally fell to him. Moreover, Shao Jia, with over a decade of tomb raiding experience, was highly skilled, making their entry into the mausoleum relatively safer. And, at the very least, Elder Ming did not object, perhaps harboring the same intent, only for Yuan Kai to voice it first. Wang Ba-dao followed the trio, navigating mountains and fording streams. He occasionally had to squeeze through small openings, inwardly admiring the tomb raider named Shao Jia, who indeed lived up to his professional reputation. Wang Ba-dao could faintly hear snippets of their conversation, and after nearly 2 hours of trekking, they finally reached Huangban Slope. Shao Jia announced, "All right, this is Huangban Slope." Elder Ming nodded gently, surveying their surroundings. The former village had transformed into a landscape of mountains, forests, and grassy plains. Elder Ming retrieved a map from his chest and handed it to Shao Jia, saying, "This is the internal map of the mausoleum. Study it carefully. It will be useful later." Shao Jia took the map and examined it closely. The outermost layer depicted a labyrinth, and inside, there were mountains and rivers. How could this be? How could there be mountains and rivers inside a mausoleum? Shao Jia was filled with doubt, wondering if Elder Ming had given him the wrong map. As if sensing Shao Jia's confusion, Old Ming elucidated, "Outside lies a labyrinth, while within is the water galaxy. This is the tomb of the second emperor of the Qin dynasty, Huai. Undoubtedly, among the numerous imperial mausoleums, the Qin Shi Huang's tomb is the most perilous, filled with intricate traps that even modern technology struggles to decipher. The dangers of Hu Hai's tomb undoubtedly rank within the top 10. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. Should any mishap occur, even my strength would find it challenging to rescue you. Xiao Jie inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Indeed, among all the tombs, those from the Qin era are notoriously difficult to excavate, especially the mausoleum of an emperor. Although the challenges presented by Hu Hai's tomb are significantly less than those of Shi Huang's, possibly not even reaching 1/3 of its difficulty, the level of danger it poses far surpasses that of the Han or Tang dynasty's imperial tombs. Xiao Jie's expression grew strained. This was no mere pretense. He truly felt trapped. Had he known that they were venturing into Hu Hai's tomb, he would not have risked even 5 million, let alone 10 million. However, having already committed, he lacked the courage to go back on his word in the face of 2 formidable martial arts experts. Suddenly, Yuan Kai interjected, "It is too late to withdraw now. Of course, should we successfully enter the tomb and acquire what we need, I shall reward you with 30 million. I, Yuan, will never go back on my word. Just think, 30 million is enough to last you a lifetime. Once successful, you will never have to worry about food and clothing again. With wealth, what kind of woman could you not attract? Those women whom you could only admire from a distance now present themselves before you, inviting you to indulge in your desires." Reflect on this. Although it is a matter of contemplation, the murderous intent in Yuan Kai's eyes was becoming increasingly evident. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie realized that the situation could not be resolved amicably. He resolved to take a gamble, for retreat was no longer an option. Very well. Xiao would cast caution to the wind. Chapter 38. The Labyrinth. The 3 of Meng turned right at Huangbanpo and entered a secluded valley. The valley, shrouded in the night, exuded an eerie tranquility, reminiscent of a desolate wilderness. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe the lush greenery, with the air imbued with a subtle fragrance of flora, intoxicating in its allure. At this moment, the serenity of the valley was disrupted as the 3 of Meng made their entrance. Upon arriving in the valley, they encountered a stone wall, beneath which lay a deep, dark cave, its depths unfathomable. The cave was narrow, barely a meter wide, and a chilling breeze emanated from within, sending shivers down their spines. Meng Lao pointed towards the cave and said, "By entering this cave, you will find the entrance to the labyrinth." This passage was excavated by Zhao Gao in years past, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Later, it was discovered by my ancestors, who expended great resources to obtain the map Zhao Gao left behind after his demise. Although Zhao Gao and Qin Ershi Hu Hai sought to obliterate my Meng clan, we remained steadfastly loyal to the Qin. Despite the enmity between Hu Hai and my clan, as the Emperor of Qin, my ancestors never once desecrated his tomb. However, at this moment, I must enter the tomb to retrieve an item, a course of action that contradicts the wishes of my forebears. Meng Lao suddenly sighed deeply. The flashlight flickered to life as the trio advanced towards the cave entrance. To avoid drawing attention under the bright moonlight, they had refrained from using the flashlight during their journey. However, its powerful beam instantaneously illuminated the surroundings, rendering the cave as bright as day. One by one, they ventured into the cave, which was enveloped in an almost palpable darkness, silent save for the ominous sound of their racing heartbeats. Not long into their exploration, they stumbled upon a narrow trench running through the cave, where water flowed with a gentle gurgle. Upon touching it, they found the water to be icy and piercing. Meanwhile, after the trio had entered the cave, Wang Badao arrived at the entrance, opting to wait for an hour before cautiously stepping inside. His purpose for coming here mirrored that of Meng Lao, for he sought the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl held immense significance for Wang Badao, and he was resolute in his determination to obtain it. Given the choice, he would prefer to avoid confronting formidable practitioners. If he could attain the pinnacle of qi refinement, he might stand a chance against Meng, yet as he currently stood in the mid-stage of qi refinement, his priority was escape rather than confrontation. Defeating Meng was utterly out of the question. Even if he were to break through to the pinnacle of qi refinement, he harbored no confidence in eliminating Meng. To vanquish an opponent is a far cry from merely defeating them. The former requires absolute superiority and strength. Following closely behind, Wang Badao soon reached the entrance of the labyrinth. This labyrinth marked the true threshold into the tomb of Qin Shi Hu Hai. While the cave passage was merely an excavation conducted by Zhao Gao and did not belong to the tomb's domain, Wang Badao felt a sense of helplessness. This labyrinth was indeed vast and intricate, even with an authentic map. One could only attempt to navigate while searching for the correct path. However, the labyrinth was certainly fraught with peril and countless traps. Alas, his knowledge of maps was rather limited, and he could not comprehend many of the indicated symbols. At this moment, Wang Badao was not the only one troubled. Meng Lao and the other two were also facing difficulties. Within the labyrinthine passage, Yuan Kai wore a troubled expression, his demeanor grave. This maze is merely the outermost layer. Surely, the depths are even more treacherous. Xiao Jie responded with resignation. That is undoubtedly true, setting aside other concerns. Even if we manage to evade the numerous traps within the labyrinth, how shall we traverse the water galaxy thereafter? The two turned their gazes toward Meng Lao. Seeking his counsel, Meng Lao, with an air of calm, acknowledged their looks and replied, "Traversing the water galaxy without sustaining any harm is a formidable challenge. This map only provides a general overview of the correct routes within the 7 layers of the tomb. There remain 3 layers of unknown paths that we must discern for ourselves. The traps within the labyrinth are not beyond my capabilities. You need not worry on that account. As for how to navigate the water galaxy, we shall address that when the time comes, for I have yet to witness it and cannot speculate." Upon hearing this, the two felt considerably reassured. At least they had such a formidable ally by their side, a towering figure amidst their trials. After a grueling 13 hours, the trio finally completed the 9 layers of the maze. They needed only to traverse the final layer before entering the tomb itself. Wang Badao, following closely behind, found the journey to be remarkably easy, as Meng Lao had effectively dismantled most of the traps along their path. Furthermore, he retained the entirety of the map within his mind. However, as the three ventured forth, the mental map in Wang Badao's consciousness became redundant. Suddenly, Meng Lao, leading the group, whispered, "Halt, do not move." The three ceased their movements, and an eerie silence enveloped the labyrinth. Creak, creak. Suddenly, a multitude of bats erupted from the cavern above, their fangs glistening ominously in the light, casting a chilling gleam. Upon witnessing such a swarm of bats, the expressions of the trio shifted dramatically. From the sight of those menacing fangs, they could ascertain the species of the bats. The common household variety, known as house bats, posed little threat. Yet, the creatures before them were far from ordinary. They belonged to the notorious category of vampire bats, which ranked among the most formidable. Legend has it that Western vampires evolved from these very vampire bats, though few lend credence to such tales. Nonetheless, this indicated that these vampire bats were certainly not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the trio was adequately prepared, each bearing several torches secured at their waists. They swiftly ignited the torches, the flames radiating light and warmth that deterred the bats from approaching. Meng Lao and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Had they been besieged by the swarm, it was likely that only Meng Lao, with his protective barrier, could have escaped, while Yuan Kai and Xiao Jie would have met certain doom. Moreover, if the bats were few in number, it would be manageable, but should the swarm swell to millions, even Meng Lao's formidable energy would struggle to sustain them long enough to navigate out of the labyrinth. Thus, not only were Yuan Kai and Xiao Jie filled with trepidation, but Meng Lao's countenance also bore a grave expression. This time, we nearly met our end. Old Ming's expression was grim as he turned to Yuan Kai and Xiao Jie, saying, "Let's go. Our torches can only last for 3 hours. Within this time, we must navigate the labyrinth and enter the tomb. Otherwise, I am confident I can preserve my own life, but you too." Yuan Kai and Xiao Jie were already extremely anxious. Upon hearing this, they immediately followed Old Ming's lead. With 3 torches in hand, the vampire bats could only circle in the air, hesitant to descend and attack. As they drew nearer, the 3 finally beheld the full extent of the bat swarm. Each of them inwardly gasped. After estimating the numbers, their expressions grew even more unsightly. Xiao Jie's face was particularly pale, but this was understandable. After all, Old Ming and Yuan Kai were martial artists with a mental fortitude that ordinary people could not match. Xiao Jie, however, was just a common man. Xiao Jie stammered, "There are at least hundreds of millions of them." Yuan Kai could no longer maintain his composure and asked Old Ming with a trembling voice, "Master, is there anything we can do?" Old Ming took a deep breath, gazing intently at the bats overhead, and said softly, "Our torches will only last for 3 hours at most. Our only hope of survival is to pass through the labyrinth within that time." Ming was deeply shaken. Faced with hundreds of millions of bats, even if he erected a protective energy shield, it would not last long. Once his energy was depleted, he would surely die. The words he had spoken about being able to protect himself were long forgotten. Xiao Jie and Yuan Kai both inhaled deeply, suppressing their fear, and the three of them cautiously began searching for a path. The labyrinth serves as the outer layer of the tomb, with the second layer being a vast waterway. And it is only in the third layer that one encounters the true interior of the tomb. As Wang Badao traversed the labyrinthine paths, he stumbled upon numerous skeletal remains, undoubtedly the relics of those who had unwittingly entered the maze over the past 2 millennia. Perhaps the cave passages were devoid of traps or other perils. Yet once one crossed into the labyrinth, there remained but a singular path leading to doom, driven by curiosity and various other motives. Many had met their demise within the maze. In Chapter 39, titled The Swarm of Vampiric Bats, Wang Badao sensed the presence of Meng Lao and his companions dissipating as they entered the second layer of the tomb, and his heart settled with reassurance. With Meng Lao leading the way, Wang Badao navigated cautiously, fearful of making even the slightest noise that might disturb the elder. The journey had been a source of great frustration for him. Having transitioned from the 6th layer of the maze to the 9th, the darkness enveloped him, devoid of any glimmer of light. However, his thermal senses remained intact, allowing him to observe his surroundings. Wang Badao was in no hurry. He moved leisurely, unperturbed by the prospect of losing track of the trio ahead, for their lingering essence was sufficient to guide him. At last, he encountered the swarm of bats. Apart from the initial shock, his reaction starkly contrasted with that of Meng Lao and his companions. After over 20 hours without sustenance, he was ravenous and relished the prospect of a hearty meal. With his formidable scales providing ample defense, the airborne blood-sucking bats posed no threat to him whatsoever. Wang Badao immediately raised half of his body to capture the flying vampire bats in the air. The labyrinth was not particularly high, standing at around 4 to 5 meters, making it effortless for Wang Badao, with his impressive length of over 16 meters, to snatch them with ease. Vampire bats are a unique species among mammals, primarily found in Central and South America. This revelation intrigued Wang Badao. It was astonishing to discover the presence of vampire bats in this underground tomb, and even more surprising was their sheer number. It seemed as though these ferocious creatures were being kept here in captivity. With a casual flick of his tail, he struck down a vampire bat that had just flown past him. Upon closer inspection, the vampire bat was rather small, measuring merely 6 centimeters in length. With no visible tail, its fur was predominantly a dark brown hue, and its appearance was quite grotesque. The nose featured a U-shaped groove at the tip, while its ears were pointed and triangular. The long, sharp canine teeth were slightly triangular, resembling blades capable of piercing the protruding parts of other animals to satiate their hunger. The high-pitched squeaks echoed in the air as the vampire bats, in a panic, attempted to flee from the massive python that was voraciously devouring them. Although he was a python, Wang Badao found himself perplexed by the meaning of their cries. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned with such matters, as the prospect of indulging in a hearty meal was enough to excite him. If Yuan Kai and the other two were aware of Wang Badao's thoughts, they might very well be infuriated, while they were filled with terror and dread upon discovering the swarm of bats, fearing an attack from the collective. Wang Badao reveled in the thrill of the hunt. Upon discovering the bat colony, Wang Badao elected to hunt them, viewing them as prey. His confidence in provoking the formidable bat swarm, numbering in the hundreds of millions, stemmed from his formidable defenses. While his defenses might not necessarily surpass the protective aura of Old Meng's aura would eventually wane, whereas Wang Badao had no such concerns. Even if he were to lie motionless on the ground, the bats would be unable to penetrate the defenses afforded by his scales. Screech! Screech! Pandemonium reigned within the 9th level of the labyrinth as the bat colony scattered in disarray, pursued by Wang Badao. Countless bats assailed him, but his scales, resilient enough to withstand machine gun fire, easily deflected the attacks of their diminutive fangs. Of course, the vampire bats possessed not only sharp fangs, but also potent venom. Bats serve as natural reservoirs or vectors for a plethora of zoonotic pathogens, including rabies, severe acute respiratory syndrome, Henipavirus, and Ebola virus, all of which can prove fatal. However, these toxins posed no significant threat to Wang Badao, as the venom within his body could readily assimilate or neutralize any toxins of lesser potency. Burp! Wang Badao emitted a hearty belch, having consumed an indeterminate quantity of bats, yet feeling quite replete. Casting his gaze upon the path ahead, he slithered forward deliberately, following the residual auras of Old Meng and his companions, and cross-referencing them with the map in his mind, he confirmed that he was indeed on the correct route. The Dragon Ball must be mine, even if it means contending with cultivators in the refinement god realm. Wang Badao declared resolutely in his heart, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, reminiscent of a hardened ruffian. In the realm inhabited by bats, an overwhelming sensation of dampness and stickiness assails the senses, accompanied by a repugnant stench and an array of peculiar odors. The oppressive, moisture-laden miasma is so nauseating that it provokes a strong urge to faint and retch. Fortunately, after transcending to the Qi refinement stage, Wang Badao has gained mastery over his five senses and has now sealed his sense of smell. Suddenly, an ear-piercing, penetrating shriek reverberates from above, leaving Wang Badao feeling dizzy and disoriented, his mind reeling. Curse it! This is an ultrasonic attack. He mentally curses while channeling his inner energy in preparation, simultaneously directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. The frequency of sound, measured in Hz, Hz, indicates the number of vibrations per second. The audible range for human ears spans from 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. Frequencies below 20 Hz or above 20,000 Hz fall beyond human perception, with those exceeding 20,000 Hz classified as ultrasound. Typically, ultrasonic frequencies utilized in medical diagnostics range from 1 MHz to 5 MHz. In medicine, the immense energy of ultrasound can induce intense vibrations within bodily stones, causing them to shatter, alleviating pain, and facilitating healing. While Wang Badao comprehends the concept of ultrasound, he has never encountered such a terrifyingly powerful version. He estimates that the ultrasonic emissions from this vampire bat can exceed an astounding 10 billion Hz. This is utterly terrifying. Moreover, it strikes him as peculiar that the trio surnamed Meng, who walked ahead, have not been attacked by this swarm of bats. Could it truly be a matter of luck? Suddenly, a swarm of vampiric bats, significantly larger than the ordinary, descended upon Wang Badao with astonishing speed, launching a fierce assault. All he could perceive was a fleeting shadow as the massive bats, with their glistening fangs and sharp claws, converged upon him. The air was filled with a cacophony of metallic clangs echoing through the labyrinth. Fortuitously, Meng and his companions had already penetrated the inner sanctum of the second layer of the tomb. Otherwise, such a commotion would undoubtedly have alerted them. Wang Badao silently expressed his gratitude, but soon his mood soured, as he inwardly cursed. Why do these bats not target Meng and the others? Am I so easily trifled with? Wang Badao began to retaliate, yet despite his efforts, none of his attacks found their mark, leaving him utterly vexed. The reason? His speed was woefully inadequate. Although he could momentarily accelerate to a third of the speed of sound at the instant of his strikes, he soon realized a startling truth. This formidable swarm of bats, several times larger than typical ones, had already attained supersonic velocity, soaring over 340 meters per second. What a staggering speed. This realization left Wang Badao feeling utterly powerless. Even at his peak, he could barely achieve a third of the speed of sound. Once more, the swarm of vampiric bats struck Wang Badao, their myriad claws, fangs, and scales colliding in a shower of sparks. The piercing shriek, imbued with tremendous penetrating power, sent a jolt of pain through his mind. However, having prepared himself for the assault, he merely felt a slight sting, avoiding any dizziness or disorientation. Attacks upon the domineering Wang Badao were numerous, yet they merely succeeded in downing a handful of bats, a feat attributed to the sheer magnitude of the bat swarm, which inadvertently collided with Wang Badao's offensive strikes. Exhausted by the relentless onslaught of blood-sucking bats, Wang Badao found himself in a state of utter resignation. He was at a loss, unable to match their speed. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he opted to disregard them entirely and continued on his own path. As for the attacks from the blood-sucking bats, they no longer concerned him. However, during his journey, Wang Badao became increasingly vexed by the incessant assaults of the bat swarm. With a mighty expulsion, he unleashed a torrent of venom, akin to celestial blossoms scattering in the wind, aimed directly at the bats. Perhaps fortune had finally smiled upon him, for this unintentional spray of poison surprisingly succeeded in exterminating a significant portion of the blood-sucking bats. A triumphant laugh erupted from Wang Badao's lips, filled with exhilaration. This confrontation had been the most exasperating of his 2 lifetimes, leaving him utterly defenseless and relegated to a passive role in the battle. The blood-sucking bats let out a harrowing shriek, spiraling in disarray through the air. A closer inspection would reveal that the venom, so ruthlessly potent, was corroding the flesh and blood of countless bats. Tendrils of green smoke rose from the bodies of hundreds of afflicted bats, which flitted chaotically about, resembling damaged fighter planes trailing long plumes of smoke. Time had already slipped away significantly. It appeared imperative to hasten his pace. Otherwise, the Dragon Ball might be seized by that fellow surnamed Meng if one tarries. For, should Elder Meng have already acquired the Dragon Ball, Wang Badeo's aspirations would be utterly extinguished. To pilfer from a cultivator of the refinement god realm? Such a feat lies beyond Wang Badeo's capabilities. Wang Badeo swiftly traversed the 9th layer of the labyrinth, gaining entry into the mausoleum's interior. Chapter 40. Creatures from 2 millennia past emerging from the entrance of the labyrinth's 9th layer, Wang Badeo at long last found himself within the mausoleum. What is this? Wang Badeo stared, incredulous, at the shimmering stones adorning the tomb walls. Initially, Wang Badeo had anticipated the mausoleum's interior to mirror the labyrinthine corridors, gloomy, devoid of light, and utterly impenetrable to sight. Yet, upon entry, he beheld the entire mausoleum bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, emanating from what appeared to be stones. This is fluorite. What is fluorite? Fluorite is also known by another name. In ancient times, it was referred to as a noctilucent pearl, a stone capable of emitting light in the darkness. In the eyes of common folk, noctilucent pearls symbolize wealth, with a single pearl being worth a king's ransom. The entire cavern's walls are composed of noctilucent pearl, or the value of which is incalculable. Venturing 100 meters, he finally arrived before the Mercury River. The surface of the Mercury River was placid, yet Wang Badeo was profoundly shaken. The sheer volume of mercury within this river was astonishing. Even with contemporary technology, extracting such a quantity would require countless years. It was unfathomable how ancient, rudimentary technology could have yielded so much. Subsequently, Wang Badeo's gaze turned pensive as he noticed a human corpse on the bank of the Mercury River, none other than Xiao Jie, the grave robber. Accompanying Xiao Jie's remains were over a dozen monstrous carcasses. These creatures resembled oxen, adorned with scales, a solitary horn on their foreheads, and gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth that gleamed menacingly, inspiring dread in those who beheld them. What manner of beast was this? Wang Badeo had never encountered such a creature and was perplexed. The monstrous corpses lay prostrate on the ground. Though the earth was not drenched in blood, their gruesome visages, with blood streaming from their orifices, attested to the pulverization of their internal organs. Unquestionably, it was Elder Meng who possessed the power to slay a monster with a single blow. Abruptly, Wang Badeo discerned a rope affixed to the stone wall, traversing the Mercury River and connecting to its opposite bank. Presumably, Yuan Kai had utilized this method to cross the Mercury River. As for Elder Meng, a master of the Lianshan realm, a mere 30-odd meter-wide Mercury River posed no obstacle. He could simply skim across the surface with ease. Wang Badeo approached the stone wall and, with his tail, dislodged a massive boulder from it. The rock, nearly a meter in size and weighing at least 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly swept into the Mercury River with a flick of Wang Badeo's tail. Were anyone present, they would surely be dumbfounded. Thump! The boulder plunged into the Mercury River, causing mercury to splash in all directions. Hark! Abruptly, with a ferocious roar, 7 monstrous entities erupted from the quicksilver stream. These beasts, encased in scaled armor, appeared to possess formidable defenses. Indeed, these very creatures dwelled within the mercurial river. Yet, how could any organism subsist in liquid mercury? It seemed an impossibility. Wang Badeo narrowed his gaze, his inner energy surging forth with explosive force, exceeding the velocity and impact of projectiles. With a resounding thud, the 7 monsters, newly emerged from the quicksilver depths, were instantly plunged back into the river's embrace. In that very moment, a dozen more of these grotesque beings propelled themselves from the mercury, their scaled hides shimmering with an eerie metallic sheen under the phosphorescent glow of the surrounding stones. Wang Badeo scrutinized the creatures, noting their crocodilian heads, singular horns protruding from their foreheads, bovine bodies, stocky limbs, webbed feet, and formidable 5-meter tails, unarmored and of a dark umber hue, exuding an air of resilience. The monsters seemed ill-adapted for terrestrial locomotion, their limbs dragging along the ground, their pace languid, twin plumes of vaporous breath issuing from beneath their armored snouts. As the horde of beasts advanced, Wongbadeo met them head-on. With a protracted cry, his muscles seemed poised to rupture, the flesh beneath his scales writhing and undulating as if teeming with a myriad of lives under the eerie luminescence. A cataclysmic impact ensued, as though the very earth were quaking and mountains were asunder. Wongbadeo's tail collided with the body of one of the monsters with tremendous force. It was only upon this collision that Wongbadeo discerned a crucial detail. The monster's scales possessed remarkable toughness, unlike its rigid scales. Yet, its defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. While it may not rival his own defenses, it was more than adequate to withstand the bullets fired from ordinary firearms. The creature seemed to have succumbed to madness, relentlessly thrashing its tail, which produced resounding blasts in the air, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Despite the monster's frenzied assault significantly enhancing its offensive power, its sluggish speed allowed Wongbadeo to effortlessly evade its attacks. The creature's rage had obscured its innate rationality. When comparing a rational beast to one devoid of reason, the latter proved far more destructive. Much like a wild boar, a rational wild boar would choose to flee, while a frenzied one would recklessly engage its adversaries, potentially sacrificing its own life. A skilled hunter would prefer to confront tigers and leopards rather than a wild boar stripped of its reason. Wongbadeo exerted considerable effort to slay a single monster. Perhaps his fierce aura was too overwhelming. After vanquishing 6 monsters, the remaining ones, in a state of panic, fled into the Milky Way. These beasts were likely captured after the demise of Qin Ershi, Huhai, and were placed in the Milky Way to guard the tomb. However, what creature could survive for 2 millennia? Wongbadeo found himself perplexed by this mystery. Yet, with the existence of dragons being a verified truth, the emergence of such bizarre creatures did not seem particularly astonishing. At this moment, however, Wongbadeo faced a dilemma. How was he to cross this Milky Way? That rope would undoubtedly be unable to bear his weight. Despite his 16-meter length, the Mercury River spanned over 30 meters, rendering a single leap impossible. Wongbadeo felt a surge of anxiety. Failure to overtake Meng Lao and Yuan Kai would lead to profound regret if they obtained the Dragon Ball first. Gazing at the placid, undisturbed Mercury River, Wongbadeo hesitated. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the corrosive nature of mercury, which could permeate the skin and be inhaled through respiration. Driven by an intense desire for the Dragon Ball, he plunged into the mercury. The sensation was similar to that of a swamp, albeit with a stronger sense of compression. The Mercury River was only 30 meters wide, while Wongbadeo was 16 meters long. After a few leaps, he reached the opposite bank. Circulating his inner energy, he examined himself for any abnormalities. He discovered that metallic toxins were lurking within his body, but they were being suppressed and gradually assimilated by his own venom. Wongbadeo breathed a sigh of relief, no longer concerned about mercury poisoning. At the rate of assimilation, the mercury toxins would be completely eliminated within a few minutes. Chapter 41. The giant coffin in the void. Having crossed the Mercury River, Wongbadeo reached the other side. With the tomb map ingrained in his memory, he arrived at the entrance to the tomb chamber in a little over 10 minutes. The entrance was composed of 10 massive stone gates, each 5 meters high and 4 meters wide. The gate loomed ominously, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, exuding an unsettling aura of terror. Flanking the stone door were intricately carved statues of divine dragons, each a magnificent golden representation of 5-clawed dragons soaring into the air, appearing so lifelike that they seemed to possess flesh and blood, vividly etched upon the stone walls. Possessing an acute sense of danger akin to that of a wild animal, Wongbadeo could perceive an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from within the gate. This was a veritable dance with death. Among the 10 gates, 9 led to certain doom, with only one serving as the true passage into the tomb. Taking a deep breath, Wongbadeo felt a profound shock that words could scarcely convey. Following the indications on the map and the lingering presence left by the 2 elders, he chose the correct gate and stepped inside. After traversing the passage for half an hour, he finally spotted a flicker of light ahead. The wavering glow was unmistakably from a flame rather than electric illumination. It seemed they had ignited oil lamps within the tomb. This realization spurred Wongbadeo to hasten his pace, fearing that the elder might seize the opportunity to claim the Dragon Pearl first. With the light illuminating the passage, the surroundings became clearer. The walls remained rocky, while the ground was fashioned into polished steps. Wang Dao despised the notion of ascending steps, as it was quite cumbersome for his serpentine form. As he approached the exit of the gate, he held his breath and muted his movements to avoid detection by the elder. Cautiously extending his serpent head, he surveyed the terrain. The tomb of Qin Shi, Huai, was vast, encompassing an area at least the size of 7 or 8 football fields. 9 stone pillars, supporting the tomb chamber from all directions, are adorned with intricate carvings of mythical creatures such as phoenixes, dragons, lions, heavenly steeds, and various beasts like the qilin, the guardian lion, and the bull. The chamber's walls are graced with 72 oil lamps, of which 21 have been ignited by the venerable Lao Yuan Kai. Illuminated by their soft glow, one gazes upward to behold the majestic Ling Mountain, the shimmering Mercury waterfall, and a multitude of golden halls standing resolutely within the chamber. Even more awe-inspiring are the countless figurines, or chariots, steeds, and soldiers that populate the tomb, each unique in attire and demeanor. The hairstyles alone exhibit a plethora of styles, with gestures and facial expressions varying distinctly. From their garb, expressions, and postures, one can discern their ranks, be it officer or soldier, infantry or cavalry. Every Qin figurine radiates the distinct dignity and composure of the Qin people, embodying vivid individuality and strong characteristics of their era. As one's gaze shifts, a sudden jolt of astonishment strikes Wang Badu. At the heart of the chamber stands a pyramid-like heavenly staircase, a golden ascent of 99 steps that appears to reach toward the heavens. This staircase glimmers with a golden sheen, crafted entirely of gold. Atop the 99 steps floats a massive coffin, suspended in midair. The coffin, cast in a deep azure hue, measures 5 meters in length. Its antiquated bronze surface bearing the marks of time, with verdigris and faded ancient engravings that speak to the passage of ages. Yet, what stirs Wang Badu's heart is not the bronze coffin itself, but rather the object that hovers above it, the dragon pearl. Gazing upon the dragon pearl, Wang Badao's eyes remained fixated, a subtle sensation stirring deep within him, a feeling he could only describe as calling. It was as if a long-lost relative stood before him, beckoning with an earnestness that resonated from the depths of his soul. The golden ladder, with its 99 steps, imparted upon Wang Badao a profound sense of peril. He instinctively knew that hidden dangers lurked within its confines. A cold smirk crossed his mind. Let the one surnamed Meng venture forth first. Silently, he infiltrated the tomb, finding refuge within a Qin-era war chariot. He waited patiently for Meng Lao and Yuan Kai, observing their every move. Wang Badao was determined not to be the one to take the lead. Before long, Meng Lao and Yuan Kai ignited all 72 oil lamps. The tomb was suddenly illuminated as if it were midday. They too noticed the enormous bronze coffin and the dragon pearl atop the golden ladder. Although Meng Lao lacked the animalistic instinct for danger, his prowess as a master of spiritual cultivation was not unfounded. He sensed the imminent threat posed by the golden ladder. A lethal crisis. One misstep could lead to his eternal resting place. Master, the dragon pearl must be up there. Let us hasten to retrieve it, Yuan Kai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Meng Lao had recently promised him that the dragon pearl would aid him in achieving the realm of spiritual mastery, just within reach. The prospect of the dragon pearl ignited the possibility of Yuan Kai becoming a formidable practitioner. Despite his efforts to suppress the exhilaration within, the longing was evident upon his countenance. While Meng Lao too felt a surge of excitement, he maintained his composure. Ignorance. The dragon pearl is not so easily obtained. Has the Leviathan in the Mercury River not served as a cautionary tale? Yuan Kai, upon hearing this, regained his composure. Noticing that Elder Ming had once again mentioned the monster, he inquired with curiosity, Master, was that creature truly from 2 millennia ago? But what being could possibly endure for 2,000 years? Furthermore, are the sword immortals you previously mentioned actually real? That beast was likely captured by the order of the second emperor of Qin before his demise, intended to guard his mausoleum. As for the legends of sword immortals, it is said that upon reaching the realm of spirit refinement and transcending the void, one can control objects to fly. Why were most ancient divine swords forged during the spring and autumn and warring states periods? Because the sword was the most prevalent weapon during those times. Therefore, most cultivators or Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin era would generally choose the sword as their weapon, enabling them to fly upon it for 1,000 miles without faltering. These formidable individuals who transcended the void were regarded as sword immortals by ordinary people, hence the perpetuation of their legends. Even though tales of sword immortals have become increasingly exaggerated, such as taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, these are not factual. However, the ability to fly upon a sword for 1,000 miles without falling and to possess a lifespan of 800 years is indeed true. Yuan Kai exclaimed in astonishment. 800 years? Then what realm is transcending the void? The realm of spirit refinement is also divided into the initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfect stages. The initial stage is the condensation of qi into astral energy. The intermediate stage is the realm of microscopic insight. The advanced stage is the imperishable divinity. And the perfect stage is transcending the void. Beyond that lies the realm of legend, which, according to lore, only the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan has ever attained. In the present world, only the venerable Elder Li has attained the realm of meticulousness, while the higher realms have not been reached by anyone for centuries. The only one who ever achieved the state of invulnerability to divine beings was Zhang Sanfeng of the Ming dynasty, but alas, it is a lamentable truth. As Elder Ming has noted, an astonishing lifespan of 800 years is a distant aspiration, indeed. Elder Ming reflects on this with a sigh. Chapter 42. The Dragon Pearl. Eons ago, when the black divine dragon first fell, its dragon pearl was no smaller than a basketball. Yet now, after countless years dedicated to protecting the blood pool from natural calamities, floods, tropical cyclones, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters, the energy of the dragon pearl has been significantly depleted. Today, after millions of years, the pearl has shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, its energy reduced to a mere fraction of its former glory. Nevertheless, even this minuscule remnant of energy is sufficient to forge dozens of formidable practitioners of the divine realm, attesting to the immense power contained within the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl is the very source of the dragon's might. Elder Ming yearns for it, and so does Wang Badao, who remains fixated on Elder Ming and Yuan Kai's every move from his concealed position within the Qin mercenary war chariot. As he observes the two ascend the heavenly ladder, a sense of urgency grips him. With a swift step, Yuan Kai places his foot upon the first rung of the ladder, and at that moment, it is as if a stone has been cast into a tranquil lake, causing the winds and clouds to shift dramatically. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows descends from the heavens like a dark cloud, unleashing a volley of projectiles. Elder Ming's expression shifts drastically, while Yuan Kai pales, his legs trembling. With a thunderous shout, Elder Ming channels his vital energy into a protective shield, enveloping the two of them. Clang, clang, clang. Countless arrows collided with the protective barrier, causing Elder Ming's body to tremble violently, his expression shifting subtly. We must retreat. The mechanisms here are far too formidable. Even with my barrier's formidable defensive capabilities, I can only withstand up to the 20th step of the ladder before being utterly drained. Yuan Kai, already pale with fear, struggled to comprehend the overwhelming spectacle of the myriad arrows raining down, a sight unimaginable to those who had not witnessed it firsthand. Elder Ming and Yuan Kai withdrew from the celestial staircase, and the relentless barrage of arrows finally ceased, leaving behind a ground littered with shattered shafts. Remnants of the arrows obliterated by Elder Ming's protective energy. Master, what shall we do? Without the Dragon Pearl, have we come here in vain? Yuan Kai's heart raced with anxiety. The incomplete map offered only scant details regarding the mechanisms of the staircase, making evasion impossible. They would have to rely solely on their own wits. Elder Ming cast a pained glance at the elusive Dragon Pearl floating in the void, murmuring softly. If only Xiao Jia were alive, his years of tomb raiding would have endowed him with insights into these mechanisms that we lack. Yuan Kai lamented with deep regret, gazing up at the Dragon Pearl resting atop the 99 steps of the golden staircase. The two could only sigh in despair, paralyzed by their predicament. Wang Badu, observing the scene of countless arrows unleashed from within the Qin Yong battle chariot, was equally struck with awe. While his mind held the knowledge of evading the arrow traps as indicated on the map, he dared not venture forth with Elder Ming present. Otherwise, before approaching the golden ladder, they might be intercepted by Elder Ming. The war chariot of Wang Badao was situated 200 meters from the golden ladder, while Elder Ming and his companions were positioned beneath it. The prospect of climbing the ladder without him noticing was virtually non-existent. Wang Badao could only bide his time, waiting for an opportunity. I shall attempt it once more. You remain here. Yes, Yuan Kai replied promptly. For him, being able to wait in a safe place was undoubtedly the best option. From Elder Ming's perspective, Bringing Yuan Kai along would not only be unhelpful, but also a hindrance, requiring him to divert attention to care for him. Although Elder Ming was indifferent to Yuan Kai's well-being, he might still need him later. Elder Ming ascended the golden ladder, and once again, a hail of arrows was unleashed. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows collided with the protective barrier, which remained unscathed while the arrows were shattered to pieces. Elder Ming refrained from attacking the incoming arrows, relying solely on the barrier to defend himself, thus minimizing the expenditure of his vital energy. "Master, how is it?" Yuan Kai inquired with genuine concern, not out of worry for Elder Ming's safety, but because he was entirely dependent on him within the tomb. Should anything befall Elder Ming, his own escape from the tomb would become exceedingly arduous, possibly leading to eternal entrapment until death by starvation or the deadly traps within. "Fear not. I have discerned the mechanism. Once I regain my composure, we shall ascend together." With that, Elder Ming closed his eyes to meditate. Hearing this, Yuan Kai's expression shifted slightly as he cast a glance at the seemingly endless golden ladder, sitting anxiously beside Elder Ming, awaiting a fortuitous moment. Elated, Wang Badeo realized that Elder Ming's astral energy was severely depleted, and he was currently recuperating. Recognizing the fleeting nature of the opportunity, Wang Badeo emerged from the Qin warrior chariot and stealthily approached the celestial ladder. As he drew nearer, his apprehension heightened. The spiritual cultivation realm was not to be underestimated. Its practitioners possessed the ability to perceive everything within 100 meters. Even Wang Badeo was uncertain if he could approach within that range without being detected by Elder Ming. "Who's there?" Elder Ming suddenly seemed to sense something. His eyes snapped open, and two beams of light flashed momentarily. With a burst of energy, he swiftly leaped towards the direction where Wang Badeo was approaching the celestial ladder. "Insolent scoundrel, reveal yourself," Elder Ming roared, unleashing a surge of astral energy that struck the spot where Wang Badeo was concealed. A crescent-shaped wave of energy instantly cleaved through over 10 Qin warriors and several chariots before hurtling towards Wang Badeo. Alarmed, Wang Badeo pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Rushing towards the 99th step of the golden celestial ladder, a mere 90 meters away. The unstoppable astral energy shattered the Qin warriors and chariots before landing where Wang Badeo had been moments before, carving a deep trench in the bluestone ground that extended for hundreds of meters. Elder Ming had initially suspected that someone had followed them to the mausoleum. However, when his probing astral energy revealed a massive serpent leaping from the pile of Qin warriors, both Elder Ming and Yuan Kai were utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that this colossal serpent has been tailing us all along? Yuan Kai shuddered at the thought. Elder Ming merely exhibited a moment of surprise, and upon observing the python ascending the celestial ladder, refrained from intervention. Instead, he sneered inwardly. A beast is but a beast, courting its own demise. Elder Ming had first-hand experience with the contraptions atop the celestial ladder. Despite the python's immense size, it could scarcely withstand a barrage of arrows. Moreover, Elder Ming had only traversed 20 steps of the 99-step ladder, with countless inexplicable mechanisms and pitfalls yet to be encountered. Naturally, Wang Badeo was oblivious to Elder Ming's thoughts, and he was equally astonished. "That Ming fellow isn't pursuing? All the better that he isn't. Once I've secured the dragon pearl, you'll have cause to weep." Wang Badeo was elated, having already mounted the celestial ladder. Employing the evasion routes detailed on the map, Wang Badeo successfully navigated 15 steps without triggering any mechanisms. Elder Ming, observing from below, sensed something amiss. His composure, cultivated over decades, seemingly vanished as he muttered incessantly, "What kind of infernal mechanism is this? Does it only target humans and not beasts?" Indeed, it was infuriatingly unjust. Elder Ming scrutinized the python's every move from below, hesitant to ascend the ladder himself. His chi had yet to be restored to its optimal state, and even a brief ascent would likely result in a hasty retreat. However, he discerned several nuances in the python's evasion tactics. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Elder Ming. Could this python have attained sentience? Was it also after the dragon pearl? The legend of the transformation from serpent to dragon has long been woven into the fabric of Chinese culture, with numerous films and television dramas depicting this tale. Upon encountering the colossal python, it ascended directly, its apparent goal being the dragon pearl, which caused Ming Lao to become increasingly anxious. He chose not to greet Yuan Kai, as the latter had lost his worth, and Ming Lao had no intention of allowing him to exit the tomb. Following the path of the giant python, Meng Lao skillfully navigated through several traps. Observing the effectiveness of the python's trajectory boosted his confidence significantly. He pursued the python once more, retracing its path through the 18th and 23rd steps. At the 23rd step, he faltered only twice, triggering traps that he effortlessly countered. Gazing upward, Meng Lao discovered that the python had already reached the 72nd step of the heavenly ladder, which filled him with urgency. However, in his haste, he inadvertently misstepped again, activating another trap. Although he managed to shield himself with a protective barrier, he resolved to remain calm and composed. Wang Badao, observing Meng Lao from below, couldn't help but smirk, thinking, now you wish to pursue? It is too late. Yet, he soon noticed Meng Lao rarely triggered any traps, which piqued his curiosity. Having just watched from the Qin Yong war chariot, Wang Badao realized that Meng Lao was missing the path to the heavenly ladder on his map. Otherwise, he would not have descended so clumsily after 2 attempts. As his thoughts turned, clarity dawned upon him. It seemed that following the elder would indeed lead to peril. Chapter 43. The 99th Step of the Golden Heavenly Ladder Boom. Upon stepping onto the 90th step of the Golden Heavenly Ladder, the structure trembled. Wang Badao silently cursed his misfortune, having misstepped and triggered a trap. Crack! Crack! The sound of gears turning and chains being pulled echoed from the void. Wang Badao raised his gaze, and to his astonishment, he observed a fissure seemingly torn open at the pinnacle of the tomb, from which flames and molten lava surged incessantly. Though the events unfolded in mere seconds, it felt like an eternity for him atop the golden ladder. Leaving no time for escape, with a piercing shriek, he was engulfed by the fiery deluge, rolling in agony. Below, he beheld the giant python, its body scorched crimson by the lava, resembling steel on the verge of melting. A chill ran through him as he thought, if I were to be struck directly by the molten rock, even the protective barrier would scarcely endure. Seeing the python's dismal fate, Meng Lao became increasingly cautious, each step taken with meticulous care. Damn it! Wang Badao cursed inwardly. Despite his formidable defenses, he felt himself nearing the brink of incineration, the scent of roasting flesh wafting from his own body. He muttered curses at the architect of this trap, bewildered by the source of the lava. After all, they were not near a volcano. Flames were one thing, but where did those tons of lava originate? His scales had shed numerous fragments, his body was drenched in blood, and his tail bore severe burns. In truth, Wang Badao's current state was a ghastly sight. Grimacing against the pain, he pressed onward. Having ascended to the 90th stair of the golden ladder, he was determined not to be overtaken by Meng Lao, for securing the Dragon Ball was his only path to peace of mind. 91st stair, 93rd stair, 95th stair, Wang Badao drew ever closer to the Dragon Ball, his excitement beyond words. Wang Badao was elated, but Elder Meng had only reached the 46th step of the heavenly ladder, and his anxiety was palpable. However, he dared not accelerate his pace, as the mechanisms became increasingly formidable higher up, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. The awe-inspiring spectacle of the magma's descent was still fresh in Elder Meng's memory. What to do? He pondered. Is the dragon pearl truly about to be seized by this beast? Has this creature truly become sentient? Elder Meng had long suspected the serpent's unusual behavior, even wondering if it had developed intelligence. How else would it know to evade the traps and conceal itself? His suspicions were, in fact, accurate. However, Elder Meng dismissed the notion almost as soon as it arose. In his understanding, animals could possess spiritual awareness, but the emergence of true intelligence was far-fetched. In his view, the serpent had merely become spiritually attuned. What is spiritual attunement? Consider dolphins, the most intelligent creatures on Earth, possessing their own societies and languages, capable of understanding and analyzing human speech, yet still falling short of true spiritual awareness. Or crows, which use tools and engage in rudimentary thought. These examples demonstrate that animals also possess a degree of spiritual nature. Wang Badao paid no heed to Elder Meng's thoughts, for he had already reached the 98th step of the golden ladder. Just one more step, and the dragon pearl would be his. With mounting excitement, Wang Badao finally stepped onto the 99th step of the golden ladder. Rumble. The entire golden ladder trembled, as if struck by a magnitude 8 earthquake. The dragon pearl suddenly vibrated, sensing Wang Badao's divine dragon bloodline. Inheriting the lineage of the black divine dragon, Wang Badao's bloodline naturally resonated with the dragon pearl, the very essence of the black divine dragon. From within the mausoleum, A mere glimpse of one facet of the 99 steps of the golden staircase failed to convey its true grandeur. However, upon ascending the final step, Wang Badao was utterly captivated by the ingenuity of the ancients. It became apparent that the 99 steps culminated in a near 100-meter-high, three-sided pyramidal structure. Its apex seemingly cleaved off to form a platform for the placement of the colossal bronze coffin. The sheer quantity of gold required for the construction of this entire golden pyramid was staggering, defying estimation. Wang Badao marveled at the source of such immense wealth. Even contemplating whether Qin heir Shi Huai had plundered all the gold of the Qin dynasty to erect this monument. Yet, even such an exhaustive accumulation might have proven insufficient. Wang Badao was perplexed by the mausoleum's extraordinary height, nearly 100 meters, and the ability of ancient technology to preserve it for almost 2 millennia without collapse. Overwhelmed with admiration, Wang Badao found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his awe. At that moment, Wang Badao finally comprehended the reason for the bronze coffin's levitation. The platform atop the 99th step, imbued with the Dragon Pearl's power, was devoid of terrestrial gravity. Should this phenomenon become known to the scientific community, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of research and investigation. The platform, spanning nearly 40 square meters, was entirely permeated by the Dragon Pearl's energy, effectively nullifying, or rather, drastically reducing, the force of gravity. On the platform where gravity was significantly diminished, Wang Badao felt an exhilarating thrill. This was his first experience soaring through the clouds. Impatient, he leapt lightly into the air. From below, he resembled a divine dragon ascending amidst the mist. With the prowess to summon winds and rain, he felt omnipotent. Though he yearned to unleash a triumphant roar, his current form, still not fully evolved into a dragon, produced a sound akin to that of a mere serpent, lacking in grandeur. It appeared rather incongruous. Below, Meng Lao and Yuan Kai stood in astonishment, their minds filled with a profound question mark. Fortunately, they were not ordinary individuals. Had they been, they might have already fallen to their knees, praying for the dragon's protection. Suddenly, a gleam of greed flickered in Meng Lao's eyes as he joyously thought, "The Dragon Pearl. It must be the cause." Casting a glance at the suspended bronze coffin, his conviction solidified. "I must possess it. I must acquire the Dragon Pearl." Meng Lao gazed greedily at the orb in the void, his thoughts incessantly consumed by desire. At that moment, his longing for the Dragon Pearl eclipsed all else. He was willing to pay any price to obtain it. Wang Badao, however, remained indifferent to Meng Lao's musings. His sole focus was to secure the Dragon Pearl as swiftly as possible to avoid prolonged uncertainty. On the gravity-defying 99th step of the celestial ladder, he navigated through the air, gliding over the bronze coffin, inching closer to the Dragon Pearl. His movements in the void were painstakingly slow, reminiscent of swimming through water, and each motion felt laborious. At last, he had completely surpassed the bronze coffin, with the Dragon Pearl tantalizingly within reach. As long as Wang Badao ascends slightly further, he could effortlessly consume the Dragon Pearl. For Wang Badao, mere seconds felt like an eternity. At last, he was approaching the Dragon Pearl. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Badao swallowed the Dragon Pearl whole. Ha! The Dragon Pearl was finally in his grasp. A triumphant laughter erupted within him. Possessing the Dragon Pearl meant that Wang Badao could transform into a serpent in mere decades and a dragon in centuries. At that moment, the word joy scarcely sufficed to encapsulate Wang Badao's elation. After consuming the Dragon Pearl, he refrained from examining it immediately. Instead, he enveloped it within his internal energy, concealing it within his body to study at a later time, once the troubles had subsided. Gazing downward, he noticed Elder Meng's bloodshot eyes fixed upon him. Even Wang Badao, with a heart as cold as a millennium of ice, felt a shiver under the intensity of that gaze. "I bear no grudge against you for the death of your father or for the theft of your wife. Why such animosity towards me?" Wang Badao silently cursed. Chapter 44. The final revenge. Who could rival Wang Badao in the aura of murderous intent? Among humanity, few could compare. Due to his divine dragon bloodline, Wang Badao's internal energy shielded him from the Dragon Pearl's radiation. He descended from the platform as the bronze giant coffin crashed heavily upon it. The pyramid-shaped celestial staircase had 3 sides, each with 99 steps. Wang Badao, indifferent to Elder Meng, chose to descend via the opposite staircase, avoiding any encounter with him. Armed with a map, Wang Badao descended the steps with remarkable speed, rapidly covering 7 levels in a brief span. Elder Ming, watching from below, seethed with fury upon seeing the massive serpent take an alternate route, his heart racing with urgency. After enduring numerous obstacles to finally enter the tomb, just as the dragon pearl was within reach, a colossal python unexpectedly emerged, leaving Ming Lao in a state of despair. At this moment, Ming Lao had ascended to the 53rd step of the celestial ladder. Without a map, even if he were to descend immediately and pursue with all his might, he would be unable to intercept the giant serpent. Realizing the futility of the situation, Ming Lao decided to take his prize and retreat, for there was no sense in risking his life against the python. Suddenly, Wang Ba Dao came to a halt, his eyes ablaze with rage. Fixated on the figure ahead, Yuan Kai, a surge of murderous intent coursed through Wang Ba Dao. He longed to devour Yuan Kai whole. The sight of an adversary ignited intense emotions, particularly for a man who could scarcely tolerate betrayal, especially from a woman. To compound his fury, Wang Ba Dao's only remaining blood relative, his niece, had perished at Yuan Kai's hands. Thus, even if he were to forfeit the dragon pearl, Wang Ba Dao was resolute in his desire to eliminate Yuan Kai. Previously, he had been restrained by Meng Lao's presence, but the circumstances had shifted. Meng Lao was still on the celestial ladder and unable to descend in a timely manner, presenting the perfect opportunity to strike down Yuan Kai. The aura of hostility enveloped Wang Ba Dao like a chilling frost as he charged toward Yuan Kai. Upon witnessing the giant python descend the ladder and approach him, Yuan Kai was instantly consumed by panic. With a terrified cry, he bolted away. Perhaps driven by the instinct for survival, Yuan Kai's speed was remarkable, yet it paled in comparison to Wang Ba Dao's relentless pursuit. With a sinister expression and bloodshot eyes, Wang Ba Dao was determined to slay Yuan Kai. He would not rest until his vengeance was fulfilled. The murderous intent within Wang Ba Dao was akin to a volcano, previously contained, but now erupting with unstoppable ferocity. Yuan Kai trembled in fear as the monstrous python pursued him relentlessly, instilling a profound dread within his heart. Perhaps fate had abandoned him, for he stumbled over a decaying corpse in his frantic flight. Wang Ba Dao, like a bolt of lightning, intercepted his path, leaving no chance for him to rise. The ominous sounds behind him filled Yuan Kai with dread and despair. "Master, master, help me!" he screamed in desperation, clutching to the hope that his mentor might save him. At that moment, Elder Ming had descended to the 5th tier of the heavenly ladder, witnessing Yuan Kai's plight. He wished for Yuan Kai to delay the python even longer. Indifferent to his life or death, Elder Ming dared not respond, fearing to provoke the enraged serpent, lest it awaken and flee. "Master!" Yuan Kai's cries grew fainter and more fragmented. If anyone were present within the tomb, they would witness a harrowing scene. A colossal python coiling around a man, whose face was contorted in agony as he struggled violently. The constriction of the serpent caused blood to surge to his head, rendering his complexion a ghastly crimson. Slowly, the python opened its gaping maw, intent on swallowing him whole. Gradually, beginning with his head, the python consumed him entirely. After Wang Ba Dao devoured Yuan Kai, an inexplicable emptiness settled within him. The long-sought revenge had finally been enacted, yet he felt no joy. Rather, an overwhelming void engulfed him. The loss of his deceased niece was irrevocable, and all that had been lost could never be restored. Wang Ba Dao reflected on his former aspirations as a human, to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. But what were his aspirations now? What did he seek in this moment? With unwavering focus and a vision set on distant horizons, one may ascend to the loftiest heights, even to the point of dominion. For indeed, aspiration is intrinsic to the human spirit. Disregard the opinions of others, and fear not their derision. A life devoid of ambition is akin to a soulless existence, lacking both inspiration and fervor. Let one embrace a purpose, regardless of how ludicrous it may seem to others. Wang Ba Dao suddenly comprehended his life's ambition, to become a divine dragon, to evolve into a true dragon. For this goal, Wang Ba Dao was willing to pay any price. Anyone who stood in his way would face Wang Ba Dao's ruthless execution. With a liberated spirit, Wang Ba Dao felt as though his soul had been cleansed, as if he had been enlightened. His cultivation at the intermediate Qi training stage had been completely solidified, and there was even a faint premonition of a breakthrough. Such an opportunity was rare, and Wang Ba Dao had never encountered such a situation when he was human. Upon awakening, Wang Ba Dao was overjoyed. he discovered that not only had he failed to stabilize his cultivation, but it had been completely solidified, and there was even a faint premonition of a breakthrough. As long as he found a place to recuperate, he should be able to break through to the late stage of Qi training in a few days. Suddenly, a great sense of crisis arose in Wang Badeo's heart. Without thinking, he quickly moved his body. Boom! With an explosion, rubble flew everywhere, and dust filled the air like fog. A large pit had been blasted into the ground where Wang Badeo had just been, as if it had been bombed by a grenade. After dodging, Wang Badeo quickly coiled, a posture that allowed for both defense and attack. Looking up, Wang Badeo's heart sank. It turned out that old Meng had already come down from the heavenly ladder. It seemed that a battle with a Lianshan powerhouse was unavoidable. Undaunted, Wang Badeo felt a stirring of anticipation within him. Not that he was a combat fanatic, but as a martial artist, he harbored a desire to challenge formidable opponents. Without further ado, Meng Lao launched an unrelenting assault. He unleashed advanced martial techniques such as the Cloud Shadow Palm and Cloud Shadow Finger. Wang Badeo was particularly wary of the Cloud Shadow Palm, a technique akin to hitting a cow across a mountain, possessing immense penetrating power, specifically targeting internal organs. Despite the formidable defense of his scales, he couldn't be certain they could withstand the palm's penetrating force. Thwack! Wang Badeo lashed out with his tail, colliding with Meng Lao's palm strike. Wang Badeo's body shuddered as he suppressed the palm's penetrating qi with his own internal energy, gradually dissipating it. Meng Lao, on the other hand, was sent flying over a dozen meters by Wang Badeo's tail. Perhaps Meng Lao hadn't anticipated Wang Badeo's immense strength, and his carelessness resulted in a minor setback. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Badeo spat out a stream of venom, like two silver streaks tearing through the sky, directly at Meng Lao. Having already suffered once, Meng Lao dared not be careless this time, immediately erecting a qi shield. As it turned out, Meng Lao's decision was indeed the correct one. The qi shield, struck by the two streams of silver liquid, showed faint signs of corrosion, causing Meng Lao to secretly wipe away a bead of sweat. He thought to himself, if I had been hit by that. Boom! Wang Badeo's tail, like a gigantic whip, relentlessly crashed down upon Meng Lao. The earth was pummeled, creating several large craters. Furthermore, each of Wang Badeo's tail strikes was imbued with a dense internal energy, which even Meng Lao dared not underestimate, avoiding direct confrontation. Moreover, Meng Lao felt it unnecessary. Only a fool would choose to clash head-on when evasion was an option. Experiencing an accelerated depletion of inner qi, Wang Badeo hesitated to unleash any more devastating techniques, opting instead to engage Meng Lao in a protracted skirmish. Wang Badeo was also inwardly relieved. Fortunately, Meng's surname suffered severe depletion of gang qi when he was on the ladder to heaven, and his strength could not be used at 3 or 4 levels at the moment. Otherwise, this time he would have to shed his skin even if he did not die. Meng Lao felt extremely aggrieved, because the first 2 times he broke into the ladder to heaven, gang qi was exhausted. If it wasn't for the 3rd time he went to the ladder to heaven and observed the walking route of the giant python to avoid, and slowly recovered some gang qi on the ladder to heaven, he could exert his own strength at the 3rd or 4th level. And at this moment, he might still be defeated by the giant python. Chapter 45. A line between life and death. Wang Badeo was secretly anxious at the moment, because the speed at which his inner qi recovered was not as fast as the speed at which Meng Lao recovered gang qi. If this continues, he will definitely be the one who loses in the end. What to do? Wang Badeo was secretly anxious, but Meng Lao was exactly the opposite at the moment. He was preparing to delay time so that gang qi could recover. At that time, he could easily kill the giant python. Instead of fighting the giant python desperately at this moment, Wang Badeo became ruthless in his heart, directly took a few blows from Meng Lao, and quickly fled to the exit of the mausoleum. After taking a few palms from Meng Lao, Wang Badeo was also seriously injured at the moment. Although his defense was strong, he was helpless when he encountered Yunying Palm, a martial art specially designed for powerful defense. Otherwise, according to Wang Badeo's defense, even the sniper rifle with the strongest penetration power would hardly hurt him at all, unless it was a mortar or a missile that could kill him. With the time he bought by taking a few Yunying palms, Wang Badeo finally left the tomb entrance and came to the Mercury River. Without hesitation, he jumped in. With the comprehensive eruption of inner qi, he traversed to the opposite bank in a few leaps, subsequently darting towards the labyrinth. Indeed, Meng Lao's celerity was not inferior to Wang Badeo's. As Wang Badeo had scarcely navigated the Quicksilver River, Meng Lao was already traversing it, his toes lightly skimming the surface, effortlessly crossing the aqueous expanse. Wretched beast, you shall not escape. Meng Lao's visage contorted in ferocity, yearning to tear Wang Badao asunder. Meng Lao's epithet of wretched beast nearly incensed Wang Badao to the point of apoplexy, inwardly desiring to turn and engage him in mortal combat. Having surmounted the Quicksilver River, Wang Badao dared not tarry a moment, directly entering the labyrinth. Given the plethora of mechanisms and pitfalls within the maze, only by leveraging their assistance could Wang Badao hope to elude Meng Lao. Upon entering the labyrinth, Wang Badao deliberately veered towards areas replete with mechanisms and pitfalls. Predictably, as Meng Lao lacked a comprehensive map and had no time to peruse one, he was impeded and delayed by the mechanisms and pitfalls, thus affording Wang Badao additional time to flee. The mechanisms and pitfalls within the labyrinth primarily comprised earth collapses, burning oil, powerful crossbows, and the like, which were perfectly exploited by Wang Badao, becoming instruments to secure his temporal advantage. Damnable beast, Meng Lao inwardly lamented, gazing at the receding colossal serpent, his wrath inflamed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another volley of arrows descended, against which Meng Lao deployed his chi shield. Clang, clang, clang. Although the arrows were deflected by the chi shield, causing Meng Lao no harm, the impact encumbered his movements, further widening the distance between him and Wang Badao. Wang Badao fled with unrelenting fervor, leading Meng Lao through the labyrinth for a full 5 or 6 hours. Although he has not entirely shaken off the pursuit of Master Meng, the distance between them has widened. At this moment, Wang Badao is able to escape the labyrinth, fleeing eastward without the slightest hesitation. He dares not pause, for he senses that he has not yet eluded the lingering aura of Master Meng. Any moment of stillness could lead to his swift recapture. With only 3 levels of internal energy remaining, he sighs inwardly at the severe depletion he has endured, with no time for recovery. Although Master Meng is undoubtedly also fatigued, Wang Badao is not willing to gamble on it. His understanding of the realm of spiritual cultivation is limited. Who knows how swiftly Master Meng may regain his strength? It is entirely plausible that Master Meng has already restored 4 or 5 levels of power, and the likelihood is quite high. For Wang Badao, who has emerged as a victor, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. After fleeing for over 10 hours, covering a distance of 60 to 70 miles, anxiety begins to gnaw at him. Master Meng has firmly locked onto Wang Badao's aura, utilizing it to track his position. Wang Badao, in turn, can sense the proximity of Master Meng's presence. With each passing moment, the distance between them grows shorter. He believes that within an hour, Master Meng will be upon him. In a confrontation, Wang Badao has no chance of victory. After more than 10 hours, Master Meng has undoubtedly restored 7 or 8 levels of power. Even at his peak, Wang Badao would face defeat, if not death. Currently, his internal energy is critically low, with less than 2 levels remaining. Although Wang Badao possesses formidable physical strength, facing Master Meng would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Though his heart races with urgency, he finds himself utterly helpless. As the old man Meng relentlessly locked onto his breath, no matter where he concealed himself, it was futile. The only option was to flee, hoping that the distance would render the breath tracking ineffective. Regrettably, Wang Badao's speed lagged just a fraction behind that of Meng. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly, Wang Badao shuddered, turning to glance behind him. There, in the distance, a vague figure was closely pursuing him. A slight heaviness settled in his heart as he thought, "It seems that confrontation is inevitable. How disheartening." For Wang Badao, who had recently obtained the Dragon Ball and was on the brink of summoning the Divine Dragon, the prospect of a life-and-death struggle with Meng was far from desirable. He did not wish to perish before achieving victory. Yet, sadly, the old man Meng paid no heed to his feelings, forcing Wang Badao to accept his fate with a heavy heart. Suddenly, Wang Badao's eyes brightened. Not far ahead lay a great river. Elated, he thought, as long as I leap into the river, that Meng fellow will be left helplessly watching. It seems that fate is not yet done with me. At this moment, Wang Badao was still a mile away from the river's surface. It was late August, and the autumn rains were plentiful. Perhaps due to the heavy downpour the day before, the river was brimming. Gazing into the distance, the surging waters rushed downstream with a force akin to a mountain collapsing. Resembling a wild stallion galloping unchecked, the torrents crashing against the banks. Hurry, faster. Wang Badao's inner energy was nearly exhausted, dissipating at an alarming rate. Beast, leave your life behind. At that moment, Meng had finally caught up. Seeing the massive python nearing the river's edge, his heart raced with urgency. Having restored 7 layers of his vital energy, he was now prepared to unleash several of his most secretive and formidable techniques, holding nothing back. Heavenly Slash. Master Meng wielded his hand as if it were a blade, executing a legendary technique passed down through generations. Instantly, an aura of supremacy and an ability to ward off evil emanated from him. Invisible waves radiated around Master Meng, unleashing a fierce heat wave that sent debris swirling in the air. Suddenly, a palpable disturbance formed in the void, coalescing into a visible silver blade or above Master Meng. With one hand mimicking a sword, he struck towards Wang Badao, who stood 20 meters away. As Wang Badao gazed at the river merely 3 meters from him, he seemed to transcend his limits. His exhausted body suddenly propelled towards the river's surface at an astonishing speed. A thunderous boom echoed as he was struck by Master Meng's heavenly slash. Wang Badao felt his vitality surge chaotically, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, staining the river's surface crimson. Submerging into the river, Wang Badao swam rapidly, disappearing from sight in an instant. Master Meng's expression darkened, despite his arduous efforts. It felt as though he had merely crafted a shroud for another. Nonetheless, he believed that the giant python, having endured his heavenly slash, would be left with little more than a sliver of life, if it survived at all. The dragon pearl was a prize he deemed essential. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the device. It's me. Master Meng replied, his mood soured, his tone tinged with irritation. Grandfather, what is it you need? The voice on the other end suddenly shifted to a tone of unease, speaking cautiously. Within the Meng family, Master Meng, as the head of the household, wielded absolute authority over the lives of his kin, akin to the power of ancient rulers. Immediately mobilize 20 satellites to monitor the Songhua River. I want every movement of the river to remain under my vigilant gaze. The elder Meng spoke with an air of indifference. To him, this was merely a trivial matter. Grandfather, at present, only 7 satellites are available for deployment. The others are temporarily inoperative. What do you think? Did you not hear my command? Are you questioning my decision? The elder Meng's tone grew icy. And no, Grandfather, I absolutely did not mean that. I will mobilize the satellites at once. In addition to the 7 civilian satellites, I will also deploy 13 military satellites to ensure comprehensive surveillance of the Songhua River's every move. The man, clearly frightened by the elder's demeanor, quickly amended his words. There is a black giant python, approximately 16 or 17 meters in length. Yes, the moment you detect its presence, inform me immediately. Also, dispatch a submarine to the village of Wujiang by the Songhua River. I have significant plans. With that, the elder Meng ended the call. He gazed at the river's surface before dialing another number. Deploy Team 3 to the Songhua River and Wujiang village. Yes, sir. This time, Elder Meng not only suffered a loss, but incurred a devastating defeat. After hanging up, he glared at the river's surface, cursing furiously, damn beast. Let's see where you can escape this time. Chapter 46. The Songhua River. Wang Badao, having fallen into the Songhua River, coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the waters a vivid red. The river flowed relentlessly, and moments later, the blood was swept away. Wang Badao had endured a formidable Dutian slash, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. Feeling utterly drained, he could only succumb to the current, sinking deeper into the depths. With his body devoid of any strength and his consciousness gradually fading, Wang Badao struggled to maintain awareness. For if he succumbed to unconsciousness now, survival would indeed be precarious. As he introspected, he discovered that his bones were shattered and several meridians had been severed. He inhaled sharply, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him as he mused. Who would have thought that the realm of spiritual cultivation could be so formidable? In the past, he had underestimated the prowess of spiritual cultivators. Recalling his previous arrogance, he had once believed that even if he could not defeat them, he could at least preserve his life under their hands. In hindsight, this notion appeared ludicrous, prompting a sense of self-mockery to arise within him. To think that a mere strike from the person surnamed Meng, wielding only 70 to 80% of their strength, had already proven too much for him to bear. Had they been at their peak, a single, full-powered blow could have easily claimed his life. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ba Dao could no longer resist, and his consciousness began to surrender to the abyss. Before succumbing to oblivion, he exerted all his internal energy to mend his injuries. With shattered bones and obstructed meridians, his fate now rested in the hands of destiny. Subsequent to his fainting, Wang Ba Dao was carried downstream by the current, his body adrift, uncertain of where it might end up. The river was not devoid of carnivorous creatures. Perchance, before he could awaken, he would have already been consumed by other animals as sustenance. The Songhua River stretches a length of 900 kilometers, with a drainage area of 600 square kilometers, surpassing that of the Pearl River Basin and exceeding the total runoff of the Yellow River. The Songhua River Basin is characterized by overlapping mountain ranges, abundant with primordial forests, with timber accumulated in the Greater and Lesser Xing'an Ranges and the Changbai Mountains, totaling 1 billion cubic meters, making it the largest forest area in China. In truth, the Songhua River into which Wang Ba Dao had fallen was merely a tributary. Moreover, legends had long circulated that dragons dwelled within its waters. Wang Ba Dao, upon hearing such tales, would likely scoff. The attainment of dragonhood was no simple feat. Even with the Black Dragon's legacy, achieving divine dragon status would take an unfathomable amount of time. However, such an event had indeed transpired in the past. The Songhua River Dragon Fall incident was a documented occurrence. According to eyewitness accounts, prior to the discovery of the dragon bones, individuals had reported hearing crackling sounds emanating from the reed marshes, accompanied by a muffled bellowing akin to that of a bull. These sounds, heavy and labored, were followed by sounds of struggle, before eventually ceasing altogether. Upon hearing these accounts, the local populace gathered to investigate and reported their findings to the authorities. Personnel from a nearby quarantine hospital, clad in white coats, disinfected the maggot-infested remains of the creature. After the dragon bones were retrieved, they were encircled with ropes attached to 4 ship anchors, allowing the public to view them. These characteristics further substantiated the belief in dragons. According to several elders, authorities had consulted with numerous seasoned fishermen for identification, but none could recognize the creature's remains. Speculation abounded, with many believing it to be a dragon. Photographs from that era still circulate to this day. However, the average person remained skeptical, as the existence of dragons was relegated to the realm of mythology. Yet, had Wang Ba Dao been present, his perspective might have differed. He knew that such formidable creatures did indeed exist. Perhaps the dragon bones from the Songhua River Dragon Fall incident were not those of a true dragon. Perhaps it is merely a creature that has inherited a trace of the Black Dragon's bloodline. Over 1 billion years ago, a man transformed from the 5-clawed golden dragon consumed 3 drops of essence from the corpse of a black dragon, infusing them into 3 primordial serpents. Undoubtedly, while these ancient serpents may not have evolved into divine dragons, they could very well have transformed into Jiao. Indeed, it is not entirely impossible that they could have ascended to the status of divine dragons. Otherwise, the ancient world would not have been graced with legends of dragons. After losing consciousness, Wang Ba Dao was swept away by the river, and now 3 days have elapsed. For 3 days, Wang Ba Dao has yet to awaken. Beneath the riverbed, his colossal 16-meter form lies serenely. No creature dares to approach his massive physique. The lingering aura of a tiger remains, and Wang Ba Dao is still very much alive. The atmosphere surrounding his immense body is such that no animal would dare to venture close. Yet, as is often the case, unexpected events unfold. A great swarm of dragon lice surge through the water like a dark cloud, prompting all fish to flee in terror, unwilling to risk contamination. What are dragon lice, you may ask? Known also as diving beetles. These carnivorous aquatic insects prey on creatures ranging from insects to fish larger than themselves. At this moment, it is evident that this horde of dragon lice has set its sights on Wang Ba Dao. Indeed, this formidable group of dragon lice encircled Wang Ba Dao, beginning to tear at his flesh. Their insatiable hunger is evident. They have consumed not only small fish, shrimp, and insects, but also creatures many times their size, including fish and frogs, and even those hundreds of times larger have perished at their jaws. As long as their speed does not surpass that of their prey, they will relentlessly attack and hunt. Once a creature is bitten, the nearby dragonflies, drawn by the scent of blood, will swarm in droves. Their gluttony is evident. Whenever food is available, they indulge to the point of being unable to float in the water, yet this poses no significant threat. After several hours submerged, They will generate a gas exchange bubble at their tails to facilitate underwater respiration. Their larvae resemble centipedes and are equally voracious, consuming up to 15 tadpoles in a single day and night. This particular group of dragonflies is larger than the average, sporting elongated fangs that have never before been documented. These sharp fangs, while unable to breach the scales of the formidable wombateo, still inflict pain akin to that of thorny grass, though it may not pierce the palm. The discomfort is undeniable. The unconscious wombateo struggles instinctively, trembling all over. Suddenly, he jolts awake, his vision blurred, perceiving a multitude of insects moving before him. With a surge of inner energy, he sends the dragonflies flying, his sight regaining clarity. Having dispelled the dragonflies, Wombateo's thoughts slowly return. I have been gravely wounded by Meng's Dutian slash. At this moment, I must be at the bottom of the Songhua River. Turning to survey the surrounding insects, Wombateo finds these creatures unfamiliar. However, he is acutely aware of the formidable power of their sharp fangs, which could surely leave indelible marks even on steel. Remarkably, these dragonflies also played a role in his revival. Unbeknownst to him, their bites roused him from his unconscious state far sooner than he would have anticipated. Initially, Wombateo had no intention of paying further attention to the dragon lice, but he underestimated their ferocity. After the swarm was dispersed by Wombateo's inner chi, they immediately surged back. Annoyed, Wombateo spat out a mouthful of venom, which killed a large number of the dragon lice, causing the rest to flee in terror. Upon internal inspection, Wombateo found that his injuries had only stabilized slightly. He needed to find a place to recuperate as soon as possible, as further exertion would likely exacerbate his condition. Suddenly, Wombateo gazed ahead and noticed a massive sunken vessel 200 meters away. The ship was covered in silt, obscuring its appearance, but Wombateo judged it to be a ship that had sunk many years ago. Driven by curiosity, Wombateo swam towards it, pondering. Perhaps there are treasures inside. Of course, any treasure would be of little use to Wombateo in his current state. He couldn't very well sell them, could he? Chapter 47. Ancient Manual. Upon reaching the submerged vessel, Wombateo carefully cleared away the accumulated silt. The silt was nearly a meter thick, making it difficult to remove. It took Wombateo 5 or 6 hours, with his injured body, to completely clear it away. Once the silt was removed, what lay beneath was finally revealed. It was indeed a ship that had sunk countless years ago. The ship was approximately 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. Unlike modern steel ships, it was primarily made of wood with an outer layer of iron plating. The wood inside had decayed, and the iron plating was covered in rust. Fortunately, the submersion in the mire proved to be beneficial, as the semi-solid or solid state of the mud provides excellent corrosion protection. The reason this shipwreck still retains its iron shell is due to the mud's preservative embrace. Otherwise, the iron might have long succumbed to decay. Wombateo couldn't discern the precise era of this ancient vessel, but he was certain it dated back at least 5 centuries, originating no later than the Ming Dynasty, and possibly even earlier. The ship was severely decayed, and Wombateo suspected that even a gentle touch might cause it to collapse. The hull was in a dilapidated state, with tattered sails and 4 or 5 breaches, which were likely the cause of its sinking. Wombateo ventured through one of the breaches and found the interior of the ancient ship to be spacious, though most of the furnishings had decomposed, leaving no trace. Disinterested in further observation, Wombateo proceeded directly to search for the hold, where valuables were typically stored. He hoped that this ancient ship's hold might contain a wealth of antiques and treasures, as such large vessels were rare in ancient times. Wombateo particularly hoped that the ship dated back to the Song Dynasty, given its economic prosperity. The Song Dynasty was the most economically advanced, culturally vibrant, and technologically innovative era in Chinese history, boasting the healthiest population growth and the highest crop yields per unit area. Although militarily weak, it was undeniably the most flourishing dynasty. Wombateo suspected that this ancient ship might have sunk during a foreign trade voyage. If so, its hold would undoubtedly be filled with numerous antiques and treasures. Upon entering the hold, Wombateo found his vision obstructed by mud. He had no choice but to return to his former occupation of clearing away the mire. An hour later, Wombateo was confronted with a collection of crates stacked together. The crates were substantial, exceeding a meter in length. After a precise count, Wombateo noted there were 31 crates in total. Securing one of the crates, he pulled it down and observed that it was secured with a lock. Wombateo channeled his inner energy, releasing a burst of power that severed the lock. Upon opening the crate, he discovered a number of antiques and some severely deteriorated calligraphies and paintings. Fortunately, the crate had provided a protective function. Otherwise, the artworks would have long since decomposed into dust. Wang Badao was somewhat disillusioned with the first crate, as antiques were of little use to him, being neither satisfying to possess nor easy to discard. Selecting the second crate, he opened it to find contents similar to the first, primarily antiques, calligraphies, and paintings. Pottery and ancient jade carvings constituted the majority. The 3rd, 10th, and 20th crates were opened in succession, but each left Wang Badao dispirited and dejected, as none of the items were of practical use to him. Upon opening the 30th crate, the contents remained unchanged. Casting a glance at the final crate nestled in the corner, Wang Badao's spirits sank further. The disappointing contents of the previous crates threatened to extinguish this last vestige of hope. Relocating the final crate to a more spacious area, Wang Badao, with a final surge of determination, cleaved it open. After toiling for the better part of the day, surely there must be some consolation prize, he muttered. As the crate was breached, a series of bubbles emerged. The crate, being sealed, released its trapped air as bubbles upon opening. Gazing down, Wang Badao could not contain his curses. This time, it was utterly outrageous. Inside lay nothing but an empty box. His final hopes and fervor turned to ashes, leaving him in despair. Well, I suppose it is simply my misfortune. Wang Badao felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that all his efforts had been in vain. But wait, something caught his eye, a piece of jade. To his astonishment, nestled in the corner of the box was a piece of jade, quietly resting. Upon his first glance, Wang Badao was captivated. It was palm-sized, uniquely exquisite, white and entirely transparent, glistening like dewdrops. Smooth and delicate, it possessed a lustrous sheen. As he held the jade, he discovered it radiated a gentle warmth. Indeed, a rare warm jade. However, this revelation did little to uplift his spirits. After all, warm jade held no utility for him. In the realm of cultivation, useful items were already scarce, and for someone like Wang Badao, who bore the Serpent S form, the odds were even slimmer. Moreover, even the most extraordinary treasures could not possibly endure the test of time. They may have existed once, but now they were surely long decayed. Instinctively, he channeled a trace of internal energy into the warm jade. Suddenly, it burst forth with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the dark ship's hold, as he slowly collapsed to the ground. In the fleeting moments before unconsciousness overtook him, Wang Badao grasped the profound truth. The warm jade harbored a wealth of information. Of course, he was no stranger to receiving inexplicable memories that did not belong to him. Upon receiving the legacy of the Black Dragon, he was inundated with its vast and intricate memories. Although these recollections were fragmented, the sheer volume of information overwhelmed Wang Badao, rendering him unconscious for an entire month before he could fully assimilate it. To this day, he has managed to sift through less than 1% of the Black Dragon's memories, while the remaining 99% lies dormant in the depths of his consciousness, awaiting his exploration. In contrast, the information from the warm jade was rather limited, allowing Wang Badao to awaken merely 2 hours later. Compared to the month it took to absorb the Black Dragon's memories, 2 hours is indeed a brief respite. Upon regaining consciousness, Wang Badao began to whirl in place, meticulously clearing the extraneous information from his mind. Perhaps it is now appropriate to refer to this as his memory. After dedicating a full 2 days to this endeavor, he finally opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with exhilaration. At this moment, Wang Badao was swept away by a tide of emotions, filled with unrestrained joy. How fortuitous it was that he had acquired the Shi Huangju, according to the records within the jade slip. This Shi Huangju was a cultivation technique practiced by one of the ancient 3 sovereigns, the heavenly sovereign Fuxi. Legend has it that Fuxi, one of the earliest kings chronicled in ancient texts, lived during the late Neolithic period. Observing the changes in the cosmos and all living things, he invented the 8 trigrams, marking the genesis of Chinese characters and bringing an end to the era of knotting cords for record-keeping. He further wove cords into nets for trapping birds and hunting, imparting the methods of fishing and hunting to the people. Additionally, he invented the sei and composed the Jia melody. His endeavors signify the dawn of Chinese civilization and have left a rich tapestry of myths and legends surrounding Fuxi. In the ancient Chinese legendary lineage of emperors, Taihao Fushi was revered as the foremost of the three sovereigns and the progenitor of all kings, holding an exceedingly prominent position. Nevertheless, from ancient times to the present, disputes have persisted regarding Fushi's appellation, epoch, geographical location, and lineage. Was Fushi a mortal or a deity? Were Taihao and Fushi a single entity or two distinct individuals? These questions have remained shrouded in ambiguity. Legend has it that Fushi possessed extraordinary intelligence, embodied as a human-headed serpent, and was the progenitor of humankind. Fushi, the paramount of the three sovereigns in remote antiquity and the primogenitor of all monarchs, is said to have originated the Shi Huang decree, cultivated a human-headed serpent form, attained the legendary realm at the age of 400, and ascended to another space-time continuum. Chapter 48, a 20-meter giant python ascending to another space-time continuum? Wang Badao found the concept of another space-time continuum somewhat perplexing, wondering if it entailed transcending the atmosphere and ascending into the boundless cosmos. Prior to this, Wang Badao had always believed that the sole individual throughout history to have attained the legendary realm was the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. However, he now held a different perspective. The jade slip bequeathed by the Shi Huang revealed to Wang Badao that during the ancient era, there were numerous formidable individuals in the legendary realm, such as Nuwa, Shinnong, and Shiyu. Wang Badao was also quite intrigued by this jade slip, marveling at how this warm jade could record information. Upon contemplation, he surmised that it might be related to magnetic fields. He knew that in certain unique regions, due to peculiar magnetic fields, events and scenes from many years ago could be preserved, and under specific weather conditions, these scenes could even be replayed. As for the true nature of the jade tablet, Wang Badao remains somewhat unclear. The tablet records that legendary figures from ancient times chose to ascend to another dimension for reasons that remain unchronicled. To unlock the jade tablet, one must possess the bloodline of a divine dragon. Wang Badao speculates that the tales of Shi Huang, possessing a human head and serpent body, may indeed hold some truth, perhaps due to a hereditary link to the black dragon bloodline, resulting in a mutation. According to the recorded information, it is stated that Fushi initially had a human form, but later developed the Shi Huang decision, which, through cultivation, awakened the dragon bloodline. By the time he reached the legendary realm, he had already transformed into a being with a human head and serpent body. The legendary realm is regarded as extraordinary, almost indistinguishable from divinity in the eyes of ordinary people. A being of this caliber can effortlessly command the forces of nature. For Wang Badao, the Shi Huang decision is particularly suitable given his serpentine form, and it is also a technique capable of leading one to the legendary realm. In comparison, the Wang family's ancestral Wang family internal martial arts pales in significance, hardly worthy to be mentioned alongside the Shi Huang decision. Wang Badao has resolved to transition to the Shi Huang decision. Although switching techniques may prove cumbersome, he is determined to undertake this transformation. The jade tablet contains scant information regarding ancient events, primarily focusing on the cultivation techniques of the Shi Huang decision. However, the Shi Huang decision is not merely a written text. It is represented through 4 illustrations of cultivation. These illustrations are adorned with celestial constellations, beneath which lie towering mountains, while the peculiar posture of Shi Huang, with a human head and serpent body, spirals mysteriously above the peaks, covered in intricate symbols. The enchanting symbols emit a mesmerizing glow, captivating the heart and spirit. As he observed, his mind seemed to be drawn into the cultivation diagrams, feeling as if the constellations were genuinely shimmering above him. And the majestic mountains depicted within the images appeared vividly real, with the picturesque waters and peaks seemingly at his side. Among the 4 cultivation diagrams, the first was the simplest, featuring merely 3 enigmatic symbols. Mastering these 3 symbols would lead to the completion of foundational refinement. The second diagram was more intricate, containing 9 symbols, with their pathways convoluted and challenging to decipher. Mastering these 9 would achieve a higher level of refinement. The third diagram was even more complex and elusive, comprising 28 symbols, with an intricate web of lines unlike anything previously encountered, resembling a spider's web spreading out. Upon merely glancing at this third diagram, Wang Badao felt dizzy and quickly averted his gaze to regain his composure. This third diagram was indeed profound and inscrutable. With his current strength, he could scarcely endure a fleeting glance. It could only be cultivated at the realm of spiritual refinement, and mastering the 28 symbols would result in the pinnacle of that practice. As for the fourth diagram, it was naturally the domain of legendary cultivation. Although Wang Badeo initially hesitated to gaze upon it, his insatiable curiosity compelled him to look, leaving him utterly astonished, not due to its profundity, but rather its sheer ordinariness. The figure of the Shi Huang, with a human head and serpent body, bore only a single symbol, albeit in a golden hue, perhaps a return to simplicity. In his current state, he felt utterly unworthy of comprehending it, Wang Badeo pondered. Attaining the Shi Huang decision held monumental significance for him, and at this moment, Wang Badeo felt increasingly confident in his evolution into a divine dragon. According to Wang Badeo's deductions, the Lianshan realm might not be sufficient for him to evolve into a flood dragon. Perhaps it is only upon reaching the legendary realm that the true transformation into a flood dragon will occur. As for aspiring to evolve into a divine dragon, Wang Badeo's current understanding is inadequate to foresee or estimate. Wang Badeo is not avaricious. He would be content to evolve into a flood dragon within a few decades. A flood dragon is an offshoot of the dragon lineage, and although vastly inferior to a divine dragon, it is by no means ordinary, possessing the power to stir rivers and overturn seas. After evolving into a flood dragon, there may be nothing on Earth that can pose a threat to Wang Badeo, not even humanity's most potent nuclear weapons. Elated by obtaining the Shi Huang Sutra, Wang Badeo emerged from the ancient vessel and eagerly sought a secluded spot at the bottom of the river to conceal himself, preparing to cultivate the Shi Huang Sutra. Wang Badeo discovered a riverbed basin, lush with aquatic plants, making it an ideal place for cultivation. The basin was spacious, allowing Wang Badeo ample room to coil. Thoughts flooded his mind as he began to comprehend the cultivation diagrams of the Shi Huang Sutra within his mind. Of course, he also maintained a trace of awareness outside his body to detect any potential dangers promptly. Wang Badeo cultivated for an entire day without any discernible progress, leading him to question his aptitude. Could it be that my comprehension has deteriorated after being reborn as a serpent? It is not that his comprehension is lacking, but rather that the Shi Huang Sutra, left behind by the ancient Shi Huang, is profoundly enigmatic. It is only natural that he would not gain any insight within a single day. If it were entrusted to someone of ordinary talent, they might not be able to grasp even the slightest mystery within their entire lifetime. Having failed to grasp any profound insights within a day, and driven by the pangs of hunger, Wang Badeo was compelled to hunt for sustenance in the depths of the Songhua River. Moreover, having frequently consumed terrestrial creatures, Wang Badeo sought to diversify his palate. After dedicating 3 days, Wang Badeo finally gained an initial understanding and commenced the process of condensing his first rune. As Wang Badeo was already at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, and merely transitioning cultivation methods, he only required 2 days to condense the first rune. At the instant the mysterious and intricate rune materialized, Wang Badeo's sea of consciousness reverberated, and his entire being shuddered. An indiscernible wave emanated from his form, permeating the surrounding space with a sense of oppression. An aura of ancient vicissitude manifested, and the space within a Tenjong radius seemed to congeal. Wang Badeo sensed a surge of exceptionally pure essence emerging within his body. This pristine essence coursed through Wang Badeo's vast internal energy like a frail vessel adrift in an immense ocean, constantly threatened with capsizing, yet resiliently enduring. With the circulation of the Shi Huang Sutra, the pristine essence gradually amplified. Over the course of 3 days, Wang Badeo successfully cultivated the first rune in the initial cultivation diagram. Sensing the essence within his body, which was of a purer quality than the internal energy derived from the Wang family internal cultivation fist technique, Wang Badeo was filled with admiration for Shi Huang. The essence obtained from merely cultivating the first rune of the initial cultivation diagram surpassed the purity of the internal energy acquired from practicing the Wang family internal cultivation fist technique to the peak of the Qi refining stage. Wang Badeo was deeply impressed by Shi Huang, the creator of the Shi Huang Sutra. It was conceivable how formidable the Shi Huang Sutra would become with prolonged cultivation. Wang Badao firmly believed that among peers, he could undoubtedly take on 5 or even 10 opponents simultaneously. His serpentine form was inherently 10 times more powerful than that of a human, rendering him nearly invincible among equals. Furthermore, should he cultivate the Shi Huang Ju to the mid-stage of Qi training, he was confident in his ability to contend with Elder Meng on equal footing. Upon reaching the later stages of Qi training, he might even defeat him, and at the pinnacle of Qi training, he could potentially vanquish Elder Meng entirely. Without delving into the formidable power of the Shi Huang Ju, it suffices to say that its cultivation speed far surpassed that of the Wang family internal martial arts, estimated to be at least 5 times quicker, if not more. As a month passed, Wang Bad Dao diligently practiced the Shi Huang Ju. Within this time, he not only mastered the 3 symbols depicted in the first cultivation diagram, but also fully recuperated from his injuries. Each day, he hunted twice at the riverbed, dedicating the remainder of his time to rigorous training. Another 2 months elapsed, bringing us to November. Over these 2 months, Wang Bad Dao had entirely transformed his cultivation method, refining his internal energy into the pure essence cultivated through the Shi Huang Ju. His strength had surged to at least 5 or 6 times its previous level. If he were to encounter Elder Meng at this juncture, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to engage in battle. Having already perfected the first cultivation diagram, he was now in the process of condensing the 6th symbol of the second diagram. Once he successfully refined this 6th symbol, he would ascend to the later stage of Qi training. Notably, during these 3 months, Wang Bad Dao had grown to a length of 20 meters, with a girth nearly the size of a barrel. However, Wang Badu had long ceased to shed his skin, having inherited the bloodline of the Black Dragon. He had transcended the necessity of molting for growth. This was indeed advantageous, as it spared him the frailty that followed such a process. Chapter 49. The sudden appearance of the giant python in the early morning. The riverbed remained shrouded in darkness. Wang Badu awoke from his meditation. Morning hunting was his customary practice, typically engaging in 2 feeding sessions per day, once in the morning and once at night, sufficient to sustain the energy he required. At this moment, due to his elevated cultivation level, the efficacy of capturing prey and refining their essence for his training had diminished significantly, particularly regarding ordinary creatures. However, when it came to spiritual beings or rare treasures of nature, the benefits remained substantial. For instance, the gall of a green giant python or a millennium-old Ganoderma would be invaluable. In truth, Wang Badu could survive a month without sustenance. Yet abstaining from food did not preclude the sensation of hunger. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he continued to partake in daily meals. Perhaps, amidst the rigors of cultivation, going 2 or 3 days without food could be tolerable. The 20-meter-long python was extraordinarily massive, its scales the size of 3 fingers, glistening with a metallic sheen of obsidian. Its defensive capabilities undeniable. Its jade-green eyes instilled a sense of dread, rendering Wang Badu's presence exceedingly fearsome. An ordinary person might very well be paralyzed with terror upon sight. After capturing a grass carp nearly a meter long, he indulged in a delightful feast, for the grass carp was his favorite, delicious and not overly rich. Suddenly, Wang Badu's eyes narrowed. He had spotted something unusual. From the shadowy depths of the river, an extraordinarily peculiar school of fish approached. What made them peculiar? The fish measured about 3 fingers in width and 30 centimeters in length. These were not oddities. What was peculiar was that this school of fish was entirely translucent. Akin to crystal, the fish varied in form, some slender and resembling salmon, with either no scales or fine scales, their entire bodies as clear as crystal. Wang Badeo's eyes gleamed, and he mused inwardly about the flavor of these fish. He swiftly swam towards the translucent school. Perhaps due to the overbearing and ferocious aura emanating from Wang Badeo, the translucent fish did not afford him any opportunity, immediately fleeing with considerable speed. However, Wang Badeo would not easily relinquish the chase, naturally pursuing closely. Moreover, the speed of the translucent fish was not as great as Wang Badeo's. Catching up would only require a bit of time. After a period of pursuit, Wang Badeo finally satisfied his desire. However, he was thoroughly captivated by the flavor of these translucent fish. They were simply too delectable, refreshingly fragrant, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Wang Badeo felt that the taste was somewhat akin to that of a cream cake. The insatiable Wang Badeo was naturally unwilling to stop there. He had not tasted such a palatable flavor in a long time. He continued to pursue the translucent school, scattering the entire group, eventually chasing them to the river's surface. Unbeknownst to Wang Badeo, he had been discovered shortly after appearing on the river's surface. In X province, within a monitoring room, Li Lin was intently watching the large monitoring screen. 30 satellites had been continuously monitoring the Songhua River for the past 3 months. However, Li Lin had nearly lost all hope over these months. Yet, this was a task personally assigned by a superior. who instructed him to immediately notify him upon discovering the giant serpent. Before receiving orders to stand down, Li Lin could only continue to stare aimlessly at the screen. Although he didn't comprehend why the commander wanted to search for an enormous python in the vast Songhua River, he certainly wouldn't dare to inquire, maintaining decorum regarding what he was privy to and what he wasn't. Moreover, if they genuinely found the python, it would be a remarkable achievement. Initially, Li Lin and his colleagues were brimming with excitement and fervor, ready to seize this significant accomplishment. However, after 3 months, everyone had become disillusioned. Even despairing of the grand feat, Li Lin couldn't help but lament, wondering when this endeavor would conclude. Enduring continuous monitoring of the large screen for 3 months was not something an ordinary person could withstand. "Ah!" Li Lin exclaimed suddenly, his voice filled with excitement and astonishment. He stared intently at the screen, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how such a massive serpent could exist in this world, 20 meters long, with a body diameter as thick as a water bucket. What an extraordinary notion. If this python were to stand upright, it would reach the height of a 5 or 6-story building. How tall is 5 or 6 stories? Everyone surely grasps the concept. It seemed so implausible to ordinary people. After a brief pause, Li Lin swiftly responded, exclaiming, "The giant python has been located. Notify the commander immediately." The other colleagues had already gathered around Li Lin when he cried out, naturally spotting the python on the screen. They, too, initially exclaimed in surprise, but then looked at Li Lin with envy and jealousy. Although their 3 months of effort contributed to the discovery of the python, the primary credit undoubtedly belonged to Li Lin. While envy and begrudging admiration stirred in their hearts, they couldn't deny Li Lin's extraordinary fortune. It was within his purview that the massive serpent had deigned to appear. During a conference, Meng Yi abruptly received the momentous call regarding the serpent's discovery. He swiftly adjourned the meeting and promptly contacted Elder Meng, a gesture that left his subordinates in bewildered astonishment. Never had they witnessed their commander display such fervent excitement. Meng Yi's elation was palpable. The task entrusted to him by Elder Meng had languished for 3 months, only now bearing fruit. The weight upon his shoulders during this period had been immense. Elder Meng had decreed that failure to fulfill this mission would result in his dismissal. Composing himself, Meng Yi dialed Elder Meng's number. "Hello?" Elder Meng's voice resonated with its usual deep, commanding timbre, exuding both affability and authority. However, recent discontentment had tinged his tone with a hint of irascibility. "Grandfather, the serpent has been located." Meng Yi wasted no time in delivering the news, wary of incurring Elder Meng's displeasure. Prior reports had been met with scathing rebukes, prompting him to immediately convey the positive update. "Oh, where?" Elder Meng's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. He had answered the call without much anticipation, as Meng Yi's daily reports had consistently led to disappointment. Over time, his hopes had dwindled. Nevertheless, Elder Meng remained exceedingly resentful. The dragon pearl had been within his grasp, yet, contrary to expectations, the seemingly secured prize had indeed slipped away. In the heart of the Songhua River, situated at 31 degrees, 13 minutes, 49, 5 seconds north latitude, and 121 degrees, 28 minutes, 13, 21 seconds east longitude, Meng Yi stated succinctly. However, Meng Yi added, "The colossal serpent does not match your description of 16 meters in length. According to my subordinates, it measures at least 20 meters. He harbored no doubt regarding Elder Meng's words. Within the Meng family, his pronouncements were considered irrefutable. His curiosity was piqued by how the serpent had grown to such a size in a mere 3 months. "This matter is not your concern," Elder Meng declared after a moment of contemplation. "Dispatch a submarine to the Songhua River in Fuyu County to await my arrival. I have a significant purpose for it." "Very well, grandfather. When shall you depart?" Meng Yi inquired. "I shall set out immediately. Ensure that the arrangements are expedited," Elder Meng concluded before terminating the call. His animosity toward the serpent was such that he wished to consume its very essence. 3 months prior, Elder Meng had led a contingent of devoted warriors, navigating a submarine in search of the serpent within the river's depths. Although their efforts proved futile, yielding no trace of the serpent, he still clung to a glimmer of hope that it had not yet abandoned the Songhua River. Elder Meng found nothing peculiar in the serpent's rapid growth to 20 meters in a mere 3 months. There was but one explanation: the dragon pearl. It was the dragon pearl that had catalyzed the serpent's accelerated development. The extraordinary effects of the Dragon Balls have only intensified Meng Lao's greed. However, this time he has miscalculated. The rapid growth of Wang Badao has absolutely nothing to do with the Dragon Balls, but is entirely attributed to the Shi Huangju. Otherwise, in the span of 3 months, Wang Badao would have only reached a height of 17 meters, as growth becomes increasingly arduous over time. It is not that Wang Badao has not contemplated refining the Dragon Balls. Rather, his cultivation level is too low, rendering his refining speed unbearably slow. At his current level of cultivation, even if he were to refine incessantly, it would take over a century to complete. What an unfathomable concept. 100 years merely to refine the Dragon Balls. Wang Badao would never entertain such an idea. Given 10 years, he is confident he could break through to the realm of divine cultivation, allowing him to refine the Dragon Balls in a matter of years, a venture that would undeniably yield profit. Thus, Wang Badao has resolved that while he must refine the Dragon Balls, the primary focus must remain on breaking through his cultivation level. Once he accomplishes that, the speed of his refining will naturally increase. However, it is important to note that merely refining the Dragon Balls will not instantly transform Wang Badao into a divine dragon. Instead, it is the absorption of the Dragon Ball's energy post-refinement that will enhance the purity of his bloodline. Although the power of the Dragon Balls has diminished to merely a fraction of its former glory, less than 1/10,000th, this decline is attributable to the immense consumption over 2 millennia, primarily due to the suppression of the Great Qin's fortune. Currently, it seems that the energy of the Dragon Balls has diminished to a mere 100,000th. However, even this minuscule fraction of energy, if absorbed, would be sufficient for Wang Badao to attain the divine cultivation realm, or even to transcend into the realm of shattering the void. Of course, these are merely conjectures for the time being. The ultimate outcome remains to be seen. The energy of the Dragon Balls is not what Wang Badao values most. Rather, it is the enhancement of his bloodline's purity that he seeks. As the Dragon Balls contain the quintessence of the divine dragon, once he absorbs the Dragon Balls, not only will his cultivation speed significantly increase, but the probability of evolving into a divine dragon will also rise threefold. This is what Wang Badao cherishes the most. If one were to say that after inheriting the bloodline of the Black Dragon, his chances of evolving into a divine dragon were 4-fold, then after absorbing the Dragon Balls, that probability escalates to 7-fold. Such a likelihood is exceedingly promising for Wang Badao. Chapter 50. The Power of the Torpedo Report. The 4th squad has assembled. Please provide instructions. Grandfather, what do you think? Meng Yi turned to glance at the elder Meng behind him, his demeanor devoid of any remnants of a fierce warrior, resembling that of a dutiful grandson. Indeed, this was the case. Quite right. Elder Meng rarely displayed a smile, but he praised Meng Yi with a few words. Meng Yi was momentarily taken aback, for this was praise from his grandfather, Meng Zhonao, the head of the Meng family and a luminary in the martial arts community of China. His face blossomed with joy, as if he had received the highest commendation, completely shedding the demeanor expected of a man in his 40s. Grandfather, why not let me join as well? You may not be well versed in these modern weaponry. No need. Although I may not comprehend fully, their ability to operate it suffices. As Meng Lao indicated the personnel of the 4th squad, he elaborated on the submarine, a vessel capable of traversing the water's surface as well as submerging to a certain depth for tactical operations, also known as a submersible. It stands as one of the principal classes of naval vessels. Typically, the primary function of a submarine is to execute nuclear strikes on terrestrial strategic targets, thereby obliterating adversarial military, political, and economic centers. The submarine dispatched by Meng Yi is an attack submarine, though it is merely a conventional torpedo submarine. Lacking the grandeur of a nuclear submarine, it remains more than adequate to confront a gigantic Serpent. Torpedoes are the traditional armament of submarines. With few exceptions for research submarines and mini-submarines, nearly all submarines are equipped with torpedoes. Glancing upwards, one can observe torpedoes suspended on either side of the submarine. Do not underestimate these formidable weapons. Torpedoes are adept at compromising a vessel's underwater structure. A single successful hit can severely damage a destroyer, while 1 to 2 hits can sink or critically damage a merchant vessel of 10,000 tons. Striking 2 to 3 can inflict significant damage or sink a cruiser of the same tonnage. Even a solitary hit on Wang Badao could prove nearly fatal. While one might perceive that the principles governing missiles and torpedoes are akin, it is essential to note that torpedoes are confined to maritime targets. whereas missiles are not subject to such limitations. Missiles utilize rocket engines and are predominantly operable above the water's surface, with rare exceptions, such as South Korea's anti-submarine missile, which can target below the surface. Conversely, the propulsion mechanism of torpedoes resembles that of vessels, thus confining their operation to beneath the water's surface. The submarine gradually descended into the Songhua River, heading directly towards Wang Badao's location. Unbeknownst to Wang Badao, he had inadvertently revealed his presence while pursuing a school of transparent fish. At that moment, he remained in the cave, diligently cultivating the Shi Huangju. With his body coiled amidst the lush aquatic vegetation of the basin, he practiced in serene silence. Wang Badao was confident that, given an additional 10 days, he would undoubtedly refine the 6th rune and advance to the latter stage of Qi cultivation. A submarine arrived at the heart of the Songhua River, its radar scanning for Wang Badao's whereabouts. Report to the commander. There are no large creatures within a 5-kilometer radius. Proceed onward, conducting searches every 5 kilometers. Elder Meng stated with composure. Not only was Elder Meng the head of the Meng family, but he was also a retired general of high rank. However, this title was merely honorary, devoid of actual authority. Nevertheless, numerous descendants of the Meng family held official positions in the Celestial Empire, including 6 clan members who commanded military districts, and many others occupying prominent roles at the central level. Thus, the extent of the Meng family's influence was apparent. Despite their overwhelming power within the court, the Meng family could not dominate the martial arts community entirely. Notably, a certain Taoist surnamed Li and a bald monk from Shaolin were both formidable practitioners, with the former being an unparalleled master at the mid-stage of divine cultivation. An hour later, a sharp alert echoed through the submarine. Beep, beep. Unidentified organism detected. Report, an unidentified creature has been located at the riverbed, suspected to be searching for a target. Coordinates, 30 degrees 14 minutes 05. 5 seconds north. 122 degrees 21 minutes 41 seconds east. Submerge and prepare to launch torpedoes. Elder Meng commanded decisively. Yes, all personnel, stand by for torpedo launch. Target, 30 degrees 14 minutes 05. 5 seconds north, 122 degrees 21 minutes 41 seconds east. The torpedo is launched, countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8. As Wang Badao was engrossed in cultivating the Shi Huangju, a sudden chill gripped his heart, his scales contracting slightly. An overwhelming sense of peril sending shivers down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly darted out of the basin, lifting his gaze to behold a scene of utter horror. A torpedo, propelled by a force capable of annihilating all in its path, surged through the waters towards him with an unstoppable momentum. Wang Badao unleashed his full speed, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the currents in his desperate flight. Simultaneously, a mix of relief and fury welled within him. Had it not been for his acute animal instincts, he might have met his demise at the river's bottom. At that moment, a singular figure crossed his mind, Old Meng. Apart from him, Wang Badao could scarcely fathom who would wield such cruel intent, deploying a torpedo against him. The Yuan family undoubtedly lacked the capacity to mobilize a military submarine, and it was likely they remained oblivious to his existence. Given that Meng Lao would not speak of Yuan Kai's demise, nor would he concern himself with such trivial matters. Thus, it could only be Old Meng. Although Wang Badao was unaware of the extent of the Meng family's influence in Huaxiao, a lineage steeped in a millennium of history is not to be taken lightly. It stands to reason that summoning a submarine to confront him would pose no challenge. At this moment, having cultivated the Shi Huangju, Wang Badao held no fear in a direct confrontation with Old Meng. At the very least, he would not be defeated. Yet, faced with the prospect of a torpedo launched against him, he found himself at a loss. A single hit could severely damage a destroyer, while 1 or 2 could sink or critically impair a merchant vessel weighing 10,000 tons. Such power was indeed terrifying. Had Wang Badao been directly struck, his formidable defenses might have, at best, salvaged a mere fraction of his life, with utter annihilation being the most probable outcome. Should Wang Badao ascend to the refinement god realm, he might regard a solitary torpedo with indifference. However, a barrage of numerous torpedoes would inevitably spell his doom. The destructive force of a torpedo rivals, and perhaps even surpasses, that of a missile. Contemporary torpedoes typically possess a payload exceeding 600 kilograms. with the majority ranging from 800 to 900 kilograms. Conversely, anti-ship missiles, constrained by engine technology and maneuverability demands, feature warheads generally capped at 200 kilograms. Nonetheless, their attack methodologies diverge. Torpedoes, employing more intricate technology, command a higher price than missiles. Furthermore, their limited range necessitates close proximity to the target, posing considerable peril. Missiles, conversely, boast extended ranges, spanning tens or hundreds of kilometers, enabling fire-and-forget capabilities at a comparatively lower cost. Therefore, one should not underestimate torpedoes, otherwise, Wang Badao would not have fled at the mere sight of one. Boom. Having retreated 100 meters, Wang Badao witnessed the torpedo's impact upon its target, reducing the subterranean mountain cavern to ruins. The resultant shockwave, imbued with immense force, crashed into Wang Badao. The proximity proved detrimental, leaving him drenched in blood and grievously wounded. Torpedoes, among humanity's most potent heavy armaments, effortlessly inflicted significant injury upon Wang Badao from 100 meters away. Wang Badao lamented his perpetual state of injury. This constitutes mistreatment of the protagonist. However, after repeated harm inflicted by humans, Wang Badao's sense of identification with them has been utterly extinguished. Chapter 51. Chabai Mountain. Having been injured by the torpedo blast, Wang Badao could no longer concern himself with anything else, for he had detected a submarine 2,000 meters away. He harbored no doubts about its destructive power. Had the submarine's deployment not been directed at him, he might have taken the time to appreciate it, as ordinary people rarely encounter such things in reality. However, this submarine was undoubtedly after him. Wang Badao turned and swam away, fleeing with haste. Inside the submarine, upon seeing Wang Badao's silhouette on the sonar, Ming Lao thought to himself, "Indeed, this colossal serpent possesses remarkable resilience. My celestial severance strike failed to kill it. Moreover, its cultivation seems to have advanced considerably, making it difficult to subdue in single combat. Fortunately, I dispatched a submarine. Otherwise, it might have escaped once again. Continue the bombardment," Meng Lao commanded, while contemplating that the giant serpent was exceedingly swift underwater and deliberately navigated towards areas with obstructions. Although the submarine was fast, it was proving challenging to keep pace with it. "Aye, sir. All hands, prepare to launch a torpedo. Target locked. 10, 9, 8. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but Wang Badao sensed a turbulent torrent of surging water behind him, an all-encompassing, all-destroying force. He knew another torpedo had been launched, and its target was undoubtedly him. He executed several rapid turns, attempting to evade the torpedo, but his hopes were quickly dashed. This torpedo was not an unguided straight-running one. It was a homing torpedo. Acoustic homing torpedoes employ hydroacoustic technology to autonomously seek, track, and engage targets, making escape a formidable challenge for Wang Badao. Boom. A muffled explosion reverberated as the submarine launched its attack. The submarine's torpedo detonated, carving a massive chasm into the submerged mountain range to Wang Badao's left. The ensuing shockwave sent violent tremors through Wang Badao's body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Though grateful for narrowly avoiding a direct hit, Wang Badao cursed the ancestors of the Meng family. Unfazed by Wang Badao's resentment, Meng, witnessing the torpedo's near miss, decisively commanded, "Launch again." "No, this time launch 2. "Aye, sir. All hands, launch torpedoes 3 and 4. Target locked." Wang Badao once more narrowly evaded the twin torpedoes. He had no capacity for anything but survival, swimming relentlessly forward. His sole objective to outrun the submarine's relentless pursuit. Days blurred into one another. For 3 days, Wang Badao had been evading over a dozen torpedoes. He was driven to desperation, and he no longer cared where he was going as long as he could get away from the submarine. Even the ocean seemed inviting. The Songhua River, the third largest river within the nation's borders after the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, originates from Tianqi Lake, the primary peak of Changbai Mountain in Jilin. It flows northwest through Jilin City and Songyuan City in Jilin Province before converging with the Nun River, which originates in the Greater Xing'an Mountains at Sanche in Fuyu County. From there, it turns eastward, entering Heilongjiang Province, where it flows through Jiayuan, Harbin, Jiamusi, and other locations before joining the Heilong River at the estuary in Tongjiang Town, Heilongjiang Province, and eventually flowing into the sea. Thus, it is plausible that Wang Badao might eventually venture into the ocean. However, he is certainly not in the sea at this moment, as he can clearly distinguish between fresh and salt water. Wang Badao is also aware that after the launch of over 10 torpedoes, the submarine's arsenal must be dwindling. A few more days of perseverance should allow him to completely evade the submarine. A submarine without torpedoes is merely a toothless tiger. Were it not for the sheer size of the submarine, Wang Badao would have considered overturning it. It is not that Wang Badao has not contemplated approaching the submarine. After all, if he were to close the distance, they would hesitate to launch torpedoes, as doing so might risk detonating the submarine itself. Unfortunately, Wang Badao's attempts have been unsuccessful. Whenever he closes in, within a range of 4,000 to 2,000 meters, the submarine launches torpedoes, leaving Wang Badao with no opportunity to approach. How many torpedoes remain? Inside the submarine, Elder Meng inquired with a furrowed brow. 7. Sufficient. When the opportunity arises, launch 6 directly, retaining 1 as a contingency. As Wang Badao swam onward, he suddenly sensed a noticeable drop in water temperature. Moreover, the riverbed was now replete with more canyons and mountain ranges. However, this gave Wang Badao greater confidence in his ability to shake off the submarine. As submarines cannot navigate certain narrow areas, such as underwater basins and canyons, Elder Meng, having also noticed the change in environment, turned to the team leader and inquired, "Which river is this?" Upon hearing the response, Elder Meng inhaled deeply and softly instructed, "Before the giant Serpent enters Tianchi Lake, seize the opportunity to launch 6 torpedoes." The deepest lake in China, Tianchi of Changbai Mountain, is situated in the southeastern part of Jilin Province, serving as a boundary lake between China and North Korea. The northern part of the lake lies within Jilin Province, and it is the source of the Songhua River. Due to its elevated position, with a surface altitude of 2,150 meters, it is aptly named Tianchi, or Heavenly Lake. Originally, Changbai Mountain was a volcano. Historical records indicate that it erupted 3 times since the 16th century. Following each eruption, a significant amount of lava was expelled, forming a basin at the volcanic crater. Over time, this basin filled with water, resulting in the magnificent Tianchi we see today. Representing a tapestry of natural wonders, Tianchi is adorned with waterfalls, hot springs, canyons, underground forests, volcanic lava forests, alpine gardens, subterranean rivers, pristine forests, mist, and snow. This exquisite amalgamation creates a breathtaking scenic line. Nature has endowed it with an abundance of unique resources, transforming it into a coveted tourist destination that offers ecological tourism, scenic exploration, border travel, and cultural experiences. Thus, it is said that once a giant python finds an underground river and dives into it, submarines are rendered powerless against it. A true concern for Meng Lao. The submarine, no longer hindered by underwater obstacles, accelerates and quickly closes the distance to Wang Badao. 4,000 meters is sufficient for a torpedo launch. The maximum firing range for a homing torpedo is approximately 7,500 meters, but a distance of 4,000 meters ensures a more precise strike on the target. Launch. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Wang Badao has swum to a valley at the riverbed, preparing to dive in. Suddenly, he senses the roaring rapids behind him and instinctively realizes that a torpedo has been fired. He glances back, only to be met with shock and terror. With a single launch of 6 torpedoes, Wang Badao inwardly cursed, fearing the riverbed might be blasted apart. Evading all 6 torpedoes would be an arduous task. Thus, Wang Badao had no choice but to retreat into the valley. To be out in the open made one an easy target, while the guided torpedoes did not merely travel in a straight line. Entering the valley at least provided obstacles to exploit. Boom! The valley crumbled. A scene of ruins and debris. Chapter 52. Undercurrents. The power of the 6 torpedoes was unimaginable. The valley had been utterly annihilated. Old Meng wore a smile. Knowing the giant python was dead, and the dragon pearl must surely reside within its belly, he was unconcerned that the dragon pearl could be destroyed by the torpedoes. If a torpedo could obliterate the dragon pearl, it would not be worthy of the name. Old Meng had first-hand experience of the python's formidable defenses. While the torpedoes might leave the corpse in disarray, they would never reduce it to mere remnants. With the dragon pearl so close, Old Meng felt elated. Yet sometimes, joy can swiftly turn to sorrow. Suddenly, the valley shook violently. The entire landscape trembled, a moment of cataclysmic upheaval. As the valley collapsed, countless stones cascaded down. Just when everyone thought it was all over, another deep rumble echoed through the riverbed. a sound reminiscent of something abruptly snapping, causing a shiver down one's spine. To everyone's astonishment, the shattered valley seemed to split in two, a dark chasm emerging in the center, as if the gates of hell had been flung open, instilling a sense of terror and suffocation. A powerful suction emanated from the abyss, causing the river to surge and form a whirlpool, drawn into the fissure. The might of the 6 torpedoes exceeded Old Meng's expectations. The valley was in tumult beyond imagination. What he least expected was that a subterranean current had unexpectedly emerged. What is a subterranean current? It can also be referred to as an underground river. Perhaps by mere coincidence, just 10 meters below the valley lies an underground river, and 6 torpedoes had astonishingly opened a crevice with precision. At this moment, there was no time for Elder Meng to contemplate, for the submarine was not far from the valley, and a powerful suction was drawing the vessel toward it. Full speed ahead, escape the pull. The command from the captain of the 4th Squad was somewhat urgent, clearly tinged with anxiety. However, it proved futile. The crevice was simply too extensive, nearly 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. The suction generated by the near 100-meter-long fissure was terrifyingly immense, gradually pulling the submarine into the current. The crew inside held their breath, their faces ashen. Confronted with death, every sentient being would surely feel fear. Elder Meng's expression darkened. Although he possessed formidable strength, arguably standing among the most powerful in the world, he was rendered utterly powerless in the face of nature's wrath. After all, he was human, not a deity. Death is a profoundly serious matter for everyone, far more significant than any possessions one might lose. In daily life, when the topic of death arises, people will hastily declare, "I am not afraid of death." They may assert with conviction that they truly do not fear it, treating death as a narrative, a mere jest, or even a subject for debate. Those learned can expound at length, while those less educated may reflect on life's principles through examples. Yet, when confronted with the actual specter of death, how many remain unafraid? Ultimately, few individuals are truly unafraid of death, although death is inescapable. Regardless of whether one is exalted as an emperor or destitute as a beggar, no one can evade the inexorable cycle of mortality. Even the venerable Meng Lao, nearing 130 years of age, harbors hopes of extending his lifespan, with the prospect of the Dragon Ball tantalizingly close at hand. Perhaps he might leverage its power to transcend his constraints and prolong his existence, even nurturing the faintest aspiration of attaining legendary realms. Yet, in this moment, confronted by the ominous undercurrents, he finds no glimmer of resistance, resigning himself to fate. The subterranean currents are profoundly terrifying. Some may have existed for millennia, or even for eons. These currents weave through the abyss, leading to unknown destinations, boundless and elusive. Once ensnared by such forces, the prospect of escape becomes exceedingly dim. Ultimately, the submarine is drawn into the depths, and in that fleeting moment of being engulfed, it is mercilessly torn apart. Meng Lao could never have envisioned that in his quest for the Dragon Ball and the defeat of the colossal serpent, he would meet such a tragic end, sacrificing his life in this manner. Meanwhile, Wang Badao had already been swept into the dark currents the moment the fissure appeared, leaving his fate uncertain. Awakening in a state of confusion, he found himself enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. He only recalled the overwhelming pull of the vortex that had rendered him unconscious. Now, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, with muscles torn and vertebrae shattered. Even the slightest movement felt like a harrowing ordeal. Upon introspection, he discovered his internal organs in a state of ruin, his vital energy feeble, akin to a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment. The explosive force of 6 torpedoes had already left Wang Badao on the brink of death, his vitality nearly extinguished. The tumultuous pull of a powerful vortex further pushed him to the edge of oblivion. Had it not been for the continuous supply of energy from the Dragon Pearl within him, Wang Badao might have already perished. Feeling the immense energy coursing through him, he grasped this last lifeline, disregarding the excruciating pain that ravaged his body, and began to channel the second diagram of the Shihuang decision. Time lost all meaning in the oppressive darkness of the underground currents. It could have been days, months, or even years. At last, he sensed a slight improvement in his injuries, their severity diminished, at least temporarily removing the immediate threat to his life. Yet, as his condition stabilized, the Dragon Pearl ceased its active energy supply, which left Wang Badao furrowing his brow in concern. Even when he attempted to absorb the Pearl's energy, it remained unresponsive, showing no signs of reaction. Although his combat capabilities were nearly absent, he could at least move, allowing for some mobility, though this movement was limited. This place seemed to be a subterranean current. Wang Badao noted the coolness of the water, observing that the river branched out into several tributaries, resembling a spider's web, as if it were a labyrinth. Without concern for where the currents led, he chose a tributary at random. In truth, the wisest course of action would have been to remain still and recuperate, but with the dragon pearl no longer providing energy, the only means for a swift recovery lay in capturing a substantial number of prey to refine their essence and heal his wounds. Wang Badao was fundamentally incapable of controlling the dragon pearl. Had his life not been hanging by a thread, and the dragon pearl not automatically protected its master, he wouldn't have been able to absorb even a modicum of energy. To Wang Badao's disappointment, after laboriously advancing for over 10 miles, he still hadn't detected any signs of biological activity. Could it be that this subterranean undercurrent was devoid of aquatic life? Would he be forever trapped? The thought sent a chill down his spine. It was plausible that the subterranean undercurrent had existed for hundreds of millions of years, completely isolated from the surface. Escape seemed virtually impossible. Even if he could survive in the undercurrent, he would inevitably starve to death without sustenance. The darkness and disorientation were experiences foreign to most, and the tension and dread induced by darkness and confinement were difficult for the average person to endure. Surrounded by rock walls, the subterranean undercurrent was approximately 10 meters wide, with a riverbed composed of sand and quartz grains deposited over tens of millions of years. Such an environment was hardly conducive to life, and Wang Badao had, for the moment, abandoned hope of finding prey. He began to coil in the water, practicing the Shi Huang Sutra, despite the lack of food to refine. The Shi Huang Sutra was indeed an ancient technique, its ability to mend injuries unparalleled by other cultivation methods. Approximately 1 month passed, and Wang Badao's injuries had healed by about a third. If he continued to cultivate in this manner, he might fully recover within 2 months. Regrettably, the absence of food posed a problem. Whether he could endure for 2 months remained uncertain. Perhaps he would succumb to starvation before his injuries could fully heal. Left with no alternative, Wang Badao had to press on. Regardless of whether he sought prey or an escape route, he had to seek it out himself. Neither prey nor an exit would spontaneously materialize before him. Venturing onward for another score of miles, Wang Badao was met not with quarry or egress, but yet again with 7 tributaries. This subterranean current resembled a vast labyrinth, rife with countless branches, from which escape seemed an impossibility. Selecting a relatively ample tributary, Wang Badao proceeded, traversing a dozen miles before fortune favored him, revealing signs of biological activity. However, this discovery did little to elate Wang Badao, for it was a school of coelacanth. Coelacanth, which emerged some 350 million years ago, were once exceedingly abundant on Earth. Their fossils have been unearthed in strata dating from the late Permian, 245 million years ago, to the late Jurassic periods, 144 million years ago. Like their counterparts, coelacanth exhibit a low degree of ossification, indicative of a general shift away from early freshwater habitats toward a marine lifestyle. For a protracted period, coelacanth were presumed extinct for approximately 60 million years. Suppressing the turmoil within, Wang Badao acknowledged that regardless of the circumstances, sustenance had been found. Alleviating the immediate threat of starvation, he steered toward the coelacanth shoal, intent on satiating his hunger before all else. A month had elapsed without nourishment, leaving him famished. Having devoured a school of prehistoric coelacanth, Wang Badao finally appeased his famished organs. Thus, amidst the perpetual darkness, Wang Badao lost all sense of time as he navigated the subterranean river, oblivious to his location. Perhaps months, or even years, had passed. Wang Badao had become utterly desensitized to the passage of time. On this particular day, Wang Badao once more arrived at a fork in the river. In the subterranean currents, countless bifurcations abound, resembling an immense labyrinth, intricately woven beneath the earth. I randomly chose a river channel and ventured forth. Not all underground waterways are filled with fresh water. Some are parched, or merely harbor mud where water once flowed. After traversing several miles within this subterranean river, Wang Badao unexpectedly stumbled upon a deposit of fluorescent minerals. What had previously been a pitch-black passage was now illuminated by the iridescent glow of the minerals, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Using the faint luminescence as a guide, Wang Bad-Dao noticed an elevated rock formation ahead, adorned with desiccated algae. The current had eroded the rock's base, giving it an appearance akin to a colossal turtle resting upon the water's surface, or perhaps a grand archway. Beneath the rock lay crystal-clear underground waters. As he maneuvered beneath the stone, 3 more tributaries emerged before him, leaving Wang Bad-Dao with no choice but to proceed blindly down one of the branches. Suddenly, a ripple of movement seemed to disturb the boundless silence of the darkness, and Wang Bad-Dao felt a tremor within his very soul. It was as if a fissure had opened in the infinite dark, allowing a faint but not entirely dim light to seep through. Reminiscent of the first rays of light at the dawn of creation, tearing apart the shroud of darkness. This was light. Wang Bad-Dao's spirit quivered. Though the illumination was fleeting, it provided him with a sense of direction. Shortly thereafter, a delicate whisper of sound reached his ears, and he vaguely discerned fragments of conversation. "Enough, you two. Cease your bickering. This subterranean river, with its 2-million-year history, boasts the most pristine karst caves, adorned with breathtaking stalactites and other natural wonders. However, we have ventured 50 miles deep, and the air is becoming scarce, not to mention the unknown perils that lie ahead. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited you. If you're so afraid of death, why did you even come along?" Wang Bad-Dao immediately swam towards the source of the voice, his heart filled with excitement. He had been drifting in the underground currents for an unknown duration, months, years. The silence had nearly driven him mad. Finally, he had found a group of explorers, about a dozen in number, each carrying a backpack filled with essential supplies. They were about 20 meters away, and Wang Bad-Dao could hear their conversation clearly. However, he chose not to disturb them. His only desire was to follow them out of the underground river. Who knows what might happen if he startled them? They might panic and get lost. 7 hours later, when a glimmer of light pierced his eyes, Wang Bad-Dao's entire being trembled. He had finally returned to the surface. It was already night, with a hazy darkness enveloping the area. After exiting the underground river, Wang Bad-Dao quietly separated from the group and found a secluded spot to hide. The biting wind howled through the air. The weather in Changbai Mountain was already frigid, especially during winter. A gentle breeze heralded the arrival of a biting cold. And even the resilient Wang Bad-Dao could not suppress a shiver. Was this truly the Changbai Mountain? It dawned on Wang Bad-Dao where he found himself. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Despite it being winter, the mountain still attracted a fair number of tourists, easily noticeable. First, he needed to find a place to tend to his injuries. After a brief wait, night descended. Though not utterly dark, visibility was significantly diminished, making it challenging to discern objects even 10 meters away. Changbai Mountain is home to a volcano lake recorded in the Guinness World Records, rare underground forests, and a scattering of hot springs, not to mention the incomparable winter wonderland. During the winter, the snow on Changbai Mountain deepens, blanketing the landscape in white. As Wang Bad-Dao navigated the rugged mountain path, he ascended alone through the snow-dusted maple groves, the thick carpet of fallen leaves rustling beneath his feet. Suddenly, delicate snowflakes began to fall, and Wang Bad-Dao pressed onward toward the heavenly lake amidst the swirling flurries. Indeed, Wang Bad-Dao's destination was the heavenly lake. Cloaked in mist year-round, the expansive heavenly lake is not easily discernible amid the densely populated forests. Upon reaching the renowned Changbai waterfall, he observed that it had partially frozen. The cascading water, resembling sparkling fragments of jade, seemed to crystallize in midair, forming a translucent ice waterfall. The flowing water was divided into several sections by the ice, no longer a single slick sheet, yet the thunderous roar emanating from it conveyed that the water had not slowed its pace despite the frigid temperature. The interplay of the flowing water and the ice waterfall created a captivating tableau, capturing the waterfall's most dynamic essence. Such scenery is a rare marvel in this world. Pressing onward, the visage of the celestial lake finally materialized before Wang Bad-Dao. The lake's waters were entirely frozen, the surface brimming with a misty haze. Resembling a unified piece of jade, neither overflowing nor dazzling, yet exquisitely translucent, as though light coursed within, possessing a restrained splendor. Wang Bad-Dao ventured into the celestial lake, his immense weight causing the ice to fracture. Despite the frozen surface, the water temperature beneath was surprisingly tepid. Wang Bad-Dao meandered leisurely beneath the lake's surface, seeking prey to devour. He had gone nearly a month without sustenance, subsisting on sporadic meals within the subterranean currents. An hour elapsed, and Wang Badao discerned an anomaly. The lakebed was devoid of fish, let alone shrimp or crabs. Could it be that this celestial lake harbored no aquatic creatures? How was he to survive? Wang Badao was utterly helpless. Even with formidable strength, sustenance was essential. Unbeknownst to Wang Badao, Mount Chambai is a dormant volcano. And although it has been inactive for 300 years, instances of volcanoes erupting after centuries of dormancy are not uncommon. Geophysical surveys indicate the presence of a magma reservoir beneath the celestial lake, posing a potential for eruption. The eruption would be explosive, and the presence of 2 billion tons of water in the lake would exacerbate the destructive impact. The last eruption of Mount Chambai occurred only 300 years ago. Aside from microorganisms, the lake is devoid of life, and no signs of grazing are visible on the surrounding meadows. Thus, the celestial lake may be entirely devoid of macroscopic life. However, the celestial lake is renowned not only for its scenery, but also for the mythical creatures that are rumored to dwell within its depths. However, just moments ago, Wang Badao wandered through the heavenly pool, yet he encountered no signs of life. Wang Badao was resolute in his conviction that no water monsters existed. The heavenly pool, while not immense, was certainly not small either. Given Wang Badao's speed, he could easily traverse the pool within an hour. The average depth of the pool is 204 meters, with the deepest point reaching 373 meters. Although Wang Badao did not explore the lake bed, his enhanced thermal sensing abilities ensured that no creature could evade his detection. Even cold-blooded animals, with their body temperatures still elevated above the surrounding environment, particularly their hearts, remained within his perceptual grasp. Left with no choice, Wang Badao exited the heavenly pool in search of prey. Chapter 54. A startling encounter with a water monster. A year and a half had elapsed. At Chambai Mountain, the waters of the heavenly pool remained perpetually clear and emerald green, reflecting the sky like a flawless mirror. Due to its high altitude, the water temperature during the summer only ranged from 0.7 to 11 degrees Celsius. The geological transformations of Chambai Mountain resulted in an abundance of white pumice and perpetual snow, giving it a perpetual alabaster appearance. Like a jade dragon, it sprawled across the northeastern frontier of China, renowned both domestically and internationally for its beauty, richness, and breathtaking landscapes. Today, it welcomed a new wave of visitors. Wang Ming had long yearned to visit this majestic mountain, steeped in countless enchanting myths and exquisite poetry that captivated the imagination. Moreover, recent reports of water monsters surfacing in the heavenly pool had further embellished the mystery surrounding Chambai Mountain. As Wang Ming indulged in his daydreams, he was suddenly roused by the tour guide's introduction to the most famous attraction of Chambai Mountain, the heavenly pool. The tour guide spoke with exuberance, and Wang Ming could not help but admire his eloquence. Indeed, those engaged in the profession of tour guiding are undeniably eloquent, exerting every effort to captivate their audience. Wang Ming mused silently, yet attentively absorbed the guide's narration, for he had long been enchanted by the allure of Tianqi, particularly intrigued by the legendary aquatic creature said to inhabit its depths. Mount Chambai, a dormant volcano, cradles Tianqi within its caldera. Since the reign of Emperor Qianlong, the mountain has ceased its fiery eruptions, transforming the former vent into a serene alpine lake. Elevated at a staggering altitude of 150 meters, it is aptly named Heavenly Lake. Recently, the enigmatic creature of Chambai Mountain's Tianqi has made appearances on 2 occasions. Following the sighting by 2 locals on July 6, 2002, on the northern slope, a tour group of dozens witnessed this mysterious entity on May 25th of this year on the western slope. The guide paused momentarily, heightening the suspense among the listeners. After a chorus of eager inquiries, he chuckled and continued. This year, the creature that manifested twice is reported to be nearly 30 meters in length. Many speculate it to be a dragon. Some observers with telescopes describe the creature as being covered in scales, with a long jaw, a gaping mouth, and a prominent conical horn protruding from its forehead. Coupled with its considerable length, it has ultimately been conjectured to be a dragon. If fortune smiles upon us today, we may just be fortunate enough to behold it. Ming, is it truly possible that a dragon exists? Wang Ming's girlfriend suddenly interjected, her voice filled with wonder. At her question, a bittersweet smile crept across his face, for he had no answers to offer. However, one must never voice their innermost thoughts. Instead, one can only offer comfort by saying, indeed, It must be the legendary dragon. Just wait a moment, and upon reaching the heavenly lake, you may very well encounter it. Do not be anxious. The tour group admired the cascading waterfalls and glaciers, finally resuming their journey. As the altitude increased, it became evident that the diversity of vegetation was changing. What had once been towering trees swiftly transformed into thickets. Ascending further, only mosses remained. The sky was veiled in swirling mist, the clouds shifting ethereally in the wind. Truly, the name of the celestial mountain was well-deserved, Wang Ming mused. Unbeknownst to them, they soon reached the summit. At some point, light rain began to fall, and the winds at the peak were fierce. All around were mountains formed from volcanic ash, bereft of any vegetation. Upon reaching the observation platform, a view of a hazy expanse unfolded below, unfathomably deep, shrouded in gloom. Is this the heavenly lake? How splendid! Wang Ming's girlfriend exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, we have finally arrived at the edge of the heavenly lake. Gazing upon it, the lake resembled a colossal mirror, nestled among the mountains beneath the Bogda ice peak in the eastern Tian Shan. Surrounded by towering peaks, stately pines soared into the clouds. The blue sky, white clouds, ice peaks, and verdant forests mirrored in the lake, composing a captivating tableau. Strolling along the shores of the heavenly lake felt as though one were immersed in a beautiful painting, invigorating the spirit. Embracing his girlfriend and savoring the scenery, Wang Ming suddenly felt that this journey had not been in vain. How beautiful! Indeed, the tour guide then announced, "All right, everyone is free to explore for an hour, but remember not to approach the heavenly pool or venture into hazardous areas." The crowd responded with a resounding cheer, and they strolled along the edge of the heavenly pool with their families and friends. Wang Ming ambled along the heavenly pool with his girlfriend, and when they grew tired, they sat down to rest and converse. Abruptly, Wang Ming's eyes focused, his face aghast, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Wang Ming suddenly pointed to a blue streak in the heavenly pool and exclaimed, "Look, the water monster is emerging. The water monster is emerging." The crowd followed the sound, and they saw a black spot that stood out in the azure lake. Someone using binoculars was surprised to find that this water monster was about 30 meters long. Its entire body was jet black, except for a pure white line on its forehead and back, and the rest of its body was black. Its body was slender. Floating on the surface of the water, there was more than one tour group around the heavenly pool, so naturally many people spotted the water monster. The area around the heavenly pool was in chaos, and they were all discussing the topic of the water monster. Those who brought cameras were busy taking pictures, and those who brought video cameras were busy filming. Those who did not bring anything could only sigh and regret that they did not bring a camera. Although Wang Ming had heard of the heavenly pool water monster news more than once, it was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. There really is a dragon. Wang Ming heard his girlfriend's extremely excited cry, and the level of excitement was not as high as when they were doing it. Wang Ming was also excited, and no one seemed to be able to say exactly what the dragon looked like. The dragon holds an exalted position in the hearts of the Chinese people, a fact that remains indisputable. The creature rumored to dwell in the heavenly lake, though merely speculated to be a dragon, is steeped in myth and has the power to incite fervor. The unparalleled divine strength of the dragon commands the winds, rain, thunder, and lightning. It is reflected in the mists, the rosy hues of dawn, and the spectrum of rainbows. Its essence is profound and distant, shrouded in an enigma that eludes comprehension. It embodies the raw forces of nature, symbolizing power and the extraordinary. Humanity's yearning for it is, in essence, a yearning for its might. Alas, the water creature lingered on the surface for but a fleeting few seconds before vanishing into the depths of the heavenly lake. The following day, an abundance of news outlets reported on the water creature incident. Xinhua News stated, "The heavenly lake of Changbai Mountain has long been enveloped in mystery." From local chronicles of the late Qing dynasty to the accounts of tourists over the past 3 decades, sightings of the enigmatic lake monster have been frequent, with thousands of witnesses. Some describe it as resembling a long-necked dragon. Others liken it to an otter, while some believe it to be a fish. Yesterday, numerous tourists unexpectedly captured images of the legendary lake monster during their visit. The photographs are unprecedentedly clear, revealing a creature nearly 30 meters in length, its menacing scales glistening with a metallic sheen. Could it be that the fabled water monster truly exists? International news reported, "It is premature to draw definitive conclusions regarding the lake monster. For the past 30 years, our nation has yet to organize a comprehensive investigation involving significant human and material resources into the heavenly lake. Consequently, the true state of its aquatic environment and the potential existence of other undiscovered life forms remain a captivating mystery. It is advisable to learn from foreign practices. For instance, the United Kingdom once organized a team of experts to conduct a systematic and comprehensive investigation into the legendary Loch Ness Monster. Although the enigma of the Loch Ness Monster remains unsolved, valuable insights into the local climatic variations and fish species have been acquired, leading to a profound understanding of the hydrological environment of Loch Ness. Therefore, it is recommended that our nation assemble a team of specialists to thoroughly examine Tianqi. Numerous news outlets have been reporting on the Tianqi water monster incident, and some individuals, including outdated celebrities from the second and third tiers, have taken advantage of this situation to garner attention. In truth, Wang Badao feels quite helpless. He merely ventured out for a breath of fresh air, and this marks the third time in over a year that he has been spotted by humans. Wang Badao has resolved that such a tourist haven is unsuitable for his existence due to the excessive human presence. Though his injuries have nearly healed, he has decided to immediately embark on a journey to the Amazon rainforest, a place more conducive to his survival. Furthermore, due to his cultivation of the Shi Huangju, he has achieved a perfect mastery of qi refinement over the past year and a half, with his height increasing from 20 to 28 meters. It is quite challenging for him to sustain himself in the Changbai Mountain primeval forest, considering his now formidable appetite. Chapter 55, The Tianqi Water Monster. Over the past year and a half, Wang Badao not only completed the 9 symbols of the second diagram of the Shi Huangju, but also advanced to the pinnacle of qi refinement, having refined approximately 30% of the Dragon Pearl. Currently, Wang Badao has been immersed in the study of the 28 runic patterns of the third cultivation diagram. These 28 patterns are exceedingly intricate and profound. After more than a month of contemplation, he has yet to grasp even the slightest understanding, let alone cultivate and break through to the refinement of spirit. With a length of 28 meters and a body the size of a water vat, he is not far behind the azure giant python of the Bloodpool Forest. He believes that as long as he comprehends the third cultivation diagram and breaks through to the refinement of spirit realm, catching up to the azure giant python in size will be just around the corner. Previously, Wang Badao could only look up to the azure giant python, but now he is already on the verge of matching its pace. Moreover, his strength is even greater than that of the azure giant python. Of course, even with his current strength, Wang Badao could easily overpower the azure giant python. He can shatter 10,000 genes of bluestone with a single flick of his tail. Terrestrial creatures can no longer impede his progress. Only heavy thermal weapons can pose a threat to him. Although Wang Badao does not yet possess the ability to disregard missiles and torpedoes, high-explosive grenades and mortars can no longer threaten his life. Even if he were to withstand them directly, high-explosive grenades and mortars would only cause his skin to break open or inflict some injuries, but they would not be fatal. He swam around the heavenly pool, naturally sensing and exploring. Suddenly, however, the originally calm lake surface stirred, ripples arose and gradually spread outwards, and a black animal at least 2 zhang in size emerged. It suddenly leaped out of the water, opened its blood-filled mouth, and let out a harsh roar from its throat. The monster's appearance is neither ugly nor ferocious, but rather quite beautiful, perhaps transformed into a python. Wang Badao's aesthetic sensibilities have undergone a transformation. The creature resembles a plesiosaurus, with a broad and flattened body, a relatively short tail, a long and flexible neck, nostrils positioned far back near the eyes, and a nearly rigid palate adorned with long, sharp teeth. Most strikingly, how has this creature sprouted 2 antlers atop its head? Could it be that this being has inherited the bloodline of the Black Dragon? This clearly resembles the dragon horns that Wang Badao had encountered in the memories of the Black Dragon. However, the most astonishing revelation for Wang Badao is the utter disbelief he experiences, as his thermal sensing fails to detect the presence of this water monster. Even cold-blooded creatures possess some degree of warmth, yet this water monster exudes absolutely no body heat. Under Wang Badao's thermal perception, it remains undetected, were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, and with the monster so close at hand. He might have thought he was hallucinating. Wang Badao does not fear this water monster, aside from the enigmatic and formidable beings that may lurk within the vast ocean. There are genuinely no terrestrial creatures that pose a challenge to him. Driven by insatiable curiosity, Wang Badao swims directly towards the water monster, but upon sensing the approaching giant python, the creature lets out a roar and swiftly plunges into the depths of Tianqi Lake. Wang Badayo, undeterred, naturally follows in pursuit. Humanity's understanding of the depths of the sea and lake is always limited, akin to our comprehension of the vast universe. Before such enormity, humanity appears insignificantly small. However, after Wang Badayo was reborn as a python, these regions, shrouded in mystery for humanity, could gradually be explored. Wang Badayo followed closely behind the water monster, not in haste to capture it instantly, but rather eager to discover where this creature concealed itself. It is worth noting that Wang Badayo had resided in the heavenly pool for approximately a year and a half, during which he had explored its depths multiple times. Even though he could not sense the presence of the water monster, his eyesight was exceptional, due to his lineage stemming from the black dragon. His vision was among the finest in the animal kingdom, having roamed the area dozens of times. It was inconceivable that he had not spotted any sign of the water monster. Thus, his curiosity compelled him to uncover its hiding place. As he trailed the water monster, they plunged deeper, swiftly descending to a depth of 300 meters within the heavenly pool. Observing the direction the water monster swam, it appeared to be heading toward the central, deepest trench of the pool. Could it be that the water monster had dwelled in this trench all along? That seemed implausible, as Wang Badayo had visited that spot numerous times without encountering any signs of life. A sense of perplexity enveloped him. Upon entering the trench, the walls resembled towering mountains, adorned with verdant algae and plants that sparkled brilliantly in shades of green, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Once within the trench, the water monster surged toward the deepest point. Although the creature's speed was commendable, it still paled in comparison to Wang Badayo's. Thus he felt no trepidation about losing sight of it. As they ventured deeper, an oddity struck Wang Badayo. At the very heart of the trench lay a pitch-black crevice. He was certain that this fissure had not existed before. Watching the water monster slip into the abyss, he reluctantly came to a halt. Unbeknownst to him, as he approached the fissure, Wang Badayo discovered that it was actually the entrance to an underground river. Having suffered greatly in the depths of this river, he was hesitant to take further risks. Should he lose his way again, who could say if fortune would favor him as it had before? The thought of being eternally ensnared within its depths was a chilling prospect, rendering him speechless in despair. Thus, he temporarily abandoned the idea of hunting the water monster and emerged from the gorge. To his astonishment, upon exiting the gorge, Wang Badayo spotted another water monster not far ahead, identical to the previous one, albeit considerably smaller, measuring perhaps a mere 10 feet in length. Could it be that these water monsters truly traveled in packs? He resolved to capture it for further examination. With the swiftness of an arrow slicing through the water, he propelled himself towards the creature. Sensing imminent danger, the water monster let out a roar and commenced its rapid flight. Wang Badayo pursued relentlessly, his formidable presence causing the currents to ripple and surge with force. Ultimately, the creature's speed proved inadequate, and soon it was within his grasp. He ensnared the water monster deftly, applying pressure without excessive force, ensuring it would remain unharmed. Observing the creature closely, he noted that it bore no remarkable features. In fact, he found it less aesthetically pleasing than his own serpentine form. Growing weary of its appearance, he swiftly ended the creature's life. However, due to its considerable size, he had no intention of consuming it. Instead, he discarded it at the bottom of the pool. Gradually ascending, he noted that the deepest part of the celestial pool could reach depths of 373 meters, capable of concealing a structure over 60 stories tall. Having traversed the surface of the pool and emerged from the heavenly lake, I arrived at the primordial forest of Changbai Mountain. To speak of the Changbai Mountain primordial forest is to reflect upon events from 2 decades past. 20 years ago, a wind disturbance occurred within the natural protection area of Changbai Mountain, resulting in a vast expanse of fallen timber. However, this tempest did not alter the ecological character of the primordial forest, nor did it lead to the annihilation of the ecosystem. Rather, it constituted a normal forest succession and ecological process. Yet, under the guise of disaster relief, a protracted dual human interference ensued for 7 years, involving the harvesting of windfall timber and the establishment of artificial forests, which resulted in irrevocable damage to the ecosystem. The windfall area lost all semblance of its natural characteristics. Some trees experienced a restoration delay of a century, while others underwent retrogressive succession, transforming into secondary meadows. Consequently, a significant portion of the Changbai Mountain primordial forest became devoid of wildlife, complicating the predatory endeavors of the formidable Wang. Furthermore, the incessant influx of tourists rendered the environment rather inconvenient for him. Wang gazed longingly towards the west. For that realm is the true kingdom of animals, a sacred land for serpents. It seems that tonight shall mark the commencement of a journey. Chapter 56. The Amazon primordial forest. Having resolved to embark on this nocturnal venture, it is essential to chart a course to the Amazon. From Changbai Mountain to the Amazon, two primary routes are suitable for Wang. The first route descends from the Heavenly Lake, follows the Songhua River to Tongjiang in Heilongjiang Province, then enters the Heilong River, ultimately leading to the Tartary Strait and, hence, the Pacific Ocean. Then one could swim across Hokkaido, following the currents to the west coast of the United States, then descend along the coastline into Colombia, ultimately entering the pristine Amazon rainforest. Alternatively, one could embark directly from the Yalu River, entering the Pacific Ocean, then following the same route, albeit passing through Japan's main islands. After careful consideration, Wang decided against the second route, opting instead for the first. As night quickly approached, Wang emerged from Tianqi Lake and swam ashore. After surveying the area and finding no signs of humanity, he ventured into the forest, preparing to traverse the Tianqi mountain range before entering the river. In truth, it mattered little to Wang if he were discovered by humans, for he was already prepared to leave this place. Perhaps, for the sake of secrecy, he might even resort to silencing any witnesses. After all, he had engaged in such actions before. Under the shroud of night, Wang successfully descended from the Tianqi mountain range and entered the river basin. A full year, over a year, in fact, had passed since he had navigated numerous obstacles to finally arrive at the Amazon. As he hovered, resting at the riverbed of the Amazon, his emotions surged with excitement. Although he had spent more than a year and faced countless challenges, reaching his destination made all the sacrifices worthwhile. At this moment, it had been 1 year and 20 days since Wang departed from Tianqi. During this time, he had traversed the Songhua River, the Heilong River, entered the Pacific Ocean, journeyed from Hokkaido to the west coast of the United States, and at long last, on this day, entered the waters of the Amazon River. Throughout this journey, Wang encountered several perils. On one occasion, in the abyssal depths of the Pacific, I encountered a colossal, prehistoric shark exceeding 20 meters in length. This primeval leviathan, a formidable apex predator, was undoubtedly an ancient species, a carnivorous fish that had thrived since the Jurassic period. My recollection of the black dragon's memories provided precise details. This type of prehistoric shark was incredibly ferocious, with a violent temperament, lacking scales, yet possessing extraordinary speed, surpassing my own. Its most terrifying attribute was its immense bite force. Being caught in its jaws would have been a dire predicament. Only after considerable effort and sustaining minor injuries was I able to vanquish it. On several other occasions in the ocean, I encountered a 30-meter whale shark and a swarm of deep-sea electric eels. The whale shark did not pose a significant threat, but the deep-sea electric eels discharged voltages ranging from 300 to 800 volts, potentially lethal, within a 3 to 6 meter radius in the water. Individuals have been known to be stunned by the electric discharge, even drowning as a result. Hence, electric eels are often referred to as the high-voltage lines of the sea. The multitude of deep-sea electric eels compelled me to retreat hastily, not daring to linger. Besides the deep-sea electric eels, the most alarming encounter was with sperm whales. Sperm whales are carnivorous cetaceans that prey on smaller fish. Moreover, I encountered not just one, but a pod of sperm whales. Sperm whales are gregarious creatures, typically forming small groups of 5 to 10 individuals, and sometimes aggregating into larger herds of several hundred. At times, they frolic mischievously upon the ocean. Yet their nature stands in stark contrast to that of the blue whale and the humpback whale. They are formidable and fierce, with other creatures finding it nearly impossible to escape once ensnared by their jaws. Among the pod of sperm whales, the largest can reach an astonishing length of 40 meters. When confronted by these formidable sperm whales, even the mighty king of the land must turn and take a detour, too wary to engage in battle. This revelation imparts to him that the depths of the ocean are indeed not a realm where a terrestrial titan such as himself can tread lightly. Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, he harbors no fear, but the crux lies in the fact that his adversaries gather in formidable numbers as an entire species mobilizes, greatly amplifying their combat prowess. Thus, in his quest to swiftly reach the Amazon, he opts to navigate the surface of the sea, thereby sidestepping many unnecessary troubles. After a journey spanning 1 year and 20 days, he finally arrives at the banks of the Amazon River. However, to his astonishment, upon entering the primordial forest of the Amazon, he encounters a 20-meter-long adult green anaconda. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would be exceedingly rare, although the adult anaconda ultimately retreats in response to his imposing presence. This encounter serves as a sobering reminder for him not to underestimate the creatures dwelling within the Amazonian wilderness. Who knows what unknown and powerful beings may reside therein? Despite having been the undisputed sovereign of the land, he now finds himself in a true kingdom of beasts. According to human records, the Amazonian green anaconda ranks as the largest snake in the world, reaching lengths of up to 10 meters and weighing over 225 kilograms, with a girth comparable to that of an adult man's torso. The adult green anaconda is a fearsome predator, and at this moment, had there been any observers present, they would likely stand in astonished disbelief at the sight before them. The spectacle unfolding before him was utterly astounding. A colossal anaconda, nearing 20 meters in length, lay in plain sight. Yet, the truly remarkable aspect was not its size, but the fact that this immense serpent, without even sighting another creature, was seemingly terrified by its mere presence, prompting it to flee in disarray. Such a tale would be met with disbelief by most, an anomaly of the highest order. Having weathered several perilous encounters in the ocean, Wongbadeo had learned not to underestimate other creatures. The Amazon, a realm yet to be fully explored by humankind, held countless unknown dangers, the extent of which remained a mystery to Wongbadeo. Prudence, therefore, was paramount, lest he meet an ignominious end. After a day of respite on the riverbed, during which he hunted and devoured numerous fish, Wongbadeo finally commenced his journey, venturing into the depths of the Amazonian rainforest. Of course, the fringes of the Amazon were merely secondary forests, regenerated woodlands that had sprung up in the wake of deforestation some 2 decades prior. The density of the primary forest had previously obstructed sunlight, rendering the soil beneath barren. Thus, humans had felled the primeval trees, allowing for the subsequent growth of vegetation that seldom exceeded 5 or 6 meters in height. The ample spacing between these trees permitted the unbridled penetration of sunlight. Several days later, Wongbadeo at long last entered the true primary forest, where a dense canopy shielded him from the sun's rays, causing the temperature to drop noticeably. The forest's interior was dimly lit, shrouded in an eerie gloom that instilled a sense of trepidation. However, Wongbadeo found himself quite content in this environment. After all, snakes generally favored dark, humid locales. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the forest. Wongbadeo initially mistook the sight for a flash of lightning, only to discover that a decayed tree was toppling ahead. The fall of such a tree is a commonplace occurrence in the tropical rainforest. However, witnessing it during the dry season, devoid of wind or rain, is indeed a rarity. Driven by curiosity, Wongbadeo paddled closer. Upon nearing, he discerned that the base of the grand tree was infested with termites. Though these termites appeared diminutive in comparison to him, he could still make out their distinct features. Termites were twice the size of ordinary ants, possessing 2 pairs of wings that, despite their similarity in shape and vein structure, were longer than their bodies, allowing them to engage in brief flights. Wongbadeo held little interest in the termites. His intention was to delve deeper into the surroundings before contemplating other matters. Furthermore, he had yet to decide on a suitable location to make his home, and for now, his priority was to familiarize himself with the environment before claiming his territory. Chapter 57. Claiming territory after a fortnight, Wongbadeo ventured further into the primordial forest, traversing approximately 500 miles, only to be confronted by a vast swamp. His sentiments towards swamps were far from favorable, particularly regarding the creatures that inhabited them. Such swamps typically harbored numerous crocodiles. A mere glance revealed several crocodiles concealed beneath the murky waters. Indifferent to the lurking reptiles, Wongbadeo remained unconcerned. He was confident that no crocodile would dare challenge him. The sheer aura he emanated was sufficient to instill fear in most creatures, and those bold enough to provoke him were exceedingly rare on land. The colossal python, measuring an astounding 28 meters, possessed a physique larger than that of a water tank, its fearsome appearance capable of inducing sheer terror. The scales, approximately the size of a palm, gleamed with a lustrous black sheen, exuding a metallic luster. Particularly striking was the white line that adorned its spinal column, enhancing its alluring yet perilous allure. It is hard to believe that anyone could stand before such a giant and remain composed enough to appreciate its beauty. Long overdue for a cleansing, the python, named Wang Bad Dao, leapt from the shore into the swamp with a resounding splash, sending other creatures into a panicked flight. Even the crocodiles, who typically reigned supreme in the marshes, could not withstand the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Bad Dao. After swimming several laps, the swamp was left desolate, with only the giant python remaining as all other animals fled in terror. After his refreshing bath, dusk began to fall. Wang Bad Dao intended to traverse the swamp and seek a suitable territory to claim as his own. The Amazon was teeming with creatures, with most areas dominated by the strongest inhabitants, having already been established as territories. Should Wang Bad Dao desire a region occupied by another formidable beast, he would have no choice but to eliminate or expel the current ruler before seizing the land for himself. On the edge of the swamp, he spotted a group of hippos drinking at the riverbank, and he stealthily approached. Suddenly, with a powerful splash, he erupted from the water, sending the hippos into a frenzy of alarmed cries, successfully capturing a young hippo that had wandered too close to the riverbank. Wang Bad Dao paid no further heed to the panicked herd fleeing in all directions. After consuming an entire baby hippopotamus, Wang Bad Dao casually sought a spot to refine it, confident that no creature would dare to disturb him. By the time he finished refining the hippopotamus, darkness had enveloped the land, and the night had descended. Wang Bad Dao had no intention of traveling in the dark. Instead, he began practicing the Shi Huang Ju. Speaking of the Shi Huang Ju, Wang Bad Dao felt a mixture of love and hate. Over the course of 1 year and 2 months, he had devoted considerable effort to its practice, yet he still found himself unable to grasp its essence. While other techniques were relatively easy to initiate, becoming increasingly challenging as one progressed, the Shi Huang Ju posed a formidable barrier to entry, demanding immense comprehension and fortuitous circumstances. However, once one truly entered its realm, the speed of cultivation would far surpass that of any other method. The third cultivation diagram comprised 28 runes. Each rune refined would significantly enhance one's cultivation. Completing all 28 runes would lead one to the supreme realm of breaking through the void, with further advancement into the legendary realm. Within the divine cultivation stages, condensing energy into a solid form, entering the subtle realm, seeing the divine without decay, and breaking through the void presented immense challenges at every level. Yet, the Shi Huang Ju lacked such bottlenecks. Once initiated, it merely required the investment of time to achieve the state of breaking through the void. This is the true strength of the Shi Huang Ju. Furthermore, its most formidable aspect lies in its potential to break through into the legendary realm. After a night of cultivation, Wang Bad Dao found himself no closer to understanding the third diagram. Opening his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze, and he could not help but sigh within. This Shi Huang Ju is truly perplexing. Has my aptitude truly diminished? Or is it that my opportunity has yet to arrive? Wang Bad Dao entertained doubts regarding his aptitude, yet he swiftly dismissed the notion. Given that the Shi Huang decision places paramount importance on comprehension, and Wang Bad Dao deemed his own comprehension to be of a superior caliber, he ultimately attributed the difficulty to the Shi Huang decision's extreme nature. Despite the arduous nature of cultivating the Shi Huang decision, Wang Bad Dao had no intention of relinquishing it, nor would he ever. However, as he progressed in his cultivation of the Shi Huang decision, Wang Bad Dao began to experience a tickling sensation in his throat, an irresistible urge to cough. Yet, what he expelled was not saliva, but rather a surge of intensely frigid air. This phenomenon had commenced 5 months prior, when Wang Bad Dao was still en route. At times, even in conditions of extreme heat, he could cough forth a blast of frigid air capable of encasing objects in ice. This frigid air possessed formidable power. Wang Bad Dao was convinced that, with deeper cultivation of the Shi Huang decision, the enhanced potency of this ability would undoubtedly become one of his trump cards, potentially even surpassing the potency of venom, a lingering fascination with the giant monitor lizard. Wang Bad Dao harbored some apprehension, as his own anomaly was exceedingly rare. Even within the memories of the Black Dragon, there was no information pertaining to this. Of course, Wang Bad Dao had already assimilated 30 to 40% of the Black Dragon's memories, and he believed that in another 2 or 3 years, he would be able to fully absorb them, integrating them into his own. However, the Black Dragon's memories were partially fragmented, offering limited assistance to Wang Bad Dao. Unable to fathom the situation, Wang Bad Dao ceased his idle speculation. He pondered within himself, contemplating the optimal location for his domain. given that nearly all of the Amazon region was occupied by other formidable creatures. Only by vanquishing the current lord of a territory could one seize that territory and become its master. Wang Bad-Dao ultimately resolved to set his sights on the western expanse of the Amazon rainforest, drawn by the abundance of flowing waters. For he had no desire to venture into arid territories. Having established the West as his target for development, he eagerly awaited the dawn to commence his conquest. As the cool, nascent light of daybreak unfurled, the sun roused the tropical rainforest from its slumber. With the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds infusing the vibrant ecosystem with life. In the tranquil forest, a colossal python's head emerged slowly from the underbrush, flicking its forked tongue intermittently, creating an aura of dread. This enormous serpent, revealing its full length, measured an astonishing 28 meters. Wang Bad-Dao had been in the Amazon rainforest for 3 months, and in this vast territory spanning 500 miles, he had undeniably become the singular sovereign. Indeed, he had ascended to the throne of this woodland realm, possessing a formidable 28-meter physique and unparalleled strength, bolstered by an immense internal energy and deadly venom, rendering him invincible in this domain. Over the past 3 months, Wang Bad-Dao had thoroughly acquainted himself with his dominion. While he may not have known every blade of grass or tree, he had certainly grasped the landscape's contours. During his conquest of this vast territory, he had successfully intimidated 3 formidable pythons into retreat and vanquished a 6-meter-long alligator. Perhaps due to an innate understanding among kindred spirits, the 3 pythons sensed Wang Bad-Dao's terrifying prowess and chose to withdraw without a fight, while the 6-meter alligator, oblivious to its peril, ultimately demonstrated the wisdom of the python's decision. In the dominion of Wang Bad-Dao, which extends 500 miles, there exists a marshland spanning 7 or 8 miles, a tributary of the Amazon River, and 13 majestic mountain ranges that form the very structure of this territory. Wang Bad-Dao, however, harbors an aversion to residing in the marsh. Thus he has established his lair within a cave nestled between the marsh and the tributary of the Amazon River. In contrast to other locales, he finds solace in the cave, as it offers sanctuary from the elements. Within the vast 500 miles of his domain, the number of creatures that can claim such territory is exceedingly scant. Despite his authority over this extensive expanse, Wang Bad-Dao remains dissatisfied. To him, 500 miles, while substantial for other beings, feels rather diminutive. His ambition is to unify the entire Amazon rainforest and ascend as the true sovereign. Yet, he senses the presence of several entities within the forest that can rival his own aura. Though these beings are considerably weaker, effortlessly vanquishing them seems a daunting task. Thus, he resolves to cultivate his strength further before acting, believing that time will work to his advantage. After all, Wang Bad-Dao's rate of growth is unparalleled by that of other creatures. It is not fear that drives him, but rather a sense of prudence. As long as his existence remains unthreatened, there is no necessity to provoke those who may pose a potential danger to him. In the early morning, a delicate mist envelopes the earth like a gossamer veil. At this moment, nature awakens, and various creatures in the forest begin to stir. In the early morning, the hunt for prey is a habitual practice for the formidable king of the jungle. After surveying his territory, he ultimately sets his sights on a group of hippos. Despite the Amazon's rich biodiversity, boasting over 2,000 species of fish and more than 1,600 species of birds, along with countless insects and other creatures both imaginable and unimaginable, most animals are simply too diminutive to satiate his appetite. However, a single hippo, if captured, would suffice to sustain him for an entire day. In contrast, smaller animals such as fish and birds would require the capture of hundreds or even thousands to quell his hunger. Given the opportunity for choice, the king naturally prefers to expend minimal effort by capturing a hippo in one fell swoop. As he glides toward a small tributary, he submerges himself in the water, concealing his massive form beneath the surface. Yet, the increase in his size presents a challenge, as finding a suitable hiding spot becomes increasingly difficult. The enormity of the 28-meter python is beyond comprehension. When coiled, it can encompass an expanse of 5 to 6 meters. Not long after, the king observes a hippo leisurely approaching from the depths. He is poised and prepared for the imminent hunt. Indeed, the king's prowess is formidable. He is undeterred even in the presence of an entire pod of hippos. However, this does not imply that hippos are devoid of terror. They are the largest freshwater omnivorous mammals, belonging to one of the 2 extant species within the hippopotamidae family, the other being the pygmy hippopotamus. They favor habitats near rivers, swamps, and areas abundant with reeds. In the realm of existence, foraging, mating, birthing, and nurturing all transpire within the aquatic embrace, marking it as the largest terrestrial mammal with an expansive maw. Typically, a hippopotamus measures between 1 and 2 meters in length, with an average weight reaching approximately 3 tons. While the formidable Wombatdeo possesses the capability to engulf an adult hippopotamus, doing so would inevitably hinder his mobility and prowess. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Wombatdeo generally refrains from consuming prey significantly larger than himself. However, his true target is not the mature hippopotamus, but rather its vulnerable offspring. Wombatdeo stealthily lurks beneath the water's surface, quietly approaching a congregation of hippopotamuses at the riverbed. The hippopotamuses before him are encased in a thick layer of skin, a bluish-black hue adorned with brick-red patterns. Except for a few short hairs on their tails, their bodies are nearly devoid of fur. Yet, the hippopotamus is laden with fat, making it more challenging to digest than other animals, which is one of the reasons Wombatdeo opts to hunt them. Suddenly, Wombatdeo observes an intriguing development. Another creature shares his intentions. A Nile crocodile is also stealthily approaching the hippopotamuses. Typically, hippopotamuses need not fear the Nile crocodile, as both species coexist in a state of relative peace. On occasion, the crocodile may prey on solitary young hippopotamuses, while the hippopotamus has been known to attack crocodiles, with records of them even dispatching smaller Nile crocodiles. Upon spotting the Nile crocodile, Wombatdeo does not rush to hunt. Instead, he chooses to observe from the sidelines, for this too is a delightful aspect of life. Having been reborn as a python, Wombatdeo finds himself devoid of other forms of entertainment, unlike humans, who are surrounded by leisure activities and fear not the lack of entertainment, but rather the absence of time to indulge in it. The Nile crocodile finally approached the hippopotamus pod, and with a sudden strike, successfully preyed upon a hippopotamus calf. Just as Wombatdeo believed the matter concluded, a colossal male hippopotamus king, several times larger than ordinary hippos, erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, it launched a fierce assault on the nearby crocodile, its cavernous maw clamping down with brutal force. Caught completely off guard, the Nile crocodile was struck squarely. To Wombatdeo's astonishment, the crocodile was cleaved in two by the hippopotamus's bite, a result that defied his expectations. Although Wombatdeo was aware of the hippopotamus's formidable bite force, he never imagined it capable of killing a fully grown Nile crocodile. Hippopotamuses spend their days submerged in water, exposing only their nostrils and eyes above the surface. They can hold their breath for up to 6 minutes and continue to walk on the riverbed. Hippopotamuses are notoriously irrational creatures, fiercely territorial, and engage in frenzied battles against hippos that encroach upon their domain, a trait that resonates with Wombatdeo. Moreover, in the heat of combat, they disregard the safety of nearby calves, which are often trampled or bitten to death. After the hippopotamus king had slain the crocodile, Wombatdeo once again presumed the ordeal over. However, events took an unforeseen turn. A colossal, scaled fish, measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, suddenly erupted from the riverbed with lightning speed. As the hippopotamus, fresh from its kill and with blood staining the water's surface, began to retreat, the fish seized it in its jaws. The hippopotamus was as if crafted from tofu, effortlessly reduced to a pulpy mess. The fish's gaping maw resembled a meat grinder, concealing immense power. "Is that a Dunkleistus?" Wombatdeo exclaimed inwardly. However, this is simply implausible. The Dunkleistus has been extinct for approximately 300 to 400 million years. How could it possibly still exist in the Amazon? The Dunkleistus is a quintessential representative of the Placoderm family, renowned as the largest member of the known armored fish lineage. It thrived during the Devonian period, roughly 360 to 415 million years ago, as a colossal carnivorous fish with astonishing biting force. Reigning supreme in the seas of the Silurian and Devonian eras, it possessed the most formidable bite force recorded among all known organisms on Earth, coupled with an incredible suction capability. While sharks are often regarded as the most ferocious creatures of the ocean, it would be quite poignant for the Dunkleistus to reflect upon its premature demise, especially upon learning that modern sharks, with bite forces of less than 1 ton, continue to dominate the seas. The Dunkleistus boasted an astounding bite force exceeding 11,000 pounds, 5 tons, making it the strongest known predator in terms of biting power. Even a shark would be effortlessly cleaved in two by a single bite. Positioned at the pinnacle of the marine food chain, the Dunkleosteus could prey upon any creature inhabiting the Devonian oceans. It may well have been the first sovereign of beasts on Earth, existing 175 million years prior to the emergence of the first terrestrial dinosaur. Despite its formidable nature, the sheer size of the Dunkleosteus ultimately hampered its speed and agility, leading it to be outpaced by smaller sharks and other predatory fish throughout the course of evolution. Coupled with the changing environmental conditions of Earth, it gradually receded from the stage of biological proliferation and evolution. Wang Badu was engulfed in confusion, pondering how it could be possible for a Dunkleosteus to still survive in this era. Wang Badu is not an expert in prehistoric creatures. His knowledge of the dang fish stems from the minuscule fragments of information absorbed from the memories of the black dragon. Perhaps this slight awareness was sparked by the black dragon's fleeting curiosity towards the first sovereign of beasts that suddenly emerged on Earth. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Badu discovered that this dang fish had undergone degeneration. Although its speed was unparalleled, its bite force had diminished, estimated to be no more than 2 tons. Yet, even such a bite force is immensely formidable, surpassing that of sharks by a factor of 2, allowing it to claim a dominant position among marine species. The bite force of the most powerful great white shark does not exceed 1.8 tons. While it has no natural enemies, it does have rivals, with orcas being capable of slaying great white sharks in the ocean. Regarding this degenerated dang fish, Wang Badu had no intention of engaging it in a deadly struggle. Although he was confident in his ability to slay it, the dang fish's speed far exceeded his own, at least doubling it. This was solely in the water, of course. To vanquish the dang fish would require a significant price to pay. If the dang fish were to flee with determination, Wang Badu would undoubtedly be unable to pursue it, and it would be wise to refrain from such an ungrateful endeavor. While he had no plans to combat, there was also no need to shy away from the dang fish's might. Should the dang fish foolishly dare to provoke him, Wang Badu would not hesitate to demonstrate the majesty of the sovereign of beasts. As the formidable dang fish prepared to feast upon the hippopotamus, the mighty Wang Badu suddenly leapt from beneath the water, rising half its body above the surface, its cold, piercing gaze radiating a lethal intent. The river, being a tributary, was relatively shallow, approximately 5 to 6 meters deep, with even shallower waters along the edges. The murky surface, choked with dense aquatic vegetation, allowed Wang Badu to remain concealed from other creatures. In a sudden burst, a colossal python emerged, sending the surrounding animals scattering in terror. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming aura exuding from Wang Badu, the dang fish froze mid-consumption of the hippopotamus's plasma, emitting an extraordinarily eerie hiss as a warning. Wang Badu responded with a resounding cry, its voice expansive and commanding, overshadowing even the impressive 7 to 8 meter length of the dang fish. The dang fish, a dominant ruler of the Amazon River basin, had undergone regression, its biting force diminished several-fold compared to its ancestors. However, this sacrifice had granted it unparalleled speed, allowing it to maintain its status as a sovereign even in marine realms. Yet, at this moment, the dang fish quailed in the face of the python's overwhelming presence, one that surpassed all others it had encountered in its riverine domain. While this serpent was not the largest it had ever faced, the animal instinctively recognized the immense power concealed within it, rivaling even the most formidable monarchs of the Amazon. Overcome with trepidation, the dang fish swiftly retreated beneath the water, choosing to flee rather than linger. In doing so, it spared Wang Badu the effort. Had the dang fish persisted in its folly, Wang Badu would not have hesitated to send it on its final journey. The hippopotamus king was mauled into a bloody slurry by the Dunkleosteus. Its remains were scattered throughout the river, and Wang Badu devoured them until he felt somewhat satiated. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Amazon. A sovereign who reigns supreme today may very well be a pile of bleached bones tomorrow. This is the law of the jungle. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, and the relentless predation of the strong upon the weak are eternal themes within the Amazonian rainforest. The finite nature of survival resources in the natural world inevitably leads to competition for survival and procreation. Creatures lacking sufficient strength are eliminated, becoming sustenance for those higher in the food chain. The adage big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat silt aptly describes this phenomenon. Wang Badao understood that only strength is genuine. The United States invasion of Iraq, devoid of any real justification, stemmed solely from its power. It fabricated reasons, such as the search for weapons of mass destruction or the liberation of Iraq to establish democracy. During the Iraq War, the U.S. military's technologically advanced arsenal mercilessly crushed a nearly defenseless Iraq, much like a leopard toying with a gazelle on the African savanna. The more elusive something is, the more it is cherished. Wang Badao had always sought a tranquil life, desiring only to cultivate in peace, pursue the highest realms, break free from the shackles of life, or even achieve the extravagant hope of immortality. However, reality rarely mirrors such idyllic visions. His journey had been fraught with bloodshed. If you do not kill, you will be killed. At this moment of rare tranquility, Wang Badao cherishes his peaceful existence. He cannot fathom that there might still be humans lurking within the depths of the Amazon rainforest, seeking to disrupt his solitude. Lying in a sunlit spot, he indulges in a delightful sunbath, after which he begins his practice of the Shi Huang Ju. The cultivation of Shi Huang Ju is an essential daily ritual. Regardless of whether he can achieve a breakthrough, he has never missed a single day. Wang Badao remains uncertain whether diligence can compensate for his shortcomings. Yet he is resolute in his belief that life must be imbued with purpose. No matter how lengthy the journey may be, it can still be traversed step by step. Conversely, even the shortest path cannot be reached without taking the first step. If one ceases to cultivate due to temporary setbacks, they may forever remain stagnant. The Shi Huang Ju places great emphasis on comprehension, and Wang Badao has devoted himself to studying the 28 symbols within the third cultivation diagram. These symbols are arranged according to the 28 lunar mansions. Wang Badao does not claim extensive knowledge of the 28 lunar mansions. He can only say he possesses a superficial understanding. The 28 lunar mansions were delineated by ancient scholars to observe the movements of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, serving to indicate their positions. Each cardinal direction contains 7 mansions. The eastern azure dragon comprises Jiao, Kong, Ji, Fang, Xin, Wei, and Ji. The northern black tortoise includes Do, Niu, Nu, Su, Wei, Shi, and Bai. The western white tiger consists of Kuei, Lu, Wei, Shang, Bai, Zi, and Shun. And the southern vermilion bird contains Jing, Gui, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Zhun. Similar concepts of the 28 mansions can also be found in ancient Indian, Persian, and Arabic traditions. The deeper one delves into the study of the 28 lunar mansions, the more profound and intricate their mysteries become. For over a year, Wang Badao has been diligently studying the 28 sigils corresponding to the first star of the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon, known as Jiao. After all, one cannot consume an entire fattened beast in a single bite. Wang Badao is well aware that greed can lead one astray. Suddenly, while immersed in the profound understanding of the Shi Huang decision, he was interrupted by a faint noise, accompanied by the unmistakable aura of kin. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Amazon, a kingdom of animals where sensing the presence of one's kind is hardly remarkable. However, what was peculiar was not the appearance of 1 or a dozen pythons, but rather the sudden arrival of thousands of them collectively into his territory. Was this not extraordinary? Wang Badao, filled with ire at this disruption of his cultivation, ceased his meditation. Not far ahead, he noticed a colossal python gliding towards him from 500 meters away. This magnificent serpent measured approximately 16 meters in length, adorned with a twisted pattern and cloud-like markings, with a yellow-brown blotch upon its back. By all appearances, it was a genuine black-spotted python, a creature of extraordinary rarity capable of growing to such lengths. Yet, for Wang Badao, its rarity was merely a curiosity, not a cause for alarm. To the outside world, however, even if they were to witness it slain, they would find it hard to believe that a black-spotted python could attain such dimensions. This black-spotted python seemed to be in a hurry, inadvertently trespassing into Wang Badao's domain. Upon spotting him from 500 meters away, it was seized by panic, its proud head lowered abruptly, bowing to the ground as it flicked its tongue, moving slowly away. Though devoid of intelligence, the lowering of its head signified submission to a superior. Regarding the black-spotted python, Wang Badao did not pursue a complete extermination upon realizing the python's awareness. He chose to disregard it and continued on his path to investigate the reason behind the multitude of pythons encroaching upon his territory. Moreover, through his senses, Wang Bidheo discerned that the vast congregation of pythons was indeed heading in his direction. Thus, he decided to remain still, coiling upon the ground and concealing his presence. Otherwise, as the distance between him and the python horde diminished, they might sense his aura and hesitate to approach. After all, in the realm of animals, the concept of territory is deeply ingrained in their consciousness. Weaker creatures would never dare infringe upon the domain of a more formidable one, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 59. The Valley of Snakes. The python horde gradually approached, and the sight was such that a significant portion of the jungle was enveloped by countless serpents, each one, regardless of size, exuding a menacing and fearsome appearance. Particularly, due to their varied species and colors, the jungle was instantaneously transformed into a vibrant sea of hues. However, suddenly, they ceased all movement, plunging the jungle into an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the sound of flicking tongues. For before them lay a colossal black python, obstructing their path. The black python raised its head in fury, its eyes glinting with a chilling light. With an enraged hiss, the python horde began to stir restlessly. Wang Bidheo elevated himself slightly, gazing down upon the throng of pythons. His piercing shriek, imbued with an aura of power, has quelled the serpent horde, bringing their movements to a halt as they lower their formerly proud heads, bowing silently to the ground, awaiting the decree of the strong. This scene is beyond the imagination of the ordinary. Tens of thousands of serpents lie still, prostrate before a colossal python that could rightly be deemed a behemoth. Were this spectacle to be captured on film and shared with the human world, it would undoubtedly astound all who witness it. Wang Bidheo observes the serpents with keen interest. At the forefront lies a golden python of an indeterminate species. What serpent could possibly earn the designation of giant in Wang Bidheo's eyes? By his standards, it must measure at least 15 meters to be considered a true giant. Yet, in human terms, Wang Bidheo's understanding falters. Any python slightly larger could be deemed a giant, with 5 meters often serving as the benchmark. This unidentified golden python stretches an astonishing 24 meters in length, its head flattened, tail cylindrical, and devoid of scales. Faint patterns sprawling across its body. As if sensing Wang Bidheo's wrath, the golden python trembles, lying motionless upon the earth, its quivering form the only indication of its vitality, dispelling any notion that it may be a lifeless creature. Should this moment be witnessed by other pythons of equal stature to the golden one, they would surely exclaim in disbelief. The ferocity of the golden python is well known among the serpents of the Amazon. Yet, at this moment, it lies as docile as a kitten, awaiting its fate. It is crucial to remember that the golden python preys upon formidable creatures, including ambushing caimans and other large animals. Even creatures like crocodiles could be effortlessly hunted, yet this golden python, which dared to attack them, was now trembling and begging for mercy. Such a tale might seem implausible to other pythons. Of course, this is merely an observation, as the golden python instinctively sensed the power of the black python before it. As a fellow serpent, it could discern the disparity in strength more accurately than other animals. The black python could dispatch it in an instant. Moreover, the golden python was astonished to find that the black python was no less formidable than the king of the Amazonian python clan. Hiss! Wang Bidheo raised his head and roared once more, causing the golden python to tremble even more violently. Wang Bidheo had no intention of killing the golden python, as pythons were already scarce. It was estimated that there were no more than 100 pythons exceeding 15 meters in length throughout the entire Amazon rainforest. In relation to the vast expanse of the 7 million square kilometer Amazon rainforest, 100 was still far too few. After intimidating the golden python, Wang Bidheo turned and departed, clearing the path and concealing himself. Seeing the black python slither away, the python horde resumed their journey. The rustling sound of their movement once again echoed through the jungle, causing other animals to flee in terror. Just as Wang Bidheo was about to follow, he suddenly sensed another group of pythons traversing the edge of his territory from another direction, and their destination, or rather, their objective, was the same. This piqued Wang Bidheo's intense curiosity. What could be attracting them to travel in such large numbers? Could there be some treasure? Upon this reflection, Wang Bidheo could not help but chuckle at his own derision. What treasures could possibly be found among this herd of unwise creatures? It dawned upon him that it was the onset of spring, the season for serpentine procreation. Yet, that could not be the sole reason. For the recent gathering of pythons numbered at least 30 to 40,000, their movements exhibiting a remarkable orderliness, indicating that their purpose transcended mere mating. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Wang Dao followed the trail of the serpents, determined to uncover the source of their allure. In the midst of this monotonous forest, a dash of intrigue was a welcome diversion. Remaining stationary for too long could breed tedium. As he ventured further behind the python throng, Wang Dao found himself traversing beyond his own territory, crossing a tributary of the Amazon River, navigating through vast swamps, and ascending several mountain ranges. Suddenly, he sensed an increasing multitude of pythons, a clear indication that he was nearing his destination. Before him lay an immense mountain range, stretching endlessly for hundreds of miles. The undulating peaks and interwoven hills formed a majestic tapestry of mountainous terrain. Nestled between two grand ranges was a deep gorge, into which the serpents were striving to ascend, eager to breach the mountains and enter the chasm. The mountains were adorned with towering trees while underbrush and vines were scarce, likely a consequence of the python's perennial ascents and wanderings. From his vantage point at the mountain's base, Wang Dao could occasionally glimpse the unfolding scenes within. Yet, as he cast his eyes upward, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, for the pythons were simply overwhelming in number. He estimated there to be at least 100,000. Doubt began to gnaw at him. Had every python from the primordial forests of the Amazon converged in this singular location? At this moment, had there been any humans present, they would likely have been utterly petrified. The sight of over 100,000 serpents coiling together was truly surreal. The mountains were almost entirely enveloped by these serpents, a sight that could easily induce a heart attack in the faint-hearted. As Wang Dao approached, he discerned that among the multitude of serpents, most were small, measuring just a few meters in length, though a significant number spanned around 10 meters. Only a handful exceeded 15 meters, including the formidable 16-meter-long black-spotted python that had intruded upon Wang Dao's territory, alongside a golden giant python. Those towering over 20 meters were exceedingly rare, with merely 4 specimens present. Among these 4 colossal pythons, one was a 24-meter-long unidentified golden python, the second a 23-meter-long golden flower python, the third a 24.5-meter-long netted python, and the last a 23-meter-long giant anaconda. It was evident that these 4 titans had also noticed Wang Dao at the foot of the mountain. His imposing physique radiated an indomitable aura. In comparison, the 4 pythons, typically regarded as rulers of their domain, appeared diminutive and secondary, especially the golden giant python, whose body trembled slightly, clearly still haunted by the fear of Wang Dao. As the only one among the 4 to have encountered him up close, the golden giant python understood the true terror of Wang Dao more profoundly. At the base of the mountain, Wang Dao did not rush forward. He leisurely trailed behind the serpentine throng. Of course, no serpent dared to approach within a kilometer of Wang Dao. Even the smallest snakes could sense Wang Dao's dread, and dared not offend him in the slightest. For offending a powerful being comes at an unimaginable cost, perhaps even life itself. Accompanying the serpentine throng, Wang Dao ascended the mountain, gradually closing the distance between himself and the 4 colossal pythons. As they drew nearer, the 4 serpents grew increasingly uneasy, for they could more clearly perceive Wang Dao's imposing aura. Abruptly, Wang Dao bounded forward with lightning speed, a series of sonic booms echoing in the air behind him. Before the 4 pythons could even register their alarm or assume a defensive posture, Wang Dao had already reached them. In his wake, countless snakes were crushed beneath his immense form. Having grown to a length of 28 meters and achieved the great perfection of chi refining, Wang Dao's velocity, while not significantly enhanced, was more than sufficient to reach 1/3 of the speed of sound in a sudden burst. Among all serpents, his swiftness was undoubtedly unparalleled. As an amphibious python, Wang Dao reigned supreme both on land and in water. Regardless of the environment, he could unleash his full potential, unlike before when his combat prowess diminished in aquatic environments. The previous decline in underwater combat effectiveness stemmed from Wang Dao's infrequent sojourns in the water, resulting in a disparity in his capabilities compared to land. Having dwelled in Tianchi Lake for nearly 2 years and subsequently navigated the vast ocean for a year, Wang Dao could now unleash his full prowess in the aquatic realm. Hiss! The 4 colossal serpents coiled defensively, emitting uneasy hisses. Hiss! In stark contrast to the subdued hisses of the 4 serpents, Wang Dao's roar resonated powerfully. The emotionless eyes of the four serpents seemed to betray a flicker of internal conflict, almost leading Wang Bideo to question his perception. Ultimately, under Wang Bideo's frigid gaze, the four serpents succumbed to submission. Scaling the mountain range proved to be a time-consuming endeavor for Wang Bideo, owing to its immense scale and towering height. The labyrinthine mountain range, with its rocky precipices and treacherous paths, presented numerous impassable obstacles, even for a serpent's form. After navigating a circuitous route, he finally ascended to the mountain's apex, where he beheld the enigmatic canyon that had piqued his curiosity. From the mountain's vantage point, wisps of mist meandered above the Grand Canyon, partially obscuring its scenic splendor. Far removed from the clamor and commotion, the mundane and the ostentatious, Wang Bideo discovered an unexpected fondness for this tranquil existence. Descending the mountain range, he arrived at the canyon's entrance, where the gentle murmur of flowing water emanated from within. Gazing ahead, he observed a glistening stream coursing through the canyon's ravines. The canyon's entrance was adorned with verdant foliage, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The babbling stream, while not impeccably pristine, surpassed the heavily polluted rivers of urban environments. However, this also suggested that the stream's source was likely a marsh. Regrettably, the idyllic scene was marred by an infestation of serpents. The mountain stream teemed with snakes, their forms ubiquitous in the flowing water. The mountain stream was substantial, perhaps 20 to 30 feet across, rivaling a minor tributary of the Amazon. Anacondas glided through the water, while pythons were confined to terrestrial movement. The stream's shallowness impeded King's massive form, compelling him to travel along the bank. The stream culminated in a vast marsh, its water level low, consisting mostly of mud, allowing even pythons to traverse its fringes. Flanking the marsh were mountain walls, adorned with vibrant crimson blossoms, a riot of color. King ventured into the swamp, his presence deterring any serpent from approaching within 1,000 meters. What was the true purpose of this serpentine gathering? Could it genuinely be for procreation? The thought sent a shiver down King's spine. He could swear in good conscience that he harbored no such intentions. He would never engage in such an act. Despite his serpentine form, he possessed sentience, rendering such a notion utterly unacceptable. He had no desire to acquire a snake consort. Indeed, under King's gaze, some of the snakes had already begun to mate. Snakes typically mate between late spring and early summer, laying eggs or bearing young in the summer months, a strategy conducive to their survival. This allows the young snakes ample time to feed and grow, accumulating sufficient energy to endure their first winter, an adaptive reproductive trait. Although some snakes did not engage in mating, nearly all entered the marsh. However, 73 snakes remained on the bank. These 73 were true behemoths, each measuring at least 15 meters in length. Their condition appeared as if they were awaiting something. At this moment, the scene in the swamp was utterly terrifying. One could see a rolling mass of serpentine spheres of various hues in the murky waters, alongside numerous adult snakes, as thick as a man's thigh, entwined together, forming a grotesque ball of serpents. The python swarm hissed, flicking their tongues, raising their heads to reveal crimson tongues, their necks emitting a low hiss, exposing gaping maws lined with razor-sharp fangs, as if poised to strike at any moment. Wang Bideo, disinterested in the serpentine display, swam directly towards the location of the 73 colossal pythons. His immense size had naturally drawn the attention of these giants. Some had previously encountered Wang Bideo and had already indicated their submission, while others had not yet made contact. However, upon sensing his approach, regardless of prior encounters, all the pythons prostrated themselves on the ground in a show of submission. It is a fundamental truth across all species. The weak must bow before the strong. Clearly, Wang Bideo was the most formidable entity among the serpents at that moment. Most of the pythons exhibited a glimmer of instinctive awareness, though devoid of true intelligence. They sensed Wang Bideo's overwhelming power. In the face of such dominance, they could only choose between submission or death. No other paths lay before them. In the animal kingdom, the laws are stark and primal. If you possess strength and wield power, you can act according to your will. The fate of the weak lies entirely in the hands of the strong. Hiss. The swarm of pythons emitted a sound of submission, conveying their acknowledgement of his supremacy. Wang Bideo finally arrived at the bank of the swamp, where the land sprawled wide, larger than a grand plaza, ample enough to accommodate 73 colossal pythons. His arrival prompted the serpents to part ways, as if in reverence to a sovereign. Suddenly, a 17.5-meter black-tailed python emitted a long, piercing shriek. attempting to strike at Wang Badao as he passed by. It seemed unwilling to submit, seeking to challenge him. Yet, while aspirations may be noble, reality often proves harsh. The black-tailed python, suspended in midair, was sent sprawling several meters by a single sweep of Wang Badao's tail, crashing to the ground with a mournful cry. Its fate uncertain. Judging by its labored breaths, it was likely to meet a grim end. The sheer force of that singular blow left the python horde utterly subdued. Their heads bowed low as if wishing to burrow into the earth itself. Wang Badao threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar, a display of might that seemed to halt time itself. This resounding cry carried a profound warning. Do not doubt that the other pythons comprehended its meaning. For the animal kingdom possesses its own languages. They communicate not only through vocalizations, but also through myriad silent expressions, such as graceful movements, vibrant colors, and fragrant scents. Even ultrasonic sounds serve as a unique form of communication. In the realm of nature, numerous creatures employ sound as a means of interaction. Many birds possess sweet, melodious voices, showcasing their prowess as exceptional singers. It is said that the avian languages of the world number in the thousands, rivaling the diversity of human tongues. Some zoologists have dedicated themselves to the study of these avian dialects, compiling their findings into a volume titled A Dictionary of Bird Languages. This lexicon is quite advantageous. As an instance, airborne avians pose a significant hazard to aircraft, for though diminutive, they can penetrate an airplane like bullets, precipitating its descent. Certain aerodromes have now instituted avian vocalization broadcast stations, disseminating the cries of alarmed birds to disperse them, ensuring the secure ascendance and descent of aircraft. Although Wang Badao's Ophidian parlance is rudimentary, he can still articulate simple expressions comprehensible to other serpents, such as amicable greetings, admonitions, menaces, and intimidations. Just as Wang Badao was riding the crest of success, brimming with ambition and poised to assert his dominance, a thunderous roar reverberated from the mountainous jungle. This protracted cry, sufficient to cleave clouds and shatter rocks, resembled a resounding bell, echoing through the firmament with boundless, overwhelming momentum, suppressing and annihilating all else. Wang Badao was palpably taken aback, for he discerned a familiarity in this aura. Upon entering the Amazonian primeval forest, he sensed several auras capable of subtly contending with him, and the creature from the mountains was evidently one of them. The denizen of the mountainous jungle finally materialized, a colossal serpent exceeding 40 meters in length. Entirely alabaster, its scales were as delicate as precious jade, and its approximately 1 meter wide body diameter evoked a sensation of suffocation. It exuded an intense aura, its gaze fixed coldly upon Wang Badao, from which he could perceive a potent homicidal intent. At this juncture, Wang Badao finally comprehended. This was the impetus for the congregation of the Python horde, the object of their anticipation, the veritable sovereign of the Python throng. The mere instant the alabaster serpent materialized, the collective roar of over 100,000 snakes underscored everything. For this white python had always reigned supreme, their true sovereign. Wang Badao was visibly incensed. Moments ago, the serpentine horde had been at his beck and call, only to immediately defect upon the arrival of the white python. Such treachery wounded Wang Badao's pride. A man lives for honor, a Buddha for incense. Wang Badao's magnanimity fell far short. He felt only profound humiliation. The sole recourse was to challenge the white python, to wrest the mantle of Serpent King from its grasp. Chapter 61, Serpent Battle. The white python had commanded the serpent horde for an age, its authority undiminished. Even with Wang Badao displaying comparable strength, it was difficult to overcome the prestige the white python had cultivated over the years. Hence, the snake's swift volte-face upon its arrival. Perhaps the horde's submission to Wang Badao had been merely a facade, born of fear for his power. Wang Badao's only recourse was to challenge the white python and slay it, thereby seizing its dominion. Such was the ruthlessness of the animal kingdom, where only the strongest could lead. Supremacy could only be achieved by vanquishing or killing the current leader. Of course, Wang Badao could have chosen to slink away ignominiously. Thus, Wang Badao was left with no alternative but to issue a challenge. What species of serpent was this? Could it be the extinct Titanoboa? Wang Badao was astonished that the white python was, in fact, a Titanoboa, a species thought to have vanished from the earth. The Titanoboa was a serpent that thrived during the Paleocene epoch, approximately 60 to 58 million years ago. It stands as the largest known snake in history, having gone extinct nearly 58 million years ago. To illustrate, it resembles a magnified version of contemporary pythons, with its primary prey being crocodiles. Following the extinction of the dinosaurs, other carnivorous creatures began to vie for dominance, among which the titanoboa is a most emblematic figure. Modern pythons pale in comparison, as it undoubtedly reigns as the largest snake ever recorded. As the titanoboa locked eyes with the imposing wombat, the latter suddenly raised its head, its gaping maw wide open, emitting a sound that seemed to be a challenge. This sound bore a resemblance to that of a frog, neither a hiss nor a chirp, yet possessing a clearer tone than a frog's, and more continuous in nature. While others may not comprehend this utterance, the python congregation and the titanoboa understood it well. Wombat was issuing a challenge to its sovereignty. It was an affront, a provocation to the majesty of the titanoboa, preparing to contest for the title of king before the entire python clan. The titanoboa had neither the grounds nor the inclination to decline this challenge. To do so would signify its willingness to relinquish the title of the king of serpents. At that moment, all pythons would forsake it and rally under Wombat's banner. The animal kingdom is a realm of stark realities, devoid of genuine loyalty, where only the strongest are revered. With a resounding roar that transcended the realm of mere hissing, the titanoboa let out a call reminiscent of the booming cries of the azure giant python in the Bloodpool forest, strikingly similar in essence. The resonant roar filled Wombat with envy. It was far more imposing than the hissing sound he could muster. Regrettably, no matter how hard he tried, he could never produce such a magnificent sound, for his voice remained confined within the domain of the python's range. The titan boa, seething with rage, revealed its fury through its blood-red eyes. The animal kingdom is a realm of wonder, where territorial instincts run deep. At this moment, Wombat's ambition extended beyond merely usurping its territory. He aspired to usurp its very status. Much like humanity, which has waged countless wars, leaving behind rivers of blood and piles of corpses to defend their lands, animals too are fiercely protective of their domains. Even dogs strive to defend both their owner's territory and their own. Should another dog or creature encroach upon it, they would fight to the death against the intruder. Cats, pigs, wolves, and others share this instinctual drive. As one of the most formidable rulers of the Amazon rainforest, the titan boa, perched atop the food chain, would not tolerate such encroachments. Thus, Wombat's challenge was met with resolve. The two serpents surged forward simultaneously. With a thunderous crash, the two colossal beings collided, both reeling back several meters, leaving the ground pockmarked from the shockwave. Other giant pythons recoiled in astonishment, yet they did not flee. They lingered, awaiting the outcome. Would the reigning monarch prevail, or would a new sovereign emerge? In that moment of collision, Wombat felt a surge of confidence. Though the titan boa, stretching 40 meters in length, possessed greater strength, he sensed that with his inner energy harnessed, he might still hold a slight advantage. However, the speed of Wombat is unparalleled, surpassing even half that of the titan python. Should Wombat choose to evade, it is likely that the titan python would not even graze his scaly hide. At this moment, a venomous concoction brewed within Wombat. He was unaware of the full potency of his toxin, only sensing its overwhelming intensity. This lethal venom is one of Wombat's deadliest weapons, rarely employed since he has grown to his current size, yet today it finds itself in great demand. With a series of tentative strikes against the titan python, Wombat has astutely discerned its true nature: strength abundant, yet speed lacking. This encapsulates the essence of the titan python. In the ensuing battle, Wombat capitalizes on his speed, engaging in a fluid dance with the titan python. The greatest art of combat lies in conquering the mightiest adversary with minimal exertion, a principle Wombat has consistently upheld. As the saying goes, a single surge of energy may lead to exhaustion thereafter. The titan python has unleashed a barrage of attacks, clearly depleting its strength. Given the titan python's volatile temperament, it now roars with fury, relentlessly assaulting its surroundings, leaving the mountainsides in ruins and the earth pockmarked with countless craters. Sensing that the time is ripe, Wombat resolves to delay no longer. After deftly evading one of the titan python's strikes, he seizes a moment to spiral upward and, with a powerful thrust, accelerates with the swiftness of lightning, accompanied by an aura reminiscent of 1,000 troops marching forth. It is as if a tempest of blood and fury has erupted in the void beside him. The two serpents clash fiercely, their roars echoing as they lunge at one another with gaping maws. Two pythons engaged in a fierce struggle, their lives hanging in the balance, as smoke enveloped the surroundings, casting a pall of darkness over the scene. The other serpents, engulfed in sheer panic, scattered in every direction. With a resounding crash, the titan python was flung aside by the formidable Wang Bad Dao, colliding forcefully against the mountainside. Having already expended considerable energy, the titan python evidently found itself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Wang Bad Dao, adhering to his principle of the early bird catches the worm, did not forget the adage that one should take advantage of an opponent's weakness. Before the titan python could regain its footing after the impact, Wang Bad Dao's onslaught resumed. His gaping maw, dripping with venom, lunged toward the titan python's vulnerable point, sinking his fangs deep into its flesh. As the toxin coursed through the titan python's body, Wang Bad Dao swiftly coiled around it. The sight of the two serpents entwined in a deadly embrace was truly harrowing. Their massive forms intertwined, muscles flexing and contracting in a relentless battle. As time passed, the titan python found itself in a precarious state, its strength waning compared to that of Wang Bad Dao, compounded by the lethal poison it had absorbed. In that moment, it resembled a small sail adrift in a vast ocean, perilously close to being submerged, desperately striving for survival. Suddenly, in a surprising turn of events, the already beleaguered titan python unleashed a ferocious burst of energy, catching the advantageous Wang Bad Dao off guard. Every living being harbors immense potential and energy within, and it is often in the face of adversity that such potential finds its catalyst for explosion. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. While a dog may typically be unable to leap over a wall, in a moment of desperation, it can tap into its latent strength and soar beyond its limitations. Unfortunately, Wang Badu encountered the titan python just as it was on the brink of unleashing its latent potential before its demise. The titan python's strength surged, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. Anxious, Wang Baidu summoned all his inner energy, valiantly resisting the might of the titan python. Perhaps the surge of power was unsustainable, or perhaps the venom coursing through the titan python had begun to take effect. Regardless, its strength was gradually waning. At this rate, within a minute, Wang Badu would regain the upper hand and vanquish the titan python. Once he triumphed over the titan python, it was not hard to envision Wang Baidu ascending to the title of King of Serpents, revered by all serpents, becoming the sovereign of a race, the true monarch of the myriad pythons. Commanding a realm, his dominance over the Amazon would be imminent. Chapter 62. The new monarch. A minute passed, and the titan python's power diminished further. At this moment, Wang Badu began to exert more force, convinced that it would not be long before he could completely strangle the titan python. The two colossal pythons intertwined, producing a terrifying sound of flesh grinding against flesh, evoking a sense of dread. Empowered by his profound inner energy, Wang Badu's strength intensified, and the titan python's contorted body began to deform under the pressure. Roar! The titan python let out its final roar, yet this cry lacked the former authority and grandeur. Within its deep, resounding tones lingered a sense of a hero in decline, evoking a bittersweet feeling. Hiss! Wang Badu also released a powerful cry, in stark contrast to the titan python's roar. His voice was elevated and robust, resonating with an indomitable spirit, embodying the might to conquer mountains and rivers. Nevertheless, the titan python met its demise, collapsing beneath Wang Badu. Releasing the lifeless form of the titan python, Wang Badu straightened his posture, casting a commanding gaze upon the serpentine assembly. Such is the nature of the animal kingdom. The strong reign supreme, and only the fittest survive. Wang Badu harbored no illusions about subduing the titan python. Even if he could, he would not dare to keep it by his side. The threat posed by the titan python to Wang Badu was immense. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, such as a sudden injury, it was certain that the titan python would seize the rare opportunity. It is not fear of 1,000 threats that troubles one, but rather the singular possibility of calamity. No one can guarantee that their strength remains unyielding at every moment. Although Wang Badu did not perceive any creature in the Amazon capable of inflicting significant harm upon him, not even the titan python had left a mark upon him. With a resounding roar that pierced the heavens, Wang Badu in that moment embodied the essence of an omnipotent sovereign, ruling over all. He surveyed the world with a disdainful glance. The multitude of pythons stirred, as if participating in an ancient rite, their tails curling gracefully, their bodies poised in reverence. bowing in homage. The collective hissing of the pythons resonated in unison, akin to a prayer to the heavens, heralding the arrival of their sovereign. Wang Badao let out a low growl, his voice deep and resonant, gentle yet imbued with authority. His gem-like eyes swept across the assembly of pythons, who bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Some even trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the formidable aura that Wang Badao exuded. It was a presence too potent for the ordinary pythons to withstand. Having accepted the fealty of the serpentine horde, Wang Badao then shifted his attention to the lifeless body of the titan python. The serpent's gallbladder is indeed a treasure. It is known that the azure giant python in the Bloodpool forest measures only about 35 to 36 meters in length, while the titan python astonishingly reaches a staggering length of over 40 meters. It goes without saying how precious its gallbladder must be. Although Wang Badao is unaware of the reasons behind the titan python's extraordinary growth, he believes there must be something exceptional about it. The azure giant python has grown to such a size due to the Bloodpool, yet the titan python's growth is truly phenomenal. Could there possibly be something in this place that surpasses the treasures of the Bloodpool? This seems implausible, as the azure giant python is merely an ordinary serpent, while the titan python belongs to the colossal giant python species. The azure giant python reaching 35 to 36 meters is far more arduous than the titan python attaining over 40 meters. The latter's growth is nothing short of a miracle. The azure giant python's development to 35 to 36 meters is akin to a divine marvel. There is no basis for comparison between the two. Yet, one thing is certain. Within the depths of the Amazon rainforest, there exists something that aids the giant pythons in transcending their limitations. Whatever this entity may be, I am determined to uncover it. With this thought, Wang Badao's heart raced uncontrollably. The allure of something that could facilitate the giant python's extraordinary growth is simply too great for him to resist. If Wang Badao were to obtain such an artifact, one can only imagine the heights he could reach, 50 meters, or even 100. He would like to inquire of the python swarm what exactly has enabled the titan python to grow to such an impressive 40 meters, but alas, the python swarm lacks the wisdom to provide an answer. Any inquiry would be futile. Moreover, when confronted with such a formidable challenge, Wang Badao truly found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. After all, pythons lack the capacity for wisdom. They can convey basic information. Yet beyond a certain threshold, it becomes akin to playing a lute to a cow. Channeling his internal energy, he concentrated it into a blade of air, which erupted forth from his mouth, cleaving through the titan python's midsection, precisely where its gallbladder resided. Unlike Wang Badao's formidable defenses, the titan python suffered a severe injury. A long gash marking its body, crimson blood flowing from the neatly sliced wound. At the site of the injury, a gallbladder, roughly the size of a bowl, emerged, glistening in a vibrant green hue. In terms of weight and volume, the gallbladder was nearly negligible compared to the entirety of the serpent. However, its value was strikingly disproportionate. The essence of a snake resides predominantly within its gallbladder, accounting for roughly 60 to 70% of its worth. Yet, the size of gallbladders can vary significantly even among snakes of identical size and species, with male snakes typically possessing gallbladders considerably larger than their female counterparts. Clearly, the titan python was male, as evidenced by the impressive size of its gallbladder. With a flick of its tail, the titan python's gallbladder was sent soaring into the air, and Wang Badao, having anticipated this moment, opened his mouth wide below, ready to catch it. Those inexperienced in gallbladder extraction often end up rupturing it. Even if they manage to avoid that mishap, the gallbladder may not be entirely full. However, as a python, Wang Badao was acutely aware of the gallbladder's location, ensuring that his method of extraction would leave it unscathed. As the gallbladder descended, it resembled a brilliant green gemstone, shimmering with a radiant glow. The serpent's gall fell precisely into Wang Badao's gaping maw. After consuming it, he coiled upon the ground, preparing to refine the gall before proceeding. The 72 colossal pythons, witnessing Wang Badao lying quietly, dared not stir and instead lay in silent anticipation, awaiting his rise. After a day's toil, Wang Badao finally refined the titan python's gall. Regrettably, he harbored expectations that were evidently too lofty. In terms of potency, the titan python's gall did not even amount to a third of that of the azure python's gall. Although the reason behind the titan python's growth to over 40 meters remains unclear, it was evident that it lacked the efficacy of the azure python, which consumed the blood from the blood pond monthly. This further validated that whatever had aided the Titan python in surpassing its growth limits could not be compared to the blood pond. Indeed, the blood pond is a remnant of the black dragon's bloodline, unparalleled in the world. There is likely nothing on Earth more precious than it, even the dragon pearl. With merely a fraction of its energy remaining, pales in comparison to the black dragon's lineage. After all, with only a minuscule portion of the dragon pearl's energy left. Had it been intact, the bloodline would naturally be relegated to second place. Following the refinement of the Titan python's gall, Wang Badayo found that, aside from deepening his internal energy slightly, it bore no other effects. Though he sought a breakthrough, he did not ascend to the realm of divine cultivation. As for purity, the internal energy cultivated through the Shi Huang Ju had already reached the zenith of his current state. Wang Badayo was already at the pinnacle of the Qi refining realm, merely a step away from breaking through to the divine refinement stage. His cultivation had encountered a bottleneck, making further advancement impossible, only managing to deepen his inner Qi slightly. It could be said that the Titan python's gall was squandered. Had he not been stuck at this awkward stage, the Titan python's gall would have been of significant benefit. Wang Badayo had hoped to use the Titan python's gall to break through to the divine refinement realm, but regrettably, he failed. His failed attempt to break through to the divine refinement realm completely wasted the Titan python's gall, causing Wang Badayo great distress. Although the gall was not in the ranks of natural treasures, its efficacy was far inferior. But the efficacy of the gall was definitely close to that rank. Perhaps many people have no concept of natural treasures. Simply put, generally refers to rare plants or minerals with special effects, most of which can increase power after taking. The most heaven-defying is said to increase life. And the thing that helped the Titan python break through the growth limit must be within the ranks of natural treasures. And it is not an ordinary natural treasure. It may still occupy a high position among natural treasures. Regarding this kind of natural treasure, Wang Badayo would turn the Amazon upside down to find it. Moreover, it is possible that only in the most primitive forests like the Amazon, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that there are almost extinct natural treasures. Perhaps, there are also treasures of the level of natural treasures in the sea. But the sea is still too early for the current Wang Badayo, even if he is not afraid of the powerful creatures in the ocean. But he wants to find something in that huge ocean as a python. This can be described as a real needle in a haystack. Chapter 63. The Blood Orchid. Due to his stagnant cultivation, Wang Badayo felt a pang of regret over the waste of the snake gallbladder, leaving him rather displeased. He straightened his posture, casting his gaze upon the 72 colossal pythons that gathered in a fan-shaped formation a mere dozen meters away. Originally, there had been 73, but one audacious black-tailed python, measuring 17.5 meters, had provoked him and met its demise at his hands. Thus, what could have been deemed the largest python in the world had perished. As Wang Badayo rose, the serpents bowed their heads in reverence. Their movements were peculiar. Their bodies coiled, half erect, with their heads suspended in midair, slightly bent, flicking their crimson tongues. This spectacle, while fascinating, became extraordinary as hundreds of thousands of pythons synchronized their actions, all facing the same direction. This was a ceremonial display of the serpent race, reserved solely for the most formidable among them. Clearly, Wang Badayo was worthy of such honor. With a soft hiss, Wang Badayo attempted to disperse the gathered pythons. He was quite adept at simple serpentine commands such as leave, assemble, and attack. As anticipated, upon receiving his signal, the pythons ceased their congregation and scattered, attending to their own affairs. Indeed, they were actively engaged in their tasks. The congregation of 72 colossal pythons upon the shore, paying homage to their sovereign, was evidently one of their intentions. Yet, following their reverence, their subsequent actions bewildered the mighty Wang Badayo. To his astonishment, the serpents began to ascend the rocky cliffs, seemingly intent on plucking the blood-red orchids that adorned the precipice. As Wang Badayo had surmised, the pythons, upon reaching the cliff, coiled themselves around the neighboring tree trunks, extending their heads to feast upon the sanguine blossoms. The pythons might have been taken aback, for it had always been the case that the king indulged in the sacred flowers before it was their turn to partake, unlike other smaller creatures, which were fortunate only to occasionally consume the petals that fortuitously fell from the cliffs. This was indeed their greatest blessing. However, it must be noted that the 72 pythons, for the time being, lacked true sentience. The blood-red orchids atop the cliffs blossomed scarcely more than 300 times each year. In the past, the Titan pythons would devour over 200 of these flowers by themselves, leaving only the remaining few for their kin. Yet today, unbeknownst to Wang Badeo, the 72 pythons were in for a fortunate surprise. Among them were various species, including rock pythons, southern snakes, black-tailed pythons, golden pythons, brocade snakes, piano snakes, anacondas, king snakes, burrowing snakes, black-spotted pythons, and golden huada pythons, none of which were capable of exceeding a length of 15 meters. This indicated only one possibility. They, like the Titan pythons, had previously consumed heavenly treasures that facilitated the transcendence of their growth limits. The blood-red orchids before them might very well be the coveted treasures they sought. Wang Badeo, astute as he was, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Hiss! With a resounding roar, Wang Badeo commanded the colossal serpents to cease their actions. They paused, casting perplexed gazes toward their sovereign. Hissing with varied frequencies, Wang Badeo conveyed his desires, and the giant snakes reluctantly descended the rock face. Once the last of the serpents had left the cliff, Wang Badeo turned his gaze toward the scarlet orchids clinging to the rock. A pang of anguish struck his heart. Originally boasting 300 blooms, the serpents had devoured nearly all but 20 of the precious flowers in a fleeting moment. First, he had squandered the Titan python's gall. And now, through mere oversight, he had allowed his hard-earned treasures to be ravaged by the giant snakes. Wang Badeo's spirit was consumed with regret. He had never before experienced such remorse. The Titan python's gall was gambled in the hopes of breaking through to a higher plane of cultivation. But the loss of the orchids was due to a simple oversight. Yet, lamenting the past was futile. He would not slaughter the giant snakes to assuage his anger. Furthermore, the scarlet orchids blossomed annually, and he could remain vigilant in the future. He swam toward the cliff, where a tapestry of exotic flowers and verdant foliage painted the landscape with vibrant hues. The air was thick with their sweet perfume. Ascending the cliff face, he followed the contours of the rock, eventually ensnaring the trunk of a towering tree. He drew closer to the coveted scarlet orchids. The scarlet orchids were now within reach. With his tail coiled securely around the tree trunk, Wang Badeo stretched forth, his jaws snapping at the sanguine orchid. Unbeknownst to him, this crimson bloom was an exceedingly rare species, rumored to secrete a nectar capable of bestowing eternal youth. While the notion of immortality was an exaggeration, its capacity to aid a creature in surpassing its natural limitations was undeniable. The sanguine orchid was a treasure of nature. Such treasures are naturally occurring rarities, be they flora or minerals, possessing extraordinary properties. In the case of the sanguine orchid, it could enable an organism to transcend its growth potential, allowing a serpent destined to reach only 5 or 8 meters in length to attain a size of 15 or 20 meters. On the heavily polluted earth, such treasures had become exceedingly scarce. Aside from the possibility of finding such a sanguine orchid in the primeval forests of the Amazon, only the unexplored depths of the ocean might harbor such wonders. On land, they were virtually extinct, perhaps existing millennia ago before the advent of advanced technology. As Wang Badeo devoured the sanguine orchid, a lingering fragrance permeated his senses. Upon entering his stomach, the bloom transformed into a warm current coursing through his veins and limbs. Wang Badeo, observing internally, noticed the current was red. He remained still, as the crimson energy continued to flow, gradually diminishing in intensity, destined to dissipate entirely. Once the red energy had been fully expended, Wang Badeo finally perceived a change. The crimson energy, derived from the sanguine orchids, was astonishingly accelerating cellular division. Wang Badeo could vaguely sense his gradual growth. He couldn't help but admire the windfall, convinced that with the presence of these orchids, attaining a length of 6 or 7 meters within a year was plausible. Furthermore, the vermilion energy catalyzed his inner chi, enabling it to coalesce and undergo a qualitative transformation. He surmised that the orchid's role in transcending the refining spirit realm was indispensable. As Wang Badeo mused, he glanced at the mere 20 remaining orchids, a sight that left him crestfallen and speechless. The paramount task was the cultivation of the Shi Huang Sutra. He believed that with the orchid's energy, achieving chi condensation into astral energy and forming runes should be within reach. It took him over 10 minutes to consume the remaining orchids. Of course, should the need arise, a single roar from Wang Badeo would summon the giant pythons without delay. While he couldn't instantly gather all of them, they would relay his summons, eventually converging. After all, the Amazon was vast, and it was already remarkable that Wang Badeo's roar could carry for hundreds of miles. Having dismissed the 72 giant pythons, he lost interest in the swamp snakes, even those reaching 10 or even 12 to 13 meters. These smaller pythons were no longer worthy of his attention, as the 72 giant pythons already under his command rendered them inconsequential. Perhaps it may prove useful in the future. In truth, the primary reason is that these pythons, none of which have grown beyond 15 meters, possess exceedingly low sentience, or perhaps none at all. Wongbadeo is at a loss as to how to communicate with them. They can only instinctively receive basic information and are unable to comprehend anything with even a modicum of complexity. However, the 72 giant pythons each possess considerable sentience. Though not sufficient for verbal communication, they can readily execute Wongbadeo's fundamental commands. For instance, they can comprehend simple instructions such as assembling, guarding, and attacking. Chapter 64. Condensing Qi into astral energy. Upon returning to his territory, he entered the cave and coiled himself, preparing to break through to the refinement of spirit realm with the aid of the blood orchid he had consumed at midday. As long as he attained the ability to condense Qi into astral energy, he could forcibly employ astral energy to condense runes. Once the first rune was cultivated, subsequent runes could be condensed one by one, thereby formally establishing his position in the refinement of spirit realm. Though it sounds simple, the execution is far from easy. Coiled within the cave, Wongbadeo felt an all-over itching sensation, akin to that experienced when a wound heals. It was as if countless tiny insects were crawling upon him, and numerous ants were biting. Every cell in his body was dividing at a rate 1,000-fold greater than before, and the speed continued to increase. Activating the Shi Huang Sutra, under the stimulation of the blood orchid, the internal energy circulated at a rate more than 10 times faster than before, and the speed continued to increase. The potency of the blood orchid was immense. Wongbadeo's limbs, organs, and viscera were stimulated to the point where every cell seemed to be in a state of exhilaration. Sensing a faint throbbing pain throughout his body, Wongbadeo knew it was due to the excessively rapid circulation of internal energy. As he sought to harness his internal energy, he discovered that it defied control, as if it had succumbed to utter madness, swirling uncontrollably. Unable to master his internal force, Wongbadeo was left to fate's whims. Fortunately, his physique was robust. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he would not succumb to the peril of explosive demise. The blood orchid energy within his limbs surged, with a significant influx of crimson energy being absorbed by his body. A portion nourished his serpentine form, stimulating rapid cellular division, while another transformed directly into internal energy, causing a swift increase in Wongbadeo's internal force, subtly altering its quality and hinting at the formation of a formidable essence. Under the infusion of blood orchid energy, Wongbadeo's body resonated with a low hum, his internal energy circulating rapidly, coalescing with signs of imminent breakthrough. He held his breath and focused intently, shutting out distractions. The more critical the moment, the calmer he needed to remain. Although Wongbadeo believed his comprehension was not lacking, irrespective of his understanding, a solid foundation was essential. Regarding the principles of the 28 constellations in the third cultivation diagram, he grasped only a superficial understanding, making instantaneous enlightenment and breakthrough implausible. Were it an ordinary technique, it would be manageable. After all, internal energy is merely a method of cultivation. Regardless of how intricate the technique may be, it invariably adheres to fundamental principles. However, the Shi Huang Ju is a transcendent method, uniquely conceived by the ancient Shi Huang. It does not operate as a mere cultivation technique. Rather, it employs internal energy to coalesce into intricate sigils that resonate with an unknown energy within the cosmos, thereby augmenting the sigil's power. As the inscriptions coalesce and integrate into the physical form, they not only amplify the purity of one's cultivation, but also fortify the corporeal body, rendering it exceptionally robust. Thump, thump, thump. With the circulation of inner energy accelerating 17-fold compared to its usual pace, Wongbadeo, coiled on the ground, could distinctly perceive the intense vibration within the various acupoints of his body, akin to the resounding palpitations of a heart. One should not presume that serpents lack acupoints. Rather, their acupoints are more concealed and minute, often eluding detection. Could a breakthrough be imminent? Wongbadeo could vaguely sense that the bottleneck impeding his progress had begun to loosen, poised to be shattered imminently. Wang Badao persevered through the itching sensations and the acute pain caused by the rapid circulation and friction of inner energy. Far from suppressing the velocity of his inner energy, he endeavored to accelerate it further. 1 day, 2 days. Finally, on the 5th day, Wang Badao suddenly felt a thunderous reverberation resonate within his body. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosions, numbering in the dozens, left Wang Badao reeling with dizziness. All the minute acupoints throughout his body were instantaneously connected, forming a complete circuit. Inner energy surged forth in tumultuous waves, gathering and compressing. Gradually, the color of the inner energy began to shift, its quality escalating, transitioning from a milky white hue to a faint azure. The inner energy was in the process of solidifying into qi. Qi, indomitable and indestructible. Once one condenses qi into, Wang Badao's strength would burgeon tenfold. In the subsequent instant, Wang Badao perceived that the interstices between his scales were rhythmically dilating and contracting in concert with his respiration. With each inhalation and exhalation, the fissures in his scales would part, allowing a stream of cool air to permeate his form. As a day elapsed, the inner energy within his being underwent a complete metamorphosis, transmuting into the more potent astral energy. Its hue shifted entirely to azure. Though its volume had diminished more than tenfold, its essence had intensified by a factor far exceeding 100. With the passage of time, the astral energy would naturally burgeon in depth and potency. This was precisely why Meng Lao, in his human form, wielding astral energy a mere tenth of the volume possessed by Wang Badao's serpentine form, could nevertheless vanquish Wang Badao, whose inner energy was tenfold his own, without offering any resistance. The disparity lay in the qualitative superiority of astral energy over inner energy, placing them on entirely disparate planes. It was akin to comparing denominations of currency. Meng Lao possessed a single 100-yuan note, while Wang Badao held a collection of 1-yuan bills. Though the aggregate surface area of the 1-yuan bills might dwarf that of the 100-yuan note, their purchasing power remained incomparable. Wang Badao opened his eyes. Sensing that the world had acquired a newfound clarity, he could discern the trajectory of even the most minute speck of dust. His power had amplified at least tenfold, and his explosive force had also surged considerably. Channeling astral energy to the tip of his tail, he unleashed a sweeping strike. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated. The explosive force of this tail strike surpassing its pre-breakthrough intensity by approximately tenfold. While Wang Badao reveled in his newfound power, the stone walls of the cavern bore the brunt of his attack, gouged by a massive, deep furrow. An earth-shattering tremor ensued, threatening the collapse of the cavern. Wang Badao swiftly darted out of the cave. Blast! It appears that a change of location is imminent. Wang Badao has now come to understand why the recovery speed of the energy of those who practice divine cultivation is so remarkably swift. It is, in fact, due to the opening and closing of the scale gaps pores, as nearly every pore can absorb the free energy present in the air of the universe. Prior to ascending to the realm of divine cultivation, he could only rely on the free energy inhaled through his mouth and nose, which had to first enter his lungs before permeating his entire body, rendering his training inefficient. However, upon entering the divine cultivation level, with the scales now able to open and close at will, every inch of flesh could directly absorb the ambient free energy through the scale gaps. This instantaneous surge of energy significantly enhanced both his training speed and recovery rate. Wang Badao gradually became accustomed to the opening and closing of the scale gaps. Initially, he struggled, but after an hour of relentless practice, he found that a mere thought was sufficient for the scale gaps to open and close effortlessly. Open! In the next moment, as he commanded the gaps to part, he suddenly felt his internal energy surging forth through these very openings. With a series of explosive sounds, the energy burst forth like sharp blades, instantly shredding the surrounding trees and underbrush into oblivion. Subsequently, the energy began to whirl violently around his body, forming a protective layer of energy around him. This scene brought to Wang Badao's mind the formidable technique known as the energy shield, which Elder Ming had employed multiple times within the ancient tomb. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. How powerful could the defense of the energy shield be? The results of Elder Ming's repeated usage provided ample evidence that it could rival, if not exceed, the scale defenses that Wang Badao currently possessed. Due to his serpentine form, Wang Badao's qi was more than tenfold stronger in quantity than that of humans. The qi shield he cast, owing to his profound chi, was also incomparably more potent than when cast by humans. Even if it wasn't as strong as the scale's defenses, it was nearly as effective, providing an additional layer of protection, which was quite advantageous. Having broken through to the refinement god realm, Wang Badao was in high spirits. Having not eaten for 6 days, he intended to have a hearty meal today, and then seclude himself to consolidate his cultivation and forcibly condense a rune. As long as he succeeded in condensing one, making a good start, the condensation of other runes would be smooth sailing. Wang Badao suddenly roared towards the sky, his roar reverberating for hundreds of miles. Soon, he heard rustling sounds from afar. After more than an hour, 13 giant pythons arrived before Wang Badao, prostrating themselves on the ground. Hiss, hiss. Wang Badao hissed in several obscure frequencies, conveying the meaning of hunt, eat, bring here and so on. Wang Badao didn't know if the giant pythons could understand, but if they could, then he would be very fortunate in the future. He would have giant pythons hunting for him, and he could focus solely on cultivation. After devouring the prey hunted by the giant pythons, Wang Badao coiled up on the ground, preparing to sleep. He had been cultivating intensely for 6 consecutive days, and his mind was somewhat weary. He decided to take a nap first. Chapter 65, 35-meter giant python in the plant kingdom of the Amazon. Tens of thousands of plant species assault the visual space with thousands of shades of green. The shapes of the leaves are varied, with complex textures and structures, so that even listing all the terms in temperate botany would not be enough to describe them all. The forest was hushed, the ground carpeted with a tangle of vines and foliage, each footstep of the occasional animal echoing through the stillness. The midday sun filtered through the canopy, infusing the air with the damp scent of decaying leaves. A profound tranquility reigned, broken only by the occasional avian call from the depths of the woods. Yet the source remained unseen. Such silence was unusual, suggesting the presence of a colossal beast, prompting all other creatures to seek refuge far from its domain. Indeed, a massive serpent was coiled around the trunk of a giant tree, its immense head suspended in the air, its crimson tongue flicking as it surveyed its surroundings with icy eyes, either guarding its territory or seeking an opportune moment to strike. Abruptly, a wild boar stumbled into the clearing beneath the tree. The serpent's gaze sharpened, its massive form moving with surprising agility as it descended. Its full size was now apparent. A python of 35 meters in length, its body nearly a meter in diameter, its scales gleaming with a dark sheen. Its gem-like eyes fixed upon the now alerted boar, its fangs bared as its jaws opened, venom dripping from their tips, corroding the fallen leaves below. Most astonishingly, its eyes were veiled by a bluish membrane, and a small protuberance adorned its forehead. What seems to be growing within? After descending from the tree, the gigantic python swiftly constricted the wild boar and ingested it whole. The formidable wild boar, which even the mighty tiger fears to charge at, stood no chance against the python and became its meal without a shred of resistance. After devouring the wild boar, the python raised half of its body and roared towards the heavens, its voice piercing the sky. A terrifying pressure surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings, causing the trees to sway as if caught in a tempest. As it entered the realm of spiritual refinement, its hisses transformed into powerful roars, exuding an impressive aura. Following a long roar, Wang Badao felt considerably uplifted. The relentless training over the past 6 months had been rather monotonous. Now, he took this moment of leisure to stroll and breathe in the fresh air. During these past 6 months, Wang Badao had been living quite comfortably, with the python handling the hunting while he focused solely on his cultivation. He made significant breakthroughs as well, successfully condensing the first rune of the spiritual refinement realm last month and spending the entire month solidifying his progress. With his body having grown once more, Wang Badao's aura was now at least 15 times more profound than that of an ordinary human, and it could potentially reach 20 or even 30 times. Furthermore, after condensing the first rune, his defensive capabilities had greatly enhanced. Should he add a layer of protective aura, he would be able to withstand the impact of a conventional missile bombardment without sustaining any damage. His defense was indeed terrifying. Moreover, what brought a beaming smile to Wang Badao's face was the emergence of faint draconic features upon him. It seemed that something was developing on his forehead. He speculated that it might be the formation of a horn, greatly boosting his confidence in evolving into a dragon. Although the evolution into a dragon-like serpent is still a distant prospect, there are indeed some nascent characteristics emerging, which is a promising sign. As Wang Badao's cultivation deepens, The pressure emanating from him becomes increasingly formidable. If he does not temper this aura, no creature within a radius of 10,000 meters would dare to approach. A few days prior, Wang Badayo intended to tally the number of the Python clan, but ultimately abandoned the idea, for the serpents lack intelligence. Even if he summoned them all, would he count them one by one? Moreover, the sheer number of pythons is staggering. Counting them could take months, if not longer. How many pythons inhabit the Amazon? The Amazon is home to a plethora of python species, their numbers potentially reaching into the hundreds of thousands. This region is particularly conducive to the proliferation of pythons, characterized by year-round heat and humidity, frequent rainfall, with daytime temperatures averaging around 33 degrees Celsius and nighttime temperatures about 23 degrees Celsius. The abundance of prey is staggering, with the primordial forest hosting an astonishing 14,712 species of animals, over 8,000 of which remain unknown to science. In such an environment, it is virtually impossible for the python clan not to reproduce rapidly. Naturally, the python clan is not without its adversaries. Many juvenile pythons fall prey to other animals before they reach maturity. Furthermore, while pythons generally lay numerous eggs, the hatching success rate is quite low. Even in artificial incubation, the success rate is disheartening, with only 2 to 3 out of 10 eggs typically hatching. Thus, the scenario of pythons becoming a plague is unlikely, as other creatures still have ample space to thrive. At this juncture, having transcended into the refinement god realm, Wang Badayo's power has amplified more than tenfold, rendering him virtually unrivaled within the entirety of the Amazon. Even had the Titan python survived, Wang Badayo could have effortlessly vanquished it, expending minimal exertion. With his cultivation thoroughly stabilized, Wang Badayo intends to take action against the other major species, or rather, against the other colossal beasts. Although the 72 giant pythons are considered to be at the apex of the Amazonian food chain, there remain a few beasts capable of slaying them. Upon his initial arrival in the Amazon, Wang Badayo sensed several auras vaguely comparable to his own, one of which emanated from the Titan python. This implies that a few other creatures possess power akin to that of the Titan python, beings that the giant pythons are incapable of confronting. To seize control of the entire Amazon, Wang Badayo must personally intervene. Returning to his territory, he ascended a relatively elevated peak. Roar. A resounding roar echoed across the heavens, reverberating for hundreds of miles. This served as a signal to summon the python horde. Wang Badayo has resolved to personally lead the Serpent clan in a sweeping campaign across the Amazon, incidentally eliminating the behemoths that the giant pythons are unable to contend with. Following the roar, the sounds of pythons slithering, the frantic scurrying of various animals, and the alarmed cries of birds filled the forest with a cacophony of activity. Chapter 66. Torrent of myriad serpents. After nearly a month of waiting, the Serpent clan has largely assembled. After all, the Amazon rainforest is the world's largest, its expanse surpassing that of Europe. The smaller pythons, due to their relatively slow speed, may still be en route. However, Wang Badayo has no intention of waiting any longer. This massive horde of over 100,000 pythons is sufficient to sweep through the Amazon, eliminating certain species that pose a threat to the python clan. From his vantage point atop the mountain, Wang Badayo gazes down upon the surging masses of pythons, which nearly envelop the entire mountain range. The mountains are alive with the undulating forms of these serpents, and should any humans be present, they would find no place to set foot. This is a multitude of over 100,000, not merely a few thousand. The simultaneous hissing of countless pythons is nothing short of awe-inspiring. The fierce serpents, with their menacing tongues flickering, gaze up towards the colossal python at the mountain's summit. With a powerful roar, Wang Badayo commands silence, and in an instant, the throng of pythons falls to the ground in submission. Wang Badayo, in a tranquil state of mind, senses the faint yet distinct presence of 3 colossal beasts within the Amazon rainforest. 3. He contemplates which beast to confront first. As they are positioned in different directions, one to the south, one to the north, separated by considerable distance. Given the vastness of the Amazon, a lack of strategic planning could lead to a significant waste of time. Ultimately, Wang Badayo resolves to head south, intending to deal with the beast in that direction first. Hissing softly, he emits varying frequencies of hisses to command the python horde to follow him. Once the pythons acknowledge his command, Wang Badayo leads the Serpentine clan southward. As the torrent of pythons advances, nearly every creature in the forest flees in terror. No creature possesses the temerity to confront the torrential onslaught of a multitude of pythons. particularly when led by a colossal behemoth. Moreover, when Wang Badao occasionally encountered an excessive number of animals obstructing their path, he, disinclined to brook any delay, would unleash a modicum of his imposing aura. The animals, seized by panic, would scatter in disarray, thereby expediting their transit considerably. Under Wang Badao's guidance, the serpentine throng traversed 3 mountain ranges, ultimately arriving at a tributary of the Amazon River, into which Wang Badao plunged forthwith. Subsequently, the aquatic pythons followed suit, entering the tributary, while the terrestrial pythons were relegated to trailing along the riverbank's edge. The river's waters were refreshingly cool, providing an exquisite sensation upon immersion. The river's surface was serene, akin to a slumbering infant. However, with the advent of storms, its disposition would undergo a complete metamorphosis, with floods inundating the land and raging waves churning violently. Such occurrences, wherein the river overflowed its banks and submerged the adjacent forests, were by no means infrequent. Upon the river's surface, Wang Badao's immense form undulated, and from an aerial vantage point, one would discern a protracted trail of white foam in its wake. However, this was of secondary importance. The paramount spectacle lay in the serpentine horde that trailed behind, a vast congregation that virtually blanketed the tributary. With pythons roiling upon the water's surface, a sight of truly alarming proportions. Beneath the river's surface, Wang Badao detected a profusion of rapacious piscine species, the most formidable of which were the piranhas. The piranhas, too, constituted one of the Amazon's most potent races, habitually congregating in packs, each led by a chieftain. The other piranhas would emulate the chieftain's actions, including the selection of targets for attack. This phenomenon is commonplace in the animal kingdom, with most sizable races possessing a leader. Wang Badao occupied this role among the pythons, a race that also ranked among the Amazon's most dominant. At this juncture, Wang Badao was on the cusp of leading the Serpent clan to become the most formidable race in the Amazon rainforest, bar none. Shoals of piranhas refrained from assault as Wang Badao and the serpentine throng passed by, for the trouble-averse Wang Badao had already emanated his own imposing aura, which the piranhas were eager to evade, scarcely daring to provoke. Other aquatic creatures had long since steered clear. Wang Badao and the serpent retinue progressed unhindered, swiftly traversing dozens of miles. Subsequently, they navigated a tributary for 7 or 8 days before disembarking. After traversing several mountain ranges, they re-entered a tributary, advancing upstream until they reached their destination, an immense swamp. Wang Badao estimated its expanse to be nearly 20 kilometers. He had never before encountered such a vast marsh. Even the swamp where the Serpent clan mated was only about 13 kilometers in size. The size of the swamp was not the astonishing aspect, but rather the creatures within that inspired dread. Myriads of crocodiles virtually inundated the swamp, their forms omnipresent, densely packed, and innumerable. Some crocodiles frolicked, while others remained motionless, concealed beneath the swamp's surface, awaiting prey. However, the advent of the serpent horde shattered the tranquility. Croak, croak, the crocodile collective issued warnings in succession. This was not due to their possession of wisdom, but rather an instinctive apprehension of danger. Hiss, hiss, Wang Badao hissed in rapid succession, issuing the command to attack. Upon issuing the command, Wang Badao himself plunged into the swamp, intent on locating and eliminating the behemoth lurking beneath, lest the serpentine ranks encounter it, resulting in needless casualties. As for the tens of thousands of crocodiles that have arrived, it is only fitting that some should perish. The serpent race is among the most formidable in the Amazon. Logically, in an environment so conducive to their survival, their numbers should be far greater. Yet, the reality is that the emulsification rate of serpent eggs is low, and the survival rate of juvenile serpents is equally meager. The primary reason for this low survival rate is predation by other animals before they reach maturity, with crocodiles being the chief culprits. Given this opportunity, Wang Badao would naturally show no leniency, eliminating as many as possible. Even if the crocodile race were to face extinction, Wang Badao would not be concerned. Moreover, not only the crocodile race, but also other races in the Amazon that pose a threat to the serpent race, Wang Badao intends to eradicate, if not to extinction, then at least to decimate a portion. As for the disruption of the natural ecological environment, that is not Wang Badao's concern. As the sovereign of the serpent race, Wang Badao's only consideration is the future of his kind, and it is not his place to worry about other races. After Wang Badao infiltrated the swamp, hundreds of thousands of serpents finally stirred. A once-in-a-millennium racial war had begun. The moment the serpent ranks entered the swamp, the water's surface was stained crimson. A colossal python swiftly ensnared a crocodile, its immense constricting power on full display. The crocodile let out a series of agonizing cries before succumbing entirely, its lifeless body twisted into a helix by the python's grip. The number of crocodiles that met a similar fate continued to rise, with even juvenile crocodiles being gruesomely severed in two, their mangled corpses sinking beneath the water's surface. However, the python clan also suffered grievously. Countless bodies, bitten in half by the crocodile's formidable jaws, nearly cluttered the entire waterway. After drifting silently for a while, these corpses gradually submerged into the depths. Hiss hiss. 72 enormous pythons roamed the swamp, with hardly a crocodile capable of matching their prowess. Any crocodile that crossed their path was swiftly constricted to death. They resembled relentless meat grinders, while adult crocodiles might retain some semblance of a whole corpse. The juvenile ones were invariably reduced to bloody fragments. At long last, the fierce battle drew to a close. The swamp had been stained a deep crimson, the surface littered with bodies, a veritable mountain of bones. The remnants of flesh, blood, and corpses melded with the swamp, transforming it into a grotesque mire. The victorious python swarm voraciously feasted upon the ghastly scene, an image that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 67. The Emperor Crocodile. As Wang Badayo entered the swamp, he navigated towards the depths, simultaneously sensing a formidable presence lurking beneath. This aura was imbued with brutality, ferocity, and a thirst for blood. Wang Badayo surmised that this creature was likely another crocodile, yet it was undoubtedly not one of the common varieties inhabiting the swamp. Perhaps it was a remnant from an ancient epoch, akin to the prehistoric Titanoboa. Indeed, upon reaching the swamp's bottom, Wang Badayo finally encountered this being. It was an astonishingly large crocodile, measuring approximately 14 feet in length. This is a race that has long been extinct. One can only imagine the might of a creature that dared to prey on dinosaurs. This race is the Emperorsuchus, the monarch among crocodiles. They existed during the Cretaceous period and were among the largest crocodilian animals ever to live. The Emperorsuchus possessed specialized features for dealing with dinosaurs. At the end of its nose was a large, bulbous protrusion containing a cavity. This gave it an exceptionally keen sense of smell and allowed it to emit peculiar sounds. Moreover, the teeth of this super crocodile were extraordinary, compared to animals that typically fed on fish. Its lower jaw teeth not only interlocked with the upper jaw teeth, but also fit into them with unerring precision. Among its more than 100 teeth, a row of incisors could easily crush bones and tear apart prey as large as dinosaurs. When fully grown, Emperorsuchus were as long as a bus. Their main prey was likely large animals and small to medium-sized dinosaurs. They ambushed their prey from the water, dragging them in to crush, drown, and tear them apart. The Emperorsuchus before Wang Badayo was a terrifying 14 meters long, several meters longer than the largest recorded Emperorsuchus. One can only imagine how powerful it was. An Emperorsuchus of 16 meters would dare to hunt even large dinosaurs. Compared to the Titanoboa, this Emperorsuchus was clearly much more powerful. The Emperorsuchus had also spotted the black python 100 meters away. It sensed a strong, deadly threat from the black python before it. The Emperorsuchus glared at Wang Badayo, roaring from beneath the water. Yet beneath the water's surface, the sound was nearly imperceptible, revealing only a series of bubbles erupting from its cavernous maw. This roar was imbued with a profound sense of menace and fury. For the formidable Wang Badayo had trespassed upon its territory, an unforgivable act. In the animal kingdom, territory sometimes holds greater significance than life itself. Resources in the natural world are finite, and only the strong can claim the most abundant resources and the vastest domains. Territory is the currency of survival. Without it, one is as good as dead. Wang Badayo unleashed his full aura, refusing to diminish the majesty befitting a king of serpents. Though the giant crocodile was indeed powerful, Wang Badayo was confident that he could vanquish it, for the indomitable energy surrounding him would undoubtedly penetrate the crocodile's defenses. With a single, mighty strike, he was certain he could cleave the beast in twain. The emperor crocodile, clearly possessing a volatile temperament, was easily provoked by Wang Badayo. For 40 years, in these waters, no creature had dared to offend it, let alone face the disdain of the colossal python before it. It had long since grown accustomed to its lofty position. In a fit of rage, the Emperor Crocodile initiated the assault, its massive jaws agape, capable of swallowing a whole cow with ease. Faced with the crocodile's fierce advance, Wang Bad Dao remained unfazed. The disparity in their strengths was too great to ignite his fighting spirit. Before the Emperor Crocodile could close the distance, Wang Bad Dao opened his mouth wide. A glint of cold light shimmering within, as a half-meter-wide crescent blade of energy formed and swiftly sliced toward the crocodile. The blade, imbued with the power to obliterate, sliced through the water, parting it as if it were mere vapor. The Emperor Crocodile, possessing a keen instinct, sensed an unprecedented danger and sought to evade the impending blade. Regrettably, due to the colossal size of the Sarcosuchus, the celestial blade only managed to strike its tail. Instantly, gore splattered as the entire tail was severed by the celestial blade. The bloodied appendage slowly descended into the water, followed by the Sarcosuchus's anguished roar. The celestial blade was simply too sharp, so keen that it severed the tail in an instant, with the nerves only reacting after the tail had sunk beneath the surface. Injured animals are notoriously dangerous, as they tend to attack any creature that approaches them. However, the Sarcosuchus was different, with its innate sentience. It understood the disparity between itself and the massive serpent before it. Rather than erupting in fury after being wounded, it turned and fled. As the Sarcosuchus fled, Wang Badao naturally pursued it. The chase quickly led them out of the swamp and into a tributary. Wang Badao, unwilling to allow the Sarcosuchus to escape, steeled his resolve and, heedless of expending his vast celestial qi, activated the Shi Huang Sutra. He opened his cavernous maw, and a powerful suction emanated from within. Instantly, a vortex formed underwater, with a tremendous pull emanating from its center, tugging at the Sarcosuchus's body. Gurgle, gurgle. The Sarcosuchus was overwhelmed with terror, its intelligent eyes now consumed by fear. But reality would not alter due to the Sarcosuchus's dread. The Sarcosuchus's massive form was ultimately drawn into the vortex. Seeing the Sarcosuchus being pulled closer, Wang Badao once again opened his immense jaws, and an azure beam of frigidity shot forth. Wherever the azure light passed, the water within a meter's radius was flash-frozen into ice, as if a colossal pillar of ice had instantaneously appeared in the riverbed. This scene was akin to a divine spectacle. A cerulean chill pierced through the depths, striking the imperial crocodile, which was swiftly encased in ice before the naked eye. Within a mere second, it transformed into a colossal block of ice, gradually sinking to the riverbed. With remarkable speed, Wang Badao darted over and struck the icy mass with his tail. A muffled thud reverberated underwater as the ice shattered into countless fragments, leading to the demise of the imperial crocodile. Thus, an ancient creature capable of preying on dinosaurs was extinguished, perhaps marking the end of its kind. Wang Badao was exceedingly pleased with the potency of his cold aura, surprised by its formidable strength. He understood, however, that the might of this chill was but a faint echo compared to the true power of divine abilities from the memories of the Black Dragon. A considerable distance apart with little in terms of comparison. Yet, this chill, not derived from conventional cultivation practices, could not be classified under typical methodologies. In the end, Wang Badao categorized this cold aura among the ranks of divine abilities. Perhaps, the weakest divine ability in the entire universe was born in this manner. Over the past 6 months, Wang Badao had integrated portions of the Black Dragon's memories, learning that each dragon possesses its own innate divine ability, known as Dragon Extinguish, capable of incinerating the very heavens and earth. If Wang Badao were to evolve into a divine dragon in the future, the potency of his cold aura would naturally evolve in tandem, potentially rivaling the strength of Dragon Extinguish. The absorbed memories also spoke of Dragon Balls, the source of a divine dragon's power, formed from the essence of the dragon itself, endowed with unparalleled might. Although the Black Dragon's Dragon Ball retained merely 1/10,000th of its energy, should it be absorbed by Wang Badao, his cold divine ability would not only be enhanced, but could also lead to a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Regrettably, the extent to which the Dragon Ball resisted assimilation far exceeded Wang Badao's initial estimations. Although the speed of refinement using astral qi had significantly improved compared to before, Wang Badao had only managed to refine approximately 80% of it at this juncture. Moreover, the process became increasingly arduous as he progressed. Wang Badao anticipated that it would take several more years to completely refine the Dragon Ball and integrate it for his own use. Abruptly, Wang Badeo's gaze sharpened as he was contemplating. He observed that the frozen corpse of the emperor crocodile had begun to thaw, with chunks of flesh breaking apart and sinking to the riverbed. Amidst the scattered remains, Wang Badeo was astonished to discover an intact heart. The heart, crimson in color, emanated a dense, sanguine aura. Wang Badeo could sense a formidable energy emanating from the heart, an energy that rivaled, or even surpassed, that of the Titan Serpent's gallbladder. Wang Badeo instantly comprehended. Such colossal creatures, seldom found in the world, accumulated vast amounts of energy within their bodies. The Titan Serpent did, and so did the Emperor Crocodile. Even Wang Badeo's own gallbladder was an invaluable treasure, even more precious than the Emperor Crocodile's heart and the Titan Serpent's gallbladder. If Wang Badeo's gallbladder were to be obtained by human martial artists, breaking through into the refinement of spirit realm would be almost guaranteed. It made sense, as even ordinary creatures like dogs, horses, and cattle possessed treasures within their bodies, such as dog gems, bezoars, and horse pearls, which were revered as the three treasures. How much more so for ancient creatures like the Emperor Crocodile and the Titan Serpent. The sanguine heart floated silently in the water, defying gravity and showing a faint inclination to rise. Wang Badeo swam over, opened his maw, and swallowed the sanguine heart, coiling at the bottom of the water to begin refining it. The sanguine heart, undoubtedly a treasure formed from the essence of the imperial crocodile, released copious amounts of energy upon refinement. Wang Badeo, leveraging this surge of power, commenced the solidification of the second rune within the third cultivation diagram. This second rune rapidly took shape as Wang Badeo absorbed the heart's energy, and it is believed that it would be completely solidified within a day. This was truly astonishing. Typically, solidifying a single rune would necessitate at least 7 or 8 days, but with the aid of the heart's power, it would only require a single day from start to finish. At this moment, Wang Badeo felt a pang of regret, for the Titan Python's gallbladder could have undoubtedly aided him in solidifying a rune as well, but it had been squandered. Simultaneously, Wang Badeo entertained thoughts of the other two colossal beasts, because when Wang Badeo initially entered the Amazon rainforest, he sensed 4 auras that could vaguely rival his own. 2 of these belonged to the imperial crocodile and the Titan python, which he had already eliminated. Thus, 2 auras remained, awaiting Wang Badeo to deal with them. Whether for the sake of unifying the Amazon rainforest or for the treasures that might exist within these 2 creatures, Wang Badeo had no reason to let them go. Just as Wang Badeo was refining the imperial crocodile's heart and contemplating the other 2 behemoths, a large school of fish swam towards him. Were these kangaroo? It was not that Wang Badeo was particularly knowledgeable, but rather that the kangaroo were too notorious, being ranked as the #1 killer in the Amazon River. The 4 major killers of the Amazon River were the kangaroo, electric eel, piranha, and crocodile. On the Amazon River's killer rankings, the kangaroo were ranked first, while the piranhas were ranked 4th. The most formidable aspect of the thorny catfish is its immediate erection of dorsal spines when threatened, rendering it nearly unapproachable, possessing considerable lethality. Even the notorious piranhas, often referred to as the wolves of the water, yield to its presence, attesting to its might. As the thorny catfish posed no menace to Wang Badeo, who was then in the throes of refining the Emperor Crocodile's heart, he did not dispel them, allowing the school to pass unhindered. However, scarcely had the thorny catfish departed when another assemblage of fish materialized, a swarm of piranhas. They descended with alacrity, devouring the fragmented remains of the Emperor Crocodile's carcass. Their teeth, preternaturally sharp, clamped onto the flesh with unwavering tenacity, tearing off chunks with bodily contortions, each bite extracting as much as 16 cubic centimeters of meat. Doubtless, the piranha horde had been lured by the pungent aroma of blood. Yet, even the formidable piranhas are not without natural adversaries, their dominance not absolute. Their eggs are often consumed by other aquatic species. Nature, in its infinite wisdom, tends to equilibrate various species. Even rodents, with their prodigious reproductive capabilities, have never proliferated to the point of being beyond human control. Thus, no matter how formidable, piranhas could never entirely dominate a river. Abruptly, Wang Badeo's gaze sharpened once more as a group of electric eels swam into view. These creatures warranted particular caution, for electric eels are not true eels, but are closely related to the characins of the order Cypriniformes, though sluggish in movement and not exceptionally aggressive. Electric eels can discharge jolts of electricity reaching up to 650 volts, primarily to paralyze prey such as fish. should hundreds of these eels discharge simultaneously. Wang Badao questioned his ability to withstand the onslaught. Indeed, formidable defense does not equate to immunity to electric shock. While scales offer no protection against electricity, the protective aura does. Wang Badao could likely withstand the combined discharge of dozens of electric eels, but hundreds or thousands would pose a challenge. He had no intention of testing that limit. After all, no one in their right mind would willingly subject themselves to electrocution. This group consisted of approximately 20 electric eels, each about 2 meters in length and weighing around 20 kilograms. They possessed smooth, scaleless bodies, with black backs and orange-yellow bellies. It is rumored that electric eel flesh is delectable and nutritious, and Wang Badao was indeed curious to sample it. However, as he was currently focused on condensing runes, he had to postpone that desire. 3 of the Amazon's 4 notorious predators had now made their appearance. The identity of the 4th is debatable, with some suggesting the green anaconda and others the caiman. Regardless, neither the caiman nor the green anaconda posed any threat to Wang Badao. The electric eel swarm, not being carnivorous, was merely passing by and swam away without approaching. The piranha swarm, after spending half a day consuming all the scattered remains of the giant crocodile from the riverbed, dared not provoke Wang Badao and promptly dispersed. After the piranha swarm departed, Wang Badao spent another half-day digesting the giant crocodile's heart. Finally, he successfully condensed the second rune of the 28 runes in the 3rd cultivation diagram. The instant the rune solidified, Wang Badao felt a surge of power within him, his aura becoming purer and more substantial. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of his scales increased by 10%. Having dealt with the giant crocodile and refined its heart, 2 remaining presences, akin to the formidable emperor crocodile, warranted Wang Badao's attention. He resolved to deal with them expeditiously, paving the way for the Serpent clan's dominion over the Amazon. Navigating upstream into the marsh, the Serpent horde, without Wang Badao's directive, remained obediently within its confines. Hiss! Upon Wang Badao's arrival, the Serpent throng collectively hissed in unison. Roar! Wang Badao summoned the 72 colossal serpents, instructing them to lead the serpent legions in exterminating species within the Amazon that posed a threat to the juvenile snakes. While complete annihilation was not required, they were to exert their utmost effort in the culling, as the serpent ranks gradually emerged from the marsh. Commencing their sweep of the Amazon, Wang Badao set forth to locate the other 2 behemoths. The auras of the remaining 2 leviathans were faint and elusive, their positions constantly shifting, unlike the Emperor Crocodile's aura, which had remained stationary. Consequently, Wang Badao surmised that the other 2 behemoths were distinct from the Emperor Crocodile, not rulers of a species, but rather solitary, powerful entities dwelling within the Amazon. As for their specific identities, with only a faint trace of their presence, Wang Badao lacked the ability to discern them. Sensing the faint aura of the behemoth, Wang Badao swam towards the southwestern jungle. 4 of the 2 remaining auras. One resided within the southwestern jungle. The southwestern mountain range was stiflingly humid, yet the scenery was undeniably captivating. Mountain waves surged in layered succession. Although the Amazon jungle was deemed a forbidden zone for humans, its allure as a landscape coveted by all was undeniable. After traversing several mountain ranges, Wang Badao once again navigated into the tributaries of the Amazon. Over the course of 5 days, he journeyed hundreds of miles along the stream before finally entering the forest. Upon entering the verdant expanse, Wang Badao encountered a creature that could rival the Emperor Crocodile and the Titan Python. To his astonishment, it was a colossal ape. Standing a towering 3.5 meters tall, the magnificent golden-furred giant ape glared furiously at the great python before him, anxiously pounding its chest and roaring repeatedly. The pressure exerted by the python was immense. Although devoid of intelligence, the giant ape, being one of the closest beings to humanity, possessed a heightened sensitivity compared to other royal-tier creatures and could vividly sense the formidable presence of the python. With a mighty roar, the 3.5-meter-tall golden-furred ape issued a warning. Meanwhile, Wang Badao coiled beneath the tree, flicking his forked tongue, his icy gaze fixated on the golden-furred ape perched on the branches, creating a tense standoff. The golden-furred ape boasted powerful limbs and massive hands, each adorned with 5 elongated claws that glimmered menacingly, leaving no doubt about its strength. A single strike from its hand could easily fell a fierce tiger. Regrettably, the golden-furred ape was not on the same level as Wang Badao. As two razor-like energies sliced through the air, one was deftly evaded by the agile ape, while the other severed a towering tree at its roots. With a thunderous crash, the colossal tree toppled to the ground, and Wang Badao, exhibiting terrifying speed, leaped across a distance of several meters in an instant. Once in close proximity, he swiftly ensnared the golden-furred ape. The dreadful constricting power was displayed, becoming tighter and tighter, and the golden-haired ape was soon on the verge of death. Making a final desperate struggle. Few animals entangled by giant pythons manage to escape by chance. Unless there is an external accident, there is only one way to die. Feeling the golden-haired ape's gradually chilling corpse, Wang Badao released it. The golden-haired ape's corpse fell to the ground, and the overlord who had roamed the Amazon jungle for decades died and disappeared into the dust of history. After the golden-haired ape fell to the ground and died, Wang Badao directly opened his bloody mouth, ready to devour the giant ape. Because the golden-haired ape was huge, Wang Badao finally swallowed it, and the python's belly swelled. In the past, Wang Badao would never do such a thing as devouring animals larger than himself, because this greatly affects his flexibility and his combat effectiveness will also decline. However, the corpse of the golden-haired ape is different. This kind of alien has lived for decades or even hundreds of years, and animals with spirituality generally hoard a lot of energy in their bodies. Titan pythons are, and emperor crocodiles are. The reason why they hoard a lot of energy in their bodies is because they all have one thing in common. They have a strong spirituality. However, the generation of spirituality does not mean the generation of wisdom. After devouring the corpse of the golden-haired ape, Wang Badao is confident that he can condense another rune after refining it. The third cultivation map has a total of 28 runes. 1 to 7 are condensing chi into gang. 8 to 14 are entering the realm of micro. 15 to 21 are seeing God is not bad. And 22 to 28 are breaking through the void. Calculating the intervals, it is evident that every 7 sigils represents a minor realm of breakthrough. Wang Badao, at the condensing chi into form stage, has already crystallized 2 sigils and is now poised to refine the remains of the golden-haired monkey to form the third. Once he successfully solidifies the third sigil, Wang Badao intends to seek out the final colossal beast, confident that vanquishing this creature and consuming its carcass will enable him to crystallize yet another sigil. At that juncture, he will have achieved 4 sigils, bringing him closer to the ultimate perfection of 7 sigils in condensing chi into form, while others often find it exceedingly arduous to make even the slightest advancement in the realm of spirit cultivation. Wang Badao's progress, bolstered by the Shi Wang technique, is remarkable. The recent consumption of celestial materials and the remains of formidable beasts is indeed tantalizing. The essence accumulated within creatures that have survived for decades, or perhaps even centuries, is immense. This is particularly true for terrifying beasts such as the emperor crocodile or the titan python, whose lifespans may extend over many years, possibly even centuries. Wang Badao harbors no doubts regarding this matter. In the outside world, a single scale from an emperor crocodile or a titan python could be considered an invaluable treasure, with research value beyond estimation, let alone the snake gall or heart that gathers 70 to 80% of their essence. After dedicating a day to the refinement of the golden-haired monkey's remains, Wang Badao successfully crystallized another sigil. Over the course of several consecutive days, he managed to solidify 2 sigils. However, realizing the necessity of stabilization, he resolved to practice in this location for a month, ensuring that his newly acquired cultivation is firmly established before proceeding further. The final colossal beast will not flee. Once my cultivation is firmly established, I shall return to slay it and assimilate its remains for further enhancement. As time flows gently onward, a month has passed. During this period, aside from hunting for sustenance, Wang Badao has devoted himself tirelessly to solidifying his cultivation. After a month of diligent practice, he has successfully stabilized his progress. The breakthrough of the 3 sigils now thoroughly secured. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the north, Wang Badao plunged into the tributary, swimming towards the source of the beast's presence. The Amazon tributaries weave throughout the vast Amazon rainforest, resembling a spider's web enveloping the jungle. Wang Badao typically opts for waterways during his travels, as this approach is less taxing. Moreover, the late summer heat in the Amazon is stifling. Beneath the water is far more comfortable than traversing the land. At this moment, Wang Badao finds himself in the southwestern expanse of the Amazon, and the journey northward is no short distance. The northern jungle bears little distinction from the southern. Towering trees stand sentinel, and the vegetation is lush, with grass reaching nearly 2 meters in height, showcasing a myriad of species, including peculiar plants. Among them are the sunwheel flower and the carnivorous plant, to name a few. Recalling the sunwheel flower, Wang Badeo had encountered it previously. This fearsome carnivorous plant boasts leaves approximately 1 meter in length, with blossoms scattered atop its foliage. Should one inadvertently brush against or attempt to pluck it, the slender leaves swiftly unfurl like talons, ensnaring the unfortunate intruder and dragging them down onto the damp grass, rendering them immobile. In this moment, the lurking spiders residing upon the sunwheel flower swarm over the victim, indulging in a feast. Once the spiders have consumed their meal and excreted, their waste serves as nourishment for the sunwheel flower, creating a symbiotic relationship that is nothing short of perfection. However, Wang Badeo did not perceive it as a significant menace. He had scrutinized it meticulously at the time. After journeying for over a month, Wang Badeo eventually arrived at a mountain range from which the aura emanated. The mountain range was replete with dense forests, rendering the path arduous. Upon entering the mountains, Wang Badeo heard a piercing animal cry, akin to the screech of a bird. Finally reaching the summit of the mountain range, he discovered a colossal nest constructed before the coniferous forest's edge. The nest was lined with delicate twigs, pine needles, grass stalks, and animal fur. Wang Badeo discerned that the creature inhabiting the nest was a golden eagle with a wingspan of at least 10 meters. Upon closer inspection, the massive golden eagle possessed a dark brown crown, with elongated, lanceolate feathers extending from the back of its head to the nape of its neck. The feather bases were a muted reddish-brown, while the tips were golden yellow, adorned with dark brown feather shaft stripes. A circlet of golden fur around its neck, set against the chestnut plumage of its wings, exuded an aura of regal splendor. However, it was currently fixated on Wang Badeo with piercing eyes. It could be asserted that eagles are the natural predators of snakes, but not of Wang Badeo. Wang Badeo's defenses, comprising venom and frigid air, enabled him to contend with any creature. Save for airborne beings, no terrestrial creature could rival Wang Badeo. Fortunately, the golden eagle was currently in a weakened postpartum state. Golden eagles typically commence laying eggs in mid-February, and Wang Badeo was perplexed as to why this particular eagle had laid eggs 3 months prematurely. However, this was not Wang Badeo's primary concern. His paramount concern was whether the golden eagle could take flight. If it could not, then the golden eagle would become his prey. If endowed with the capacity for flight, Wang Badeo would be relegated to a position of mere observation on the terrestrial plane, with a separation of 50 meters. It was implausible for Wang Badeo to traverse the distance and intercept the golden eagle before its ascent into the skies. Devoid of viable alternatives, Wang Badeo tentatively advanced 5 meters, prompting the golden eagle to emit another piercing cry, imbued with both warning and a subtle tinge of apprehension. Sensing the golden eagle's trepidation, Wang Badeo surged forth with alacrity, propelling himself towards the avian predator with formidable momentum. Wang Badeo was gambling on the conjecture that the golden eagle was temporarily incapable of flight. Indeed, the golden eagle, after a series of abortive leaps, failed to take to the air, resorting instead to frantic cries of alarm from the ground. Wang Badeo grinned menacingly, buoyed by the conviction that the demise of this golden eagle would herald the imminent unification of the Amazon under the dominion of the Serpent clan. Wang Badeo would ascend to the position of the undisputed sovereign of the Amazon rainforest. With a single, propulsive bound, Wang Badeo diminished the distance separating him from the golden eagle. At this juncture, even if the golden eagle possessed the ability to fly, Wang Badeo remained confident in his capacity to dispatch it before its airborne escape. The golden eagle, in a state of disarray, emitted a series of warning calls. Its beak, curved like a grappling hook, and its talons, as sharp as blades, stood poised to launch an assault upon Wang Badeo. Alas, the golden eagle, ordinarily the sovereign of the skies, accustomed to regarding all creatures with disdain and surveying the world with haughty indifference, now found itself in a state of vulnerability due to its period of debilitation. Incapable of even taking flight, it was reduced to becoming a repast for Wang Badeo. One reigned supreme on land, while the other held dominion over the skies. Yet, owing to its weakened state, the golden eagle could only become Wang Badeo's prey. Wang Badeo, coiling his body, launched himself forward, his sanguinary maw aimed at the golden eagle. The golden eagle's reaction was not slow, even with its diminished speed. Yet, even after evading. The raptor's talons still ignited a cascade of sparks upon Wang Badeo's scales. This was a calculated vulnerability, a deliberate opening. As Wang Badeo knew his defenses were impenetrable to the Golden Eagle's attacks, allowing a single strike was inconsequential. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the eagle's assault, Wang Badeo retaliated with a swift, forceful tail strike, sending the avian predator spiraling through the air. The golden eagle, emitting a plaintive cry, was acutely aware that its demise was imminent. Wang Badeo's velocity was unparalleled in the animal kingdom. With explosive bursts of speed, he traversed the distance in 2 leaps, intercepting the golden eagle midair before it could reach the ground. His jaws clamped down, injecting venom into the eagle's body. As the eagle crashed to earth, Wang Badeo swiftly coiled around it. Gradually, the eagle's body grew frigid, until life ebbed away entirely. Thus, the most formidable sovereign of the skies met its end during a period of vulnerability, vanquished by Wang Badeo. In its final moments, the golden eagle's gaze lingered upon the eggs within its nest, a poignant display of maternal concern for its offspring. In this primeval forest, devoid of the golden eagle's protections, the eggs would inevitably become sustenance for other creatures. Having neutralized the golden eagle, Wang Badeo noticed 11 eggs remaining in its nest. With a decisive sweep of his tail, he obliterated them, ensuring their destruction. To not uproot the weeds is akin to inviting their resurgence with the spring breeze. Such natural enemies of serpents were best eradicated entirely. The golden eagle had subsisted on snakes, and countless pythons had fallen victim to its talons over the years. Moreover, this particular golden eagle was a unique variant, and there was no assurance that its offspring would not attain a similar level of power. The golden eagle's demise marked a significant stride forward in Wang Badeo's ambition to reign supreme over the Amazon rainforest. The ensuing tasks could be entrusted to the 72 giant pythons, requiring only time and diligence. Gazing at the corpse of the golden eagle, Wang Badao approached and opened his immense jaws to devour it. After consuming the body of the eagle, he spiraled in place, activating the Shi Huang decision to commence the refining process. Within a day, the body of the golden eagle was completely transformed. Amidst the 28 symbols of the third cultivation diagram, the fourth symbol finally coalesced successfully. At the moment the symbol solidified, Wang Badao was suddenly enveloped in a powerful tremor. In an instant, he felt a wave of disorientation as darkness encroached upon his consciousness, which gradually became hazy. Thus, Wang Badao silently hovered on the ground, his body as immovable as stone, while the forest around him was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, his body quivered, and his brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, within the ocean of his consciousness, tumultuous waves surged forth, crashing against an almost imperceptible barrier surrounding his mind. As if attempting to shatter the confinement, a resonating hum filled Wang Badao's mind, and soon the barrier surrounding his consciousness was breached by the relentless waves. The mental energy within the ocean of his awareness surged forth like a wild stallion, rapidly dispersing. In an instant, vivid scenes unfolded in Wang Badao's mind. An overwhelming influx of information flooded in, threatening to burst his consciousness. He felt a sharp, intense pain in his head, yet he could not succumb to unconsciousness. The more he struggled, the more painful it became, and the clarity of his awareness only intensified. The information flooding his mind consisted of avian melodies, the foraging of wild boars, and the frolicsome antics of monkeys, interspersed with a few rather unseemly scenes of animal mating that manifested within his sea of consciousness. Abruptly, Wang Badeo experienced a sensation akin to awakening, as if his consciousness had been dislodged from his corporeal form, operating independently, yet retaining a vivid sense of reality, encompassing tactile and gustatory perceptions. Could this be the legendary divine consciousness? Wang Badeo mused, recalling that divine consciousness was referenced in both Buddhist and Taoist texts. Buddhism alluded to it as the collective mind and consciousness of sentient beings, including the manas and alaya consciousnesses, though interpretations and debates persisted within various Buddhist schools and academic circles. In layman's terms, it might be aptly described as an out-of-body experience. However, it was not quite as mystical as portrayed. Scientifically, it could be interpreted as brainwaves, which Wang Badeo tentatively termed divine consciousness. The ability to project this consciousness externally seemed to him a rather superfluous supernatural power, offering little combat utility, as its range extended only 1,000 meters, less than his own thermal perception. It was, in essence, a white elephant, neither particularly useful nor easily discarded. The coagulation of the fourth rune filled Wang Badeo with elation. With only 3 more runes to solidify, the condensation of qi into astral energy would be complete. Roar. Ascending to the summit, Wang Badeo straightened his torso and emitted a resounding roar that reverberated for hundreds of miles, summoning the 72 giant serpents and the entirety of the serpent horde. At this juncture, the Titanoboa, the Deinosuchus, the golden-haired ape, and the golden eagle, the 4 colossal beasts, had all perished at the hands of Wang Badeo. The moment had arrived to unify the primeval Amazonian rainforest. After a period of waiting that spanned several days, the serpentine hordes gradually converged. Eventually, after 2 months, every serpent in the Amazon exceeding 3 meters in length had congregated. Ranging from the immense to the lesser, among the 72 giant pythons, for surpassed 20 meters in length, 68 exceeded 15 meters, thousands were over 10 meters, and tens of thousands were beyond 5 meters. Moreover, there were serpent multitudes, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, amassed across the mountain range, a veritable serpentine expanse. Hiss, hiss. From the summit, Wang Badeo emitted hisses of varying frequencies, endeavoring to command the giant pythons. Yet, to Wang Badeo's dismay, the complexity of his intended directives, such as unify the Amazon, occupy the east, and assault the south, proved to be manifestly beyond the comprehension of the pythons. Blast! These pythons are far too dim. Wang Badeo inwardly berated. All the plans had been meticulously laid out, yet who could have foreseen that the pythons would falter at this critical juncture? Suddenly, Wang Badeo recalled the new supernatural power, divine sense, that had emerged after devouring the golden eagle a month prior. He wondered if the external projection of divine sense would be effective. Entering his sea of consciousness, he cautiously extended his mental energy outward. Once the mental energy had radiated from the sea of consciousness, Wang Badeo promptly focused it into a single thread, directed at the 24-meter golden python, and infused it into its sea of consciousness. Coil. At this command, the golden python obediently coiled itself. Fetch a stone. Commanding 17 pythons to advance 100 meters, Wang Badeo's directives to the golden giant python grew increasingly intricate. Yet, the serpent comprehended each instruction, executing them flawlessly. Assured by the golden python's adeptness, Wang Badeo then employed his divine sense, tasking the 4 supergiant pythons with leading 17 pythons each to occupy the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. Following Wang Badeo's orders, the pythons dispersed, laying claim to their territories. Confident that no creature in the Amazon could rival the supergiant pythons after his vanquishing of the 4 colossal beasts, Wang Badeo did not intend to eradicate all Amazonian fauna, but rather to cull those posing a threat to the juvenile snakes. His aim was to secure complete dominion over the Amazon, enabling him to promptly address any contingencies. For instance, should humans encroach upon the Amazon, Wang Badeo could preemptively dispatch the pythons to eliminate them before they drew near. The notion of a 35-meter python was already unsettling. What if Wang Badeo were to reach 50 or even 100 meters in length? Discovery by humans would shatter any semblance of tranquility. With the pythons leading their groups to seize territories, Wang Badeo found himself idle. The breakthrough to the 4th rune had stabilized in the past month amidst the waiting for the python groups. Consequently, Wang Badeo was at loose ends. And given his recent rapid cultivation advancements, a respite was in order, as cultivation necessitated a balance between exertion and repose. Amazon is vast, and Wang Badeo has yet to explore many of its regions. Therefore, Wang Badeo intends to wander around, seeking some spice to enrich his life. Chapter 70. The Ahala tribe. This area marks the eastern periphery of the Amazon rainforest, a pristine region inhabited by several human tribes. These people have had minimal contact with the outside world, remaining unenlightened and devoted to powerful reptiles, leading arduous, primitive lives. The Ahala tribe, meaning serpent tribe or serpent people, venerates a massive serpent totem as their deity. They refer to their god as Ahala, meaning serpent god. The Ahala tribe primarily engages in jungle hunting, relying on prey for their sustenance, consuming meat, using hides for clothing, utilizing oils for illumination, and crafting tools or weapons from bones and teeth. All members of the Ahala tribe believe in the serpent god, and a 10-meter-tall stone sculpture of the serpent god stands at the center of their village. It is said that this sculpture can communicate with the serpent god, allowing direct prayer to the deity. Legends of the serpent god have been passed down through the tribe for millennia. Although the serpent god has not manifested in recent times, they remain steadfast in their faith, believing that the serpent god is omnipotent. However, despite the majority of the Yuhala people firmly believing in the existence of the serpent god, some inevitably betray their deity, abandon their faith, and escape the tribe to venture into the outside world. These traitors are known as serpent people by those in the outside world. The uninitiated perceive the serpent people as an archaic and peculiar group, nomadic performers adorned with serpents that sway in concert with the melodies of a flute. The Ohara maintain a rapport with snakes, which seldom attack them. Even formidable cobras, upon sensing the Ohara's benevolence, refrain from aggression and instead seek their company. The Ohara are steeped in singular customs and rites. Upon the birth of a male child, they anoint him with a few drops of venomous serpent fluid. They believe this bestows upon the boy an innate ability to discern serpentine nature and bolsters the infant's immunity. Snake capture is the Ohara's forte. A boy's passage into manhood is marked by his solitary venture into the mountains to capture a serpent. In the eyes of the Ohara, a youth incapable of snake capture is deemed ineligible for matrimony. He is not only deprived of a maiden's affections and the opportunity to establish a home, but is also regarded as a disgrace to his lineage. The serpent god is the Ohara's sole deity. Thus, each year's end is marked by a veneration of the serpent god, under the aegis of their leader, Hua. The Ohara prepared the sacrificial offerings before nightfall, including 4 wild boars slain that day, 7 falcons, natural enemies of snakes, and an assortment of fruits. As night descended, torches illuminated the tribal square. Upon the stone altar before the serpent god's effigy stood 4 golden roasted piglets, 10 falcons, and a plethora of fruits. The air vibrated with the sounds of gongs and drums as they swayed and chanted in an unintelligible tongue. Under the guidance of the revered leader, countless members of the Wahala tribe danced with fervor. However, their movements lacked grace, resembling more of a frenzied ritual than a dance. Indeed, they were not engaging in mere merriment. This was a sacred ceremony of the Wahala people. Known as the Snake Festival, this ritual embodies prayers for the continuity of life, the perpetuation of their lineage, bountiful harvests, and favorable weather, as they beseech their serpent deity. Upon the conclusion of the communal rites, it was time for to perform his solitary prayer. His supplication sought to bridge the chasm between man and serpent, despite the fact that no one had communicated with the serpent god for over a millennium. Yet, each year, the Wahala people eagerly anticipate the ceremony, hoping for the serpent deity's return and renewed favor upon their tribe. Invigorated by his recent ascension to leadership, found himself for the first time in close proximity to the sacred serpent stone sculpture, touching it for the very first time. This sculpture is a revered relic of the serpent people, accessible only to the tribe's leaders. As his hand rested upon the sculpture, it felt as though he were declaring an oath, and thus he commenced his heartfelt prayer. O great serpent god, omnipotent and divine, your humble servant offers this prayer, yearning for your generous return. Kneeling on the ground, he suddenly prostrated himself, his face flushed with excitement. For in the aftermath of his supplication, a voice echoed within his mind. Do you truly wish for my presence? Overwhelmed with emotion, trembling, addressed the serpent sculpture. Are you truly the serpent god? No. I harbor no doubt regarding your intentions. Oh, revered serpent god, your return is met with elation. You have not forsaken your devoted adherents. As Haya offered paeans to the serpent god, a colossal python gracefully coiled around the 10-meter-high serpentine effigy. Its ophidian head hovered in the air, its forked tongue darting menacingly, its frigid gaze sweeping across the assembly below. Yet, paradoxically, the Wuherans exhibited no trepidation. Instead, they prostrated themselves reverently, chanting invocations. For millennia, their unwavering faith in the serpent god has remained inviolable. Every Wuheran is prepared to immolate themselves for the serpent god, even in the face of death. The python, heedless of the prostrate Wuherans, forthwith devoured the 4 golden roasted boars arrayed before the effigy. Henceforth, provide sustenance comparable to that of this day. The directive resonated not only within Haya's consciousness but also within the minds of all Wuherans congregated in the plaza. The Wuherans responded with fervent supplications, invigorated by the serpent god's decree. To serve the serpent god is their paramount honor. Even after the python's departure, the Wuherans remained in prayer, their numbers swelling. On the morrow, the Wuherans duly prepared the repast, consisting of 4 golden roasted boars, as on the preceding day. The serpent god's appetite was prodigious, readily consuming the quartet of golden roasted boars. Over the ensuing month, the Wuherans diligently persisted in their hunting endeavors. For the daily procurement of 4 wild boars was no facile task. Their month-long commitment to furnishing the serpent god with 4 golden roasted boars was a testament to their devotion. However, on this particular day, despite venturing 100 leagues, the Wu herons managed to capture only 3 wild boars. The nearby boars had either been completely hunted or driven away from the region by the Yohara people's relentless pursuit. The Yohara were all filled with trepidation as they beseeched the serpent god for forgiveness. The serpent god did not blame them, which further solidified the Yohara people's faith in the deity. From that day forward, the Yohara no longer needed to hunt, for every day, a great python would deliver sustenance. The Yohara knew that this was the serpent god's will, that the deity had commanded the great python to bring them food. The food brought by the great python included boars, various fish, and even large animals such as crocodiles. After offering these spoils to the serpent god, there would still be a considerable surplus, which alleviated the Yohara people's burden as they no longer needed to endure the daily hardship of hunting. The serpent god was none other than Wongbadeo. It is said that Wongbadeo had arrived at the eastern edge over a month prior. Discovering that the human tribe there revered snakes and, moreover, worshipped the serpent god, having not tasted cooked food in quite some time, Wongbadeo was naturally captivated by the aroma of 4 golden roasted piglets. Subsequently, he impersonated the serpent god and resided with the Yohara tribe for over a month. When the Yohara people were unable to capture prey, Wongbadeo commanded the Python clan, which was scattered throughout the Amazon, to have the great pythons of the east deliver prey. At this time, it had been a year since the last blood-colored flower bloomed, and in another half-month, it would be the time for the blood-colored flower to bloom once again. Wongbadeo had no choice but to reluctantly part ways with the Yohara tribe. For even though the taste of cooked food was exquisite, it was not as important as the blood-colored orchid. In the future, when time permits, I shall reminisce about the exquisite flavor of golden roasted suckling pig. Chapter 71. The Earthquake. In the Wahala tribe, Wongbadeo consumed his final meal, resolutely departing. After all, one must not underestimate the unforeseen. Should an accident occur, he would find no solace for his sorrow. Moreover, the fleeting days passed swiftly, and Wongbadeo was never one to lack patience. After 2 days of waiting, the blood orchid began to bloom, and it appeared that within 2 or 3 days, it would fully blossom. The following day, Wongbadeo devoured the prey delivered by the giant python, spiraling down to wait in silence as he had done in previous days. After half a month of consuming cooked food, his palate had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Thus, eating the raw, blood-soaked flesh was indeed somewhat unpalatable. Yet, in the face of gnawing hunger, one must endure the indignity of compromised taste. At times, Wongbadeo pondered that had the bloodline of the black dragon not heightened his senses, he would not have to endure such suffering. As time raced on, the morning slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, while quietly spiraling above the ground, Wongbadeo felt a surge of unease, as if danger were looming near. Expanding his consciousness, he reached out to the earth, sensing the subtle shifts in geothermal heat, electrical currents, magnetic fields, climate, and groundwater. With a jolt, Wongbadeo understood this was the omen of an earthquake. Although these signs were faint and difficult to perceive for creatures endowed with acute sensitivity, even the slightest changes could be detected. Not to mention Wongbadeo's senses, which were dozens of times more acute than those of ordinary creatures. Wongbadeo's heart leaped. An earthquake was a natural phenomenon he could not withstand. To be caught unprepared would result in severe injury, if not death. Earthquakes are one of the Earth's most significant releases of internal energy. It has been calculated that a magnitude 7 earthquake releases energy equivalent to more than 20 kiloton atomic bombs. The magnitude of such energy is unimaginable. Before a seismic event, there are invariably physical, chemical, and meteorological changes. These subtle shifts are perceptible to creatures with highly attuned senses, triggering physiological and behavioral responses, thus explaining the unusual behavior of animals before an earthquake. Sure enough, Wongbadeo observed countless animals traversing the jungle in droves. Swarms of bees buzzed loudly as they migrated, and snakes slithered frantically across the ground. Animals that would typically avoid Wongbadeo now dared to pass by him in their desperation. Soon after these creatures had rushed past, the entire forest stirred, and the more sensitive animals began to stampede. Wongbadeo was now in a quandary. A magnitude 7 or higher earthquake would certainly obliterate the yet-to-bloom blood orchids. In such a rare seismic event, occurring perhaps once every few centuries or millennia, the blood orchids might become extinct. If that were to happen, Wang Badao would be inconsolable. At last, Wang Badao resolved to take a daring risk and remain behind to tend to the blood orchid. Even if he could not preserve the magnificent flower itself, he would at least safeguard its seeds, ensuring it would not face extinction. Even if but a single blood orchid remained, under Wang Badao's meticulous care, it could flourish anew. He held on to the belief that, barring a magnitude 9 earthquake, his life would be spared. Historically, a magnitude 10 earthquake had yet to occur. To date, the most powerful earthquake recorded globally was the 9.5 magnitude tremor that struck Chile in 1960. During that catastrophic event, a fault line extending over 1,000 kilometers shifted, unleashing a terrifying tsunami. After Wang Badao made his decision to stay, 5 hours elapsed. The moment had finally arrived. Wang Badao abruptly stirred from his previously still state, and as he moved, the earth began to tremble violently, the intensity gradually escalating until the ground itself began to fracture. At the current level of seismic activity, Wang Badao estimated the quake to be at least a magnitude 7. Rocks cascaded down the mountainsides, rivers churned tumultuously, and fish and shrimp floundered upon the surface of the turbulent waters. Trees began to topple, mountain peaks swayed ominously, and fissures spread across the terrain. Wang Badao shielded the yet-to-bloom blood orchids against the onslaught of falling trees and debris. However, the quakes and shifting mountains were beyond his control, and thus, a significant number of blood orchids that had not yet opened were tragically destroyed. From an original count of over 300, only about 200 remained at this moment. And the earthquake continued unabated. Wang Badao estimated that the seismic activity would persist for at least another 2 minutes. In the aftermath of this brief interval, he wondered how many of the 300 or so blood orchids would remain. Subsequent to the onset of the earthquake, the sky had darkened, with smoke and dust enshrouding the entire forest. The heavens seemed to collapse and the earth to crumble, and a sweeping vista of devastation stretched into the distance. The smoke and dust billowed outwards, engulfing the periphery with irresistible force. These effusions proved highly lethal to the fauna, claiming at least 30% of the animal population. The shattered mountain ranges and toppled trees lay in swathes, with fissures dissecting the forest like a spider's web. The scene was nothing short of a veritable inferno. Countless creatures perished in the aftershocks, while others were buried alive, succumbing to asphyxiation. Some were swallowed by the chasms that opened beneath their feet, while still others were crushed into a pulp beneath collapsing peaks and trees, their demise exceedingly gruesome. Fortunately, the Amazon rainforest was vast, and while this locale was the epicenter of the quake, flora and fauna in the outer reaches managed to endure. Otherwise, untold numbers of species, both known and yet to be discovered, might have been eradicated. The earthquake did indeed cease after approximately 2 minutes. In its wake, the swamp had vanished, and a mountainside had caved in. Mercifully, it was not the side where the blood orchids flourished, or else Wang Badao would have been left to flee with a mere handful of blossoms as seeds. A little over 120 blood orchids remained, all of which Wang Badao intended to keep for himself. This was simply a matter of the earthquake having struck at an opportune moment, and of the 72 giant serpents having met with misfortune. Wang Badao ascended to the mountain's summit, and, gazing upon the scene in the distance, could not help but feel a sense of awe. The desolation is palpable, with ruins and shattered walls as far as the eye can see. Half of the mountain has collapsed, as if cleaved in two, while the other half has mysteriously vanished, perhaps consumed by a chasm. Numerous enormous fissures have been inundated by the waters of the Amazon River, giving rise to new tributaries. In the place where the marsh once thrived, an astonishing sinkhole has emerged, measuring approximately 30 to 40 meters in diameter, with an unfathomable depth. Wang Badao feels a flicker of relief within, for he had dispersed the python horde throughout the vast expanse of the Amazon rainforest. This particular region may have suffered grievous losses, yet he trusts that the pythons in other areas remain unscathed. As for the 72 giant pythons, they are the least of his concerns, for their innate sensitivity surpasses that of other creatures. They sensed the impending earthquake 4 hours prior. This interval was ample for them to escape the epicenter. While some may sustain injuries, their lives would not be endangered. At this moment, Wang Badao's attention is captivated by the sinkhole, as he perceives a potent energy emanating from within. This energy is remarkably pure and substantial, likely linked to rare treasures buried beneath the earth. To his astonishment, these treasures have surfaced following the earthquake. Having recently lost over 200 blood orchid flowers, his spirits are somewhat lifted by this unexpected revelation. Such treasures are rare. Even if the sinkhole contains only ordinary ones, Wang Badu would not incur a loss. After all, while blood orchids are also precious resources, they bloom only once a year and merely stimulate cellular growth, significantly enhancing the python's growth rate. Perhaps, under duress, one might transcend limitations. Yet the probability of such a breakthrough remains exceedingly slim. Moreover, its efficacy diminishes considerably for those who have surpassed the divine refinement realm. Consequently, the blood orchid can only expedite Wang Badeo's progression, offering little assistance in surpassing his current cultivation level. However, the natural treasures within the sinkhole present a different prospect, with the potential to aid Wang Badeo in surpassing his present cultivation. Should he succeed in solidifying even a few runes, Wang Badeo would reap substantial rewards. Chapter 72. Millennium Stone Milk. The sinkhole plunges to a considerable depth. Wang Badeo, gazing from its precipice, estimates a depth of at least 1,000 meters. Even with Wang Badeo's immense physique, descending requires the utmost caution. A moment of carelessness, while not necessarily fatal, could result in injury. In the aftermath of the recent earthquake, a dense, gray mist permeates the sinkhole. The mountain winds howl, causing the gray mist to envelop the mountains, billowing from east to west. Countless creatures will likely perish in this gale. At this moment, an intriguing phenomenon unfolds before Wang Badeo's eyes. Delicate leaves hover above the sinkhole's opening, defying gravity. The leaves remain suspended due to the subterranean air currents ascending from within the cave. Upon encountering the colder temperatures outside, these currents condense into a thick, white mist. This phenomenon suggests the presence of another vent connecting to the cavern below, creating a cycle of air intake and exhaust. After observing the sinkhole for a time, Wang Badeo discerns numerous uneven rock formations on the southern cliff face, presenting the optimal route for descending into the sinkhole. Descending from the southern precipice of the sinkhole, over 500 meters down, Wang Badeo observed that the sinkhole was a slope inclined at more than 30 degrees. Initially, a lush expanse of unidentified flora met his gaze, with desiccated plants strewn across the slope. The variety of trees was extensive, yet Wang Badeo recognized none. This was presumably the aftermath of an earthquake, leading to the collapse of these subterranean plants. What manner of flora are these? How do they subsist underground? Few in the outside world would believe it. Furthermore, what plant spends its entire existence, from inception to demise, growing solely beneath the earth or within the soil, never once exposed to sunlight? Wang Badeo felt a tinge of perplexity, but it was not his primary concern. His paramount interest lay in entering the sinkhole and seeking out natural treasures. Utilizing the fallen trees as implements, Wang Badeo swiftly descended to the bottom of the sinkhole. The base was a labyrinth of interconnected passages, and Wang Badeo sensed the direction of the energy emanating from the natural treasures. Subsequently, he chose the leftward passage. As he advanced, stalactites protruded from the rock walls, with water droplets seeping from the stone surfaces, and various unnamed plants flourished on the walls. With further penetration, the temperature plummeted sharply, and a chilling coldness permeated his very core. Even Wang Badeo's resistance to cold was challenged, indicating the extreme frigidity of the place. Gusts of wind intensified within the pit, producing eerie, wailing sounds. Such a terrifying scene would be unbearable for most. The deeper he ventured, the closer Wang Badeo sensed the energy drawing nearer. Drip, drop. Stalactites incessantly dripped from the inverted stone columns overhead. Gazing at the inverted stone pillars overhead, Wang Badeo remained vigilant. After all, countless years had passed without any creatures entering this sinkhole, and who knew what dangers might lurk within. The droplets of stalactite sap falling did not capture Wang Badeo's attention. As he continued to explore forward, stalactite sap is merely formed within caves in carbonate rock regions over a vast geological history and under specific geological conditions, offering no benefit to cultivation. Of course, this only applies to ordinary stalactite sap. 10,000-year stalactite sap would be another matter entirely. The formation of 10,000-year stalactite sap is exceedingly complex, typically originating from rocks buried deep within the Earth's core, requiring tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of years to form, making it exceptionally rare. Discoveries of stalactite sap are even rarer, with most findings being less than 1,000 years old, let alone 10,000. A drop of stalactite sap landed on Wang Badeo's forehead, and upon a gentle sniff, a rich fragrance emanated, invigorating his mind and greatly refreshing his spirit. This must be 10,000-year stalactite sap. Wang Badao was overjoyed, simultaneously confirming that the natural treasure within the sinkhole was indeed 10,000-year stalactite sap. Consuming 10,000-year stalactite sap can enhance cultivation and aid in the condensation of runes. Drip, drip. Droplets of stalactite sap continuously fell from the inverted stones above. All the falling stalactite sap gathered in a small pool, with ripples spreading out from it in layers. At the same time, an aroma even more fragrant than before wafted into Wang Badao's nostrils. As the distance closed, Wang Badao could see faint yellow rays of light swirling above the small pool. With a hearty laugh, Wang Badao swiftly advanced, his spirits soaring at the sight of the myriad of millennia-old stone milk. Such a treasure could undoubtedly aid him in condensing 7 or 8 rune patterns, which represented a significant leap in realm, potentially amplifying his powers several-fold, even tenfold. Upon reaching the edge of the small pool, an even more intense fragrance wafted towards him. Wang Badao inhaled deeply, sensing a stirring of vital energy within him. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as a heavenly material. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and an exhilarating joy surged within him. He noticed a concave stone, roughly the size of a bowl, atop a larger rock, which had collected a small bowl of stone milk. Judging by the aroma, Wang Badao was certain that this stone milk was far older than a mere millennium. His preliminary estimation suggested it was at least 100,000 years old. While the millennia-old stone milk was indeed a treasure, it ranked among the lower tier, with a single drop capable of enhancing one's cultivation by only a few years. In contrast, stone milk over 100,000 years in age was a supreme rarity among heavenly materials, with a single drop promising to augment one's cultivation by decades. Moreover, it possessed the extraordinary ability to fundamentally transform one's physique, cleansing the marrow and fortifying the essence. The term cleansing the marrow and fortifying the essence is commonly understood on the surface, yet its deeper significance lies in the purification of the body and mind, targeting both the meridians and the bone marrow. This process, sometimes referred to as purifying the marrow and reinforcing the bones, signifies a thorough elimination of all internal impurities and waste, leading to a comprehensive cleansing of the meridians. Such a transformation would undoubtedly enhance one's physical constitution and overall compatibility, resulting in significantly accelerated cultivation speed and the potential to surpass inherent limitations. Such advantages are coveted by all cultivators. A worthwhile exchange. Merely this small bowl of stone milk, aged over 100,000 years, is more precious than the 200-odd blood orchids lost. Coupled with a small pool of 10,000-year-old stone milk, this transaction is exceptionally profitable. However, while one's body can completely absorb any amount of 10,000-year-old stone milk consumed, one can only ingest a maximum of 10 drops of stone milk aged over 100,000 years at a time. More than that would be difficult to absorb all at once, and it is feared that such a celestial treasure would be wasted, Wang Badao mused. Soon, Wang Badao dismissed this concern, as the stone milk would not disappear. He merely needed to dedicate more time to tending to it. Such celestial treasures emit a subtle fragrance that animals with keen senses can detect from 100 miles away, after which they will follow the scent. Therefore, Wang Badao must remain here to prevent other animals from squandering it needlessly. Even if Wang Badao absorbed the stone milk every moment, it would still take at least a year. Spending a year in one place is somewhat unbearable for a giant python with Wang Badao's intelligence. In the end, Wang Badao decided to summon all the giant pythons to guard the area. With his command, the pythons would not dare to steal any. As for himself, he could enjoy freedom and go wherever he pleased. After consuming about 10 drops of stone milk aged over 100,000 years, Wang Badao leisurely exited the sinkhole. Upon emerging, Wang Badao roared to summon the python swarm. Although the earthquake had just passed, and the pythons might still be in a state of panic, as the monarch among pythons, he possessed absolute authority. Submit and prosper. Resist and perish. Summoning the colossal pythons requires considerable time. Wang Badao hovered at the edge of the abyss, refining 10 drops of stone milk that had matured for over 100,000 years. The energy contained within these 10 drops is immense, equivalent to 1/10 of the energy of a titan python's gallbladder. Notably, a small bowl containing stone milk aged over 100,000 years holds at least 1,000 drops, implying a staggering energy comparable to that of 10 titan python gallbladders. How terrifying is that? One gallbladder of a Titan python could assist Wang Ba Dao in condensing a single rune. Thus, this small bowl of stone milk could potentially condense 10 runes. However, the calculations are not so straightforward. The 4 minor realms, condensing chi into form, entering the subtle realm, seeing the divine without destruction, and breaking through the void, each contains 7 runes. In the condensing chi into form realm, approximately 1 gallbladder of a Titan python's energy is required to condense each rune. The entering the subtle realm necessitates 2 gallbladders for 1 rune, while seeing the divine without destruction requires 4. And breaking through the void demands 8. When considering these requirements, how immense must the energy be to achieve the perfection of the breaking through the void realm? It is simply beyond estimation. As time flowed slowly, 2 days later, 72 colossal pythons arrived one after another. Just as Wang Ba Dao entered the abyss for the 3rd time, the 10 drops of stone milk had yet to be fully refined when all 72 pythons had gathered. This urgency was propelled by the imminent blooming of the blood orchid. Even though this region had just experienced an earthquake, the python horde instinctively rushed toward this location. Thus, it was at the summons of Wang Ba Dao that the serpentine throng hastened to arrive. It is worth noting that the energy contained within 10 drops of 10,000-year stone milk is merely a tenth of the potency found in the Titan python's gallbladder, which requires only a day for refinement. Why, then, does the extraction of the stone milk demand such an extensive duration? It is not that Wang Ba Dao's refining speed has diminished. Rather, the energy of the stone milk possesses slight impurities that have significantly prolonged the process. Wang Ba Dao rose, casting his gaze over the multitude of pythons, exuding an aura of inexorable authority that rendered all serpents quaking upon the ground. This was not an intentional display of dominance. In the realm of the animal kingdom, genuine loyalty is a myth. Overshadowed by the supremacy of raw power, only the formidable command respect. Moreover, periodic training is necessary to deter any thoughts of treachery among the serpents. Loyalty? Wang Ba Dao has never placed stock in such a notion. Whether it exists or not, women are not truly virtuous. Virtue is merely a byproduct of insufficient temptation. Men are not inherently loyal. Loyalty arises when the stakes of betrayal are deemed too low. After imparting his training to the pythons and asserting his supremacy, Wang Ba Dao extended his consciousness outward to issue commands. The directive was straightforward. The pythons were to guard the abyss while venturing out in designated groups to hunt. Anticipating potential misunderstandings, he took care to elaborate in the serpentine tongue, clearly delineating the tasks of guarding the abyss and hunting in turns. Upon receiving Wang Ba Dao's orders, the pythons coiled around the precipice of the abyss, ensuring that no creature could breach its perimeter. Not even the most audacious bird would dare to fly within. Wang Ba Dao observed that the giant serpents were already engrossed in their tasks, so he focused his attention on the blood orchid, which had begun to bloom in part. The orchid, typically known for its delicate hues and refreshing fragrance, often flourishes in secluded spots, exuding an air of elegance and charm. However, the crimson hue of the blood orchid utterly shatters that ethereal essence. Its vibrant red petals appear as though they have been stained with blood, lacking the freshness and grace. Instead radiating a fierce and violent aura. Wang Ba Dao resolved to refine 10 drops of stone milk before proceeding. By the time he completed the refinement, the blood orchid should be in full bloom. Although he contemplated sharing some of the millennia-old stone milk with the giant serpents, he quickly dismissed the idea. They lacked the understanding of cultivation, and consuming it would be wasteful. Gaining merely 1/10 would be commendable, while the remaining 90% would be squandered. Ultimately, Wang Ba Dao decided against allowing the serpents to squander the precious stone milk, for such rare treasures of heaven and earth should not be wasted, lest he incur divine retribution. Meanwhile, in New York, at the World Trade Center, an iconic edifice and a pivotal hub of finance and trade in the United States, a meeting was underway in one of its conference rooms. "You are deceiving us." Johnson, representing the sponsors, was the first to voice his grievances. "You promised us that you would develop medications to treat various cancers, for which we sponsored $170 million. Yet, you have betrayed us. After 4 years, you have still failed to deliver the medications we seek. We stand by our word. Please trust us." Jones, a sincere doctor, implored. "I'm sorry, Jones, but we no longer wish to sponsor you. We are terminating our support for your department's research." Johnson's tone evidently left no room for negotiation. Jones gestured to his assistant, Jack, who nodded and activated the projector. The screen displayed a plant with a large bloom, a deep red so dark it nearly appeared black, its petals intricately layered around the core. Jack began. I believe you are all familiar with this. It was introduced 4 years ago. This flower is known as the blood orchid, which contains a component that can extend the lifespan of cellular division. No, gentlemen, I believe we need not discuss this further. We already deliberated on this topic 4 years ago and were convinced then. We shall not be persuaded again. Johnson interrupted Jack's presentation directly. Jack, resigned, turned to Jones and said, Doctor, perhaps you should take over. Jones nodded and assumed the conversation, stating, Very well, gentlemen, allow me to present. I assure you that after hearing this, you will not only refrain from withdrawing your investments, but will increase your sponsorship. Just a minute, gentlemen. Patience is essential for profit, is it not? Johnson remained silent for a moment before nodding. Observing Johnson resuming his seat, Jones smiled slightly and continued. I shall refrain from revisiting our discussion from 4 years ago and instead focus on the outcomes of our efforts over the past 4 years. At Jones's signal, Jack retrieved a vial of medication from a drawer and presented it to Johnson. This medication is effective only in the early stages of AIDS. It is ineffective in the later stages. We require extensive research on the blood orchid. More is better. Gentlemen, I believe it is imperative for you to ponder a solution. Those formidable pythons are beyond the capabilities of our research team. Thus, we have refrained from further pursuit and now seek your assistance. Johnson skeptically inquired, Is this medication truly effective? Oh shit. Are you questioning the validity of our research findings? Jones glared at Johnson in indignation. No. I am merely seeking verification. Johnson retorted. Very well. You may take the medication to ascertain its efficacy with an early-stage AIDS patient. However, Mr. Johnson, there is but one dose available. As we have exhausted our supply of blood orchids, the 3 blood orchids yielded only this single dose. Moreover, should you choose to withdraw your sponsorship, I suspect there will be others interested. All right, we place our trust in you. If necessary, we could employ a mercenary to venture into the Amazon rainforest in search of blood orchids, Johnson proposed. At that moment, Johnson felt a sense of optimism. Even if they failed to develop a cure for other cancers, the mere existence of a treatment for early-stage AIDS would yield immense profits. In 1998, 2.5 million people succumbed to AIDS. In 2002, 3 million lives were lost. And in 2005, another 3 million perished from the same affliction. By the year 2020, it is projected that 100 million individuals will die from AIDS. Such staggering figures. Should they succeed in creating a treatment for AIDS, their company would rapidly ascend to become the largest in the world, and Johnson would emerge as a newly minted magnate on the global wealth rankings. Currently, there exists but a singular method to effectively suppress the virus, which is through the utilization of cocktail therapy. This treatment must be administered promptly upon infection, particularly as symptoms begin to manifest. Provided that it is taken consistently over an extended period, it can sustain one's life to the natural lifespan. In other words, even if one were to contract HIV, with continuous adherence to cocktail therapy, one could still potentially live to the age of 80. However, the cost of this therapy amounts to $7,000 per month, rendering it inaccessible for the average individual. Should a medication for the treatment of AIDS be developed, it could be priced at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars and still find a market. Gentlemen, it is imperative to note that the blood orchid will soon bloom, but will wither away in approximately 2 weeks. Therefore, swift action is essential, as Jones cautioned. Well, I look forward to your good news. Jones nodded in response. Chapter 74. The terrifying primal jungle in the vast, misty expanse of the Amazon rainforest. A team is presently navigating through its depths. This group is equipped with an array of firearms, including handguns and military knives, and notably, one robust individual bears a rocket launcher on his shoulder, this being a portable anti-tank weapon of considerable power. In the dense tropical jungle, the foliage is thick and the spaces are confined, which enhances the lethality of automatic rifles. However, their size and rate of fire are constrained, making them less suited for unleashing their full potential in such limited environments. In contrast, the smaller, more agile weapons exhibit superior sustained firepower, rendering them more advantageous in combat scenarios. Moreover, jungle warfare necessitates the accompaniment of a dagger and a handgun. Should one encounter the enemy without the opportunity to utilize a firearm, the dagger becomes the optimal choice. One must not underestimate the dagger. Lacking it in jungle combat significantly impairs a soldier's operational capability. Such fundamental knowledge is certainly not overlooked by the members of Bloodtooth, the most formidable mercenary group in Europe and America. Bloodtooth ranks among the top 10 mercenary organizations globally, and they have undertaken a mission from the Synopsis group to search for a blood-red orchid in the Amazon. Few dare to venture into the Amazon due to its perilous nature. The fauna and flora within are lethal, and one misstep could lead to their resting place. However, the remuneration offered by the Synopsis group is undeniably enticing. $15 million. What a staggering sum. What defines a mercenary? They are warriors who fight on behalf of their employers purely for profit. That is the essence of a mercenary. The allure of wealth has captivated Bloodtooth. After some negotiation, the hiring fee was raised to $16 million. Thus, the most elite squad of Bloodtooth has arrived in the Amazon jungle, comprising 18 individuals at this moment. Brian, a veteran who retired from the United States Navy SEALs, is among them. He is employed by Bloodtooth and has previously undertaken missions in Iraq. He fights for monetary gain, as a few years in the mercenary realm equates to decades of military service. Just days ago, Bloodtooth accepted the task from the Synopsis group, and Brian volunteered for the mission. Today, they have finally arrived in the Amazon, with Brian leading the way and forging a path ahead. In this untamed jungle, there are no paths to traverse. This is neither a film nor a novel, and the invulnerability of protagonists does not apply here. Thus, forging a route is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, for it is often the pathfinder who bears the brunt of the initial assault. The captain, a robust middle-aged man named Williams, exclaimed, "No, no, you imbecile, you ought to exercise caution. We have come for a staggering sum of $160 million. Should we succeed in our mission, I dare say we shall all become millionaires." Laughter erupted among the other team members. Brian glared at Davis and retorted, "Davis, you wretched scoundrel. Wait until you are bitten by a venomous spider before you dare to mock." As they ventured deeper, the jungle unveiled its myriad dangers. The Bloodfang Mercenary Corps encountered caimans, piranhas, the winged hoatzin, the colossal Victoria amazonica capable of seating a person, 8-meter-long green anacondas, and the ghostly South American jaguar. Peril lurked at every turn, and Brian could not evade misfortune, being bitten by a venomous spider. Fortunately, they had brought along an antidote, which ultimately preserved his life. Ironically, Davis, who had mocked Brian, was subsequently bitten by a snake, but managed to survive after receiving an injection of the serum. At this moment, the Bloodfang Mercenary Corps was rife with curses. They had begun to regret their foray into the Amazon jungle. This place was indeed fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could lead to death. The countless lethal flora and fauna proved more terrifying than the adversaries they had faced in battle. After all, on the battlefield, their enemies were at least visible, allowing for effective defense. Yet the perils of the jungle loom incessantly. A seemingly innocuous insect could claim your life in an instant if you let your guard down. Or perhaps a fleeting butterfly, adorned in vibrant hues, harbors deadly toxins within its delicate wings. One mere touch, and congratulations, you would surely succumb to its venom. The rainforests are teeming with treacherous tree frogs, venomous insects, and a plethora of toxic vines, rendering death a commonplace occurrence in this verdant expanse. The Bloodfang Mercenary Corps, comprised of 18 members, finally ventured deep into the jungle after 3 arduous days, arriving at a tributary of the Amazon River. Throughout these 3 days, they endured relentless torment, both physically and mentally. Nevertheless, true to their reputation as elite mercenaries, they pressed on with unwavering resolve and impeccable organization. "Damn it, if only we had prepared the boats," Davis exclaimed. "Fool, boats? Only a simpleton would carry such cumbersome contraptions. Besides, we have inflatable rafts, don't we?" Brian countered sharply. 5 inflatable rafts, fully inflated, awaited as the 18 members gradually boarded. Adrift upon the river, the rafts glided gracefully, while the lush, shimmering vegetation flanked the banks. In the swirling brown waters of the river, fragments of debris danced upon the surface. Captain Williams remarked, "The Amazon basin represents one of the last bastions of untouched wilderness on Earth. Here, the tribes remain largely untainted by modern civilization. They continue to hunt birds and monkeys, fish with bows and arrows, and cultivate cassava. Although they may seem primitive, we require their assistance. I believe we should seek them out and enlist their guidance, which would alleviate many unnecessary complications." Davis, this is an astute observation. At the very least, it will mitigate the likelihood of taking erroneous routes. After all, our maps are rudimentary, and many of the paths are difficult to discern. Furthermore, we are not acquainted with this terrain. Enlisting the guidance of a native is the optimal course of action. The others chimed in with assenting affirmations. Several hours later, they arrived at the opposite bank. The company disembarked from the inflatable raft in succession, leaving one member to pack up and deflate the raft for ease of transport. Suddenly, a crimson berry detached from a low-hanging branch high above, plunging into the water with aplopin disappearing from view. A curious member shook the branch, causing the berries to fall like a torrential downpour, the sound of splashing water shattering the solemnity of the forest. Now we can savor the fresh fruit of the Amazon, a member exclaimed with a hearty laugh, rushing into the river to retrieve the berries from the flowing water's edge. The fruit's exocarp consisted of one to several layers of thin-walled cells, with the mesocarp and endocarp generally indistinguishable, somewhat reminiscent of a tomato, albeit significantly smaller. Approximately one-third the size of a tomato. Its ruddy hue made it appear tempting to bite into. Do you have a death wish? Do you even know if that fruit is poisonous? Captain Williams suddenly shouted, stopping the member in his tracks, his eyes blazing with anger. Abruptly, the water stirred, and a school of fish leaped from the depths, vying to sink their teeth into the member's hand and the submerged knees of his legs. A blood-curdling scream emanated from the member's mouth, startling the Bloodfang Mercenary Corps members who were resting on the shore. Several of them attempted to enter the river to rescue him, but Captain Williams halted them. Captain Williams stated, "The creature in the water is a piranha. He is beyond salvation. Your attempts to rescue him will only provide the piranhas with an additional meal." The agonizing cries of the unfortunate team member did not linger for long. Within less than a minute, a skeletal remains sank to the riverbed, swept away by the swift currents, vanishing in an instant. Goodness, we just swam over a horde of piranhas. Should we fall in, it would undoubtedly be fatal. After tidying their gear, the members of the Bloodfang Mercenary Corps commenced their journey. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already attracted attention the moment they set foot in the Amazon. The members of the Bloodfang Mercenary Corps remained oblivious to the fact that they were being stalked by the terrifying demons of the jungle, still lamenting and cursing their fate. Perhaps it would only be upon encountering a colossal creature over 30 meters in length that they would truly regret venturing into the Amazon. Even though they had grown accustomed to death, certain horrors often surpassed the very notion of dying. Chapter 75. The astonished mercenaries. The members of the Bloodfang Mercenary Corps spent 5 arduous days nearing their destination. During this period, they sought out indigenous tribes, but regrettably, their efforts proved fruitless. The region had recently experienced an earthquake. However, its impact was not extensive. Williams surveyed the devastated forest and muttered, "Damn it, I loathe this place." Davis cursed in agreement. "Captain, this area has been ravaged. The paths are treacherous. I believe we should navigate through the right corner of the mountains. From there, we should be able to reach our destination," Brian suggested while studying the map. Nay, Brian, you obtuse imbecile. Your blunder will cost us an entire day's journey. Our temporal resources are already severely constrained. Our patron has allotted us a mere fortnight. We have already expended 9 days in transit, and the acquisition of the sanguine orchid will undoubtedly require additional time. We simply cannot afford such profligacy," Davis retorted with considerable vehemence. Davis speaks with sagacity. "We must not squander our dwindling moments." Captain Williams, pivoting to address his cohort, exhorted, "Comrades, as the most elite among soldiers, I am confident that we possess the fortitude to traverse this seismic cataclysm and reach our designated locale." A glint of pride illuminated the countenance of each member. Veterans of the United States' most distinguished special forces, they wielded cutting-edge weaponry, possessed formidable combat skills, and harbored an unwavering resolve. They maintained an unshakable conviction in their supremacy. In terrestrial engagements, they acknowledged only the purported preeminence of the Chinese special forces as a potential challenge. Otherwise, they were prepared to confront any adversary. Observing the heightened morale of his unit, Williams offered a subtle smile. "Let us proceed, my valiant warriors." The contingent of the Bloodfang Mercenary Corps navigated the earthquake-stricken terrain with arduous effort. Chasms spanning 5 meters and toppled arboreal behemoths presented formidable obstacles. After half a day's labor, they surmounted the mountain range, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. The towering peaks had been cleaved in twain by the seismic event, with one half of the mountain range submerged into a deep ravine, leaving behind only a landscape of uneven mounds. Verily, the might of nature dwarfs the capabilities of humankind. This seismic event must have registered at least a magnitude of 7. The magnitude of such a cataclysmic earthquake is astonishingly confined to such a minuscule area. How could this be possible? Gentlemen, we must descend, Williams declared with a resolute breath. Although the cliff face posed a formidable challenge, their ropes would facilitate their descent with relative ease. Without hesitation, Williams was the first to approach the precipice, preparing the rope for their descent. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanated from afar, gradually intensifying, evoking a chilling sensation that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. Williams leaned over the edge to peer into the abyss below. His comrades were taken aback by the sight of their leader displaying such uncharacteristic timidity. In their astonishment, they too were compelled to glimpse the depths of the chasm. As they gazed down, a collective gasp pierced the air. Oh my God! Beneath the serpent's nest lay a writhing mass of colossal pythons. The horror was overwhelming, and regret for venturing into this accursed place washed over them. Look at those snakes. They are so immense they could easily swallow us whole. The Bloodfang mercenary corps, steeped in a rich history, had participated in myriad missions, even being contracted for the battlefields of Iraq. They had never succumbed to panic before, yet this time, they were genuinely astounded. Below the cliff, tens of thousands of serpents writhed in a grotesque display that sent shivers down their spines. The mercenaries' faces blanched in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom the existence of such enormous and numerous pythons in the world. Suppressing the dread that threatened to engulf him, Williams slowly surveyed his surroundings. Notably, the cliff was adorned with numerous vibrant, blood-red flowers. The blossoms possessed a resplendent crimson hue, evoking an uncanny aura. Vermilion orchids, Williams inwardly exclaimed, followed by a sense of bitterness. Damn it! How are we to procure the flowers amidst such a multitude of serpents? Beware! Williams urgently cautioned, yet it was too late. A member, losing his footing, dislodged a stone from the precipice. A profound tranquility descended, as if each person could discern the cadence of their own heart. Perhaps divine providence favored them, for the faint sound of the pebble's descent failed to rouse the attention of the Ophidian throng. With difficulty, Williams swallowed, his larynx subtly moving. Observing that the serpents remained undisturbed, he finally exhaled in relief. Damn it, tread carefully, Williams softly warned. The other members, evidently petrified, wore ashen countenances, with some exhibiting trembling limbs and erratic respiration. Having regained his composure, Williams quietly addressed Brian, who stood beside him. The vermilion orchids are our objective. Secure them, and this mission is complete. Brian, descend via rope. Upon completion, I shall remunerate you with an additional sum. Brian, however, disregarded the supplementary payment. Gazing at the flowers clinging to the cliff's edge, he vehemently shook his head. No, no, impossible. It is far too perilous. One must climb down to pluck the blossoms. Should the serpents below be roused, I am doomed. Moreover, not only am I doomed, but we all face annihilation upon their awakening. Although our firearms are capable of eliminating them, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. We would exhaust our ammunition long before eradicating their population. $160 million. Perhaps it merely entails a modicum of risk. After the corporation claims its 30% share, the remaining sum, exceeding $100 million, would be ours. Evenly distributed, each of us would become a millionaire, subsequently enabling us to retire and indulge in a life of leisure. Is this not a worthwhile endeavor? Williams was resolute in his determination not to relinquish the seemingly attainable fortune. Furthermore, his age was advancing. He ought to retire and relish life's pleasures, rather than perpetually undertake never-ending assignments. Damn it. Williams, know this. I absolutely refuse to descend and gather orchids. To hell with it. Even an abundance of dollars requires one to be alive to spend them, Brian muttered under his breath in a furious tone. I shall go. A black man volunteered abruptly. Oh, shit. Williams, this is a blatant act of vengeance. I protest. I shall lodge a complaint with the company, Brian whispered vehemently, but at that juncture, nobody paid him any heed. Upon receiving Williams's directive, the black man cautiously approached the cliff's edge, secured the rope, and gingerly descended toward the location of the blood orchids. Meanwhile, Williams and the others observed with bated breath, their micro-submachine guns clutched tightly, prepared to promptly execute a rescue should an unforeseen event transpire. Chapter 76, The Monarch's Advent. The black man succeeded. He successfully seized a blood orchid. Although, during his descent, He occasionally dislodged some loose soil. Fortunately, he did not disturb the python swarm beneath the cliff. Williams and his cohorts stared at him intently, silently offering prayers. "Ah!" the black man suddenly exclaimed in a subdued cry. Originally, the Negro lost his footing and, instinctively, seized the nearby vine. Ordinarily, suspended by the rope, he would have been immune to a fall. Alas, it seemed his fortune had deserted him, for the vine he grasped proved unable to bear his weight. The tendrils, failing to maintain purchase in the yielding soil, gradually gave way, and a significant clod of earth plummeted downwards with a resounding crash. "No!" came the collective gasp. At this juncture, the serpentine host dwelling at the chasm's base was roused. Their crystalline eyes, fixed upon the suspended figure, emitted a frigid luminescence. "Oh heavens! Deliver me!" The Negro, suspended mid-air, cried out in trepidation. "Expedite his ascent," Williams commanded, his resolve unwavering. Their intent was to flee post-haste, for the Ophidian horde had taken notice of their presence. At that moment, 72 colossal serpents coiled around the precipice's edge, their luminous green eyes, akin to searchlights, scanned for prey. A slender tongue flicked from their maws intermittently. Abruptly, the serpents stirred. They mobilized with alacrity, ascending the escarpment with the intention of extirpating the intruders from their sovereign domain. Observing the serpents advance, Williams, gritting his teeth, cast a resolute glance at the suspended Negro and declared, "Cease the retrieval. The serpents are upon us. Further delay will spell our doom. Flee. Damn you, Williams." He howled in desolate agony, his maledictions echoing off the cliff face. "I curse your entire family." But alas, his demise was of no further consequence to anyone. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Move faster, men, the pythons are gaining on us." The urgency in Williams' voice was palpable as he barked out orders. "The pythons are too swift, they'll overtake us. Find cover now." Despite their alarm, the Bloodfang mercenaries, being seasoned professionals, acted with remarkable discipline. They secured advantageous positions before the serpentine horde could descend upon them. Their firearms were not mere ornaments. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of bullets slicing through the air was unmistakable. Several pythons, incautiously advancing, were struck. Lacking the formidable defenses of their monarch, their scales were pulverized, and crimson blood gushed forth, leaving their bodies mangled and raw. Hiss! The wounded pythons shrieked in agony. Observing their injured kin, the other pythons ceased their direct assault, opting instead to widen their encirclement, effectively trapping the Bloodfang mercenaries. Though devoid of true sentience, their instincts were keen, rivaling, if not quite matching, the tactical prowess of a wolf pack. It is said that even the mightiest tiger fears a pack of wolves. The bloodthirsty nature of wolves evokes dread in even the most colossal creatures of the natural world. Few can withstand their relentless, coordinated attacks. "Good heavens, are these truly snakes?" Davis exclaimed in dismay. "They've surrounded us." "Captain, what do we do?" Williams was not ignorant of animal behavior. Typically, when unable to swiftly subdue their prey, animals typically exhaust their prey by relentless pursuit, ultimately striking when their quarry is too fatigued to escape. At this moment, they have become the targets of a formidable serpent horde. Even more unfortunate is the fact that they are not being pursued by a single python, but rather by a multitude, each one a record-breaking behemoth in its own right. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the cacophony of the serpents erupts from all directions, instilling dread among the members of the Bloodfang mercenary corps, who fear an imminent attack. Amidst their suspicions and curses, a thunderous rumbling emanates from the mountains behind them. This sound resembles a storm's fury, akin to a colossal bulldozer ravaging through the jungle, uprooting trees and splintering wood. "Prepare for battle," Williams bellows. Yet, there is no need for his command. The other members of the Bloodfang mercenary corps are already poised for combat, their submachine guns fully loaded and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent horde lies in wait, howling in anticipation of their ruler. Oh, dear God, what manner of beast is this that commands such reverence from the pythons? I am beginning to regret my journey to the Amazon. This is a place not meant for humanity, despite their elite status. The Bloodfang mercenary corps is now engulfed in sheer terror, their spirits shaken and restless. The united hisses of the serpents resonate, amplifying the ominous air. A massive black python, swift as lightning, materializes before them before they can even react. The scales of the colossal python shimmer with a lustrous black sheen, its body measuring over a meter in diameter and stretching an astonishing 37 meters in length. with scales larger than a palm glistening ominously. Most striking is the swollen flesh on its forehead, as if it harbors something within. The massive black serpent coils around a tree trunk, its icy gaze fixated intently on the approaching humans, exuding an intense aura of menace. These individuals, not mere mortals but seasoned dancers upon the razor's edge of death, are acutely attuned to the palpable threat. They are more sensitive to the presence of danger than anyone else. The members of the Bloodfang mercenary corps stand transfixed, their minds momentarily paralyzed, consumed by a singular question. How could such a gargantuan python exist? Particularly unsettling is the python's gaze, imbued with a sinister intelligence and mockery, sending shivers through their spines. Could this black serpent possess sentience? They remain vigilant, eyes locked on the creature, yet dare not fire their weapons for fear of provoking its wrath. Their grips on their firearms tighten, as in this moment. Only the presence of their weapons offers them a semblance of security. They would rather confront a prehistoric dinosaur than face the overwhelming threat embodied by the black python. Each sweep of the serpent's gaze sends chills cascading down their spines. In the heart of Wang Ba Dao, a fierce urge to kill ignites. How dare anyone covet the treasures of heaven and earth? Such audacity is akin to courting death. The blood orchid, a precious relic Wang Ba Dao fought to preserve amid the tremors of the earth, is his most cherished possession. Any who dare to touch it shall be met with fatal consequences. Wang Ba Dao has already consumed the blood orchid once and is currently in the throes of its refinement. Reluctant to engage, at a critical moment of refinement, he detected the presence of humans, their direction precisely where the blood orchid resided. Enraged by their intrusion upon his sacred domain, Wang Ba Dao surged forth in wrath. To him, their firearms were mere playthings, objects of curiosity rather than threats. The massive pythons, though incapable of resistance, were regarded as nothing more than decorative toys, posing no danger whatsoever. Even the rocket launcher slung over the shoulder of that individual held no significance. After all, he had withstood missile bombardments unscathed. What could a mere rocket launcher possibly achieve? Of course, this consideration pertains solely to a single missile. Typically, multiple missiles are launched to ensure a successful interception or strike on a target. In the narrative of my friend's masterpiece, The Martial King of the Republic, Bukid 2705541, book name, Chapter 77, Sonic Waves, it may seem like an eternity. Yet only mere seconds elapsed since Wang Ba Dao made his entrance. Just as he prepared to bestow death upon them, one of the adversaries unexpectedly succumbed to despair. Overwhelmed by relentless pressure, this individual opened fire, triggering a chain reaction as members of the Bloodtooth Mercenary Corps erupted into a frenzied barrage of gunfire. The sound of bullets echoed ceaselessly, and although Wang Ba Dao could perceive the trajectory of the projectiles, evading them proved a formidable challenge. His imposing size, coupled with the multitude of submachine guns unleashing a torrential storm of bullets, rendered escape nearly impossible. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking stone reverberated through the otherwise silent jungle as a series of sparks flashed across Wang Ba Dao's immense serpentine form. A resounding roar pierced the heavens, its pitch both high and clear. Simultaneously, an invisible ripple emanated, scattering the loose stones surrounding the serpent's body. Though unharmed, Wang Ba Dao was incensed. The Bloodfang mercenary members, initially subdued by Wang Ba Dao's imposing aura, had been hesitant to act. However, one individual's mental breakdown deprived Wang Ba Dao of the opportunity to strike first. A wave pulsed from Wang Ba Dao, spreading in all directions. An overwhelming pressure emanated, encompassing the Bloodfang mercenary members within its sphere of influence. Given Wang Ba Dao's current mastery of Qi, his aura, while not capable of outright crushing a person, exerted a significant influence over weaker beings. The Bloodfang members suddenly felt their limbs unresponsive, as if their nervous systems were sluggish. Under the crushing weight of the aura, Williams found movement arduous, each step feeling as though it were being pulled back by an inexhaustible force, slowing his pace several-fold. In this state, even an untrained individual could easily dispatch him. Wang Ba Dao let out a deafening roar, empowered by his qi, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rolled outward. Trees in close proximity were obliterated, and rocks were shattered into dust. The Bloodfang members suffered hemorrhaging from every orifice, their minds reeling, some succumbing to unconsciousness or death. Wang Ba Dao, with no intention of showing mercy, channeled his qi to amplify the sonic waves, intending to them alive. The range of the sonic wave may not be extensive, yet its potency is far from negligible, capable of claiming the lives of several humans without difficulty. The mercenaries suffered grievously, with 8 individuals succumbing directly to the sonic assault, while the remainder were rendered unconscious. What astonished Wang Ba-Dao the most was the realization that the roar itself possessed a sonic attack effect, albeit a feeble one that could not inflict harm. However, under the enhancement of his protective aura, both the attack strength and range were significantly amplified. Although the sonic wave's power was not formidable enough to confront formidable beings, it could effectively deal with ordinary creatures, and its limited range allowed even those with modest cultivation to withstand it. Nonetheless, it proved sufficient to incapacitate or slay a handful of mercenaries. With 10 individuals either dead or unconscious, Wang Ba-Dao chose to disregard them. His focus now directed towards refining the blood orchid he had consumed. The blood orchid had fully bloomed 2 days prior, boasting over 120 blossoms. After Wang Ba-Dao had ingested 23 of them, only 100 remained. Following his departure, the giant pythons, adhering to their instinctual aversion to waste, devoured the corpses of the mercenaries. In fact, some pythons even engaged in fierce battles over the remains, tearing the bodies apart and scattering entrails across the ground. Some mercenaries, still merely unconscious, instinctively struggled as they were consumed, only to be strangled to death by the pythons before being swallowed whole. Thus, the members of the bloodline, hired by the S&E group to search for the blood orchid, met their complete demise. With the presence of the giant pythons in the Amazon, the capitalists of the S&E group may find themselves forever deprived of the blood orchid that could elevate them to the status of the world's wealthiest. Perhaps they will continue to employ others in their search, but who can predict what the future holds? Confronting a colossal serpent of 37 meters today, will they face one of 40 or 50 meters next time? Or perhaps even a mythical behemoth, arriving at the mountainside, half devastated by the earthquake? A single blood orchid was missing from the cliff face, and a man was suspended in midair. The absence of the blood orchid incited fury in Wang Ba-Dao. Alas, the black man was exerting himself to ascend when a piercing shriek echoed. Lancing down, he was nearly scared to death. He could avow to his god that he had never conceived of such a massive serpent existing on earth. More terrifyingly, the serpent was glaring at him with such wrath that he had no doubt it intended to kill him, a feeling that filled him with despair. Damn you, Williams. If I survive, I'll kill you, or I'm a son of a bitch. Little did the terrified black man know that Williams, whom he cursed, had already boarded the death train to hell. Bang! The black man's corpse plummeted from the precipice, crashing into the ground and splattering into a fleshy pulp. Simultaneously, a crimson orchid gently descended from the sky, the very one that the black man had successfully plucked. The blood orchid, falling from the sky, possessed a bewitching color, its redness causing one to tremble, as if it were a flower blooming in hell, radiantly red, eerily scarlet like fresh blood. Opening his maw to swallow the blood orchid falling from the sky, Wang Ba-Dao emitted a prolonged roar before disappearing into the forest, intending to first refine the energy of the blood orchid within his body. Once refined, he planned to devour all 99 blood orchids at once, given that their withering cycle lasted only half a month. Due to the previous occasion when Wang Ba-Dao had only consumed a mere 20 or so, he merely felt a hastened cellular division and unexpectedly ascended to the realm of spiritual refinement, without any other profound sensations. Moreover, 20 blood orchid flowers were far from the limit for his formidable physique. He could continue to consume them in abundance. This time, with over 120 at his disposal, Wang Ba-Dao was eager to ascertain whether there existed a limit to the consumption of blood orchids. For the more he ingested, the more potent the effects became, and the faster his growth accelerated. As he spiraled through the forest underbrush, he refined the energy of the blood orchids over the course of 2 days. Ultimately, he absorbed this energy entirely, feeling once again that he had not yet reached the threshold of consumption. Upon returning to the precipice where the blood orchids flourished, he ascended and devoured 99 of these blossoms in one go, subsequently diving into the forest to commence the refinement process. The 99 blood orchids transformed into a crimson energy, and Wang Ba-Dao finally sensed a vigorous reaction within his body. It was as if magma coursed through his veins, an unending warmth igniting within him. His body grew increasingly feverish, and the cells within him began to divide with fervor. Not only were the cells splitting, but under the influence of the crimson energy, His inner vitality began to grow slowly and purify itself, becoming ever more refined. The Shi Huang Ju surged into action, and Wang Bad Dao seized this opportunity to condense his talismanic patterns. 2 days passed. With a resonant hum, the talismanic patterns coalesced successfully. Wang Bad Dao's inner vitality surged, and his stature began to increase at a visibly discernible pace. After just 1 day, not only had his cultivation stabilized, but his body astonishingly reached a height of 38 meters. This marks an impressive increase of 1 meter. Chapter 78. The passage of 3 years and the sudden appearance of the monkey horde. 3 years have elapsed since Wang Bad O exterminated all members of the Blood Fang clan and consumed the Blood Orchid. During these 3 years, the Blood Orchid blossomed 3 times. In the first year, over 120 blooms were exclusively enjoyed by Wang Bad O. In the second year, more than 230 flowers bloomed. Aside from the 72 gifted to the 72 giant pythons, the remainder was devoured by Wang Bad O. In the third year, over 450 flowers blossomed, and similarly, apart from 1 flower bestowed upon each of the 72 pythons, the rest were solely consumed by Wang Bad O. Over the course of 3 years, Wang Bad O experienced tremendous growth. At this moment, he has reached nearly 45 meters in length, with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters. The prominent horn-like fleshy protrusion on his forehead has become increasingly conspicuous, and his scales have grown to nearly the size of 2 palms. Most terrifying of all is his venom. Through a single experiment, a few drops of his poison were capable of annihilating all aquatic life within a 10-mile radius. His mental projection has also become more adept, encompassing an area of nearly 3 miles. Nothing within this realm can escape his control. Even the descent of a single speck of dust from the air is perceptible to him. Within these 3 years, he successfully condensed the 7th emblematic pattern, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. While the exact magnitude of this strength remains indeterminate, it is estimated that when employing his protective barrier, he can adequately withstand 2 standard missiles. As for his sonic attacks, they remain unchanged in potency, neither too strong nor too weak, though the coverage has expanded to approximately 3 miles, or 1,500 meters. Within this radius, the sonic waves exert an influence on the ordinary creatures inhabiting the area. Within a radius of 300 meters, it could induce a concussion, and within 100 meters, it could lethally concuss. Most exhilaratingly for Wang Bad O, the potency of his innate divine ability had also been substantially amplified. The frigid essence within him, when unleashed, was now capable of encasing all matter within a 100-meter radius in ice. Wang Bad O harbored expectations that, should this divine ability be cultivated to its zenith, it might attain absolute zero, thereby freezing the very fabric of spacetime. Subsequent to the successful coagulation of the 7th rune, Wang Bad O had achieved the pinnacle of qi condensation into astral manifestation, poised on the cusp of transcending into the microscopic realm. Regrettably,